Chapter 651. Samsara's Teamwork. Troubling Rain had disappeared. The first one to want to cry was the cameraman. The cameraman had the ability to focus on a single character, but from a bird's-eye view, while the other 14 Blue Rain players could easily be seen amidst the grass blowing in the wind, only Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain was nowhere to be found. When did he stray off from the rest of the team? No one had noticed it. Fortunately, this sort of problem could easily be solved. The cameraman immediately switched to Troubling Rain's first-person point of view. His location and movements could be discerned from his surroundings. The camera zoomed out, and then Troubling Rain disappeared once again. The commentator followed up with the prompt. He could only brace himself and say, "Everyone, look. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain is currently moving around, hidden in the grass. It isn't easy to see him. Instead, pay attention to the tracks left behind in the grass." The commentator was just spouting nonsense. When the cameraman zoomed out, it was impossible to see where Troubling Rain was actually located. That was the only thing he could say. Tracks left behind? The spectators looked at the screen to search for them. Those who couldn't see it would say, "Oh, I see it. Over there, over there." If not, wouldn't it seem like they weren't good enough to notice? Experienced players like Yishio and Wei Chen were actually able to grasp Troubling Rain's movements from the minute traces left behind in the grass. However, these traces immediately disappeared from the screen because the cameraman was randomly moving it around. The two of them realized that the cameraman had no idea what he was doing and was just pretending that he did. The cameraman obviously couldn't keep on pretending he couldn't find these tracks, so he began shifting to other points of views, from an overall perspective to different individual perspectives. It gave off the feeling that a decisive battle was approaching. Finally, one side made the first offensive move. "Great Gunner, I'm behind you." A bunch of words suddenly appeared in all chat. The person speaking was Troubling Rain. In Glory's 8-season finals, the first attack had been Huang Xiaoqian's trash talk. For people who loathed superfluous words, it was quite a disappointing opening. The cameraman immediately switched to Huang Xiaoqian's target, Juzukai's Great Gunner, Cloud Pisser. Cloud Pisser didn't have any intentions on turning around. He simply flung a grenade behind him. Whether Huang Xiaoqian was telling the truth or not, Juzukai probably decided it would be best to defend himself just in case. The explosion from his grenade was the first sound of the entire match. "Uh-oh, I've been hit." Another string of words popped up in all chat. F***CK, just fight already. Why do you have to talk so much? The players hadn't even reacted yet, but the commentator was already starting to become impatient. Of course, the commentator could only say this in his head. Out loud, his only choice was to say, "Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian has already begun verbally harassing his opponents, but is it effective against Samsara? We'll have to wait and see." This commentator clearly wasn't a fan of Huang Xiaoqian. He had to restrain himself from spewing out his true feelings and expressed a more neutral stance. "Look at my sword." Four words popped up on the screen. Samsara's players remained unmoved. Suddenly, a sword light flew out from a patch of grass. Troubling Rain had begun attacking. However, his target wasn't Cloud Pisser, but Fang Minghua's cleric, Laughing Song. But if this sort of ambush was enough to cause trouble for them, Samsara should not have chosen this map for the finals to begin with. Samsara's players had clearly been prepared for this kind of ambush. The instant the grass broke apart, Fang Minghua's Laughing Song moved. He quickly cast a sacred fire at his feet and leapt to the side. He put his cross in front of him and holy white light shot out like a flashlight. The green grass was lit up by the white light and a figure could be seen hiding inside. After that sword light missed, the figure hadn't rushed forward, but retreated instead. Samsara's practiced players immediately focused their attacks towards that location to clear away the field. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser leaped high into the sky and opened fire at the figure amidst the grass. Jiang Buotao's Spellblade, Empty Waves, also rushed forward. Fiery flames surrounded his strangely shaped dagger as he slashed downwards. A wave of fire immediately swept the area. The surrounding grass was burnt away, but there was no sign of troubling rain. The assassin Wu Qi and the grappler Lu Buiyuan needed to be within melee range to attack and didn't have any mid or long-ranged moves. The two characters rushed out, executing a pincer attack. At this moment, Laughing Song's white light faded away and Troubling Rain's figure could no longer be seen, but Cloud Pisser was able to infer Troubling Rain's location from the white light and chased after him. With these attacks pointing towards their target, Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan coordinated with Jiang Buotao's fire wave and instantly trapped Troubling Rain. The audience cheered loudly. Their teamwork had to be brilliant in order to catch that sly Huang Xiaoqian. Even though Samsara was known as a one-man team, this was only because of Juzukai's outstanding performance. When other teams called Samsara a one-man team, they were simply envious of them having such an incredible ace player. Every top team had fresh flowers and green leaves supporting one another. It was just that the flower known as Juzukai stood out compared to the other players. Juzukai often decided the match on his own, but it didn't mean that Samsara didn't have any tactics or teamwork. At this very moment, they displayed their exceptional teamwork on stage. Troubling Rain has been caught. Things are not looking good for him right now. His teammates still need a bit of time before they will be able to reach him. Huang Xiaoqian's movements are a bit off from his team's. This was a bit of a rash move on his part. Let's how he manages to deal with this situation. The commentator rejoiced at Huang Xiaoqian's misfortune as he continued to commentate. Wow, you actually managed to catch me. Huang Xiaoqian actually took the time to type a few words. For people who like to talk a lot, it was quite admirable of him. Lu Buiyuan's grappler had extended his hands towards Troubling Rain. Grapplers relied on throws. Their damage wasn't amazing, but throws couldn't be blocked. Along with their displacement and knockdown effects, throws were extremely useful crowd control skills in team fights, especially for an offense-oriented team. Huang Xiaoqian didn't only talk. Troubling Rain quickly leaped away from the two hands. At the same time, he put his sword up and activated guard to block the heart-piercing stab from Wu Qi's assassin. Using the momentum from the opponent's stab, Troubling Rain slid backwards, but Wu Qi's assassin followed closely after him. His dagger never left Troubling Rain's blade as he hastily kept up. How could a god like Huang Xiaoqian not be experienced? He immediately realized what Wu Qi was planning to do and rolled to the side. The dagger in the hands of Wu Qi's assassin shot forward like a bullet, but if one looked closely, the dagger hadn't left his hands. Only a part of the dagger had shot out. The dagger was still in his character's hands and slashed along an arc along with the other part. Assassin skill, mother and child stab. Wu Qi's execution wasn't slow. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaoqian had predicted it and had dodged. This sudden and insidious move failed to injure him. Troubling Rain didn't complete the roll as he flew up. He used a headwind strike and swept the area in front of him with a storm of wind. Not only was Wu Qi's assassin unable to dodge it in time, it also stopped Lu Buiyuan's grappler from approaching. After using headwind strike, Troubling Rain landed on the ground. The instant headwind strike ended, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser slid past Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan. While Huang Xiaoqian had been defending against them, Juzukai had found the perfect opportunity to attack him. It looked as if Juzukai's slide kick would hit Troubling Rain, but the instant before it hit, Huang Xiaoqian was able to complete a falling light blade to meet the attack. Troubling Rain's blade hit Cloud Pisser and Cloud Pisser's slide kick hit Troubling Rain. It was a clash between two skills of equal levels. Troubling Rain was kicked away, but it was exactly what he wanted. The instant he landed, he swung his sword. Instead of attacking, he used a triple slash to run away. As his sword slashed, the grass around him was sliced apart before he disappeared from view again. Because Juzukai's Cloud Pisser had been hit by the falling light blade, he was briefly stunned. This brief stun was enough to stop him from following up, allowing Troubling Rain an opportunity to escape. Huang Xiaoqian was a master at seizing opportunities, after all. The first confrontation between the two sides had concluded. All sorts of minute movements had happened in that short instant. It felt like even a small breath of air could have changed the outcome. The spectators didn't dare to breathe, and no matter how fast the commentator could speak, there was no way he could keep up with such a fast pace. Everyone was still reflecting on the fight when a string of words appeared in all chat. "Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. You can't catch me. Just wait. You'll see me soon again. How childish." Numerous people were thinking that it spoiled the beautiful scene. It had been such a high-level confrontation, but this guy just had to end it with some trash talk. What an eyesore. Chapter 652. Team Blue Rain's Tactics. Even though Huang Xiaoqian's childish trash talk spoiled the beautiful scene, the brilliant escape he had made couldn't be erased from their memories. The audience had been hoping for a slow-motion playback so they could revisit that brilliant escape once more. Instead, the camera zoomed out to let the audience see that the other 4 members of Team Blue Rain had quietly circled around behind Team Samsara while Huang Xiaoqian's troubling rain had been distracting them. Ah! Many fans of Samsara cried out in alarm, dying to go up and warn the players. Unfortunately, this was something they couldn't do no matter how hard they tried, even for the audience members present at the match. No matter how loud they shouted, they wouldn't be able to penetrate the soundproof booths surrounding the players. The players were completely focused on the surroundings of grass blowing in the wind. However, even though Samsara was about to be ambushed by Team Blue Rain, it seemed as if they still had plans for Troubling Rain as they advanced in the direction that Troubling Rain had escaped towards. Close! The 4 players from Team Blue Rain had already drawn near. The hearts of the home team's fans leapt into their throats. The away team's fans were also sweating nervously. Attack! The other 4 members of Team Blue Rain had finally reached a satisfactory position. Their characters were hiding among the grass, getting ready to attack using all sorts of offensive skills. Different skills required different activations. The players also had different hand speeds, so every skill required a different amount of preparation time. However, Team Blue Rain released their offensive skills at the same time. Crimson Storm. Among the attacks, the one with the greatest surge of momentum came from Yu Feng's brilliant edge. He went straight for one of the level 70 Berserker skills as his opening move. Rushing Thunder Sword, the silver weapon of Glory's #1 Berserker, possessed a passive ability that imbued his attacks with the light element. In the midst of Crimson Storm's pervading valor, a blue and white light traveled up and down the blade, causing its power to appear very great. As the sword sliced downwards, the sky and earth was covered in a vast expanse of green that swallowed everything up. Xuoxa's silver weapon, Curse of Destruction, had long since filled the air with black gas. At this moment, the black gas converged overhead towards a single point. When Brilliant Edge attacked with his Crimson Storm, a black, whirling door that seemed to connect to another dimension solidified. The whirling door revolved gently. The black gas that permeated the air mixed with wisps of blood and converged into threatening tentacles that grabbed at different targets. Warlock skill, Death's Door. Compared to the damage it dealt, its crowd control effect was more valued in team battles. After the skill was released, the tentacles from the door would automatically pursue and attack targets within the range of 18 units. Once it grabbed a target, it would quickly drag them into the door and deal a high amount of damage. Just from these 2 high-leveled moves alone, their momentum was already astonishing enough, but there was still a third player who still airborne. The moment this character dashed rapidly from the grass, he formed a sphere with his 2 hands on the right side of his bottom. Boundless energy seemed to be condensing between his palms. Every audience present, including the commentator and even experienced pro players like Yi Xiao or Wei Chen, found out to their surprise that the character who had dashed out from the grass was Receding Tides. Receding Tides was a Chi Master character played by Song Xiao from Team Blue Rain. He was the 6th person in the list of names who would appear on stage from Team Blue Rain before the match. The list could not be falsified, so the only possibility was that he had been switched in sometime during the match. It was a great mistake by the cameraman to not notice anything this entire time. In this case, no one would have been able to notice it in front of the television without a special angle of the scene. Team Blue Rain Song Xiao unexpectedly makes a move. When was he switched in? We didn't notice it at all. The commentator voiced out everyone's thoughts. At the same time, Receding Tides launched his attack. He pushed out both his hands in midair where a blast of strong energy shot down from the sky. Chi Master Skill, Sky-Piercing Strike. Although the skill was named as Sky-Piercing Strike, it wasn't actually necessary to release it towards the sky. Whether it was towards the flat ground or at various other angles or positions, as long as you could successfully complete the required actions, then the move could be used. Crimson Storm, Death's Door, Sky-Piercing Strike. All the opening moves launched by Team Blue Rain were all high-leveled moves that covered a wide area. Evidently, they planned on inflicting serious damage to Samsara in one blow. No one would have thought that Team Blue Rain would take the initiative in their away game. Huang Xiaotian's harassment drew Samsara's attention, while the other members of the team took this chance to close in and unleash powerful attacks. In contrast, it was Team Blue Rain who took advantage of grass blowing in the wind's feature and gave Team Samsara a wave of surprises. Accompanying those waves of attacks were fans of Team Blue Rain cheering, while the fans of Samsara clenched their fists with handfuls of sweat. How would the home team defuse these offensive attacks? They didn't defuse them. By the time Team Samsara's players noticed what happened, the attacks made by the three Team Blue Rain players rained down on them, covering the entire area. Because of the existence of Death's Door, a skill that had prominent crowd control, the players of Team Samsara wanted to avoid being grabbed by the tentacles from Death's Door while trying to fleeing from its range, so it was inevitable that they would receive damage from the other two attacks. After being restricted by the two attacks, dodging the tentacles from Death's Door became an issue once again. Under such coordination, dodging was most definitely not the best method. Even though the damage from Crimson Storm and Sky-Piercing Strike was fearful, at this moment, the core of the opponent's waves of attacks was definitely the Warlock's Death's Door. It was Death's Door that caused Samsara's players to feel trapped with no way out. The key was to break through the control of Death's Door. Samsara's Cloud Pisser rolled and escaped from the tentacles coming out of Death's Door. His two hands glowed as he activated Sharpshooter's rapid firing. The bullet spat out from his guns at a high speed and flew directly towards Swaksar. Team Blue Rain's attacks had already cleared all of the grass neatly from this place. At this moment, they could no longer use the grass to hide themselves. As for Juzakai, he was letting Cloud Pisser receive damage from the attacks in order to interrupt Swaksar's spell. With Death's Door's crowd control and high damage output, it was definitely not something the user could just cast and then do something else. It required the player to continue controlling it. If they received an attack at that moment, then Death's Door would be interrupted very easily. Juzakai made a decisive action, but Team Blue Rain seemed to have anticipated this would happen. Soul Speaker, Shu Jingxi's paladin, had appeared at this moment and encased himself in a golden light cover. He cast a holy shield, which could resist any damage. He stood right in front of Swaksar. When the bullets flew towards the golden light cover, they were swallowed up without even a trace remaining. Shu Jingxi's Soul Speaker didn't receive any kind of damage, the holy shield's light only dimmed a little after receiving such attacks. Immediately after Cloud Pisser had shot his bullets, the wave formation from Jiang Buitao's Spellblade passed. Holy Shield's light cover flickered for a bit, but Soul Speaker was still unharmed. And after that? After that, the other two offensive-type players of Samsara weren't able to exert any of their power. The other two characters were respectively an assassin and a grappler. Neither of them had any long-ranged attacks. By the time they rushed over to attack, they would already have escaped beyond Death's Door's boundaries. What would be the point of interrupting? Team Blue Rain's tactical arrangement had thoroughly thought over all factors of Samsara's classes. A combination of mid-ranged attacks had directly disarmed the two Team Samsara players. Their decision to interrupt Swaksar's spell at this time was relatively prompt, but had they considered all of the possibilities to cover? Did they consider if they could break through the opponent's cover with their own attacking methods in the required time? Doubt had already risen within numerous people, but they didn't have time to discuss because the match continued to progress and many events would happen in a blink of an eye. Just when everyone doubted them and started to think about how Samsara's style of having Juzakai shoulder everything alone couldn't deal with Team Blue Rain's exquisite teamwork, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser continued to attack. Under rapid firing, Cloud Pisser swung out a Gatling gun. The cartridge cases of the bullets that flew out from the gun's muzzle flew out crazily and scattered around his feet. The bullets from the rapid firing shot out in a straight line like a laser beam as it pierced through the light cover on Soul Speaker. The light cover continued to swallow up the bullets as it flickered, but it still showed no sign of being shattered. However, these attacks caused Xu Jingxi to feel a little nervous. He had already noticed Jiang Buitao's empty waves using wave formation attacks one after another. It was only when he had to dodge the tentacles from Death's Doors that his attacks would be displaced. The wave formation scraped past Holy Shield's light cover as it passed over, so it didn't inflict its full damage. At this moment, the firing from Cloud Pisser's Gatling gun had ended, but the hold shield was still there. At this moment, because of Crimson Storm and Sky-Piercing Strike, a few Team Samsara players were captured by the tentacles from Death's Door. They were quickly dragged towards the door. As for Team Blue Rain, Yufeng and Song Xiao had already finished their attacks and were prepared to follow up with another wave of attacks. I managed to withstand it. Xu Jiangxi was extremely astonished. He managed to fulfill the task of protecting Swaksar with his holy shield. Right. But at this moment, amidst the bloody light and black tentacles, Cloud Pisser swung his gun as he was pulled towards the door. He lifted his gun and aimed towards a reflection. Bang! Thunder Snipe, a level 70 sharpshooter skill. The bullets exited the muzzle. Xu Jingxi saw a black dot enlarge at a rapid pace before his eyes, then he clearly saw the single bullet pause on his holy shield. Immediately after that, it wasn't swallowed up because the holy shield had been broken. Pu! A spurt of blood sprayed out from in between Soul Speaker's eyes. It's enough to only break through my holy shield. You still have to get through me, Xu Jingxi thought, when he heard a similar sound coming from behind him. Pu. Chapter 653. The Limit of Limits. Pu. These two sounds rang out at practically the same time. Xu Jingxi didn't need to turn around to know what had happened. Cloud Pisser's snipe had elicited a penetrate effect. A bloody hole appeared in between the eyes of both Soul Speaker and Swaksar. This just in the game though. If a real person got hit like that, how could he not die? Of course, if this were real life, it wouldn't just be a hole. A powerful shot like Thunder Snipe would directly cause the head to explode. To think this would happen. Xu Jingxi was surprised. He saw Death's Door end. The black tentacles, which had grabbed Samsara's characters, quickly released their grip and retreated into the door. The rotating door soon disappeared back into the void. The characters released by the black tentacles were flung away according to their original trajectory. From this, it could be seen that the black tentacles had been swinging about wildly, but even under these circumstances, Juzakai had used Thunder Snipe to hit his target accurately and produced the desired effects. This was an ace player. Samsara's ace player. The current #1 player in all of Glory, Juzakai. The 5 Samsara players teched onto the ground and immediately stood up. This wasn't anything difficult for pro players. Following afterwards, Team Samsara began their fierce counterattack. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser took the lead. He opened fire as he ran, sending grass fluttering away. The 4 members of Team Blue Rain were surrounded on all sides. Jiang Buitao's empty waves pointed his sword and cast an electric wave formation. The bright ball of electricity caused the surrounding 15 units of grass to shiver. Even though electric wave formation wasn't as terrifying as Death's Door, the lightning generated by this skill was much faster than the tentacles. Unless you were outside of the 15-unit radius, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Under the suppression of Juzakai's Cloud Pisser, how would it be so easy to walk out of range? Even normal attacks had a brief hit stun. Under Juzakai's control, his suppression was displayed to the limit. Team Blue Rain's characters had difficulty moving. In the end, none of them were able to escape from the range of electric wave formation and were struck by the lightning coming from the ball of electricity. The most miserable of them was Yu Wenchu Swaksar. Juzakai clearly placed more importance on Team Blue Rain's captain and gave him special treatment. The majority of his bullets were aimed at Swaksar. The other 3 players escaped from the electric wave formation after being struck by lightning once. However, Samsara was hit 3 times. Team Blue Rain's players couldn't just stand still and watch their captain get struck by lightning. Yu Feng's and Song Xiao's characters rushed forward together, but they were blocked by Samsara's Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan. The tides had turned. After Team Blue Rain's surprise attack on Samsara, Samsara countered fiercely. Yu Wenshu's Samsara was struggling inside the electric wave formation. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. The spectators watched nervously. Their minds were completely focused on the characters fighting. At this moment, there was always something that had been neglected, such as the suddenly silent Huang Shaoqian. If he had really disappeared, Troubling Rain wouldn't be called the Sword Saint. Amidst the intense battle, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind Team Samsara. A blue light arced through the sky. Troubling Rain's silver weapon Ice Rain headed straight for Samsara's cleric, Laughing Song. Fang Minghua noticed the attack. Laughing Song leapt away from the blade, but Troubling Rain's attacks wouldn't just stop there. Sword light suddenly blossomed from the blade. Even though Huang Shaoqian's playstyle was like an assassin's, his character was still a blade master. Blade masters didn't have the same dirty or insidious sneak attack skills like assassins did. Every sword move, whether it was fast or slow, light or heavy, all of them were upright and fair. Clerics had some ability to attack, but they definitely couldn't face blade masters in close combat. Once Troubling Rain closed in on him, his health began to drop rapidly. However, as a pro player, Laughing Song may be on the losing side, the player Fang Minghua didn't panic. If a blade master closed in on a cleric, the cleric would certainly suffer, let alone against Huang Shaoqian's blade master. Fang Minghua continued to calmly dodge and defend. His weapon wouldn't reduce much damage when guarding, but it was still better than nothing. Fang Minghua hung on. Team Samsara obviously wouldn't just let their cleric get killed like that. A gunshot rang. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser turned his gun around. He shot at Troubling Rain as he ran towards him. Huang Shaoqian couldn't ignore the attacks of the Great Gunner either. He also didn't think he'd be able to kill off the enemy cleric so easily. Clerics had to be saved, so he expected the enemy would be coming. When he saw the other side come, Huang Shaoqian didn't run away and instead faced Juzukai's Cloud Pisser directly. He used Immortal Guides the Way to send Laughing Song flying towards Cloud Pisser. Cloud Pisser immediately reacted by using a slide kick to slide under Laughing Song. His 2 guns never stopped firing as he closed the distance between himself and Troubling Rain. Cloud Pisser had 2 guns. The gun in his right hand was called Wildfire and the gun in his left hand was called Shattered Frost. For a sharpshooter, a dual gun user and a single gun user were played differently. Only using a single gun was easier and more steady. Using 2 guns was much more difficult because it wasn't as simple as just firing both guns at the same time. The guns needed to be switched. In order to fully utilize both guns, the difficulty was more than twice as difficult as using a single gun. Even pro players couldn't completely maintain such high level of play for the entire duration of the fight. Usually, they would use one gun as their main and support it with their other gun. If you could only use a single gun, then you had no qualifications to be a pro player. Juzukai displayed the dual gun style to the limit. He was also doing it while using slide kick. Huang Shaoqian didn't dare to be negligent. Under his control, Troubling Rain swayed and shadows of him appeared all over the field. In an instant, the camera zoomed out. Everyone counted as the commentator cried out, 7. A total of 7 shadows. Huang Shaoqian's shadow steps produce 7 shadows. Correct, it's 7. Each and every shadow is perfect and complete too. Huang Shaoqian pushed his mechanics to the limit as well to face off against Juzukai, but the astonishment towards his move was more than Juzukai's dual gun style. Because previously, Huang Shaoqian could only produce 6.5 incomplete shadows. However, he had now displayed a complete 7. TSK, he's improved again. Yishio sighed as he looked at the screen. Of course. He's a first-rate talent that this senior personally discovered. Wei Chen didn't forget to self-praise. What are you so happy for? He'll be our opponent in the future. Yishio said. You should worry about the younger generation that you guided before saying anything. Wei Chen remarked. He was naturally pointing towards Team Excellent Era. Yishio had been the former captain, so Team Excellent Era's players could be considered the younger generation. The two old birds sighed. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were amazed. The two of them had experienced these two skills many times before in the arena. Steamed Bun was a bit puzzled. How could there be so many? I thought 3 was the maximum. How could there be 7? Are 2 people using it? The blade masters that Steamed Bun had encountered in the arena clearly weren't experts. The experts amongst normal players could produce 4 shadows at most. Steamed Bun had come from the 10th server, after all, so his real battle experience was quite low. This is a real expert. Only an expert can do that. Tang Ru didn't know the complexities behind the move, but hearing the astonishment from the commentator voice, even she could tell that it must be incredibly difficult. I wonder how many I could do. Steamed Bun said. Brawlers have a similar skill. Tang Ru asked. I don't think so. I wonder if I can learn it. It looks so cool. Look how scared that commentator is. Steamed Bun said. Tang Ru. The fight continued. Huang Xiaotian's shadow steps were at the peak. 7 shadows, difficult to differentiate between which was real and which was fake. In a real battle, if the real couldn't be deduced instantly, there was no time for careful analysis. The purpose of shadow steps wasn't to play hide and seek, but to seize any opening to attack. If they couldn't be differentiated, then attack them all. After Cloud Pisser slid under, he shot bullets, kicked, performed elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks at the shadows. Sharpshooter skill, firearm martial arts. These were attacks that a sharpshooter could use in close combat. Body techniques for direct attacks combined with sudden shooting out of nowhere. It was quite difficult to defend against. Juzukai's usage of the ability didn't need to be said. He instantly attacked 5 of the shadows. The shadows from shadow steps weren't like the clones from shadow clone technique. Clones had real bodies with attack and health. After they took damage or the skill went on cooldown, the clones would disappear, but shadows were virtual bodies without any stats. They couldn't take damage, but they also couldn't deal damage either. They would only disappear after the skill went on cooldown. Attacking was one way to distinguish shadows though. Juzukai's firearm martial arts allowed him to hit 5 targets at once, not giving his opponent any time to adjust. However, it seemed like all of the 5 had been shadows. Juzukai immediately turned around and saw that Troubling Rain's real body had actually given up on the 2 targets in front of him. Instead, he had teamed up with Yu Feng on the other side of the field to execute a pincer attack on Samsara's assassin, Wu Qi. Chapter 654. Trump Card vs. Trump Card. Anyone with a starting position in Team Blue Rain or Team Samsara was definitely skilled. Wu Qi fought evenly against the all-star level Yu Feng for a single moment. Both of them were pro players. Arguing over who was better or worse wouldn't give a definite answer. The results could only be determined once the fight concluded. In real battle, any small detail could be a deciding factor. It wasn't something that could be predicted on paper. Wu Qi may have been fighting evenly with Yu Feng, but once Huang Xiaotian's Troubling Rain joined the battle and the Blade Master and Berserker duo combined their attacks, Wu Qi could no longer endure. Huang Xiaotian and Yu Feng hadn't been teammates for just a day or 2. Their coordination with one another wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Assassins had low defense and health. Facing the combined flurry of attacks, his assassin rapidly lost health. Fortunately, Samsara's cleric Fang Minghua was able to rescue him. His character Laughing Song lifted silver weapon, Angel's Protection, as holy light repeatedly flashed, helping Wu Qi survive for a bit longer. On the other side of the battle, Juzukai had figured out where the real body was, so he wasn't just going to sit around wasting any more time. Cloud Pisser changed directions to rescue Wu Qi. This was one advantage of the gunner classes. They had long-range attacks, so they could provide support faster. He just needed to lift his hands and the bullets would arrive. In comparison, if Huang Shaoqian's Blade Master had to go rescue someone, no matter how fast he ran, he would never be as fast as a bullet. No one would ignore an attack from the Great Gunner, but taking the attack under the protection of a Paladin's life activation was another matter. Life activation increased the health regen of a character. It was especially effective for characters with equipment that had health regen effects. With life activation, it was possible to completely negate the effects of low damage attacks. This skill could be used on teammates, but because the majority of characters wouldn't stack health regen on themselves, Paladins generally cast the skill on themselves before tanking damage for their teammates. At this moment, Xu Jingqi's Soul Speaker activated the skill. A vigorous aura of vitality emitted from his body as he took Cloud Pisser's bullets head-on. Blood splattered everywhere. When the bullets hit his body, the effects were still there, but because of the quickened health regeneration, the injuries on Soul Language's body healed at a visible pace. He didn't move at all and just ate the bullets like a meat shield. In that instant, he looked like a knight holding a shield, facing the boss alone. It looked somewhat stupid, but it was effective. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser shot bullets at all sorts of angles, but Soul Language's body was there to block them. His attacks were able to deal damage to Soul Speaker, even under life activation, but Soul Speaker's health didn't fall as rapidly as Wu Qi's Cruel Silence. Wu Qi was facing the attacks from two all-star level players. Even though he was still hanging on with the help of his cleric, it rapidly consumed the mana and skill cooldowns of the cleric. Once enough skills were on cooldown, the two enemies might be able to inflict serious enough damage to directly finish him off in one go. This was a method that pro teams often used. A team like Team Blue Rain could obviously execute it to perfection. With the way the current battle was going, it was obvious what Team Blue Rain was planning to do. No one stopped Fang Minghua from healing. After Yu Wenshu Swaxar escaped from the electric wave formation, he stopped Samsara's Jiang Butao from assisting his teammates. Ignore a Warlock's attacks? That most definitely couldn't be done. It wasn't because of the damage, but because of the CC effects from Warlock skills. Binding Curse, Control Curse, Hexagram Prison. You wouldn't die from these attacks, but being dead might be better than being alive under these spells. Yu Wenshu's hand speed wasn't fast, but his grasp of timing had reached near perfection. Wasting skills or cycling through skill cooldowns properly would never happen as long as he was in control. Yu Wenju rarely appeared in the individual competitions, but it didn't mean his slow hand speed made him useless in 1v1s. With his slow and steady pace, he was able to completely control Samsara's Jiang Butao. F***CK. Yishio heard someone beside him curse. He turned his head to see Wei Chen watching the confrontation between Swaxar and Empty Waves. His expression was ugly. He was clearly thinking of some unpleasant memories. You have to overcome that psychological trauma. Yishio turned his head to look at Swaxar on the screen. F***CK. Wei Chen cursed. He clearly wasn't happy with the usage of the word psychological trauma. He didn't have any such thing. He had just thought about something very unpleasant. What psychological trauma? Tang Ru and Steamed Bun turned their heads and asked curiously. F***CK off. It isn't something that little kids like you should be worried about. Wei Chen shooed the two away. Yeah, a little kid in his teens beat him so badly, he lost all confidence and was so downhearted, he retired. Did you really think old Wei would blab about it casually to anyone? Yishio said. TCH, I was just helping a younger generation player mature and gave him confidence, so I lost on purpose. Wei Chen jumped up and said without missing a beat. It wasn't without reason. That time, when he lost to Yu Wenju, it had just been a practice bout with the team. As a senior, he could say that he intentionally went easy, because Wei Chen wouldn't go all out against a kid in the training camp, even for someone as shameless as him. In the end, he lost all 3 rounds. In the pro scene, losing 3 rounds didn't prove anything. But from their positions in the team at that time, even if Wei Chen didn't go all out, it wouldn't change anything. Gold would always shine. Whether Yu Wenju won or lost those 3 rounds, the shell came off of Yu Wenju, and Wei Chen would always be stuck with the feeling that he wasn't as good as him. Losing only made the feeling worse. A younger generation player from your team? I don't know where you thought of that. I'm talking about that year in the playoffs where I completely crushed you. Yishio said. When Wei Chen had still been in the alliance, Yishio hadn't even been 20 years old yet, so he could be considered a little kid in his teens at that time too. So that's what you were talking about? Wei Chen slapped his leg. Wasn't that because when this senior saw your repulsively ugly face and crafty-looking eyes, with my eyes honed in the streets, I could easily see that aura of evil around you? If I didn't let you win the championships, someone like you might take on a vengeful personality and inflict a great terror on society. As a citizen of this country, I could only throw the game and allow you to win the championships. And I had to do it 3 times to prevent such a great tragedy from happening. Now that you've grown up, this senior doesn't need you to repay me anymore. Give this old fellow a break. Are you pulling that out of your ass? I specifically looked for you to join our team so that you could win finally a championship for once. This is my apology for beating you so badly that year, but we have to get one thing straight. I only beat you up once, so I can only let you win once. The rest you have to gain with your own efforts. Look at those youngsters on the screen. Their tenaciousness and passion to win is something that you should learn from. Ha ha, Tang Ru laughed. She shifted her attention back to the match and stopped listening to their argument. The beginning of the argument seemed to have been half truth, half lie, but near the end, the two of them began talking nonsense. Though when Steamed Bun listened, he looked hard at Yishio and mumbled to himself, I have eyes honed in the streets too. Why don't I see an aura of evil? Ha 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 ha, Steamed Bun, see. Ah. Wei Chen heard his mumble and laughed. He was just about to say something, but his eyes had been watching the match the entire time. Team Blue Rain had control of the match, when their control was suddenly broken. Once again, the person to change the tides of the match was the Great Gunner. Juzakai fiercely turned Cloudpisser's gun and started attacking Yu Wenshu Swaksar. This action had been planned beforehand. Xu Jingxi's duty was to block his bullets. Now that he shifted his attention to a different target, Xu Jingxi's soul language couldn't get there in time. The sharpshooter's attacks covered a large range. As for Yu Wenju, a battle of hand speed was his nemesis. His tempo was disrupted. Jiang Buitao's empty waves was able to use this opportunity to escape from Yu Wenju. He immediately cast an ice wave formation towards Troubling Rain, Brilliant Edge, and Cruel Silence, where the main battle was taking place. The wave formation headed towards both targets and the probability of getting frozen was very high. Huang Xiaoqian and Yu Feng had to be wary. They could only temporarily stop attacking Cruel Silence and hastily escape the formation's area of effect. Under the wave formation's protection, Wu Qi quickly controlled Cruel Silence to escape, but this battle wouldn't give him any time to rest. Cruel Silence immediately headed towards Yu Wenshu Swaksar to return the favor and bully the enemy captain. The situation instantly reversed. Starting from Huang Xiaoqian's ambush, Team Blue Rain had dominated the match until Juzakai reversed the situation with a powerful snipe. Huang Xiaoqian then ambushed again regained control of the situation. Instead of facing the enemy ace player directly, he threw the enemy cleric aside and, along with Yu Feng, focused his attacks on a non-core member like Wu Qi. Unfortunately, their control over the battle was once again disrupted by the enemy ace player Juzakai. A series of ups and downs occurred in a short period of time. The styles of the two teams could completely be seen. Team Blue Rain had clever tactics and coordination. Team Samsara's Juzakai overturned the battle with his own power. These were their trump cards. From start to finish, they were evenly matched. However, tactics couldn't be executed perfectly every time, and no individual never made mistakes. Which team would be the first to expose an opening? Chapter 655. Trade. No one had expected that the ones to tip the scales of this even battle between Team Blue Rain and Team Samsara would be the two nearly non-existent players. Team Samsara's Lu Buiyuan and Team Blue Rain's Song Xiao. Ever since the beginning of the match, the confrontation between the grappler and Chi Master had practically been ignored. The cameraman rarely gave them any screen time. Compared to the fast-paced team battle, where opposing teams kept on changing targets, these two seemed to almost be in their own little world. The two players had engaged in a 1v1. However, when this 1v1 concluded, one side ended with an overwhelming advantage. The vast majority of attention given to Samsara was focused on Juzakai, followed by the vice-captain, Jiang Butao. The other supporting players weren't bad, but compared to the brilliance displayed by the Great Gunner, their plays would all appear somewhat dull. At this point, many people had realized that Team Samsara's characters all had increased skill points. However, most of the discussion was still focused on the two all-star characters, Cloud Pisser and Empty Waves. Only Team Samsara themselves would know the exact details. With their 20 million renminbi purchase of the Skill Book Guild, the character with the greatest improvement was actually Lu Buiyuan's grappler, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains originally possessed 4,770 skill points, an average number in the pro scene, but while clearing the quests for skill points, their luck was extremely good on this account and they had actually managed to reach the maximum 5,000 points. An increase in 230 skill points had been the greatest through all of Team Samsara. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser and Jiang Butao's Empty Waves also managed to reach 5,000 skill points, but their all-star characters had a higher starting point to begin with. Both of their characters originally possessed over 4,800 points and only needed a bit more than 100 points to reach the maximum. As a result, amongst Team Samsara, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had improved the most. If the opponents used data from previous matches, they would certainly realize that Chaotic Cloudy Mountains' contribution exceeded their expectations. And at this moment, the unexpected happened on Chaotic Cloudy Mountains' side. With the help of the 230 extra points obtained through the skill book guide, Lu Buiyuan was able to suppress Song Xiao. Once Chaotic Cloudy Mountains grabbed Receding Tides, he continuously used throwing skills to pressure Receding Tides. Song Xiao began to panic. He originally had confidence in breaking out of these chain throws, but during the fight, he felt that something wasn't right. The gaps, which he could usually take advantage of to break free, were always chained together even faster than he had anticipated. This wasn't just an issue of the user's hand speed, but rather a step up in the character's skills. Even worse, Team Samsara seemed to have expected such results. After Chaotic Cloudy Mountains successfully grabbed Receding Tides and began to continuously throw him, the other three Team Samsara attackers focused their attacks on Receding Tides. Song Xiao wasn't the only one to be surprised and panicked. For Team Blue Rain, this was certainly an unexpected result. Since they hadn't expected Song Xiao to be completely helpless against Lu Buiyuan's chain throws, they hadn't thought that his Receding Tides would be toyed around in the hands of Chaotic Mountains. A character being completely controlled by a grappler would find it difficult to react to any other enemy attacks. With the sudden attacks were focused on him, along with Chaotic Cloudy Mountains' complete control, Receding Tide's health rapidly fell. Xu Jingxi was suddenly a mess again. Song Xiao's suppression affected the rest of the battle. Team Blue Rain was suddenly caught unprepared. Everything had happened too quickly. Song Xiao's Receding Tides was able to be saved, but it had cost Xu Jingxi's Soul Speaker a huge amount of skills and mana. With a lot of his skills on cooldown, he wouldn't be able to keep up the healing for Team Blue Rain in their fight against Team Samsara. The entire team's health had been lowered by a peg. The series of events triggered by Song Xiao's suppression had led to Team Blue Rain suffering a heavy loss. What an idiot! To think he can't even escape out of something like that. Wei Yichen anxiously shouted, during Song Xiao's suppression. It seems like Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's skill points have improved by quite a lot. Yixiao truly deserved to be called an expert at all classes. He was able to quickly discover Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's significant increase in strength. F*CK? Wei Yichen angrily cursed. It seems like with your attitude, you want Team Blue Rain to win. Yixiao said. Nonsense. Wei Yichen glared at Yixiao. if Team Samsara loses, the 20 million that they spent would be a waste of their money. How exciting would that be? Ha 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 ha. You beast, Yi Xiao sighed. Unfortunately, reality didn't meet Wei Chen's expectations. The first lead grasped by Team Samsara had been obtained because of their 20 million RMB investment. Chaotic cloudy mountains is a bit strange. Song Xiao had managed to survive, so he quickly warned the rest of his teammates. Be careful. Team Blue Rain couldn't do much about it. They had no way of slowly analyzing how their opponents allocated his skill points in the middle of such an intense match. They could only rely on their experience and intuition to deal with the problem. In an even match like this, if someone made a mistake in judgment, he would end up like how Song Xiao had previously. After gaining their first lead, Team Samsara continued to pressure their opponents. They continued with their relentless attacks, not giving Team Blue Rain any time to recover from their earlier loss. This type of forced fighting was exactly what Team Samsara wanted. Even though Team Blue Rain didn't lose in a frontal confrontation, such a fast-paced battle didn't give them any opportunity to close the gap made by Team Samsara. If this situation continued, the first one to fall would definitely be someone from Team Blue Rain. Team Samsara gradually displayed their reason for choosing this map. By using the protective screen of the grass, they were able to force Team Blue Rain on the defensive. Captain, behind you! A Team Blue Rain player suddenly warned during the deadlock. The spectators were able to notice it faster from their viewpoint. Team Samsara's assassin, Cruel Silence, had circled around to flank Swaksar. The warning had come too late. Against a sudden ambush, Yu Wenchu's reaction speed and intuition wouldn't lose to anyone, but his execution was always a bit slower than anyone else's. Yu Wenju was extremely important to the team, but his weakness was also extremely obvious. He was a contradictory existence in the team. The team's greatest strengths and greatest weaknesses were both him. This wasn't any secret. As a result, Yu Wenchu's Swaksar was often ambushed by others, so he was very used to it. Facing this kind of situation, he didn't panic. He would always calmly resolve it. Cruel Silence leapt out of his cover from the grass. The cold light glinting from his dagger slashed downwards towards Swaksar. Suddenly, a hexagram prison appeared out of the void. However, it wasn't aimed at Cruel Silence, but rather Swaksar himself. Wu Qi was depressed. If he continued, he would definitely hit Swaksar, but his Cruel Silence would definitely crash into that dark purple prison. In that case, he would immediately be trapped inside the hexagram prison. A single attack in exchange for getting imprisoned wasn't worth it. Cruel Silence didn't continue forward and retreated instead. Suddenly, as he dodged to the side, ding! The sound of two blades colliding could be heard. Huang Xiaotian's troubling rain had suddenly appeared. However, Wu Qi had been aware and used his dagger to block the attack. The two melee classes engaged in battle. Swaksar's hexagram prison immediately began to move. It wasn't fast, but it cut off Cruel Silence's path of retreat. Huang Xiaotian knew what to do intuitively. Troubling Rain drew his sword and used Formless Phantom Blade. Assassins didn't have the ability to directly face a skill like this. Wu Qi hastily had Cruel Silence retreat, but only then did he discover that he had nowhere to run. In front of him was a Formless Phantom Blade and behind him was a hexagram prison. One of the lights from the hexagram prison touched Cruel Silence. The prison instantly formed around him. Before the duration of the effect had ended, he would have no way of escaping. Troubling Rain's attack was already storming towards him. Blood flew everywhere from Cruel Silence's body. It hadn't been easy to catch an opponent. Just one attack would be a waste. Team Blue Rain's characters began to focus their fire on him. Team Samsara could hastily try to rescue him and Cruel Silence might not die, but this situation was similar to Song Xiao's previous situation. Team Blue Rain would use this opportunity to make up for the gap that had previously been created. But who would have thought that Team Samsara didn't have any intentions on saving him? Wu Qi and his Cruel Silence had unexpectedly been completely abandoned. Samsara's players immediately focused their attacks on Swaksar instead. Team Blue Rain suddenly realized this might happen and wanted to make adjustments, but Team Samsara didn't give them a chance. The first one to arrive was chaotic cloudy mountains. Ignoring everything else, he grabbed Swaksar and tossed him into the air. Then, bullets flew toward Swaksar. Juzakai was planning on using a delivery gun to send Swaksar away. Delivery gun wasn't something that couldn't be broken free from, but it required Yu Wenju to best Juzakai in hand speed. It was something very unlikely to happen. None of Team Blue Rain's players had any hope for their captain. They hastily searched for Cloudpiss's position and headed over to stop him. But how could Team Samsara just let them do what they wanted? They hurried over to protect him. Swaksar continued to tumble in the air. Cruel Silence being trapped by the hexagram prison had been Team Samsara's trade. However, the trade for Wuchi's Cruel Silence in exchange for Yu Wenshu's Swaksar was too worth it. After another series of back and forths, Cruel Silence made a heroic sacrifice and Swaksar was finally killed by Cloudpissa. Chapter 656. At all costs. Swaksar being the first to fall in the finals was an unexpected outcome. Yu Wenju was both Team Blue Rain's greatest strength and greatest weakness. Everyone knew this. Team Blue Rain was no exception. Thus, Team Blue Rain never neglected their protection towards Swaksar. Yet in the finals, Swaksar was actually the first to fall. Even though Team Samsara had sacrificed one of their team members, it was an extremely good trade for them. The fans of Team Blue Rain were very worried over this death. On the field, Team Blue Rain was clearly in a bit of a fluster. The reserve players on both teams were automatically switched in. Even though it was still a 5 versus 5 situation, Team Samsara seized the opportunity to launch a wave of attacks. But Team Blue Rain was still the #1 team during the regular season and a team that had reached the finals. Even though Yu Wenshu's early departure heavily affected them, his loss wouldn't cause them to completely collapse. Team Blue Rain's 5 players stood firm, and another closely fought contest between them and Team Samsara unfolded. Although Yu Wenju was no longer on the field and unable to lead the team or set up formations, his tactics and knowledge imperceptibly seeped into the team after playing for so long together. Despite him not being there, Team Blue Rain was still a team that coordinated well with each other. This was what a pro team should be like. Countless fans continued to watch in worry. The health of the characters on both sides continued to fall. Even with healers, they couldn't keep their teammates at full health. This was PvP, not PvE. The battle was constantly changing. Healing had to closely follow the pace of the battle. Every skill and drop of mana had to be utilized efficiently. In this kind of high-level fight, no one had any opportunities to be wasteful. A single overheal could be a deciding factor in a match. There were sometimes brilliant plays and sometimes mistakes in the shot calling by both teams. As the fight went back and forth, everyone's health and mana fell. The match was nearing the endgame, which required perfect play. Both sides were fully focused. Apart from Huang Xiaoqian chattering away in the all chat, the tensions were at their peak. Had Huang Xiaoqian's trash-talking affected this match? Although the other players in Team Samsara weren't as quiet as Juzakai, they still took after their ace player. Thus, their team was generally quiet and rarely talked in all chat. When facing Huang Xiaoqian's completely illogical and brainless trash talk, Team Samsara wouldn't bother inviting trouble onto themselves. But Huang Xiaoqian would still be constantly chattering in all chat even though no one ever replied back. No one knew what Team Samsara's players were feeling right now. From the way the match was going, it didn't seem like they made too many mistakes. Or perhaps these mistakes were a result of his trash talking. If Huang Xiaoqian wasn't talking trash non-stop, would their play have been more perfect? The effects of trash talking was difficult to test. Headwind, double stab, rising dragon, falling phoenix, sword strike rends the sky. Huang Xiaoqian didn't lose his distinctive characteristic as an opportunist. He suddenly found an opening amidst the wave of attacks. Before anyone else could interrupt him, he chained a series of attacks onto Team Samsara's Blade Master, Du Ming. Against his own class, Huang Xiaoqian seemed to be even more merciless. After completing this combo, he finished it with an Immortal Guides the Way. By the time Du Ming's Blade Master flew backwards, he had already died. Before Huang Xiaoqian could feel happy about his kill, he quickly turned around. Bang 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 bang. To Huang Xiaoqian, the majority of a sharpshooter's attacks could be described with a single word. Bang! Repeated gun sounds along with punching and kicking could be heard. The same time Huang Xiaoqian killed an opponent, Juzakai also killed one. F***CK. 1v1 me. Huang Xiaoqian shouted in all chat. Troubling Rain rushed towards Cloud Pisser with a triple slash. But Juzakai wasn't done yet. He continued to shoot. If no one stopped him, he would kill off a second player soon. With Troubling Rain closing in, Juzakai didn't dare ignore him. He temporarily switched targets. He retreated while pointing his gun at Troubling Rain, running while attacking. F***CK, stand still. Stop running. Huang Xiaoqian shouted. It looked as if Juzakai was a coward, but anyone who played Glory knew that even though sharpshooters had close combat skills, it was better to keep a distance away and take advantage of their long-ranged skills. If you didn't have the ability to close in on your opponent, you would be kited to death. Juzakai's actions were very normal. Huang Xiaoqian's taunting was being deliberately provocative, but then again, talking back to Huang Xiaoqian was just inviting trouble without reason anyways. The ace players on both teams clashed. Everyone hoped for more sparks to fly. But despite Huang Xiaoqian constantly cursing at Juzakai, Troubling Rain didn't complete his triple slash and turned around. His target wasn't Cloud Pisser. Huang Xiaoqian had switched targets, but his trash talking was still towards Juzakai. It was very obvious too. Most people would have been confused and disoriented by the switch up. They might even think Huang Xiaoqian had messed up and gotten the wrong person. But pro players wouldn't be so easily affected. When Troubling Rain closed in on Fang Minghua didn't panic. He had Laughing Song retreat calmly to the protection of his other teammates. Team Blue Rain seemed to have all gotten the same order. All of them pounced in one direction. It seemed like they were determined to kill Laughing Song once and for all. Juzakai? The person to stand out again was Juzakai. The wide coverage that long-ranged classes possessed was fully utilized by Juzakai. Cloud Pisser shot with his two guns to delay the movements of the other three Team Blue Rain players. In the end, it turned into a situation where Team Samsara had Troubling Rain surrounded. Both teams had a 1v3 situation on side and a 3v1 situation on the other side. But for Team Blue Rain, their 3v1 put them on a disadvantage. Even if they switched targets to Cloud Pisser, he was still far away. By the time the three of them arrived, Troubling Rain might already be dead by then. Huang Xiaoqian was without a doubt a top god, but fighting 1v3 was a stretch. It was the endgame too. None of them had much health left. Even running away in a 1v3 situation might be difficult for him. F***CK 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 F***CK. When he typed out a bunch of curse words, a yellow light on his computer lit up, giving Huang Xiaoqian a warning. Huang Xiaoqian's F***CK wasn't an appropriate words to use. If he just used it once or twice, everyone would turn a blind eye to it, but they had to give a warning for a bunch of them in a row. Sword 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 sword. Huang Xiaoqian immediately switched words. He didn't dare go against the rules and continue swearing. If he got enough warnings, he would be kicked out from the match. As for whether his sword meant look at my sword or dirty 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 dirty, TLN, the word for dirty and sword sound the same in Chinese, no one knew. After all, using the word sword alone wasn't commonly done. Huang Xiaoqian made his decision. His hand speed erupted. Troubling Rain didn't try and retreat. He swung his sword to fight the three enemies. The match was at the end game. Without much health left, retreating would be worse, so Huang Xiaoqian was planning on doing his utmost to deal as much damage as possible before he died. Blood splattered everywhere. Some of the blood flew out from the other three characters, but there were some that flew out from him. Huang Xiaoqian tried to make a trade. Not a 1-for-1, but a 1-for-3. He didn't think he could kill the three enemy players or even kill him along with himself. Instead, he wanted to lower their health enough for the others to be able to finish them off. The rest is up to you guys. Huang Xiaoqian's final words weren't trash talk. Troubling Rain fell, but his three opponents had lost a lot of health in exchange. It was very possible that Team Blue Rain would be able to abandon all else and directly wipe them out in one go. Afterwards, it would turn into a 3v1. The match would end soon. Team Samsara didn't cower. The three players faced the attacks of the remaining Team Blue Rain players. In the end, Team Samsara's three players fell, but they were able to bring down Team Blue Rain's Paladin with them. Without giving them any pause, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser arrived. It was a 2v1, but the remaining Team Samsara player was Juzukai. Apart from healing, there was nothing Juzukai couldn't do. Everyone knew the match would conclude soon. Even though Juzukai was skilled, he would still be going up against two enemies. Cloud Pisser may be in a better condition than his two opponent characters, but he still didn't have much health or mana left at this point. Bang! A single bang resounded throughout the field. Brilliant Edge fell. After Cloud Pisser stood up, he only had a sliver of health remaining, but he still seemed as calm as ever. When the camera pointed at Juzukai, his calmness couldn't be seen. From the camera, only his nervousness could be seen. Even so, the thrill after winning couldn't be hidden. The audience exploded with cheers. This was Team Samsara's home stadium. Their victory was a victory in the finals. In the first round, Team Samsara won over Team Blue Rain, 7.5-2. Chapter 657. The People's War. Who? When the match ended, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, even Team Blue Rain's fans. This match had been as brilliant as it had been intense. From the first clash between the two teams, the fighting never stopped until there was only one player remaining. This sort of match weren't commonly seen. The fierceness of this season's finals made the entire crowd feel like it was worth their money to watch it live. 7.5-2. Team Samsara's lead seemed quite large. However, players familiar with the glory scene knew that these points didn't have the same amount of weight as a sport like football. One side leading by 5 points after a single round wasn't a deal-breaker in glory. After all, following the competitive scoring rules, the team competition was worth 4 points. Along with a few points obtained in the individual competition and group arena, this difference in points was actually quite common. The finals would be decided by the total points obtained in the home and away matches, so this difference didn't mean the competition was over. The post-match interviews after the first round of finals were like fire. Team Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenju was as calm as ever. He praised his opponents as well as the performance of his players. He expressed his regret for being the first one to die in the team competition, because of a few reasons that everyone knows about. I'm often the enemy team's priority. Maybe I should have considered being the team's reserve player and substituting in occasionally to prevent our opponents from finding any opportunities to focus me. Whether his words were true or not, Yu Wenchu's relaxed attitude could still be seen. He was an experienced player who had passed through many storms. A 2 to 7.5 point disparity didn't make him feel too much pressure. As for Huang Xiaoqian's interview, he once again tested the writing speed of the reporters and their recording device's battery life. They would need to search through a lengthy speech later to dig up valuable information. It would put their skill as a reporter to the test. But the most important interview was the one that gave them the greatest headache. Juzukai was without a doubt the MVP of today's match. Even though Team Samsara's Lu Buiyuan had been the first to open up the match in the team competition, Juzukai was still the deciding player in the end. After a bunch of the reporters finally obtained a few relatively long responses. One of the questions that they obviously needed to ask was how he felt towards their victory, to which Juzukai replied very happy. Another lengthier response was Juzukai's comment towards Huang Xiaoqian's performance, which he expressed was very outstanding. Someone asked Juzakai for more details and his feelings towards Huang Shaoqian's trash talking. Juzakai fell silent for quite a while before responding, "No time to read." That was about all they managed to unearth from Juzakai. They would be able to get more information out of the other members of Team Samsara, but most of their answers were just decorous remarks, praising their opponents or their team. When the reporters asked about Team Samsara's skill points, the players would simply smile, but wouldn't say anything. After the post-match interviews ended, the stream showed a few highlights from the match. Then, the commentator and guest conducted a detailed analysis of the match. Yishio obviously didn't need to listen to the content of this analysis. The analysis of the commentator and guest couldn't compare to their own analysis. TSK, Wei Chen clicked his tongue. He didn't say anything. His hands and head seemed to be focused on the game, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. His character was just running around in circles, not doing anything. His mind still lingered on the match. Yishio also went back to the game. He soon received a message from Lulan / a boss spawned. No way. How could it be such a coincidence? A boss spawned right when the match ended. Yishio replied. Lulan / sent him an ashamed emoji. The match was too intense. I forgot to pay attention to the game. It was info we received from a while ago. The boss is still there. Yishio asked. Still there. I just checked. Lulan / replied. Then let's hurry. Yishio immediately called Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. Those two were still watching the highlights from the match. When they heard his call, they went back to the game. Which boss? Yishio asked Lulan / for more details. Darkness Palace's Night Streak, Lulan / replied. Ah, that guy. Yishio was excited. Night Streak was a level 70 wild boss. It was Darkness Palace's secret protector, an expert in subterfuge and assassination. Among the player classes, he would be categorized as an assassin. I'm on my way. What's the situation over there? Yishio asked. Currently, none of the guilds have made any movements. However, a few players have grouped up to kill the wild boss, but they're hovering between life and death. Let's hurry. Lulan / was quite excited. His guild probably hadn't gotten a level 70 boss yet. The other guilds might be on their way too. Have your people be on the lookout? Yishio said. Should we start acting now? Lulan / asked. Having many bully the few won't be an issue. Yishio replied. Lulan / immediately arranged his troops. Yishio asked Wei Chen, Night Streak has spawned. Did you guys get the information? My side? No. Wei Chen checked his messages. He looked at the guild chat. It was filled with the guild celebrating their victory. Tonight was, without a doubt, a holiday for Samsara's fans. It wasn't just their own guild chat. Samsara had included the global chat with them. They acted like Samsara had already won the championships. The fans of the other teams couldn't keep watching. Especially Tyrannies, Tiny Herbs, and Blue Rains. These teams had already won the championships before. Their fans were looking down on Samsara's, regarding them as country bumpkins. Samsara's fans weren't looking at the big picture. They had only finished playing the first round of the finals. How could that be considered worth celebrating for? Excellent Era's fans also wanted to say a few words, but Excellent Era's performance in the regular season was too embarrassing. The smarter ones shut their mouths and endured it. A few jumped out and argued about Excellent Era, which attracted a lot of attention. They were immediately met with ridicule. All sorts of insults were thrown in the global chat. In this virtual world, it was always easy to make sparks fly. It couldn't be stopped either. Being able to say whatever you wanted was one of the charms of an online game. Wei Chen finally received a message. He checked it. It was unexpectedly a call for him to PK. The dispute between the fans of different teams had gone up a level. The friction had been continuously rising. That night, the arrogance of Samsara's fans had reached the peak. The guilds couldn't stop it from happening. This was the people's war. At this moment, as symbols of their team in the game, the club guilds could only stand on their fans' side. Any burden or losses from this large-scale PK was something that they couldn't ignore. The will of the people was everything. The fires of war continued to reach new heights. Even Wei Chen, the group leader of Samsara's second elite group, had been called to battle. The elite groups were the peak powers in the club guild. They would only set out for important battles. "I'm going," Wei Chen was solemn as he replied to the call. From the rapid scrolling in the global chat, he could already predict how bitter this war would be. No matter how strong his character was, he would certainly drown within that ocean of people. The fires of war spread from the fans of the teams, who stood at the top in the game. A guild like Heavenly Justice could only watch as a spectator. Yishio quickly helped Lulan / recognize how good of an opportunity this was. Lulan / continued to dispatch troops over. Everywhere they walked was a battlefield. This was a war among the people. At the same time, it was a paradise for scrap pickers. The fans of these powerful teams were relatively high-end players. When they fought, good equipment would drop everywhere. Even non-professional scrap pickers would join in for this opportunity. However, how could the pickers just let scrap pickers take their equipment? The scrap pickers also got dragged into the war. An element of equipment soon added into the war between the fans. Yishio didn't care about any of this. He picked the shortest route to Darkness Palace. Lord Grimm's colorful equipment made others want to vomit at the sight of it. No one was crazy enough to want to fight him. His myriad manifestations umbrella was a silver weapon, so many people would covet it, but Yishio wasn't so stupid as to show it off to everyone. He obviously hid it in his bag. As a result, from the outside, it looked like Lord Grimm didn't have a weapon equipped. His character was also equipped with a set of garbage equipment. It didn't matter if others had heard of the famous Lord Grimm. No one caused him trouble. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun's situation was similar. They weren't members of any of the top guilds. Their equipment was below average. They were practically invisible in the current environment. The three quickly met with each other midway and headed over together. Halfway through, Lulan / received a message. A guild had started making movements in Darkness Palace. "Which guild is it?" Yishio asked. "Conquering Clouds," Lulan / said. "Conquering Clouds," Yishio repeated. Even though Conquering Clouds was also a club guild, in terms of the fight for wild bosses, they were a relatively low presence. In the Alliance, Team Conquering Clouds had performed quite well in the first half of the season. They had reached 8th place, but after Sun Strong transferred to Excellent Era, Team Conquering Clouds quickly dropped and ended up in 15th place. It was hard to even consider them as middle-tier team in the pro scene. Their guild was certainly more powerful than your average player guild, but they were far from being at Blue Brook Guild's or Herb Gardens level. However, arranging a few elite groups to kill a wild boss wasn't a problem for them. For a lot of player guilds, even if you threw an uncontested wild boss to them, they still wouldn't be able to take it down. Thinking about this point, Yishio was a bit worried for Heavenly Justice. Heavenly Justice had started as a player guild. He also didn't know how good Lulan / elite groups were. What if they controlled the field, but Heavenly Justice still wasn't able to take down the boss? When Yishio asked, Lulan / cried, "God, don't look down on us." Okay. That's good. I'll be there soon. Give me a group to lead. I'll take care of Conquering Cloud. You take the boss," Yishio said. Chapter 658. The Battle at Darkness Palace. Darkness Palace was a place that was filled with countless legends according to the game's lore. The magnanimity of the palace made the characters look tiny. When you looked up at the ceiling, it looked as distant as the sky. But to these experienced players, none of this amazed them anymore. Only Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had never been here before. After entering the palace, they looked around everywhere, enjoying the fresh scenery. Yishio and Lulan had contacted each other previously. When they arrived at the palace, they saw Lulan and his group waiting. Lulan immediately invited them to join his team and then directly gave him the position of group leader. When he saw the equipment worn by the three of them, Lulan felt pity. God! I'm feeling sick looking at the equipment on you guys. Lulan said. Then give us some equipment. I don't mind. Yishio replied. I didn't bring any with me. I'll give it to you when we're done. Lulan said. Ha ha, then we probably won't need it. Yishio laughed. HM? What do you mean? Lulan didn't understand. Yishio didn't explain and switched topics. Where are Conquering Cloud's people? They're currently inspecting their troops and making arrangements inside. They already saw, so they're probably on their guard. Lulan said. You haven't seen any other guilds? Yishio asked. No. Throw some people along the sides of the road to keep a lookout for them. If they discover anything, we'll be able to prepare a plan in advance. Yishio said. Relax. I've already arranged for it. Lulan wasn't so green, he needed Yishio to teach him something as simple as this. Let's go in. Yishio nodded his head and their group set off. Their group was in high spirits because everyone knew Lord Grimm's name. Even though they couldn't personally confirm it, most players firmly believed Lord Grimm was Yishio. It didn't matter whether you were a fan of Yishio or not. The weight that the name Yishio held was obvious. Being able to play with a god in the game would always be an amazing experience. Is he God Yishio? Is he God Yishio? Quite a few people were asking around in the group chat. Even though Lord Grimm had the Heavenly Justice tag next to his name, he rarely interacted with the other guild members. That's me, that's me. Everyone, listen to my directions. Yishio typed. Oh. All sorts of emojis were typed into chat, making Lulan feel jealous and envious. This sort of respect wasn't something he could get by throwing money. God, I'll be heading over there. Lulan called out. He was planning on leading another group. Go ahead. Yishio replied. Lulan left the group and was preparing to join the other group, but his character couldn't teleport over. He walked with Lord Grimm and the others, guiding them. It wasn't very bright in Darkness Palace. After passing through a few rooms, they finally reached a spacious hall. Several hundred players were already inside, but it didn't feel crowded. Apart from several stone steles and dusky rays of light, it didn't feel like they were indoors. Those are Conquering Cloud's people. Lulan pointed out to Yishio. I see them. Yishio replied. He examined his opponent's members and then said in the group chat, Come. I'm going to do some rearranging. Each group had 10 teams. Yishio rearranged it by class. Each team composition had a clear style. The teams were sorted into distinct melee, long-ranged, healers, AoE, control, trap teams to make it easier to lead. Our people are over there. When should we start? Lulan asked Yishio. He wasn't in Yishio's group anymore, so he didn't know that he was rearranging his troops. Whenever you want. Yishio said while rearranging everyone. Ah. They've started. Lulan suddenly shouted. Yishio turned around. Sure enough, Conquering Cloud had started attacking. All sorts of skills suddenly burst out. Have some people go up. Yishio said. Attack people or attack the boss? Lulan asked. It doesn't matter. Right, where's the boss? Yishio asked. He hadn't seen the boss. Night Streak had the same model as the characters. The boss wasn't some giant monster, so he wasn't easy to find with so many people here. Lulan who was about to go to battle, stumbled. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Lord Grimm. A normal person asking this question would be normal, but God should know everything. They had arrived at the scene, but he couldn't find the boss. It made Lulan panic a little. Before he could answer, he heard Yishio say, "Whatever. That's your problem." Lulan absent-mindedly ran to one side and met up with his group. Conquering Cloud's people fought the boss, while keeping their guard against Heavenly Justice. It was obvious what Heavenly Justice's intentions were. For Conquering Cloud, having the opportunity to snatch a level 70 boss wasn't easy. They didn't want to lose this chance. "Go up!" Lulan roared. "Attack the people or the boss?" The group members asked. "It doesn't matter." Lulan thought about Yishio's previous words and gave an answer. In the end, he swept over the battlefield and then paused. "Right, where's the boss?" Lulan understood now. The battle was such a mess that the boss Knight Street couldn't seen. Lulan also couldn't find the boss, but his group had people paying attention and pointed it out to him. When he saw the boss, Lulan considered how he should go about attacking. At this moment, Yishio sent him another message. "They have quite a lot of people. I might need some more support." "Okay." Lulan replied. He recalculated how he should arrange everything when he suddenly heard shouts from nearby. Yishio had led his group forward. Their target was obvious. They didn't hesitate. Then again, Yishio didn't even know where the boss was located. He just directed his team to start attacking enemy players. Team 1 and 2 to the left. Team 3 and 4 to the right. Team 5 in the middle. Team 6 and 7 stand for units from the back and attack. Team 8 see them. Team 9 get ready to throw ice. Team 10, get ready to heal. This division of work had been arranged beforehand. Without anyone disturbing them, their execution went flawlessly. With just one wave of attacks, a huge hole appeared in Conquering Cloud's troops. They clearly couldn't hang on. They hadn't thought Heavenly Justice would be so aggressive and directly charge at them. It didn't even seem like they knew where the boss was. "Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Stay in order. Stay in order." Conquering Cloud didn't have any plans on attacking back. They were shouting orders according to the first thing that they thought of. Team 9. Ice? Yishio ordered. Team 9 was comprised of Spellblades and Ghost Blades. They had been ready to attack at any moment. When they heard the order, they immediately cast their spells. The Spellblade's Ice Wave formation and the Ghost Blade's Ice Boundary were different, but they both had a chance to inflict freezing. A huge section of Conquering Cloud's troops had been frozen into blocks of ice. AoE team, don't stop attacking. Team 3 charge. Make sure to interrupt their high-leveled skills. In a large-scale battle, Yishio had no way of displaying his individual prowess. He could only lead the group. Even though he hadn't formed any tacit understanding with this group, with Yishio's identity, no one would question his orders. They didn't ask why and just carried it out. Each of the teams had their use in the battle. There would sometimes be AoE attacks or crowd control or focused attacks. The battle went smoothly. If they were doing well, Conquering Cloud was naturally having a bad time. Their troops were in a complete mess, yet their leader was still telling everyone to hold their ground. In comparison to Yishio's quick and precise leading, Conquering Cloud's troops were like scattered sand. Without any strategy or tactics, they suffered heavy losses with very little advantages to show for it. This was Conquering Cloud's current state. If Conquering Clouds continued on in this way, they would be forced out. It wasn't that the leader was stupid, but rather he didn't know what to do in this situation. The enemy attacks blotted out the sky and covered the ground. It made him feel like if he did this, it wouldn't be right, but if he did that, it wouldn't be right either. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. As he shouted these words, the leader was actively surveying the situation and thinking of a solution. However, his thinking couldn't keep up with the constantly changing situation. As soon as he thought up of something, the battle suddenly shifted. It was as if a spy had ruined his plans. How could he dare to send out any orders? Once Yishio's team spread chaos throughout Conquering Clouds, with the rear on fire, how could the ones on the front lines attacking the boss be calm? Quite a few of them went to help in the PvP in panic when Lulan/'s group suddenly charged forward. Conquering Clouds immediately resisted, thinking Lulan/'s group was planning on attacking them like Yishio's group, so they decided to strike first. Even though the boss was their target, Lulan/' obviously couldn't ignore this attack. His leading couldn't compare to Yishio's, but his group had a team of elites too. Lulan/, Ocean Ahead, Little Bay, Night Tide, Thousand Falling Leaves. These 5 were planning on entering the Pro Alliance next season. Whether it was their character or their skill, they far surpassed normal players. It could be said that unless a pro team was here, for a 5-player team, Lulan/'s team were unrivaled in the game. This point could directly be seen in this battle. These 5 were unstoppable. They had tacit understanding with one another and their coordination linked together naturally. They already had an aura of pros. With such a team, Conquering Clouds' troops were suppressed. Heavenly Justice's other players weren't just cheerleaders either. Both sides of Conquering Clouds had to retreat in defeat. They couldn't control the boss night streak either. Attacked on all 3 sides, their troops fell layer after layer. Attack the boss! Lulan/' was still clear-headed. He hadn't forgotten his goal. As he killed players, he directed several of his troops to begin attacking the boss. Conquering Clouds' defeat had already been determined, but who knows if another guild might show up. Just as he was thinking about this, he received a message: players from Seaside are heading over. Chapter 659. Who is robbing whom? I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Yishio sighed after reading Lulan/'s message. Compared to Conquering Clouds, both the guild and Team Seaside were troublesome opponents. Their team's Zhao Yang was an all-star level pro who used the Chi Master, Boundless Sea, a powerful character even amongst the pro players. Although they were strong, there was still a limit to just how powerful they were. The truly powerful clubs were too occupied with the drama happening during the playoffs. The only ones who still had time to fight for field bosses were the small fries who still hung around on both sides. Where are they now? Yishio asked Lulan/. They're on the way. There are 2 groups. Lulan/. answered. Guild Seaside didn't have much success with wild bosses in the past, so they had learned to be more vigilant. Every time they found a new opportunity, they would gather their troops together before they embarked on the conquest. Because of this, they were a lot slower than Heavenly Justice and Conquering Clouds. 2 groups are fine. Let's hurry up and finish it up here. You guys continue dealing with the boss. I will lead another group to deal with Seaside. Yishio decided. Lulan/. wasn't dealing with the boss at the moment. He and his 5-people team were enjoying their massacre against Conquering Clouds along with the assistance of Yishio's group. Lulan/. had only sent a portion of his people to deal with the boss night streak. Seeing that that portion was enough, everyone else continued to enjoy the slaughtering. With sharp strategies on one side and overwhelming combat prowess on the other, Heavenly Justice beat Conquering Clouds swiftly. Although Heavenly Justice didn't win without any casualties, all of the losses they sustained were rather negligible. The brilliant strategies minimized the damage they had taken. Conquering Clouds quickly realized that their defeat was set in stone and struggling longer would only lead to more losses. The guild leader ordered the retreat with a long sigh. Under normal circumstances, Heavenly Justice would have just let them go, but considering that Seaside was arriving soon, they chased after Conquering Clouds, trying to kill off as many players as possible. Heavenly Justice wanted to eliminate the possibility that Conquering Clouds would come back to take an advantage of both sides once Heavenly Justice clashed with Seaside. Conquering Clouds had the worst luck today as they were slaughtered all the way out of the Darkness Palace. Even the guild leader died in the chaos. Without a leader, Conquering Clouds fell apart immediately. Yishio stopped the bloodshed right away, and started reorganizing the troops because Seaside's troops were now within sight. Heavenly Justice had grasped total victory against Conquering Clouds, so everyone's morale was through the roof right now. Lulan/. spent no time on the boss. Instead, he followed Yishio's group all the way to the entrance. Using this small break, he delivered a rallying speech to his own guild, outlining the glorious victory they would have over Seaside. Stop listening to his bragging. Hurry up and get into positions. Yishio yelled out, and the crowd scattered instantaneously. What are we doing? Lulan was confused. Ambush. Yishio replied. Ambush. Do you actually want to go head-to-head with them? Don't you know how to use your information properly? Yishio questioned. But didn't they already see us? Lulan was even more puzzled. Then they chose to not enter. There's only one entrance to the palace anyways. Yishio refuted. He had already regrouped all the players and sent everyone in hiding. He never planned on having a direct confrontation with Seaside, so instead, he had the ambush in mind from the start. Oh. I get it. I should get my guys to hide too. Lulan turned around to deliver the new command to his group. Tell me, Yishio's Lord Grim stepped in front of Lulan if you come over here, then once the boss dies over there, who will pick up the loot? Lulan jumped up in shock. The right to pick the boss loot wasn't free for all. It's usually determined within the group, so only the guild leader or the person designated as the guild leader had this right. Lulan hadn't given this authority to anyone, so by default, he had to be the one to pick up the loot. However, he was so far away from the boss that the system had switched the right to pick loot to free for all, which definitely didn't work for Lulan. After realizing this, Lulan ran back like a shooting rocket. On the other hand, Ocean Ahead and the others stayed behind to join the upcoming battle. But then again, just now was pretty exciting, but this time seemed a little shameless. Although something felt wrong, everyone hid themselves well. As they approached, Seaside noticed that there was a crowd at the entrance, but the mob quickly dispersed. Knowing that there was a wild boss, Seaside assumed that the scene they witnessed was probably the result of the clash between two guilds. What a wonderful opportunity for us. No matter who the winner of that conflict was, both sides must have suffered severe losses. If this isn't the most perfect time to attack, what is? Guild Seaside moved swiftly and was soon upon the entrance at the middle of mountain. Nonetheless, they maintained a cautious position and did not break their formation, nor did they attack randomly, preparing against a potential assault. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated the results of the conflict between Conquering Clouds and Heavenly Justice. They never imagined that Heavenly Justice had decimated Conquering Clouds by such a large margin. There were some minor casualties, but the moral of Heavenly Justice was incredibly high after that one-sided victory. While Guild Seaside was still thinking about how to torture a group of wounded after a battle, they stepped into the gateway of Dark Palace. A flood of skills exploded out without any warning. Ambush! The guild leader of Seaside screamed, but he was not too worried. This was, in the end, a game. All that an ambush could usually accomplish was to provide some initial advantages, since instant kill between same-level players was not a possibility. Unlike a real battlefield, where a successful ambush could take out a field of enemies. In a game, all it could do was lowering the enemy's HP somewhat, unless you focused firepower on a single target. Believing his opponents were just a group of wounded players, the leader of Seaside's troops did not panic at all. He told his troops to not panic, and then started observing the situation calmly. Within moments, this guild leader found himself in a total confusion. Wasn't this a fence? A little too violent? The guild leader of Seaside noticed this while watching his own HP gauge slipping at a visible speed. The attacks were simply too fierce to be coming from the pitiful victims that he was imagining. On top of that, there were attacks coming from all directions, so he had no idea which way he should be retreating to. First team. Fourth team. Sixth team. Yishio, on the other hand, was giving out a constant flow of commands and directing this surprise attack with patience. He had no intention of turning this into a frontal battle after gaining even the tiniest advantage at the beginning. However, Ocean Ahead and his friends had a different idea. After being contemptible for a while, they decided to charge in and soon wrestled among Seaside's players. This gave the ambushed Seaside a sense of direction and focused their attacks on them. In terms of numbers, Guild Seaside had the upper hand. Still, Heavenly Justice had just won a perfect victory. Their high moral boosted their performance level way above the usual. Coupled with Ishio's ingenious strategies and the fact that only Lulan/ was missing from the elite force, Heavenly Justice dominated the battlefield with ease. Guild Seaside's confidence quickly deteriorated. Aren't our people dying a bit too quickly? Advantage? Where is our advantage? Seaside's guild leader finally began to panic. The current situation was not what he had expected in the slightest. He had dreamt of an easy victory. He had prepared to accept the struggle if the opponent was not that much weaker, but he couldn't understand why the balance of winning was tilting in favor of the other side as it continued to progress. Third team, 4 o'clock direction, charge. Ninth team, 8 o'clock, traps. Sixth team, AoE attack, provide cover for the charging team. First team, ignore them. Come back and regroup with the second. The attacking teams were also being put on track as well under Ishio's command. They maintained the violent attacks without sacrificing organization. Seaside's ease and calmness had already been crushed. The guild leader was starting to give out directions like stand your ground. If the people from Conquering Clouds were here, they would definitely feel a sense of déjà vu. If someone could give them another chance to start over, they would retreat right at that moment without any hesitation. Unfortunately for Seaside, since they had no idea what had happened before they had arrived, they still believed that there was still a chance for them to turn it around. The guild leader was still looking for an opening to turn the tide. As he looked around, he noticed that his people were disappearing at a frightening pace. Soon it seemed like the entire screen was filled with Heavenly Justice's people, waving their blades around to reap the life of another one of his comrade. All the characters with Guild Seaside's tag above their head were either struggling or on the ground. It was only then did Seaside's guild leader realize that he had lost this fight completely. He had lost this boss fight without even seeing the boss once. No matter how unsatisfied they were, they could not revive dead characters with their emotions, so Seaside had no choice but to retreat, which is the best thing they could do right now. Seaside had a smooth retreat. Lulan/ did not receive any more additional news of any newcomers, so they did not treat Seaside the way that they treated Conquering Clouds. Upon seeing them retreating, Ishio let them off by easing the attacks before sending Lulan/ a message. Lulan/ did not have the spare time to reply. When the players rushed back to where the boss was, the announcement that Heavenly Justice had killed Night Streak showed up in the World Channel. Cheers erupted from the troops. All of that killing was for this moment. Noticing that everything went without problems, Ishio finally let his heart drop back down and started hoping for the right loot. When the new message from Lulan/ arrived, Ishio was fully expecting a report of the loot, but the message had only one word, F*******. What? Ishio was confused. This was a level 70 field boss drop, so no matter how unsatisfactory it was, one could always use it to trade for something he or she needed. I got killed by someone. Lulan/ messaged again. What? Deception. Wasn't he your friend? Lulan/ asked. That guy, Ishio paused in surprise. He could guess most of the things that happened without asking and cried out hurriedly, Steam Bun. Hurry up and guard the door. Humph. Steam Bun looked up. After a second of confusion, he took off his headphones and walked towards the entrance of the room. All three people in the room stared at him for a second, then Ishio snapped exasperatedly, I'm asking you to guard the door in the game. While Tang Ru was laughing hysterically, Wei Chen was full of seriousness. This was a grave mistake on our part. Chapter 660. Be wary of leaving combat. When Steamed Bun finally figured out what was happening and rushed to the entrance of Dark Palace, Tang Ru had moved ahead of him. Ishio's Lord Grim followed Soft Mist to figure out the situation. The cleric present revived Lulan/ right away, so he was present as well. Right now, he was ordering everyone to start a hunt. That guy was pretty strong. Make sure you stay with your party. Don't confront him by yourself. When Yishio heard his command, he hastily spoke up to stop Lulan / Scatter. Scatter around. But that guy was pretty strong. Lulan / stated his point again. Being alone can drag him out, so it's a good thing. If this drags on for too long, then he'll leave combat be able to log out. It'll be too late by then. Yishio explained. Upon hearing this, Lulan / changed his orders immediately while lamenting over the shrewdness of the experienced experts. Isn't he your friend? What's going on? Lulan / was nowhere near as composed as he appeared to be. He rushed forward to pick up the loot the moment the boss died. While he was still counting the rewards excitedly, someone else suddenly labeled him as a boss and killed him when he least expected it. When one got killed in the game, a few items from the inventory would also drop. Therefore, most players wouldn't carry anything important on themselves. Just now, when he picked up the loot, Lulan / had turned himself into a mobile treasure vault. When he died, he lost more items from his inventory than equipment on his body. 3 items from his inventory dropped, while only 1 equipment on his body had dropped. While his equipments were flashy, the items in his inventory were much more rare. After all, they had came from a level 70 wild boss, which was usually hoarded away by the big guilds. The items he lost, especially the materials, couldn't even be bought with money. Their value far surpassed the equipments he had. Right now, he lost all of that to a scrap picker. There were no words to describe the bitterness he felt. We just know each other. Don't worry. He hasn't run too far yet. I'll take full responsibility if I can't get the stuff back. Yishio replied. Lulan / had some doubts. Apart from Deception's reputation, Lulan / had seen Lord Grimm working with him last time. The thought did he act on Lord Grimm's order surfaced the moment he got killed. Still, he quickly realized that this kind of betrayal was meaningless. They had originally agreed to divide the loot by half. This assassination would earn him less than half, so what would be the point? Lulan / didn't think too much about it, but the thought was still there. He simply pushed it to the back of his mind. Yishio's words not only crushed his doubts, it also embraced him a little. No, I didn't mean it that way. I was just wondering. Aren't the two of you friends? Is there some misunderstanding? No. That is just what he does. Yishio answered. Oh, Lulan / was going to follow up with an explanation of how Deception had killed him, but Yishio interrupted, just tell me where he ran off to. That's much more important than how you died. This way. Lord Grimm pointed with Myriad Manifestations' umbrella towards the direction where players were gathering. Yeah, Lulan / agreed. Start attacking with AoE attacks. Yishio called out, while going over, attack with your group. Those who aren't in the same group, don't crowd together. Don't stand around too loosely. Try to cover more area with your attacks. Start attacking. Yishio was too busy giving out commands to chat with Lulan / Lulan / thought about it. There really was no time to chat. Once Deception leaves a combat state and logs off, he can't have everyone here wait until he comes back. It didn't take long to leave combat, only 3 minutes. This was determined by the system. If no skill hit Deception within 3 minutes, he would be considered out of combat. Then, he could simply log off and escape this hunt with ease. Yishio's plan right now wasn't focused on killing or even finding the opponent. All he wanted to do was ensure that Deception couldn't log off. Open your eyes. That guy's a ninja. The ID is Deception. He's a professional scrap picker. His greatest strength is being shameless. Very shameless. When Yishio's voice echoed across the hall, Lulan / as the guild leader, decided to stay silent to let Yishio take full control. The players from Heavenly Justice responded in kind. They were quite enraged by the fact that their guild leader got killed out of the blue. They simply couldn't allow the fruits of their hard work to be stolen so easily. They couldn't accept that they had beaten 2 large guilds with clubs behind them, but lost to a lowly scrap picker. The peace and quiet that had settled down in the Darkness Palace with the end of the boss fight was quickly shattered. Players of all classes took out their AoE skill. No one knew if the skills had hit Deception, but they had aggroed quite a number of monsters. Dark Palace was nonetheless still a leveling area, and all leveling areas had regular monsters. It was just that those regular monsters posed no real threat to the elite teams, so no one really cared much about them. While dealing with the monsters casually, everyone was still looking around, hoping to see Deception. There! A cry rang from somewhere. When most were still looking around to locate the source of it, Lord Grim had already run off. Is he there? Lulan hastily followed, but he wasn't sure about it at all. This only made him realize the gap he had in comparison to Pro even more. Yishio had Lord Grim charging straight over. Purple smoke exploded, engulfing a number of people in a flash. Ninjutsu smoke bomb. Spitfires have a similar thing called smoke bullet. Smoke bombs worked faster than smoke bullets. They filled the entire area in a split second. Using this skill in that moment was obviously for escaping. Yishio immediately gave up trying to find Deception in the smoke cloud. Instead, he started predicting where he would jump out from. As expected, Deception's figure quickly shot out of the smoke cloud. Surely, there were people other than Yishio who noticed this and gave chase right away. Yishio, on the other hand, noticed that Deception's hand moved back as he was escaping and shouted out a warning, "Beware of the nails." Nails was the name given to the skill by the players. The actual skill name would be caltrops. These tiny spikes are thrown onto the ground. Those who stepped on them wouldn't take a lot of damage, but it severely decreased a character's mobility. Deception hid his action well, so most people wouldn't have noticed that he threw out the nails. Unsurprisingly, among the many that gave chase, quite a few slowed down suddenly. Clearly, they had stepped on the nails by accident. With another handful of caltrops, he successfully delayed his pursuers to buy himself some time to jump onto the stone pillar nearby and started climbing upward. The guns roared away. Just because the melee players were stopped didn't mean that the long-range players had to take a back seat. The gunner-class players focused their gunfire on him right away. However, Deception performed superbly. He was clearly well practiced with the climbing skill known to ninjas. In that moment, there was no one to stop him. Yishio knew from his agile movements that he probably hadn't brought out his trash equipments for this scrap picking. This kind of speed could only be achieved with movement speed buffs from relatively good equipments. In a few breaths, Deception was pretty high up. With a backward jump, he stepped onto a beam and started sprinting straight ahead. The beam was rather narrow, so it had no space for horizontal movement. Running up there spared him from dealing with the troubles from melee class players, but it made him the perfect target for long-range class players. Amidst the gun fires, Deception ran straight ahead, swaying left and right to dodge the attacks. These actions demonstrated his incredible mastery over his character's movements. Not bad, Yishio praised. At the same time, Deception had finally entered Lord Grim's effective attacking range. The myriad manifestations umbrella shook an anti-tank missile shot straight at Deception. Boom! The missile landed on the bin squarely and the shock wave spread out. Deception dodged both with an agile leap, successfully avoiding this calculated move of Yishio's. Amidst the regretful sighs of the players around, Deception could feel cold sweat dripping down his back. If he had reacted half a second later, the missile would have hit him. Deception had been ignoring his attackers up until now. That well-planned attack finally tempted him a glance at the crowd. Immediately, a familiar name stood out painfully to him. Why is he here? Deception buried his surprise in his heart and noticed the guild ID before Lord Grim's name. It was same as all the other players, Heavenly Justice. Had he been recruited? While Deception was still contemplating about it, Lord Grim fired again. Deception started to worry. If it was a one-on-one, he was confident that he could dodge the attacks pretty easily. The problem at hand right now was that he was running around in a rain of bullets. If an expert at such a high skill level joined the fray, there was no way his escape would be easy. That jump had indeed been splendid, but that was because he had made a mistake previously and moved one step too slow. How many players could make that sort of prediction? I can't drag this on any longer. Deception made up his mind. Eyeing the stone pillar nearby, he suddenly jumped over. Just when he seemed to have missed it, he threw out a ninjato, which buried itself into the pillar. Then he swung his character over using the rope attached to the small knife. After some swinging in midair, he successfully hid himself behind the pillar. Surround him! Lulan ordered loudly, and the players of Heavenly Justice rushed from every direction. Behind the pillar, Deception used a ninjutsu times disappearing body technique right away and was planning on taking his time to assess the situation when a roll of racing bullets nicked him. Among the flying debris, Lord Grimm's gun pointed straight at him from below the pillar, still hiding. Deception was gloomy. Wasn't that a bit too fast? Chapter 661. Hasty Escape. The disappearing body technique was a skill that enabled ninjas to have Spider-Man-like abilities. However, this skill had a limited activation time. Deception was able to maintain this skill for 20 seconds. He planned on making good use of this time by planning his escape route, but he didn't expect Lord Grimm to find him so quick. This guy was very troublesome. From their previous fight together, he had experienced how bothersome Lord Grimm was. Right when he thought he had gotten a good haul, he just had to bump into him. He had used the disappearing body technique and Darkness Palace itself was dimly lit. The higher you went, the darker it was too. How was this guy able to find me? Deception thought perplexedly. As he pondered over this, he didn't hesitate to move to a higher place. The long-ranged classes could still hit him at this height. However, when he moved from his hiding place, he heard Lord Grimm say, "There. Did you see him? He moved just now." "I see him." Numerous people responded and immediately began attacking him. Deception felt helpless. He dared to make a bet with anyone that Lord Grimm hadn't actually known where he was hiding, but rather guessed that he would be around this area. Did the random firing force me to move and trick me into revealing my location? If I had just stayed still and took the sudden attack, would he have passed by me? Deception's current analysis of the situation was actually incorrect. He had underestimated Yishio. It was true that Yishio wasn't completely sure about his hiding position, but he could still roughly guess it. Deception's hiding position could be determined from his previous position and movement speed. In such a short period of time, when Deception went behind the pillar, he couldn't have moved much farther past it. Yishio was sure about this. The previous blind firing hadn't been completely random. Even if it hadn't hit him, it wouldn't be too far off. Deception was unable to hold off from the heavy attacks from so many players. The disappearing body technique wasn't invincible. Escaping while being targeted by so many players on the stone pillar was no easy feat. Deception attempted to move to another pillar but immediately dismissed the notion when he remembered that there was that troublesome guy below. He slid down the pillar and midway through, he suddenly kicked the stone pillar and jumped, ready to forcefully charge through the crowd. He moved like a bullet, while taking note of Lord Grimm's position. He had to avoid that guy at all costs. However, right when he glanced over to check Lord Grimm's position, Lord Grimm's umbrella locked into him. He realized that of all the players, Lord Grimm's reaction speed was the fastest. The other players were still shooting at the stone pillar. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds could be heard and the two shots had actually hit him, causing Deception to tumble in the air. To be able to hit him, while he was moving at such fast speeds. This guy's aim was too terrifying. Deception, who had been shot down from the air, was about to fall into a group of players. If he were surrounded by these players, there was no way he could escape. In that instant, he used the shadow clone technique and then used his main body to force his way through. He waved his hands and threw a smoke bomb towards the ground, instantly creating a thick purple smoke screen around him. The purple smoke was so dense that no one could see anything despite being right next to each other. It would be considered quite good if they didn't crash into each other. Even though Heavenly Justice's players could blindly attack because they wouldn't be able to hurt each other, these aimless attacks would only deal a tiny bit of damage to Deception if they hit. They had no way of keeping him there. In the blink of an eye, Deception snuck his way out of the smoke and stealthily tossed a few caltrops behind. The two ninja tools were used flawlessly. Deception, who had been in this kind of situation countless times before, knew how to get out of this predicament. Deception had forced his way out of the encirclement. Normally, he would have ran away without looking back. However, today there was a troublesome guy who wouldn't let him off so easily. As a result, he couldn't help but look back. He noticed that while everyone else had lost their sense of direction and moving sluggishly, only Lord Grim quickly dashed out of the smoke and pursued him. As expected, it's not going to be easy shaking him off. Deception turned around and sped up. His equipment could be considered as top quality in the eyes of the Glory community. Ninjas were also a class that emphasized speed. As a result, equipment that increased his movement speed were highly valued. In terms of running, Lord Grim's shabby equipment would definitely lose to Deception's. But how could Yishio only rely on just running? Lord Grim fired his gun while chasing after him. With all of the bullets coming from behind, Deception could only zigzag left and right to prevent Lord Grim from accurately hitting him. But how could he dodge all of Lord Grim's attacks? Not all of the bullets hit, but the accuracy was higher than what Deception had predicted. Deception felt like his zigzagging was pointless, but he also knew that if he didn't move in this way, he would have been turned into a honeycomb. The bullets induced a small stun effect, making it very annoying. Lord Grim purposefully aimed at Deception's legs too, so he moved like a crippled duck. In this situation, even though Deception's speed was still very fast, Lord Grim, who was able to slow down Deception's speed, was able to control him quite well. The exit is right there. Deception could already see the light coming out of the exit to Darkness Palace. With his current speed, he could shake off the other pursuers, but what about Lord Grim? Deception wasn't confident that he could escape. Suddenly, the sounds of gunshots stopped. Surprised, Deception glanced over and realized that the distance between him and Lord Grim had widened enough that he was out of Lord Grim's attack range. Yishio couldn't do much about it. He had tried his best to hold off Deception. If only his equipment was a bit better, he could definitely catch up to Deception. Unfortunately, his shabby equipment didn't increase his movement speed much, while his opponent's equipment increased his movement speed by a lot. And even though his bullets could slow him down, Deception was still able to slowly increase the distance. Currently, a lot of Heavenly Justice members had run past Lord Grim, but they were only running after Deception, without using any skills to impede Deception's progress. Without slowing him down like Yishio did, they would never be able to catch up. Now that Deception have escaped Yishio's range, his movement speed increased even more. Deception felt more confident now, after shrugging off Lord Grim. Deception ignored all of the other pursuers. Steen Bun, Little Tang. Yishio raised his head and called out. HM. Come over. You need to stop Deception. Yishio spoke. No problem. Both of them replied. Darkness Palace's exit was quite wide. Even with two players blocking, the exit couldn't be blocked completely. However, these two players didn't consider themselves as mere blockers. The murderous aura they released clearly stated their intention that they were ready to kill anyone who came near the exit. In the blink of an eye, Deception reached the exit. After escaping from Lord Grim, he paid no heed to the other pursuers. Deception only glanced at the two players at the exit. Without even caring to avoid or evade them, he dashed forward. When Tang Ru saw this person dash forward without any hesitation, she immediately felt admiration for him. Soft Mist moved forward and welcomed him with her spear. As Deception ran closer, he saw their mismatched equipment and regarded them as worthless. The moment he reached Soft Mist, he suddenly jumped, and threw 3 shurikens. Tang Ru didn't know everything about every class, but she had seen the majority of their skills before. In the arena part of the Heavenly Domain Challenge, she had encountered skills from various classes before. Tang Ru is still not knowledgeable about other profession but have seen the majority of the skills. When she faced the Heavenly Domain challenge, she had witnessed quite a number of these skills, even more so when she completed the Heavenly Domain challenges. Shuriken was a low-level ninja skill which Tang Ru had seen many times before. The moment the shurikens were thrown towards her, she had soft mist move sideways and swing her spear. Ding! The sound of the spear colliding with those shurikens echoed throughout the area. This type of attack wouldn't have priority over her spear because projectile attacks were usually weak attacks. Tang Ru moved sideways, causing the shurikens to pass by her without harming her. Against such a weak skill, Tang Ru had used such a domineering method to counter it. Of course, with such a domineering method, she also showed that she wasn't just any ordinary player. Deception didn't expect a character with such a mismatched equipment to be so skilled. Are we of the same profession? At this moment, Deception thought about this question. Although the equipment worn by experts weren't usually bad, experts who came out for scrap picking would usually wear poor equipment. Didn't Deception also use low-grade equipment during scrap picking? After deflecting the shurikens, the spear didn't slow down and continued to arc towards Deception. As for Deception, he lived up to being a ninja. He crouched down in mid-air and dodged the spear. He straightened his legs and stepped on the spear. Using it as leverage, he kicked at Soft Mist. Seeing Deception and Soft Mist fighting, Heavenly Justice was completely petrified by the scene before them. Before their eyes was a pro-level fight. With those mechanics, were these guys really normal players? Deception rapidly descended as if he were planning on tackling Soft Mist, but halfway, he was met with a flying brick, stopping him. Soft Mist's spear swung at him and threw him towards the ground. Deception immediately had his character quick recover when he was suddenly met with a handful of sand. Sand toss! Deception obviously recognized this skill and immediately turned away, so he wouldn't be blinded. The brawler was faster than the sand though. Right when Deception was about to turn his body away, his butt was kicked and he was sent stumbling face down into the floor. Deception hastily stabilized himself, but was immediately knocked over by Tang Ru's circle swing. The Heavenly Justice players felt numb inside. They had so many players, yet they couldn't compare to these two players with trash equipment who could stop Deception from escaping. Seeing Deception being tossed around on the ground by them made them sweat. Chapter 662. The Heart of Shadow Dance. Deception had been careless. Facing two players with such garbage equipment, he hadn't given them a second thought. If not, with his level of skill and superior equipment, even against both Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Circle Swing was categorized as a forced grab and couldn't be quick recovered, but Deception was quite quick. As soon as he crashed into the ground, he immediately followed up with a roll. In the blink of an eye, he was back on his feet as if he really had used a quick recover. Deception no longer underestimated his opponents. He only hated how he had used his ninja tools. A ninja's ninja tools were a part of the skill tree. However, ninja tools differed from ninjutsu, which could be immediately cast after forming the hand seals. On the other hand, ninja tools required the ninja to craft the tools in order to use them. There was a limit to how many ninja tools a ninja could carry. Normally, ninjas would prepare enough before setting out, but he had been using his smoke bombs and caltrops the moment the skills had refreshed from cooldown, so he had run out a while ago. He had been using pre-made ninja tools. How would he have any time to craft any, while running? Seeing how these two fearsome individuals were blocking his path, Deception regretted using up all of his tools. In this sort of situation, they clearly weren't going to give him any time to craft his tools. When he got back onto his feet, Soft Mist's spear immediately stabbed towards him. Deception hastily dodged when he saw something else flying towards him. It wasn't a skill or a tool, but a person. Steamed Bun Invasion had directly pounced on him, pinned him to the ground, and started attacking him in a flurry. Deception wanted to cry. Even though he was a lone wolf, he still had plenty experience with the game. Steamed Bun Invasion had used the brawler skill, Tyrannical Chain Punch, which pinned the target to the ground and followed up with a flurry of punches. A skill was just a skill though. Every person would use it differently. Facing this wild monkey, Deception wanted to go crazy. The skill wasn't being used with any strategy to it. It was just a bunch of random attacks. How could he bear being pinned by such a person? Not longer after Tyrannical Chain Punch ended, without the effects of the skill forcefully pressuring him, Deception immediately dug into the ground. What? Steamed Bun cried out in astonishment. You've never seen it before. Tang Ru said. Soft Mist had already started acting. It wasn't impossible to find someone who was using the underground tunneling technique. There was a small hole used for breathing from the ninjato's sheath. It was very small though, so the terrain easily hid it. However, Deception had used the skill right in front of them. How could they not know where he was? Soft Mist stabbed the ground, but something didn't feel right. The underground tunneling technique wasn't a rigid skill that only allowed the user to go up and down. The user could tunnel around a small area. Deception was a skilled ninja. Since he dared to use the technique in front of them, he obviously had some confidence in using it. When Soft Mist stabbed the ground, Deception popped out of the ground behind her. His ninjato didn't gleam with cold light. It silently stabbed Soft Mist. Deception didn't follow up though. He had already started running. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to continue fighting the two of them. There were more chasing after him. He had to be especially aware of Lord Grim in particular. Deception glanced back when he saw a brick flying towards him. He hastily tilted his head and dodged it. Suddenly, he was struck by Soft Mist's spear. These two reacted too quickly. Deception was astonished. His underground tunneling technique had hit Soft Mist. Whenever an attack hit a character, there would be some sort of effect. Deception thought Soft Mist would be startled by it. He didn't know how much Soft Mist had been slowed down, but she had been able to react in time and chase him down with her spear. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't be faster than the enemy extending her arms. The superior range of a spear finally displayed itself here. Soft Mist had used Dragon Tooth. It didn't deal much damage, but it still had a stun effect. This stun duration was enough for Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion to trap Deception again. Helpless, Deception could only start fighting the two of them again and see if he could find an opportunity to escape. After a few back and forths, he couldn't find any openings. In trouble, he heard someone say, "You little punk. You scrap pick very bravely now." Deception knew who was talking, but he didn't have time to look. He relied on Tang Ru's and Steamed Bun's lack of real battle experience to grasp an opening. He was about to take advantage of it, so how would he have the time to glance at Lord Grim? Deception's two hands moved in a blur as they formed a complex seal. It was clearly a high-leveled move. If not, he wouldn't need so much time to complete the seal. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Numerous clones instantly appeared all around Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun hadn't experienced this skill too many times. High-leveled skills required more time to activate. Even Deception required a good opening in order to successfully execute the skill. Normal players would have needed even more time than him, but Tang Ru and Steamed Bun completely dominated their opponents. Very few of their opponents had the opportunity to activate the skill. Thus, even though the two of them knew what this skill did, they didn't have much experience dealing with it. Deception was an expert as well. Several clones jumped and attacked them all at once. The two didn't know what to do. The attacks from the shadows wouldn't bother them too much, but they had no way of grabbing onto all of the clones. The Blade Master's shadow steps hid the real body amongst the fakes, but that wasn't the case for Shadow Dance. They wouldn't be able to catch Deception unless they killed all of the clones. But Deception obviously wasn't using this skill to continue fighting them. He was just using it as a distraction so he could escape. He just had a few of his clones randomly jump at Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion before sprinting towards outside of Darkness Palace. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun tried hard, but they could only keep on killing the clones one after the other, but Deception would never jump to a clone that was attacking them. As for the other clones, he had them run as well. Shadow steps only had a limited range, so the clones couldn't be too far from the real character. This made it easier to control though. Deception had 2 clones stop Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion from advancing. At this moment, Deception finally had time to check the situation. Sure enough, Lord Grim had caught up to him along with a bunch of Heavenly Justice players. There were even a few players that were faster than him, but in any case, none of them were closer to him than Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. After stopping them from chasing him, Deception felt like escaping wouldn't be too difficult now. He still needed to pay close attention to Lord Grim though. What trap had that guy set for him? Should he have some of his clones harass him? Deception was still deciding when one of the clones moved askew. Soft Mist clearly hadn't attacked it. In that moment of absent-mindedness, the clone had been whisked away. Not good. Deception suddenly understood what had happened. He hastily moved his character when he saw the clones running out of Darkness Palace suddenly puff into smoke as he was grabbed by a Chi Master. Chi Mr. Skill, Cloud Grasping Fist. Deception obviously knew this skill. He just hadn't thought his enemies would use this sort of skill to break his shadow dance. He only had 2 clones remaining. One of them had been grabbed by the Chi Master and the other was instantly killed by Steamed Bun Invasion. By default, the system forced Deception back into his original state. Ha ha, why are you only paying attention to me? Aren't you looking down on everyone else here? Lord Grim's laugh floated over. Deception was sad. Indeed, he had ended up paying too much attention to Lord Grim. He had thought that Lord Grim was the only top expert among the group. Even though the 2 with trash equipment had surprised him, he hadn't put Heavenly Justice's players in his eyes. However, the one who had used Cloud Grabbing Fist on him had just been a normal member of Heavenly Justice. The only reason he was able to pull it off was because he was a Chi Master that could use Cloud Grabbing Fist. Deception was certain that the reason the Cloud Grabbing Fist had worked on his shadow steps wasn't because of the Chi Master's skill, but either on accident or... Not bad, Deception heard a voice. Lord Grim had walked over, talking to the Chi Master. Sure enough. Deception knew that he had fallen into Lord Grim's hands. In theory, none of the clones were his real body for shadow steps. However, because the clones could only move around in a limited area, in order to satisfy this condition, there had to be a marker of some sort. This marker was the clone being used by the user. If this clone were killed, it just meant there was one less clone. Even if the player didn't choose to, the system would automatically throw the player into another clone, and this clone would become the new marker. This marker clone was called the Heart of the Shadow Steps. It wasn't the real body. The player could still freely switch. What Ishio had done was determine that Deception had used the clone Soft Mist was fighting as the Heart of Shadow Steps, and so he quietly ordered a Chi Master to suddenly use Cloud Grasping Fist to bring him over. By the time Deception noticed, it was too late to move. All of the clones that had rushed out of Darkness Palace were immediately recalled because they were now out of range of the heart. Chapter 663. Don't let him escape. Deception's path ahead was completely blocked off. Lulan Slash had even set up a net comprised of several players linked together in the air to defend. Deception was simply too slippery to catch. It was no wonder that he was infamous. He had successfully pulled off his scrap-picking operations time after time. Lulan Slash had fought alongside Deception before, so he had a good understanding of his skill level. This time, after becoming the target, he deeply felt how talented this person was. If the 5 players on his team were qualified to be pro players, Deception was definitely qualified as well. Lulan Slash had already started thinking of how he would recruit him. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to say, but the Heavenly Justice players surrounding Deception had begun shouting, "Run! Why'd you stop running? Why don't you give it another try?" There were 100 of them, yet they couldn't even catch a single person. Fortunately, 2 players had been blocking the exit. These 2 players wore such garbage equipment that everyone wanted to cry just looking at them. Heavenly Justice's players were ashamed and resentful. Deception didn't say anything. When he killed Lulan Slash, 3 items from the level 70 wild boss had dropped. Even if he died, he would still profit unless he were unlucky enough to lose all 3 of those items. However, the probability of this happening was too low. Maybe none of these items would drop and he lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. He would have made a killing if that were the case. If you dropped an item after being killed, getting it back wasn't an easy task. A single fight was rarely enough. However, even if you couldn't get your dropped item back, getting another item of equal value wouldn't be bad either. However, this wasn't even close to the case right now. Nothing on Deception was equal in value to any of the 3 items that were dropped by a level 70 wild boss. Deception clearly knew this point, so he knew that when he died, he was very calm. So what if he died? He would still make a huge profit. The Heavenly Justice players could only curse at him. No one moved though. They understood this point. They wouldn't be able to get the items back if they killed him once. Perhaps there was a better way. However, their guild leader wasn't saying anything. Lord Grimm stood out though. You can't run anymore. Hand over the items. Yishio said. Deception didn't even look at him. Quite a few Heavenly Justice players turned to look at him. They felt like his words were a bit naive. Even if Deception died, he would still profit. Why would he just hand over the items like that? This brother is very talented. Luland Slash finally spoke. His opening words were meaningless. Afterwards, he played by the book. If you don't mind, why don't we add each other as friends? You won't need to return the items. Just consider them a gift from me. It was very obvious what his intentions were. Luland Slash's boldness manifested itself. He was willing to gift 3 level 70 wild boss drops. His character as a money warrior showed. Even though the players from Heavenly Justice weren't too happy, Deception was truly very skilled. They could understand why Luland Slash made this type of decision. Let alone the fact that none of the players that had come to kill the wild boss were outsiders. Everyone in the game near Luland Slash was planning on entering the pro scene. If he found someone talented, of course he would try and recruit him. Deception ignored him though, leaving Luland Slash hanging. Luland Slash felt a bit embarrassed, but he didn't back down. He played his big card. Brother, scrap picking is a waste with your talent. I'm currently forming a pro team and I'm looking for players to join. Brother, would you be interested? If you are, I'm open to whatever conditions you have. The Heavenly Justice players were jealous. Being offered to join a pro team and even being allowed to state your own terms? How could a Glory player not feel jealous about such treatment? But when the person in front of them heard such incredible terms, he remained indifferent. He didn't even glance at Luland Slash. Brother. What brother? Right when Luland Slash was about to say something, Yishio interrupted him. He saw Lord Grimm transform his umbrella into a spear and stab towards Deception. Deception didn't even dodge. After getting stabbed, Deception stumbled. Lord Grimm stabbed again and Deception fell to the ground. He didn't seem to have any plans to get up. He logged off. Yishio said to Luland Slash. Luland Slash was a pro-level player. Just from the reactions made by Deception after being attacked, it was clear that no one was controlling the character. Deception was still in a combat state, so he couldn't directly log off. He could only force quit the game. If that were the case, his character would remain in the game until he left combat. Another possibility was that he had left his character in the game and was just not controlling it anymore. Maybe he's still there. Luland Slash thought of this possibility. Then you want to keep on chatting? Yishio asked. Luland Slash felt a bit embarrassed. Whether the person was there or not, his attitude was clear. He wouldn't pay any attention to them. Talking to a piece of wood with so many people watching was too embarrassing. If he had confidence in persuading the other side, he might give it a try, but Luland Slash's previous statements had been very clear. If even these statements couldn't move him, then nothing would work. After thinking about it, Luland Slash felt like it would be better to show off his strength. In the end, he pointed his sword at Deception and said, "Kill him." As soon as he gave the order, the players attacked and Deception instantly became a corpse. He didn't revive for a long time. It seemed as if he had truly logged off. Deception must be celebrating his success. It was a good thing Lulan/ didn't continue speaking. If not, Deception might have gotten out of combat and actually logged off. That would have been even worse. When Lulan/ looked at the ground, it didn't make him feel happy though. Not a single one of the 3 level 70 drops that Deception had stolen had dropped. 2 pieces of ninja equipment had dropped, but Lulan/ wouldn't put any equipment from the game in his eyes. He looked at them and didn't even want to pick them up. He was clear-headed enough to know that he wasn't the only one unhappy. He said loudly, "Killing him can be considered our revenge. You can blame me for being too careless and getting killed by him. Don't worry everyone. I'm not going to reduce any of the rewards for this run just because of something like this." The Heavenly Justice players felt much better after hearing his comforting words. They clearly knew that these level 70 wild boss drops would have been used by Lulan/ for his pro team, so he couldn't directly distribute them to the guild. He could only give them other rewards. It was the same for any other club guild. Equipment from level 70 wild bosses could sometimes be found in the guild storage, but materials were a dream. None of them expected to get any of the boss drops anyways, so they didn't care too much if Lulan/ didn't end up getting the drops. After all, Heavenly Justice had been founded through Lulan/'s money and his team had just been created. The fans created through hype didn't have as much loyalty as the other club guilds. For the club guild players, if they were fans of the team, they would share the team spirit and cohesiveness. If something like this happened and not getting the materials affected the team's development, they would definitely feel worried too. As for Heavenly Justice, when Lulan/ expressed his attitude on this matter, the majority of the players were happy. Of course, they wouldn't display it. They remained gloomy in the game. However, Lulan/ understood their feelings. If not, he wouldn't have said any of these words to comfort them. In order to gain more fans, he had to be willing to say anything. After placating his guild members, Lulan/ had to say something to Yishio too. Even though Yishio had said that he would treat the ones that had been stolen away as his part of his share, but how could Lulan/ let him do that? Having those items stolen away was definitely his fault. Even though he could come up with many excuses, none of it could be blamed on Yishio. He had been responsible for attacking the other competing guilds and had completed his task beautifully. Being able to crush 2 club guilds was something that they couldn't usually do. Lulan/ messaged Lord Grimm. He gave him the list of items that had dropped from Night Streak and then said, "The 3 drops stolen away by the guy should be considered as part of my share, but I really wasn't able to see which items were stolen. How about we first split it evenly and then you can pick any 3 from my share?" "What? You're planning on letting him go so easily?" Yishio said. "Him?" Lulan/ asked. He obviously didn't feel happy about letting him go, but that was how it had turned out. Lulan/ was very angry, but what could he do? Deception had already died and they didn't know which city he revived at. Chasing and hunting him down wasn't worth it either. Plus, they probably wouldn't be able to get the items back by hunting him down. Once he revived, he could just transfer the materials to his storage. The items in storage couldn't be dropped. "Just provide me with info. I'll be responsible for hunting him." Yishio patted his chest. "God, look! There are still a few wild bosses left to kill. Shouldn't we put in our efforts towards those bosses? If we can get another boss, isn't that more valuable than getting those 3 drops back from that punk? Wasting your time and our resources on him just isn't worth it." Lulan/ refuted. "Of course we have to get the bosses, but we can't let that guy go either. In any case, all you have to do is tell me his coordinates. Announce it to your guild and just have them report his location if they ever see him." Yishio said. "But if you go and take care of that punk, how am I supposed to steal bosses? You don't need to use a spear to kill a fly." Yishio said. Lulan/ hesitated, Are you saying that punk is the fly or the boss is the fly? Chapter 664. A bit of an ass-kisser. Deception hadn't actually logged off. He was still in the game. After knowing he would certainly die, he was too lazy to try anything else, so he got up and went to take a bathroom break. When he returned, as expected, his character had died. The surrounding players hadn't left yet though. That I saw Lord Grimm was still walking about. Deception didn't care. It wasn't like he would revive on the spot. After choosing to revive, he clicked on the choice to revive at the closest city. He checked his inventory and found that all 3 of the boss drops were still there. He knew that he would still be profiting today no matter what he had lost. When he saw which equipment had been dropped, he felt his heart hurt a bit, but the profit he had earned was far greater than his losses. It was the first time in his scrap-picking career that he had managed to obtain level 70 wild boss drops. His luck today had been very good. Deception coming to this area had been a complete coincidence too. If he had planned on going scrap-picking, he usually wouldn't wear his best equipment. Today, he had just wanted to get a few items from Darkness Palace and just happened to run into the wild boss. While the guilds fought, Deception hid on the sidelines. He didn't act blindly without thinking because the equipment he had on him was quite expensive. Scrap pickers always had to consider whether the equipment obtained would make up for the equipment they lost. Since he had worn a good set of equipment this time, he obviously couldn't press forward rashly like he usually could. Deception had waited patiently for a long time. Today's wild boss fight wasn't as chaotic as usual. There were fewer participating guilds and Heavenly Justice had the clear advantage, not giving the other competing guilds any opportunities. This sort of situation wasn't suitable for scrap picking, so the experienced Deception continued to wait patiently. In the end, the opposing guilds had been defeated and Heavenly Justice began focusing the wild boss. This conclusion made Deception quite disappointed. However, he still waited, hoping Heavenly Justice would make a huge mistake and get wiped by the boss. If that happened, he could happily pick away. Heavenly Justice didn't get wiped as he had hoped. The one to fall was the wild boss, but at this moment, Heavenly Justice became careless. They made a common mistake committed by victors. The moment the winners celebrated, he acted. Afterwards, Deception obviously needed to try and escape. Even though he failed, his gains had been quite considerable. How much would he able to sell these 3 wild boss drops for? Deception wasn't really sure because these sort of items rarely showed up on the market. Deception felt like if he sold it correctly, he would be able to live lavishly for years to come. Did that guy revive? The instant Deception revived, the surrounding players reacted. After a character revived, the corpse would disappear and turn into a tombstone. If he had really logged off, this wouldn't have happened. That guy was still on. Lulan Slash shouted. Have your players in Darkness City be on the lookout. Yishio instructed and then called out to Tangru and Steamed Bun, we're leaving. Everyone, let's go. Lulan Slash ordered, grab the equipment on your way out. Lulan Slash was pointing at the equipment dropped from the battle. Quite a few players from Conquering Clouds and Seaside had died. Players who died would naturally drop equipment. No matter how hard they tried to get them back, there would still be many pieces of equipment that would land in the hands of Heavenly Justice's players. The guilds all had their own ways of resolving this situation. In general, it was a difficult issue to deal with because in this type of chaotic battle, it was difficult to pinpoint who exactly took your equipment. Yishio had talked about these equipment drops with Lulan Slash earlier. Lulan Slash now understood why Yishio said he didn't need equipment if it were after the battle. It turns out he had complete confidence in their dominating victory and knew that he could just pick which of the plundered equipment he liked after the battle. But choosing out of all of these was quite troublesome. Everything had to be organized first, so Lulan Slash made the decision, instead of going through all that trouble, he would directly buy them the equipment that they wanted when they got back to the city. Right when he said this, they realized Deception had revived. Yishio said a few words and started rushing back to the city with Lord Grimm. How do you know he's in Darkness City? Lulan Slash chased after him and asked. Darkness City was the city closest to Darkness Palace. From his equipment, it didn't look like he had planned on scrap picking today. If he had something else to do, isn't it common sense that he would pick the closest city as his revival point? Yishio said. Right. Lulan suddenly understood. He hadn't thought about this point because he had no knowledge of how scrap picking worked. Lulan gave an order in the guild chat. Yishio and his team naturally saw it too. Right now, they were under heavenly justice, so they belonged to the guild. I have players in Darkness City who are heading over to search. Lulan said to Yishio. That's good. Yishio replied. Lord Grim turned his head to glance back. Lulan also looked back and was a bit speechless. As his and Yishio's groups rushed back, they had left the other Heavenly Justice players behind. The players with equipment that increased their movement speed were still able to keep up for a while because they ran faster, but gradually, without properly utilizing their stamina, they would run out. If they could no longer sprint, their equipment's added movement speed wouldn't do anything. In comparison, Lulan and his team kept up. Thinking of this point, Lulan felt a bit happy. They deserved to be pros. Look, they could keep up with a god. Just as he was thinking in this way, he noticed that Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion were easily keeping up as well. When he looked, he immediately realized how disgusting their equipment looked. He was wearing good equipment and had some increase in movement speed, yet he was running at the same speed as them. How could he feel happy? Lulan felt quite defeated. Have the brothers who are investigating in the city hide their guild tags. Yishio suddenly said. He was still being careful. Okay. Lulan received the message and immediately passed it down. Have players in other cities pay attention too. Darkness City is just an estimation. He isn't guaranteed to be there. Yishio added. Makes sense. Lulan nodded his head and ordered again. When Ocean Ahead, Homeward Bound, Thousand Falling Leaves, and Night Tide heard their conversation, they tried hard not to interrupt. They couldn't compare to Steamed Bun in this area. Student Steamed Bun would say anything that he thought of. When he heard the two talk, Steamed Bun opened up the guild interface. After studying it carefully, he suddenly asked, when you said it makes sense, who said that? Me. Lulan said. Who is this me? Steamed Bun asked again. What do you mean? Lulan was puzzled. Lulan. Steamed Bun seemed to have determined something, but he still seemed unsure. That's me. Lulan said. Senior, how mighty. Steamed Bun excitedly said, you can even order around a guild leader. What a god. Sweat. Yishio typed an emoji sweating. Lulan typed a depressed face. The others had wanted to say something about this. Lulan and them weren't just any players in the game. They had been good friends even before they started playing and understood each other well. With their friendship, the other four wouldn't object to any one of them being the guild leader. In the end, Lulan became the guild leader because they felt like he had the most potential as a leader. If this hadn't happened in front of them, they would never have, though Lulan could ever be regarded as a little kid and he didn't even look like he had any objections. How embarrassing. At this moment, all of them felt a bit embarrassed. Lulan wanted to explain, but he also felt like he had been acting like a B*TCH. How would he explain himself? Wouldn't it just make matters worse? In the end, Yishio was the calmest. He immediately said, Steamed Bun, what do you know? We're discussing strategy. Oh, so that's the case. Steamed Bun said. This sort of explanation was enough for Steamed Bun, but for everyone else, it didn't explain anything. Lulan knew his friends were probably laughing at him. They just didn't express it. How depressing. However, a message suddenly arrived, averting everyone's attention from the issue. Someone's found him. He really is in Darkness City. Lulan said. Good. Yishio replied. What do we do now? Lulan asked. Ocean ahead and the others were crying. Brother, do you have short-term memory? How can you keep acting like this? But this time, Yi Xiu was generous. Instead of directly saying it, he sent Lulan a private message, watch him and figure out where he's headed. The instant Lulan received the message, Lulan immediately realized. He had acted like Yi Xiu's B*TCH again. Fortunately, he had been reminded by Yi Xiu. It was a you say it instead of me message. Lulan immediately gave the order and told Yi Xiu, we're not sure right now. Let's just head over according to his coordinates. That's fine too. Can you get us some better equipment? Especially any that had movement speed. If not, dealing with that guy might be a bit difficult. Yi Xiu replied. I'll see if anyone can do it for us. Lulan busied about. Following afterwards, they quietly entered Darkness City. Yi Xiu and Lulan talked to each other privately, so the others obviously wouldn't know. It seems like he's planning on teleporting away. Lulan received some new information. Have your players in the other cities hurry and pay attention to the teleport formations. The more cities the better. Yi Xiu hastily said. Already done. After being embarrassed, Lulan checked himself. Did he really need Yi Xiu to teach him this type of stuff? Not at all. With his experience, he could have done it completely on his own. Chapter 665. Insufficient Equipment. They finally arrived in Darkness City. The news that they had received on the way there had made them feel gratified. Deception hadn't gone directly to the teleport formation. Instead, he headed towards the marketplace in Darkness City. If he had ran straight for the teleport formation, Lulan and the others would have been in big trouble. The Heavenly Domain had numerous cities. Having people stationed in every city just wasn't possible. The good news didn't last long. The strong teams had an astonishing amount of fans and support. It was a world war right now. The marketplace was cold and empty. Deception walked around for only a short while before he quickly departed. Fortunately, when they received this information, they had just arrived at Darkness City. Along the way there, they saw battles taking place everywhere, so their group hid their guild tags. Ever since Heavenly Justice made the announcement that they were forming a pro team, they had been looked down upon by the other teams. Now that everyone was in a state of aggression, who knew if their violence would fall upon Heavenly Justice? Lulan didn't want Heavenly Justice to be dragged into the war. Even though this war was a result of a dispute between who was the best team, Lulan didn't want to look for trouble. Without a guild tag next to them, they appeared inconspicuous. Since everyone was busy fighting, they didn't have time to pay close attention to whether or not that passerby really was Lord Grimm. When they arrived at Darkness City's entrance, there were people waiting there to bring them the equipment that Lulan had asked them to find for him. Yi Xiu picked which pieces of equipment he wanted. If Lulan had any, he would give it to them. Otherwise, he would spend money to buy it. Just a few sets of in-game equipment for a few characters wasn't worth much in Lulan eyes. Yi Xiu's group had helped him a lot. He was perfectly happy with spending this bit of money for them. Yi Xiu's group wasn't polite. After taking their new equipment, the three characters switched them out. Their models and stats immediately transformed. Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion finally had a full set of class-specific gear. Their equipment only fell short of equipment that could only be dropped from the 700-player dungeons. In the game, their equipment would already be considered outstanding. As for Lord Grimm, his stats had changed, but his model, his new and improved equipment still looked like garbage on him. He still looked like a rainbow. Mixing and matching equipment from different classes almost never looked good together. Each class had equipment that they were proficient in. If you mixed and matched equipment, you would lose stats from your class proficiencies. The better the equipment, the greater the losses. However, Lord Grimm's Unspecialized didn't have any proficiencies, so he didn't care much about any of that. As a result, he wore a cloth belt, leather boots, a leather cap, heavy armor, and cloth pants. It gave others a disgusting top-heavy feeling. However, Yishio didn't care about his appearance. He opened up his character's profile and appreciated his stats. Because unspecialized characters didn't change classes, their stat growth was completely balanced. Their strength, vitality, intelligence, and spirit all had a growth of 3. When unspecialized characters reached level 70, their base stats would each be at 210. The stat point rewards from each quests was also evenly distributed for a total of 90 points per stat. For any class, there were no worthless stats. All of them had their uses, just some less than others. Thus, all players would complete these quests regardless. At level 70, Lord Grimm's base stats were all at 300. All characters had a total of 1,200 points at level 70, unless they missed a quest. The only difference between them was how those 1,200 points were distributed. Unspecialized characters had a balanced growth, so their 840 points from leveling up were evenly distributed between each stat. However, every other class was different. For example, Battle Mags had a 3.5 growth in strength and intelligence and a 2.5 growth in vitality and spirit. Thus, when they reached level 70, their total base stats would add up to 840, but their strength and intelligence would both be at 245, while their vitality and spirit would each be at 175. These stat growths couldn't be changed by players. The players needed to match equipment based on their needs. Apart from equipment, players could also freely distribute the 160 points they got from the guild buffs. As for how these points were distributed, it was up to the players to decide. Especially for classes like Battle Mags, which dealt both physical and magical damage, they had to think about whether they should stack strength, intelligence, equal strength and intelligence, or a proportion of each. This was a question that was still debated to this day. In particular, when a player got new equipment, they often had to consider this issue. The top-tier Battle Mage, One Autumn Leaf, had chosen to lean slightly more towards strength and lean slightly less towards intelligence. As one of the most popular characters in Glory, many players naturally copied this choice. However, reality proved that blindly following a pro player's choice was not always a smart decision. Because normal players didn't have the resources to accomplish proper stat distribution. First of all, their skill level wasn't as high. Second of all, their equipment was far from pro level. A lot of stat distributions required a certain level of equipment to display their utmost potential. If they didn't meet those requirements, even if their skills were at the pro level, they still wouldn't be able to utilize it properly. Tangru and Steamed Bun were at the pro level in terms of mechanics, but their game sense wasn't there yet. Having them choose their own equipment would certainly end poorly. As a result, Yishio helped them choose their equipment. Tangru's Soft Mist went with a strength-oriented stat distribution. After switching equipment, her strength reached 870, while her intelligence was only at 540. These stats were already quite impressive in-game, but it was still far from the pro level. One Autumn Leaf had 1220 strength and 1140 intelligence. These two main stats were 1.67 times greater than Soft Mist's. This didn't even include the disparity in vitality and spirit. In terms of overall stats, these in-game impressive stats were not worth anything in pro gameplay. Soft Mist's equipment definitely couldn't be regarded as bad in the game. All of them were second only to those that could be found from the 700-player dungeons and those from level 70 wild bosses. Even those higher-grade pieces of equipment couldn't compare to silver equipment. In truth, the reason silver equipment was superior compared to orange and purple equipment wasn't because they had much better stats, but rather because they were customized specifically for the player. It was for this reason that silver equipment allowed pro characters to have such terrifying stats. This sort of disparity in stats was difficult to make up for with skill alone. It was the reason why Wei Chen was so uneasy about meeting a team like Excellent Era in the Challenger League. If Soft Mist, with her 870 strength and 540 intelligence, faced off against One Autumn Leaf, with his 1220 strength and 1140 intelligence, wasn't the difference as obvious as night and day. This didn't even factor in the difference in attack power between Soft Mist's level 70 purple weapon, Extreme Light Spear, and 1 autumn leaf silver weapon, Evil Annihilation. This didn't even considering the other additional stats apart from the 4 main stats provided by the other silver equipment on 1 autumn leaf. This sort of equipment definitely wasn't enough. Yishio might be satisfied with his Lord Grimm's current stats, but he knew that it was still far from reaching the required level to enter the pro scenes. His Lord Grimm's stats actually weren't even as good as Soft Mist's. Soft Mist at least had proficiency in her armor. Those extra stats from proficiency wasn't something that he had. In order to make up for that gap, he would need to rely on self-made equipment. Specializing the stats was an issue that Su Muchio had been analyzing for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. A weapon like the Myriad Manifestations umbrella had never appeared before in Glory, but the concept of specializing the stats had been analyzed in the pro scene already. Lord Grimm's strange appearance made others want to laugh, but they didn't know that Yishio had done it this way for a specific reason. However, even though they had switched equipment and were looking over one another's new appearances, they never stopped moving. After understanding Deception's current path and Darkness City's teleport location, Yishio decided, we can make it. Then, he immediately gave the order, Little Tang, steamed bun. You two head to the revival spot first. Once you get there, message me. Okay. The two listened to his order and then left. They were clearly planning on killing Deception multiple times. Thinking about how Deception had stolen away 3 pieces of material, Lulan Slash felt very excited about this sort of method. The other 4 felt the same. There had been so many of them at Darkness Palace, yet they still failed to catch that guy. It was too shameful. They had to win back their face. The 5 people were pumping themselves up when they heard Yishio say, then I'll see you guys later. If I need any more information, I'll contact you, Little Lan. See you later? The 5 went into a daze. They had followed this senior all the way here. Now that they had arrived, he just said see you later? Hey! Lulan Slash suddenly called out. The 5 continued to chase after him. What's wrong? Yishio had Lord Grimm ask, while running. What do you mean, see you guys later? We're going too. Lulan Slash said. You're going too? Yishio was puzzled. I thought you guys felt like chasing and killing him was a waste of time. Lulan Slash realized he had truly said just that. How could he suddenly change his mind? How did that happen? Relax. With this equipment, he won't be able to escape. I'll get revenge for you. If I get those 3 materials, I'll definitely return them to you, but I feel like he won't have them on him. He probably put them in his storage already, or maybe you could find some way to get a buyer to get close to him. I reckon that he'll bring those materials out, if that happens. As long as he has it, we'll find a way to get them back for you. Yishio said. Okay. I can't talk anymore. I have to hurry or else I won't be able to intercept him. Remember to update me on his whereabouts whenever you can. Yishio said and had Lord Grimm speed up. He wore leather shoes, cloth legs, heavy armor, yet he easily left the 5 of them behind. The 5 were tongue-tied, but they had already slowed down. How amazing! In the end, homeward bound sighed at Yishio's decision. Chapter 666. Ineffective High-Level Skills. Lord Grimm disappeared from view after turning the corner of the street. In the end, Lulan Slash group didn't follow him any longer. Let's just provide him with the information he wants. Lulan Slash said angrily. Information is information. You'd better not keep acting like a child. Seeing that there was no one else around them, the other 4 immediately warned him mercilessly. I've been tainted. Lulan Slash looked up at the sky, wanting to cry. Today really had been a disgraceful day. He had been killed in the middle of his allies and acted like someone's B*TCH in front of everyone else. He really wanted to find a hole and bury himself in it. Yishio had Lord Grimm hurry ahead. After chasing Deception for so long, he had a good idea of Deception's movement speed. He was confident that he would be able to reach the teleport formation and intercept him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to take the correct path. There were simply too many factors in this game. Whether it was in the wild, a city, or a dungeon, Yishio couldn't say he was very familiar with all the terrain. However, with the help of the in-game map, Yishio wouldn't make such a low-leveled mistake like making the wrong turn. Soon, Darkness City's teleport formation entered his range of view. There was still no updates as to where Deception's current location was. Deception hadn't gotten anything from his trip to the marketplace. Afterwards, he made an all-out effort to rush to the teleport formation. No one liked wasting time traveling, so the faster they ran the better. As a result, the Heavenly Justice players on the lookout for Deception quickly lost him. They couldn't keep up. "I hope he doesn't go somewhere else," Yishio muttered. After looking at the map, Lord Grimm found a suitable location to camp. Over here, he could see all 3 possible routes Deception could take, and it wasn't conspicuous either. Yishio not being familiar with the terrain didn't hinder him from using the terrain to his advantage. He surveyed the terrain and utilized it accordingly, treating it as if it were an away match. He should be here soon. Yishio looked at the time. If Deception were rushing over, Yishio should be able to see him anytime now. He had Lord Grimm look around, but there was no sign of Deception approaching. Maybe he isn't coming this way? Maybe he's just slow? Yishio thought, but he didn't leave the spot. After waiting for a while longer, a figure could be seen sprinting along one of the 3 routes. Yishio readied Lord Grimm to act at any moment. Soon, the name on that figure could be seen clearly. It was Deception. His running speed even felt a bit slow in Yishio's eyes. Deception didn't seem to be aware that there was danger hidden nearby. He was just like a normal player passing by. He didn't look around to see if there was anything unusual around him. When he arrived at the end of the street, he ran straight for the teleport formation. Bang! A gunshot rang out. During this time of war, a single gunshot was insignificant. They were outside of the city, so there were skills and curses flying around everywhere. The players who were online were pretty much used to this environment. However, this gunshot was loud and clear to Deception. He deserved to be an infamous scrap picker. Deception had actually noticed the shot was aimed at him. He stepped to the side and the bullet whizzed past him. Not bad. After hearing this remark, Deception saw a top-heavy bottom-light creature jump in front of his character. This creature's appearance was too eye-catching. Even Deception couldn't help but be drawn to it before he noticed the character's ID, Lord Grimm. Deception had played the game for many years already. He had been in constant danger throughout his career. He wasn't just any ordinary scrap picker. Most scrap pickers didn't survive after scrap picking. For them, the longer they lived, the more items they could pick up. Deception valued his life very much. There were a lot of scrap-picking opportunities in the fights between the top guilds, and Deception obviously took advantage of these opportunities. Thus, he had seen many in-game experts before. However, he had never met anyone as skilled as Lord Grimm before. Deception didn't have much confidence in a real 1v1 fight with him. Now that he had been targeted by him, Deception panicked a bit, but the teleport formation was just up ahead. As long as he could get there, he would be able to leave Darkness City. Lord Grimm definitely wouldn't know where he would be heading either. Since he wasn't planning on fighting a life-or-death match, Deception was just going to charge his way past Lord Grimm. He didn't say anything and focused on escaping. He started with a shadow clone technique. It would be best to create a gap between them before doing anything else. His clone was left behind as his real body instantly moved ahead, but instead of seeing a clear path ahead, he saw a puff of smoke in front of him. Shadow clone technique? I can do that too. The other side didn't seem to need to see clearly as he attacked him. Deception hastily jumped backwards. The other side did a flip and began to fire bullets at him. Deception was quick though. He swung his ninja blade and guarded against the bullets. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella was flung open. Deception had just wiped some sweat off his face when he heard another bang. The tip of the umbrella lit up, shooting 3 missiles at him. A missile's attack range. was far greater than a spear's. Using a dagger to block it just wasn't going to happen. Guarding would be a pointless action. But what other option did Deception have? He had none. Being able to put the dagger in front of his body to block the missile was already quite impressive. How could he have known that, in that short amount of time, the other side would strike him with a sword, stab with him a spear, and shoot him with missiles? The explosion from the anti-tank missiles engulfed Deception. The shockwave threw Deception into a wall. There were two other players fighting below the wall. They weren't too surprised seeing someone get blasted over here, but when they glanced at him, they noticed he didn't have a guild tag above his head. He was by himself, so they ignored him. Deception slid down the wall. When he thought back on what had just happened, not only did his shadow clone technique not get him any closer to the teleport formation, it had actually caused him to end up farther away. Directly use a high-leveled skill. Deception immediately began forming the hand seals for Shadow Dance. He saw that there was still some distance between him and Lord Grim. He felt like even with those long-range attacks, he would be able to complete the seals in time. One advantage of playing as a ninja was that forming seals didn't affect their movement speed. Even the Elementalist's mobile cast reduced the Elementalist's movement speed drastically when it was used. Ninjas didn't need to worry about such life-threatening danger. Deception's hands and legs moved in a blur. He dodged left and right. He also hoped Lord Grim's attacks would hit other players. But how could Yishio make such rookie mistakes? Even so, because of this, his long-ranged attacks weren't as effective as he wanted them to be. He wasn't able to interrupt Deception's hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Deception instantly split into 10 clones. All of them moved as if they were real, but when Deception turned around, where had Lord Grim disappeared to? F***CK. Lord Grim had ignored his clones. He ran straight to the teleport formation as if he were planning on guarding the entrance. Would that work? Deception didn't think so. The closer Lord Grim was to the teleport formation, the more advantageous it was for him. With so many clones rushing towards him, he doubted Lord Grim had the ability to block all 10 of them. As long as one made it over, wouldn't he be fine? Deception thought of this and planned on having all of his clones swarm over, but in that instant, he suddenly realized, how did all of my clones get attacked? TSK, it seems like you're not experienced enough. Lord Grim's voice rang. Deception was depressed. When his shadow dance finished and his clones beautifully spread apart, the surrounding players had misunderstood. With so many clones around them, how could they not defend against them? As a result, they attacked them before saying anything. For that one moment, Deception had become everyone's enemy. The surrounding players just attacked whatever clone was nearby. Deception had wanted Lord Grim to aggro everyone with his long-ranged attacks. Who would have thought that he would be the one to aggro everyone with his shadow dance? Deception wasn't the type of person who would try to explain the situation. Even if he did, no one would believe him. He immediately had his clones charge towards the teleport formation and ignored the surrounding players. There were just too many enemies, which made it difficult for Deception to handle. Yishio wasn't going to play nice either. Just as Deception was having a hard time, Lord Grim attacked. He sent one flying away with a falling flower palm, threw another one with a fling, repelled a different one far away. He always attacked whenever Deception had openings. Shortly afterwards, Deception soon discovered something. Where did all of my clones go? With this distance? Pu. Half of his clones went poof. Lord Grim had scattered them too far apart. No matter which heart he chose, they wouldn't be able to cover the entire situation. To think his shadow dance would be broken just like that. Deception still wanted to try with the remaining half, but he immediately realized that it wouldn't work. If the remaining half of shadow clones rushed forward one after the other, Lord Grim would have enough time to send them flying away one at a time again. If they had rushed forward in a swarm, the skill's duration would run out before the strategy would be a success. And just like this, shadow dance became useless. Chapter 667. Talking while fighting. All of Deception's clones disappeared because the skill duration had ended. The good news was that all the aggroed players had realized those clones hadn't been targeting them, so they didn't attack him. If not, they would have kept chasing him forever. His real body would have nowhere to run. Ninjutsu, 100 streams. Deception still wanted charge through. He cast another skill and 100 streams of water leaped towards Lord Grimm to block his path. Just this attack alone posed no threat to Yishio. He easily sidestepped it. Deception moved in the opposite direction and threw a smoke bomb. Deception's ninja sense was quite good. After using all of his ninja tools at Darkness City, he had immediately restocked his ninja tools after reviving. Purple smoke billowed outwards. This was one area where Smoke Bomb was better than the Spitfire's Smoke Bullet. The former's effects took place extremely quickly compared to the latter. In return, Smoke Bomb's area of effect was much smaller than Smoke Bullet. Deception merely wanted to use the Smoke Bomb to act as a wall, so that Lord Grimm wouldn't know which direction he was heading. As soon as he saw the purple smoke appeared, Deception immediately began moving, when he suddenly heard a loud rumble above him. He tilted his head upwards and he saw Lord Grimm with a propeller rotating above his head. He had used rotor wings to float over the purple smoke. Deception's sneaky movements could clearly be seen. At this moment, Deception truly felt like an idiot. Lord Grimm had the rotor wings dive down and retract in midair. A sword light flashed. Right when Deception dodged, he heard a boom. An explosion from below his feet sent him tumbling away. Deception tilted his head down to look down. Only a few remnant of scattered rocks could be seen. Even so, he recognized it as the mechanic's machine trace. Why didn't I see it? Deception wanted to cry. It was because it had come out of the purple smoke. When he threw the smoke bomb, his own vision had been blocked as well, allowing the opponent to utilize it. Because of this explosion, Deception had to stabilize himself. He couldn't dodge Lord Grimm's falling light blade as a result and crashed into the ground. He immediately recovered after landing, but Lord Grimm had already rushed over. Lord Grimm used a falling flower palm and sent Deception flying away from the teleport formation. I can't beat him. Deception started to have thoughts of retreating. His own skills had been used against him as a cover for his opponent's sneak attack. It truly made Deception feel defeated. If I can't beat him, then I should run. Deception had quite the natural gift when it came to preserving his life. Once he made his decision, as he fell to the ground, instead of heading towards the teleport formation, he turned around and ran. Yishio's Lord Grimm naturally chased after him. His appearance looked funny, but the stats were no laughing matter. Yishio was confident that his movement speed was enough to deal with Deception. When he chased after him, he felt like Deception's speed was a bit slow. Deception wasn't just running to his next destination. He was running for his life. Yishio had a hard time understanding, but after looking carefully at Deception, he noticed that his equipment was a bit strange. Only now did he suddenly remember that, when Deception died, he had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Lulan Slash had regarded it in disdain, but it was still a rare piece of equipment amongst normal players. Those 2 pieces of equipment probably gave him some movement speed bonuses. Without them now, of course, Deception's movement speed would be affected. With his advantage, Yishio wasn't any under pressure. He wasn't in a hurry either. He chased after Deception, all the while firing at him. Deception didn't really have much of a plan. He just knew that he couldn't charge through to the teleport formation, so he wanted to rely on his speed to shrug Lord Grimm off. He originally had confidence, but as he ran, Lord Grimm kept following behind him, neither too far, nor too close. Lord Grimm occasionally fired a few shots, annoying him very much. From the looks of it, Lord Grimm probably had energy to spare. Was Lord Grimm just playing with him? Deception turned his head in despair. Lord Grimm's funny-looking appearance. It really was eye-catching, but at this moment, Deception finally noticed that he had switched equipment. It's over. I probably don't have the movement speed advantage anymore. Deception immediately thought of this point. The other side was chasing after him in a very relaxed manner. If he couldn't rely on his movement speed to shrug him off, his only choice was to hide. As a result, Deception began climbing over walls and crawling through holes and tunnels. He tried to use whatever he could to block his pursuer's line of sight. But none of it worked. Several minutes passed. Lord Grim was still following after him. Deception couldn't shrug him off or beat him in a fight. Lord Grim never got too close either. Maybe that's the limit of his movement speed and it happens to be the same as mine, so he can't actually catch me. Deception thought. If that's the case, then I just need to be patient. Deception didn't give up. He was frequently had to wait for opportunities to come when scrap picking, so he had quite a lot of perseverance and patience. What Deception didn't know was that Lord Grim had another reason for not catching up to him. Okay. Me and Steamed Bun are here. Tang Ru messaged Yishio. Oh, then let's begin. Yishio replied and had Lord Grim suddenly speed up. Deception had been planning on being patient when he suddenly heard footsteps getting closer to him. Is it that guy? Deception was startled. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. It really was him. Lord Grim was suddenly starting to get closer and closer to him. Deception used every trick he knew, but none of them worked. Lord Grim caught up to him every time and was constantly getting nearer and nearer. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique, Caltrops. None of these skills stopped Lord Grim from closing in. Hand Seals. Deception began forming hand seals. He once again used Shadow Dance. This time, when his shadow clones appeared, Deception immediately pounced towards Lord Grim. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to find a character that Lord Grim failed to notice and sneak out, but on his way here, Deception knew that he had to use the terrain effectively. Shadow Dance. Deception really liked to use this move. It was no wonder that he was quite good with it, but in front of Yishio, he was still too green. For Yishio, it was wishful thinking if Deception wanted to use these shadow clones to bother him. He used a few skills and easily sent the few shadow clones around him flying away. When Yishio looked around, he quickly noticed the clone trying to sneak away. At this moment, Deception realized that he had been completely seen through. With a gunshot, that sneaky clone was hit in the butt and Deception's heart hit rock bottom. He knew that his move had once again been seen through and dismantled. The heart of Shadow switched. He controlled his clones and looked for a different direction, where Lord Grim wasn't paying too much attention to. Found it! Deception saw an opening and immediately switched his heart of Shadow over. He hastily tried to run. This time, Lord Grim directly used a shadow clone technique to block his path. Was this because this opening had been a trap, or because Lord Grim had insanely fast reaction speed? Deception didn't know, but Lord Grim blocking his path in front of him was a reality. Run! He immediately switched hearts, but his shadow clones suddenly disappeared. The skill duration had ended again. Deception had been so busy figuring a way out that he had forgotten something as important as this. Such a low-leveled mistake shouldn't happen to an expert. What's the point in scrap picking all day? Is this really how you make your living? Yishio asked. It was a rare opportunity for them to meet face to face. Deception turned around and wanted to run. This time, Lord Grim closed in on him. Yishio wouldn't give him an opportunity to escape. His myriad manifestations umbrella opened up and he immediately attacked. Deception wasn't able to block it and it became a life and death battle. Deception's health rapidly fell. He struggled and struggled instead of leaving his computer like he had last time, when he had been surrounded by heavenly justice. However, it was futile. The usual moves that worked against other players all seemed like child's play to Lord Grim, who easily dealt with them. You've got so much talent. Scrap picking is just a waste. You should be using your talent in the right places. Yishio beat him up while talking the entire duration of the beating. Deception was about to go crazy. The finals are taking place right now. Do you even know what that is? Yishio said. Lord Grim's spear stabbed through Deception's body. It's a competition between the best players and characters in all of Glory. Yishio continued. You don't even know that? You're like an expert who knows nothing about the outside world. Lord Grim sent Deception crashing into a wall. What does any of that have to do with me? Even though Deception's face was sliding down the wall, it didn't stop him from talking. I'm forming a team right now. Would you like to join? There will be a salary as well as living accommodations included. As Yishio beat him, he sent him an invite. He was acting like a bandit from the water margins. What are you talking about? Deception clearly didn't appreciate this bandit's conduct. You're skilled. Picking up trash for a living is too much of a waste of that skill. Yishio said. What I pick up is never trash. Deception said. TSK Yishio looked down at him in disdain. That's because you've never seen the really good stuff. Such as the weapon in my hands. Have you ever seen one like it before? Yishio said. Deception had obviously never seen it before, but then again, Yishio's umbrella was a bit too much. No one in Glory would have ever seen this weapon before. This is what you call top quality. Pick it up and you'll see. Yishio said. This is... Bang! Deception was once again hit, but this time, he didn't stand back up. Oops, Yishio was startled, he died. I was too focused on talking and didn't pay attention to his health. He seemed like he wanted to say something. Yishio muttered. Chapter 668. Revival Point. Deception died. His ghost floated around. The drop rates from peaking in the heavenly domain lived up to its reputation. When he died, another piece of his equipment dropped. The ghost Deception could only quietly watch as Lord Grim take his equipment away. Deception had been mentally prepared. Even though he was sad about his death, he wasn't too angry either. Soon afterwards, he chose to revive. When he revived, Deception checked his inventory. He had lost a leg armor piece and a pendant in the Darkness Palace, which he made up for with some make-do equipment. This time, he had dropped a ring. Good. It wasn't too painful of a loss. Losing equipment would always be painful. Deception could only console himself with the 3 materials on him. What do I do now? Is that guy still going to be guarding the teleport formation? Deception thought. He didn't take any of what Yishio had just said to heart. However, what he didn't know was that the moment he died, Yishio messaged Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. I'm here. I'm here. I'm watching the place closely. Steamed Bun immediately began looking around the revival point. Finding Deception at the revival point wasn't easy. There was a world war going on, so the revival point was very busy. Not only were there a lot of players reviving, there were also a lot of players fighting around it. These players were similar to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun and had come to the revival point to chase after and kill more players. All of the revival points in the cities had turned into intense battlefields. Even though the revival point wasn't a safe area, a revived player would be protected by the system for a brief duration. It was similar to logging on. During this brief duration, the character would be protected from all damage they received, but the character also wouldn't be able to deal damage. After Deception revived, he checked his inventory to console himself, while running out of this revival point. If not, when the system's protection wore off, while the players might not be aiming for him, it was hard to avoid taking splash damage. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun saw the chaos around the revival point and obviously wouldn't look for trouble. The 2 characters watched from the edges of the battlefield. Over here, over here, over here. Steamed Bun messaged Tang Ru. Which way is over here? Tang Ru said helplessly, coordinates. No response. Tang Ru turned her head to look at Steamed Bun's screen. Steamed Bun and Deception had already started fighting with each other. Tang Ru checked the coordinates and had soft mist rush over. You punk! Forfeit your life! Steamed Bun shouted as he lifted the brick in his hand. Deception looked and immediately recognized that the other side had set up an ambush here beforehand. He was quite annoyed. When the brick flew at him, he tilted his head to dodge it. The brick whooshed past him and slammed into the back of a Blue Brook Guild player in the midst of a battle. Steamed Bun hadn't considered whether a mistake on his part would pull aggro. He only reacted after the injuries had already been made. "Oops!" Steamed Bun shouted. He crouched down in an attempt to hide from the other side. In reality, the battlefield at the revival point was so chaotic that if an accidental attack occurred, the player hit by it could only consider himself unlucky. The player didn't even have time to bicker. Deception saw this scene and thought about how stupid Steamed Bun must be. He immediately turned around to leave. He had no plans on fighting him. Steamed Bun saw that the person he accidentally hit wasn't going to look for trouble, so he focused again. He shouted, "Don't run!" Steamed Bun shot forward. His character flew through the air as his two legs headed for Deception. Brawler skill, powerful knee strike. Brawlers had a street-style way of fighting. Sand toss, brick, and poison needle skills were all dirty fighting moves. Skills such as powerful knee strike and tyrannical chain punch showed their violent and unrestrained fighting style. This powerful knee strike was fast and fierce, but Steamed Bun liked to talk when he attacked. Deception heard his loud shout and turned around to look. When he saw the two legs flying towards him, he immediately dodged it. Steamed Bun missed and landed on the ground. He got up and charged at Deception. Deception quickly formed a hand seal. His character instantly tunneled into the ground to dodge Steamed Bun's charge. Then, he drilled out of the earth and stabbed towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Steamed Bun reacted fast. He had Steamed Bun Invasion swing his arms horizontally to block it. His arms hit Deception's hands and knocked them aside, successfully defending against the stab. Brawler skill, Tiger Flips the Mountain. The skill name sounded very intelligent, but players liked to call it Protect My Face. From its nickname, it could be seen that it was just a simple defensive move used in the streets. Of course, the game wasn't going to call it something as lame as Protect My Face. That just wouldn't be right. After having his dagger blocked, Deception leapt up and used a bird fall from high in the air. His 2 feet stepped on Steamed Bun Invasion's shoulder. With a whoosh, he flew past Steamed Bun Invasion. Even though these guys were quite good, they were much easier to deal with compared to Lord Grim. Right when Deception thought in this way, he heard a POW. His head had been smashed in by a brick. Being hit by a brick from behind had a 100% chance of inducing a point-per-second stun. This meant that even though Deception was still in midair, he would be stunned. Characters in a stunned state couldn't use skills or make any movements, so he crashed headfirst into the ground. F***CK. Deception was sad. Why did this guy like bricks so much? He wasn't using it intelligently either. He just used it as soon as it came off cooldown. Even so, he had been hit from behind. Deception was furious. Fortunately, he had been in midair previously. Even though he lost his balance from the stun, he had still been able to gain some distance. He took some damage from the fall, but the stun wore off fairly quickly. Deception got up and threw a shuriken. Only then did he adjust his camera. F***CK. The person moving towards him wasn't Steamed Bun Invasion. Battle Mage. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru's soft mist had finally arrived. Shurikens could briefly stun a target, so it was good at interrupting spells, but it was worthless in front of Dragon breaks the ranks, which gave the user super armor. Apart from grabs, no other skill could interrupt it. The shurikens hit soft mist and did negligible damage, but it wouldn't stop her from activating the skill. Skills with super armor were equally tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, soft mist closed in on him. Her spear ripped through the wind as it penetrated Deception's body. Deception was sent flying. Soft mist was a physical-oriented battle mage, so Dragon breaks the ranks was utilized to its maximum potential. Tang Ru never let up in a battle though. She followed up with a rising dragon soars the sky. Her spear transformed into a dragon, which shot towards Deception and devoured him. The magic undulations poured into Deception in a burst of colors. I feel like he's much weaker now, Steamed Bun said from the sidelines. It's probably because you have better equipment now, Tang Ru said. Oh, right, Steamed Bun realized. Following afterwards, the two coordinated with each other and Deception's bitter days had truly come. He didn't even plan on fighting them anymore. He just wanted to escape, but now that they had switched equipment, their strength had improved significantly. Deception could no longer handle both of them together. He had also lost experience and equipment. He had 3 mismatched pieces of equipment and his stats had been reduced to that of a level 69. Do we just kill him? Steamed Bun asked. Probably. Tang Ru wasn't sure. Let me ask. Steamed Bun stood up and shouted, Senior, do we kill him? Who? Yishio jumped up in surprise at Steamed Bun's sudden shout. His Lord Grim was heading towards the revival point, but it seemed like Steamed Bun and Tang Ru were fine on their own. I was just talking with him to see if he wanted to join us. How about you keep asking him? Yishio asked. Understood. Steamed Bun sat down and immediately said, Punk, what a rare opportunity. Our senior actually recognizes your skill. Have considered his offer. Consider my ass. When did I say I would consider it? Deception was being hunted down repeatedly. How could he be in a good mood? He also couldn't beat his enemies. This type of powerlessness was very frustrating. Why aren't you talking? Are you thinking about it? Is 3 seconds long enough? Steamed Bun said. 1, 2, 3. Steamed Bun counted. You're still not talking? Is 3 seconds not enough? Then how many seconds do you need? Steamed Bun asked. Enough. Deception couldn't help but shout. If it's enough, then where's your answer? Steamed Bun said. I'm saying I've had enough of your chattering. Deception said. Then did you think about it? Steamed Bun asked. Deception was speechless. He wasn't the talkative type, let alone keeping up with Steamed Bun's thought process. He's about to die. Tang Ru reminded. Hurry. Drink some potions. Steamed Bun hastily urged Deception. Deception wanted to cry. In order to survive, he had chugging potions, but potions had cooldowns. They were on cooldown right now. Did you think I didn't want to drink more? Tang Ru felt like Steamed Bun's way of speaking was completely brainless, so she explained, we're planning on forming a team. Are you interested in joining us? Not interested. Deception ground his teeth. Okay. Tang Ru replied. She attacked and ended Deception's misery. Deception had wanted to say something. His character died though, so his voice didn't come out. His ghost floated around again. Deception was speechless. This sister was so ruthless. Afterwards, Deception saw Steamed Bun Invasion run forward and pick up something from his corpse. Another piece of equipment. Lost? Chapter 669. 3 tasks. Deception's corpse lay on the ground. He chose not to revive. He knew that the other side wouldn't leave just like that. He couldn't beat them, nor could he run away from them. If he revived, it would just be a never-ending loop. It seemed like logging off was the most appropriate choice in this situation. However, Deception wasn't willing to. He had played this game for so long, and he had aggroed a lot of players during his scrap-picking career. It wasn't his first time dying, but it was certainly his first time being camped at the revival point and being unable to escape from them. But what could he do? He couldn't beat them. He truly didn't have the ability. Let alone Lord Grim, fighting even Steamed Bun or Softmist was hard enough. With those two fighting him together, Deception couldn't see any chance of winning. He had always played alone, so he didn't have any friends in the game. If he were any other player, most of them would have called their friends to help them escape by now. Seeing how Soft Mist and Steamed Bun were still standing there, checking that his corpse hadn't turned into a gravestone, Deception knew that they weren't planning on leaving. I guess I should log off. Deception didn't have any other choice. He could only log off. By the time Lord Grim arrived, his corpse still hadn't turned into a tombstone, but it had already disappeared, indicating that he was offline. He escaped. Steamed Bun sighed with regret. What did he say in the end? Ishio asked. He said and then he died. Steamed Bun described it vividly. He even had his Steamed Bun invasion lay on the ground as if he had truly died. Ishio couldn't do anything about it. Lord Grim turned around and faced Soft Mist. I asked if he was interested in joining us. He said no. Tang Ru said. TSK? Ishio sighed. It seemed like getting Deception to join wasn't going to be an easy task. The key point was that he wasn't an ordinary player either. If a normal player got an invite to join a pro team, the player would be extraordinarily happy. Even if the player couldn't accept it because of his family or some other reason, every player desired to be a pro player, but this Deception only scap-picked and didn't seem to care about anything else in the world. Ishio wasn't sure how to persuade someone like him. There weren't any players in the pro scene who liked to scrap-pick. Who? How tiring. Just as he was sighing, the door to the practice room opened and Chenghua came in out of breath. The finals were the finals after all. Even though Excellent Era wasn't playing, Happy Internet Cafe was still packed. Any team that entered the finals would have plenty of fans. When the first round of the finals ended, Samsara celebrated, while Blue Rain cried. The fans of the two teams taunting each other was hard to avoid. Fortunately, the fans were reasonable enough and nothing escalated too chaotically. However, keeping everything under control was still exhausting work. It hadn't been easy getting everyone to leave. During that time, they had defeated 2 guilds, killed a boss, and killed Deception twice. Today's match was pretty good. Chenghua was obviously here to discuss the match with them. Chenghua didn't care too much about either team, but it was still an intense and entertaining match. Yeah. Ishio answered. Chenghua looked at the practice room. Something wasn't right. None of them had the excitement that they should have had after watching such a brilliant match. Even though she had come late and they had already finished discussing it, shouldn't they still have a happy expression on them? What's wrong? Chenghua walked around in a circle questioningly. Ishio, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun weren't doing anything right now. Only Wei Chen was busy. Truthfully, when Ishio and the others had defeated the 2 guilds and killed Deception, Wei Chen's shouting was louder than their own. Wei Chen was participating in the World War. And as Samsara's second elite group leader, wherever the battle was cruel and intense, he would have to appear there. When Chenghua turned to look at Wei Chen's screen, she saw all sorts of skills flying around everywhere. Wei Chen's warlock was running around amidst the chaos. All of the players around him had guild tags of the top guilds. Chenghua had been monitoring the situation downstairs. There was no way she would know about what was happening in the game. What's going on? Are they fighting for a wild boss? Chenghua asked. They are fighting. Ishio said. What do you mean? The fires from the finals have reached the game. Ishio said. How exciting! Chenghua immediately turned on a computer and logged into the game. Ishio had just got in contact with Lulan/. Deception had logged off. Ishio and the others couldn't stay there guarding the entire time, so they asked Lulan/ for help to pay special attention to his whereabouts. Okay. I got it. When Lulan/ heard Deception had already died twice, had been forced to log off, and Ishio still wasn't done, he deeply felt that offending this god was a very scary matter. When this god pursued and killed players, he did so with everything he had. Chenghua's chasing haze entered the game. She walked around and naturally saw the battles going on everywhere. These battles had started since the end of the first round of the finals. Now, they had reached their peak. Walking around on the street wasn't so bad though. The players feeling it the most were the elites of the club guilds, such as Wei Chen. They were fighting non-stop without rest. As for Yishio and the others, Lulan Slash had gotten them new equipment. They were max-leveled and max-skilled. Getting better equipment from the game than what they had now was pointless. No equipment in the game could compare to those in the pro scene. In order to get to a pro level, they would have to create their own equipment, which required wild bosses. Yishio hoped for Lulan Slash to message him about bosses, but there just weren't any more spawning right now. Without anything to do, Yishio led Tang Ru and Steamed Bun around to form a 3-player scrap-picking team. Correct. Right after killing the infamous scrap-picker Deception, Yishio and the others went to go scrap-picking. With a huge war going on, there were plenty of opportunities to pick up scraps. However, even a master scrap-picker like Deception didn't dare to rashly move and instead went to Darkness Palace to do something. This only showed how difficult scrap-picking would be right now. However, there would always be players who welcomed challenges. With the fires of war spreading everywhere, it was sometimes hard to tell who was there to fight and who was there to pick up scraps. These fights were because of the competition between the pro teams. Players with the club guild tags on them were only a very small portion of the fans. Those with guilds and those without guilds participated in this war regardless. Yishio and the others really had nothing to do without any wild bosses out there. From a training perspective, letting Tang Ru and Steamed Bun participate in these chaotic battles would be good practice. Facing Yishio's logical and confident words, Chen Gui had no way of arguing against him. Because they would be regarding this as training, they would obviously go to the most difficult places to scrap pick. "Old Wei, where are you?" Yishio asked. "Ah? What did you say? Speak louder." Wei Chen roared. "I'm saying, where are you?" Yishio shouted. "Oh, you're talking." Wei Chen turned his head over. "Stop talking nonsense. Who else in the game would call you Old Wei?" Yishio asked. "I'm feeling a bit dizzy." "What is it?" Wei Chen had only glanced at Yishio before focusing on the game again. "I'm asking, where are you?" Yishio asked. Instead of waiting for Wei Chen to reply, he just looked at Wei Chen's screen. A few seconds after Yishio finished looking, Wei Chen suddenly replied, "Why don't you look yourself?" "Busy." Wei Chen was truly too busy. He was responsible for leading the group as well as his own character. He had to do two things at once. With Yishio being the third, he had a difficult time managing everything. After Yishio checked for himself, he notified Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. The three of them immediately set out. Chen Guo wanted to participate too, but seeing how chaotic the battle was from Wei Chen's screen, Chen Guo felt like it would be best if she didn't become a burden. A few minutes later, Wei Chen suddenly said, "You're coming over?" "To do what?" "Scrap pick." Yishio confirmed that Wei Chen was talking to him and replied back. F***CK. Why? What's there to pick up? Wei Chen had left the pro scene a long time ago and his perspective had gone back to a normal player's perspective, but now that he planned on going back to the pro scene, his perspective quickly changed back. None of the equipment in the game was worth squat. It's a rare opportunity. We might not get anything useful, but it will still be good for the guild storage. We'll have to form a guild sooner or later. Yishio said. Wei Chen didn't refute his statement. How could he not know about the importance of a guild for their team? In the early days of the pro scene, the pro players had to manage the guild as well as practice. During Wei Chen's time as a pro, he had done both too. Speaking of which, Wei Chen was having trouble adapting to the current structure, where pro players put all of their effort into their own matches. He always felt like pro players, who completely threw the game aspect aside, weren't reliable. Yishio and the other two soon arrived at the battlefield. There were corpses and gravestones littered all over the ground, but this also made it easier for Yishio and the others to find dropped equipment. 7 o'clock. Coordinates 25865 for 5726. Grab that weapon. Yishio ordered and the three began their scrap-picking journey. "Little Tang, don't keep fighting." Yishio had said these words who knew how many times. When Tang Ru fought against someone, she would sometimes get too engrossed in it. "Steamed bun, don't pick up that one. It's worthless." Yishio often had to remind Steamed Bun this. Steamed Bun would put whatever equipment he found into his inventory. Okay. That's good enough. Let's go." Once they filled up their inventories, Yishio hastily had them leave the battle. Right after they stored these pieces of equipment in their storages, they received a message from Lulan/ about a wild boss. "Let's go." The three changed directions, heading towards a different map. "These are the three main tasks that we will be doing in the near future," Yishio said in a serious tone: scrap picking, killing bosses, and killing deception. Chapter 670. A New Beginning. The news of another level 70 boss excited Lulan/. His gloominess over losing 3 uncommon materials to deception had diminished significantly. Taking advantage while the top guilds had no way of interfering in wild boss fights was certainly something to be happy about. These kinds of opportunities didn't come often. Wild bosses were one of the most important objectives for the club guilds. It wouldn't be too excessive to say that it was their reasons for existing. After contacting Yishio, who replied that he would immediately head out, Lulan/ felt at ease. The battle at Darkness Palace had proven that a god leading a group battle could turn the situation from a disaster to a walk in the park. In the beginning, Lulan/ had even been worried Yishio's individual influence would be too insignificant to matter. While he was happy about this point, Lulan/ couldn't help but worry about the future of his team. If a god's ability to lead a team was this incredible, what about us? How will we beat him? Lulan/ was both happy and unhappy. The first pro player he bumped into was a top of the top player. The bad part was that Yishio became his reference, crushing Lulan/ and his team's confidence. They often realized things afterwards that only made it worse for them. Lulan/ felt like he was already forcing himself with Team Heavenly Swords, but giving up now wasn't a possibility. At this point, he had abandoned his initial ambitious hopes and shifted towards a more stable approach. When Yishio came over, he came over with 3 others, instead of 2. Chengguo could also follow them and participate. It wasn't like Chengguo had no experience hunting level 70 wild bosses. But her experiences could be summarized as, hey, there's a boss. Let's go try and kill it and then die to the boss. A wild boss wasn't something that could be beaten by a random group of players. Even the elite groups of the top guilds would die to them from time to time. So to be more accurate, Chen Jiyu had never killed a wild boss herself, but rather had been killed by one. Now that there was an opportunity to kill one, she obviously wanted a part of the glory. The wild boss was the World Tree's forest guardian Vich. Vich was a complicated boss. Its skills spanned through all of the classes. He used a rifle and could utilize any of the gunner class skills. Apart from that, he was also proficient in traps from the thief class. There were often traps hidden all over the forest, making it very frustrating for players to explore the map. Apart from these 2 attack methods, Vich could also use cleric spells. A boss that could heal himself. This was undoubtedly very troublesome for players. Interrupting his heals were crucial to hunting him down. For the club guilds, winning control of the boss was most important. Killing the boss itself wasn't too big of an issue for them. However, Heavenly Justice didn't have any experience killing wild bosses. Lulan/ was quite worried about a difficult boss like Vich. The god Yishio was in charge of PvP, while he was responsible for killing the boss itself. How do we actually kill this boss? He was currently looking up guides as references. If the god successfully completed his task and beat the other guilds, and his group ended up getting wiped by the boss, how shameful would that be? If he also needed to rely on Yishio to kill the boss, Lulan/ would feel too ashamed to ask him for half of the materials. He felt extremely uneasy. In the end, Lulan/ felt like he should ask Yishio to teach him. "Oh, you've never killed it before?" Yishio said. "Yeah." Lulan/ replied. "Let me see." Yishio said. What? To kill this boss, there are a few key things to be wary of. Yishio said. Oh. Lulan hastily grabbed a pen and prepared to write everything down. Pay attention to the positions of your troops. They can never be in a straight line because Vich uses a rifle. Along with the power of a wild boss, he has the ability to have his shots penetrate multiple targets. Got it. Lulan replied, but he didn't write anything down. This boss also has traps, especially huge AoE poison and ice explosions. If players get hit, you have to make sure to heal them as soon as possible. Ice is mainly for control purposes. Its damage isn't so bad. But for huge AoE explosions, a single person stepping on a trap could affect a huge area, so when an ice explosion occurs, you have to control the boss's pathing well. If the boss makes some unexpected move during this time, your players might not be able to react because of the ice explosion hindering their movements. One way to deal with this is to intentionally step on an ice trap when the situation is still under control, and then everyone can just stand still and attack. Yishio said. Okay. Is there more? Lulan asked. More? The boss can also heal. Make sure you have some troops responsible for interrupting his casts. Yishio said. And? Lulan was still asking. He hadn't written anything down yet. He realized that everything Yishio had said was straight from the guide. And? Yishio asked himself. After a while, he said, That's it. That's all written in the guide. Lulan said. You've looked over the guide already? Then why'd you ask me? Yishio said. Lulan coughed blood. I didn't feel very confident after reading the guide, so I thought I should ask you. Apart from the content in the guide, are there any other details or techniques I should know about? Lulan was patient. But the god's reply was devastating. How would I know? I've never fought against it before either. Lulan wanted to cry. They were all noobs here. They didn't have anyone with experience. After listening to Lulan questioning, Yishio could tell, Are you afraid that you can't kill the boss? Yeah. Lulan replied. The fight against Darkness Palace's night streak had scared everyone witless. If not, how else could Lulan have been assassinated by deception? It was because the battle had been so difficult that they were relieved after successfully killing Night Streak, giving deception an opening. Forest Guardian Vich was much more difficult to handle than Night Streak, giving Lulan even less confidence in the fight. Oh, are there any guilds around? Yishio asked. Yeah. Conquering Cloud has already been seen. Lulan said. It's Conquering Cloud again. Clearly, it wasn't just Yishio and Lulan who wanted to take advantage while the top guilds were at war. These small club guilds wanted to seize this opportunity to grab some difficult-to-get resources. Yeah. They haven't even recovered their lost experience yet and they're here, Lulan said. Conquering Cloud had suffered huge losses and had even been pursued afterwards. Only a bit of time had passed, which wasn't enough for them to recover that 20% loss of experience. Lulan's own stats were still red. He was level 70, but his stats were equivalent to characters at level 69. Even though his level hadn't changed, his stats were still lower, so people still called it a level drop. That's a good thing. You're even worried about that? Yishio said. I'm worried about the boss. Lulan said. I'm saying that since our opponents are weaker, why don't you go and deal with them, while I kill the boss? Yishio said. What if other guilds come? Lulan said. If it was just conquering clouds, he had confidence in winning, but he didn't have the skill to crush them with very few casualties. His group would certainly suffer a significant loss. If another fully prepared guild came, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Then it seems like we'll need to wait and control the situation at a later time. Yishio said. Let them attack it first. Yeah, and then we'll kill the boss and everyone else at the same time. Yishio said. It was quite a fierce method because, at a certain point, the first to act usually took the boss's aggro. Taking the aggro away from them using conventional methods wasn't likely. The only way was to completely wipe the other team or force them to leave and then re-establish the boss's aggro. Apart from stopping the other side from taking the boss, it made the other side feel disgusted. Even longtime rivals wouldn't be so fierce as to use this method. After all, in this close circle, competition was important, but if you wanted to trade materials, you had to trade with someone, no? If you offended everyone, it wouldn't be helpful for your guild's development down the road. As a result, the club guilds often wouldn't be so impulsive like what other normal players might do in these situations. Whenever a club guild made a move, the guild held itself up to certain norms. This sort of method not only broke these norms, but there were other things to consider as well. Lulan had clearly thought about this before and hesitated towards Yishio's suggestion, "That's not too good, no." "Oh? You want to leave some leeway?" Yishio said. Lulan could tell that it wasn't that Yishio didn't know about the faults of this method, yet he still wanted to use such a fierce method. He thought about it again and realized, "I'm such a pig." No matter how terrible their conduct is, the one to pay the price would be heavenly justice. Yishio was currently working as a temporary worker. Once he finishes his task, he simply takes his portion of the materials and leaves. He won't have to bear any sort of enmity, so of course he'd want to use this method. Thinking of this possibility, Lulan rejected it and also said, "If I do that, it'll come back to bite me in the future, no. That depends on how you do things. If we do it according to what you're thinking of, isn't that just who gets there first, gets it? When did fighting for a wild boss ever follow the rules?" Yishio said. "Then how should we go about doing it?" "You just need to give them the appropriate amount of face." Yishio said. "Give them the appropriate amount of face. For example, if we immediately go up, see them, intentionally not do anything, and then right when they're about to kill the boss, we suddenly kill them. That isn't good. However, we can wait outside of their sight for a while, pretend like we arrived late, and then attack them. No one can blame us in this scenario." Yishio said. "Is there a difference?" Chengguo asked when she heard Yishio's explanation. Chapter 671. The proper way to steal bosses. "There's a difference." The person, who replied to Chengguo, wasn't Yishio, but rather Lulan. His in-game tactical skills were just SOSO in Yishio's eyes, but his management ability was quite good. For example, he had seized several opportunities to maximize his team's publicity. He utilized everything he could use, taunting the other guilds and winning numerous fans. Now, for a sensitive and urgent issue like stealing wild bosses, he was suddenly not as arrogant as he had been when he had publicized the team. Instead, he hesitated. Lulan was someone who was proper. Snatching a wild boss wasn't the same as fighting a verbal battle. The materials dropped from wild bosses were crucial for self-made equipment, which determined the strength of a character, and the strength of a character influenced the strength of a team. The team's strength was the fundamental reason why clubs existed. Hurting someone else's wild boss was the same as hurting their reason for existence. How could there be no difference? This was why Lulan had hesitated towards this idea. He knew very well that flinging some words at the clubs and make them feel disgusted wasn't the same. Fighting for a boss required appropriate behavior. Correct, appropriate behavior. Chengguo felt like there was no difference between Yishio's two suggestions, but Lulan immediately understood that one of these was much more appropriate. Waiting on the side and suddenly ambushing them, right when the other side was about to kill the boss, and hastily joining the battle after arriving late might seem like the same thing, but the former appeared intentional, while the latter didn't. Appearing intentional would portray them as unkind and savage. Alternately, appearing unintentional placed them within the norms. Thus, it didn't matter if you actually appeared late or not, you would have to do it that way. This was what Yishio meant by pretending to arrive late. Lulan didn't need Yishio to explain it to him, but it took Chengguo quite a while to understand after listening to Yishio's explanation. With the method decided, there was an art to arriving late. There was a fine line between the two methods. Everyone knew that inside and out, so if you wanted to pretend to arrive late, the other side wouldn't let you do that so easily. If you want to arrive late, you had to know their location, but what if you didn't have any information on them? Experienced clubs would definitely confirm the surroundings were safe before engaging a wild boss alone. They might even arrange for a fake group to misdirect others. The accuracy of their information was crucial for arriving late. Heavenly Justice still had members surveying the situation, but these eyes would certainly be killed off once the other side began attacking the boss. There were too many things to take care of when fighting against a wild boss. If it was just strength alone, the experience accumulated from thousands of years of struggles between mankind would be wasted. The small details involved were another part of the game. Lulan / couldn't think of anything. In the end, he waited for Yishio to suggest something. "I'll go." Yishio sighed. At this moment, only an expert would be able to continue surveying the situation without being caught, and who here was more of an expert than Yishio? "You? Aren't you too noticeable?" Chengwa said. "It doesn't matter who goes," Yishio said, and then said to Lulan / "Keep on the lookout for those on the way here. See if any other guilds are also moving. There shouldn't just be one guild looking to take advantage of the situation." "Don't worry about that." Lulan / had thought of it before and had already made arrangements. Having Yishio tell him how to do everything was too shameful. However, even though he tried to avoid these situations, he was once again given a lesson by Yishio. Lulan / didn't know if he would ever graduate from this course. And at this moment, those at the front reported back. Conquering Cloud had gathered together and were about to start attacking the boss. Conquering Cloud didn't relax, after seeing that there were no enemies nearby. They still dispatched players to clear the area. When they cleared the area, they didn't directly kill anyone. Instead, they gave a warning, saying that they were about to start killing a wild boss, and that they should stay away because it was dangerous. Of course, players could insist on staying. Even so, they wouldn't kill anyone. As club guilds, they had to pay attention to their public image, especially when they did things with their guild tags displayed. Then what do they do if the players insist on staying? They would take the next step and make it clear that wild bosses were difficult things to kill in glory. No one knows what might happen, so it would be best to be careful. Sometimes, they might be more direct and make it even clearer that the battle can get chaotic. Not just the boss's attacks, but their attacks might accidentally hit you, so don't blame us for not telling you beforehand. It's not like we can add you into our group. At this point, if you weren't stupid, you would know what you had to do. If you still insisted on staying, they would definitely lose control of the situation and envelop any bystanders into the battle. Once that happened, they would express their apologies. Nicer groups might say, "We'll help you pick up your equipment when you die. Contact us to get it back." Lazier groups might not care. In any case, they were busy killing the wild boss. If they ignored the items that you dropped, that was also very reasonable too, no? The Heavenly Justice players at the front didn't have their guild tags next to them to avoid trouble with Conquering Clouds. Don't look at how a low-grade club guild like Conquering Clouds couldn't usually take any wild bosses, they would still follow these unwritten procedures. The players at the front clearly thought their troops would be arriving soon, so they insisted on staying. Conquering Cloud would naturally bring them into the battle and kill them accidentally, but when they messaged the guild leader, they received a reply telling them to retreat. What? We're not killing the boss? The information-gathering players were puzzled. There's been a change of plans. Lulan / replied, "Come back. We're at for 8711, for 9128. Withdraw and meet up with us." The information-gathering players didn't know what was going on, so they followed orders and left. Yishio's Lord Grimm was currently rushing over to the boss's last known location. Usually, while clearing the field, they would find a place without anyone there and lure the boss over. Glory was a huge world. Even though there were a lot of players, it wasn't packed. In addition, not everyone was online for the entire day, so finding a place without anyone nearby wasn't difficult. As for how to quietly move the boss away, that depended on each guild. When Lord Grim rushed to the scene, let alone moving the boss away, Conquering Cloud wasn't even done clearing away the field. Small club guilds had their own difficulties too. Even though they were also club guilds, weak teams didn't have much of a status in the players' eyes. The strength of weak teams were still far greater than normal in-game players, but that should be the case for pro teams anyways. Weak teams were only weak relative to the pro scene. However, to the players, if you kept on losing and losing, you were nothing but trash, even if you were far more skilled than them. If I look down on you, then I naturally won't acknowledge you as my superior. Even though I know that it might get troublesome if I don't leave, leaving just because you tell me to is too disgraceful. I'll look around for a bit and then leave. Is that not okay? In front of weak club guilds, even normal players were starting to talk about face. In the end, only a third of the nearby players actually left. Conquering Cloud's guild leader was depressed. Their team wasn't strong enough. It could even be felt in-game. They had just been bullied by Heavenly Justice and now even normal players were looking down on them. The guild leader really wanted to order his troops to slaughter these bystanders and let them have a taste of their Conquering Cloud's might. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't do it. It wasn't easy being a little team's guild leader. If it were just a few players, accidentally bringing them into the fight and killing them wouldn't be a problem, but 2/3 of them remained. If all of them were enveloped, it would be too obvious. Conquering Cloud's guild leader was frustrated. He didn't know what to do yet, when he received a report. Not only were there many players still remaining, there was someone else coming over. F***CK, who is it? Conquering Cloud's guild leader asked a meaningless question. This was a leveling area. There were plenty of players around anyways. Even though there was PK going on everywhere during this world war, it shouldn't be surprising for someone to wander in. But when he asked this question, he actually got a legitimate answer. It's Lord Grim. The person who saw Lord Grim reported. F***CK. Conquering Cloud's guild leader sucked in a cold breath. Today's failure was all because of that guy. Conquering Cloud understood very well that, if not for him, they wouldn't have lost so badly against Heavenly Justice. Heavenly Justice's coordination in that battle was imprinted deeply in his mind. It wasn't the sort of coordination an in-game guild should have. There was certainly an expert leading them, and he had seen Lord Grim amongst them. How frustrating! So F***King annoying. If he's coming, doesn't that mean that Heavenly Justice is coming too? Conquering Cloud's guild leader had his players expand their search area when he saw Lord Grim strut over. The guild leader once again sucked in a cold breath towards Lord Grim's equipment this time. His top-heavy bottom-light style was extremely weird. What was this god doing? Then, he saw Lord Grim circle around them and actually asked a Conquering Cloud player, "Why haven't you started attacking the boss?" Conquering Cloud's guild leader was so furious, his nose was crooked. Who asked for information in this way? It was way too disdainful. That player clearly wasn't prepared for the question. He didn't know how to reply and looked at his guild leader. Lord Grim also turned around to look and saw the guild leader tag above the guild leader. He immediately walked over. "Are you the guild leader? Why haven't you started attacking the boss?" Yishio actually straight up asked the guild leader this question. Chapter 672. The Calmness of a Weak Team. Conquering Cloud's guild leader obviously knew who exactly he was facing. Usually, he would be excited about meeting a pro player in-game, no matter who it was. But how could Conquering Cloud's guild leader feel excitement in his current situation? Speaking of which, it was truly quite pitiful for the fans of weak teams. Strong teams had gods, a beautiful win rate, and an incredible match record. Any of these were enough to make fans discuss their favorite teams enthusiastically. However, weak teams didn't have any of these. The reasons people would support weak teams clearly wasn't enamored by their glorious achievements. Due to this reason, the fans of weak teams were generally more loyal because there wasn't much they could support. They started off in a low position. Even a tiny improvement was enough to make them satisfied. These fans were a group of down-to-earth players, but that didn't mean they didn't like achievements either. They also hoped their team would have amazing players, exceptional characters, and an intimidating win record. Conquering Clouds once possessed such a quality. Sun Slong. Conquering Clouds had unexpectedly uncovered such a talent. As soon as he came onto the stage, he attracted countless eyes. Sun Slong had obtained the greatest glory one could achieve as an individual. In his very first year in the Alliance, he was already being mentioned alongside the other gods. That year, Conquering Clouds' win record was unprecedented, with regards to them, of course. But their happiness was short-lived. Many people expected great things from Sun Slong and looked at him favorably, but none of it seemed to have anything to do with Conquering Clouds. The attention given to such a talent couldn't be considered as attention to their team. The fans of Conquering Clouds didn't want to admit it, but they could only do so. As Sun Slong performed more and more spectacularly, they were filled with joy, but also filled with worry and uneasiness. In his second season, when Sun Slong continued to play with Conquering Clouds, the fans were as excited as if they had just won the championships. Yes, for a weak team, finding happiness in the team was very easy. Unfortunately, good things didn't last forever. During this season's winter, he transferred to another team. Team Excellent Era's captain, Yi Chio, the greatest player in Glory's competitive history, retired. Following afterwards, Sun Slong announced his transfer to Team Excellent Era to succeed Yi Chio's position. Conquering Clouds fans obviously felt bitter, but they still held their reasoning. As fans of Conquering Clouds, they had been prepared for such a move long ago. They sent their blessings to Sun Slong and even felt proud that someone from their team had been able to succeed a god like Yi Chio. They didn't hold any grievances towards anyone and simply continued to quietly support their team. Fighting for wild bosses? Truthfully speaking, Conquering Cloud didn't have an elite team responsible for wild bosses. This sort of competition was similar to their situation with a talent like Sun Slong. From the very start, none of it seemed to be related to a weak team like Conquering Clouds. But they would never give up on such an opportunity. The playoffs were one such opportunity. The fans of the strong teams were busy waving flags and shouting battle cries, pouring out their emotions either due to being eliminated or for winning. This was a long-awaited event for fans of teams like Conquering Clouds. They didn't have the status to take part in it. They would only watch quietly from the sidelines when such opportunities suddenly appeared in front of them. The powerful guilds practically monopolized the wild bosses, leading their fans and contesting them. They hadn't relaxed in their wild boss hunting all year, up until now. It was hard to say how much of an improvement killing a few wild bosses could provide to a team, but if there was an opportunity, then why waste it? The small club guilds, who almost never participated in wild boss fights, had gathered their players together and spread across the world of Glory, searching for wild bosses. Conquering Clouds was naturally one of these guilds, but they had unfortunately encountered Heavenly Justice at Darkness Palace. They knew that Heavenly Justice was about to have a team join the Alliance. Their entrance came with quite some noise. The talk about Heavenly Justice even overshadowed their own. How could they accept that so easily? If an elite group from a strong team came, they would resign themselves to their inevitable loss, but they felt like they could still contest Heavenly Justice. However, they suffered a crushing defeat. Even an elite group from a powerful club guild wouldn't have beat them so badly. The reason was very obvious. It was because of the person heading over towards him. It was because of this guy's help that Conquering Clouds had suffered such huge losses in that fight. Conquering Clouds guild leader shot calling and tactics couldn't compete with a god's. And now this person was walking around so casually in front of him, asking such an arrogant question. Were they born to be looked down upon? Even though they were weak and the person looking down on them was Glory's greatest of all time, Conquering Clouds guild leader still felt like it was a blow to his pride. But perhaps he was already used to being looked down upon. Despite being angry, he didn't make any movements. Their feeble strength was a fact and, in any competitive platform, the skilled were respected. You're still not fighting yet? Where are your people? In the end, Conquering Clouds guild leader replied calmly to Yi Chio's question. Oh, I'm here to investigate. My people are still far away. Yishio said. So straightforward. Conquering Cloud's guild leader didn't know what to say. Under normal circumstances, let alone admitting that you were investigating, just from your guild tag alone, killing you off immediately didn't need any explanation, but facing this person, would they even be able to kill him if they tried? Conquering Cloud's guild leader couldn't help but ask himself this question. Even though he had 200 players on his side and his opponent was only one, he had heard that when this god entered the heavenly domain, the top guilds had allied together and chased after him. And the results? In the end, it was settled by leaving the matter unsettled. The other side was able to steadily climb his way up to level 70. As for why they left the matter unsettled, he didn't need to hear it from others to know. It was naturally because they had no other choice. If all of the top guilds couldn't do it, Conquering Cloud's guild leader doubted that he had any sort of chance of succeeding. The fans of small teams possess steadfast hearts. As the leader of these fans, Conquering Cloud's guild leader appeared calm. They were originally at the bottom. How could they go any lower? Just like this wild boss. It wouldn't have originally gone to them. If they got it, they would profit. If they didn't lose out. There was no pressure on them, so when facing tough opponents like Changing Spring, Jiangyu, or Arasima, Conquering Cloud's guild leader would initially be depressed and become calm. Tell your people to come. Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. Oh? You're not going to move it away? Yishio was surprised. It's not like it matters. We wouldn't be able to shrug you off even if we tried, no. Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. That's true. Yishio confirmed, but do you think that if my people come, you'll have the ability to face them? Conquering Cloud's guild leader fell silent. Their tragic defeat at Darkness Palace was still fresh in their minds. Everyone was silent. No one said anything. They quietly listened to the conversation between their guild leader and their enemy. So you're saying we should quietly watch you guys? Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. Sure. I would never reject that offer. Yishio said. Conquering Cloud's guild leader was depressed, but a small character was a small character. He knew when to give up. In the end, he sighed, it looks like that's our only choice. But I have a proposal. Yishio suddenly spoke. What is it? Conquering Cloud's guild leader was ready to order his people to escape at any moment. Alliance. Yishio said. What? Conquering Cloud's guild leader felt like he had heard incorrectly. Our current situation is only temporary. It'd be a miracle if we could keep this up for 2 weeks. Once this period ends, those guilds will certainly come back to compete for wild bosses. When that time comes, our strength will go back to being insufficient, no. Yishio said. Even with you. Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. Why are you worried about me? You should be concerned with yourself. Yishio said. Then what are you trying to say? Conquering Cloud's guild leader asked. We should cooperate together and break the wild boss monopoly held by those top guilds. Yishio said. Conquering Cloud's guild leader stared blankly. I feel like you've never thought of doing this before. Yishio said. I've thought of it before, but even if we allied together, I'm not sure if we'd be able to beat the top guilds. Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. But if you don't try, then you won't even have a chance at all. Yishio said. In any case, it's not like you're doing anything else. Why not give it a try? Isn't it boring running dungeons every day? Look at how the heavenly domain is set up. It clearly encourages PK. As a club guild, shouldn't you be a model for others? Yishio said. How are those even connected? Conquering Cloud's guild leader was depressed. At this moment, Yishio received a message from Lulan/. Seeing that Lord Grim had gone over, but hadn't reported back in a long time, Lulan/ felt uneasy. Relax. Discussion. Yishio replied. Discussion. Lulan/ asked. Did I do something wrong? Why did he use that word? Discussing an alliance. Yishio said. Alliance? Lulan was still confused. Alliance to kill wild bosses. Yishio said. Split between 3. Lulan was somewhat astonished. Normally, with a god helping them, they had an overwhelming advantage. Why did they need extend an olive branch to conquering clouds? Not necessarily. It could be between 4, 5, 6. Yishio said. What are you trying to get at? Lulan asked. We should establish an alliance that can compete with the top guilds for the long term, not just using this opportunity to do a small bit of stealing. Yishio said. Lulan immediately understood. The top guilds were currently busy. Once this hype period was over, the fight for the bosses wouldn't remain the same as they did now. You were planning on doing this from the start? Lulan asked. No. I just thought of it. Yishio said. Chapter 673. It's all a misunderstanding. I just thought of it. Lulan muttered to himself. He didn't need Yishio to explain it to him to know that this would be a long-term solution, but even so, he wasn't very happy with Yishio making such a decision on his behalf. This was completely different from when he was acting like a dog following him around everywhere. That could be considered just a joke, but Yishio directly deciding something for him was a completely different matter. Lulan had to express his complaints. Why didn't you tell me about this before making such a decision? Yes, he just wanted to be informed of it beforehand. Lulan liked this plan. He wasn't against it, but he needed to be the one to make the decision. Even ocean ahead, homeward bound, 1,000 falling leaves, or night tide would be fine too. Yishio shouldn't be allowed to help Heavenly Justice make such an important decision. This time, Lulan felt that Yishio had gone too far. Oh, aren't I doing that right now? What do you think of it? Yishio replied. Lulan choked. This was how the matter would be resolved? Lulan wasn't satisfied. He felt like Yishio should be aware of his stance. What if I don't want to? Lulan replied. He was ready to let Yishio know. Didn't you already decide? Did you really think that I would definitely accept your plan? You were right in the fact that I have no objections, but what if I don't agree to it? What are you going to do? Oh? You're not going to participate. Yishio replied and even typed out an astonished emoji. You must be surprised. Ha ha. Now you know that you shouldn't take everything for granted. Know that you can't make decisions on behalf of Heavenly Justice. Lulan was still enjoying himself when Yishio suddenly messaged, if you're not going to participate, how are you going to get any bosses in the future? Ha ha, maybe I have a different way. Lulan replied. Okay. Yishio replied, so you had backup plans. I hadn't thought of that. Looks like we'll be adversaries in the future. Good luck. Wait. Lulan was dumbfounded. Something wasn't right. Before he could even react, the guild system notified him that Lord Grim, Softmist, and Steamed Bun Invasion had all left the guild. Afterwards, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Cheng Guo said their farewells and prepared to leave. Hey. Where are you guys going? Lulan called out to them when he suddenly understood. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lulan cried. The 3 characters stopped and looked at him. Their characters' expressions were cold and indifferent. In reality, they were puzzled. What? What had happened? What misunderstanding? Lulan finally realized what had happened. Yishio hadn't made any decisions on his behalf. He was making his own decision. Lulan had forgotten why Yishio had even been in his guild to begin with. It was just for them to temporarily take advantage of their guild's extra stat points. Yishio wasn't there to serve his guild. Their statuses were equal. Yishio was working alone. He just hadn't created his guild yet, so he was staying with Heavenly Justice until he did so. So it really had been a misunderstanding, but this misunderstanding wasn't easy to explain. Lulan/ had brought this upon himself. When he saw them leave his guild, Lulan/ finally realized, in that alliance plan, his Heavenly Justice had been crossed out as someone who wouldn't be joining. F***CK. How could I not take part in this? If Yishio really did what he said he would do, the small club guilds would ally together. The top club guilds would still be as powerful as ever. How could his Heavenly Justice compete with them both alone? Lulan/ didn't want to be the unique one. Not at all. As he shouted at them to stop, he hastily messaged Yishio to explain in a shameless manner, "You're too decisive. I never said I wasn't going to participate. I was just thinking over it." Think? What's there to think about? Yishio replied. Yeah, there's no need to think about it, but I accidentally spilled some water on my keyboard, so I was in a bit of a fluster. I thought too much for a second there. I just decided that I had to participate, right? Isn't that obvious? Lulan/ regretted how the other side could see his impatience. Oh, then come over here. We haven't noticed any other guilds coming, so us three will kill it together. Yishio replied. 3. Lulan/ saw this number. As expected. Yishio hadn't considered himself a part of Heavenly Justice. They were separate entities. Lulan/ had assumed it on his own and regarded Yishio as laboring for him. Lulan/ hastily led his team over to the boss, while inviting Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion back to the guild. However, the invites were denied. When he looked again, he remembered that those who left a guild couldn't join another one for 5 days. Lulan/ had forgotten about it in his anxiousness. Sigh. Lulan/ sighed. He originally had a close relationship with Yishio, but with just one blunder, he widened had it. They originally had Heavenly Justice next to their names, giving Conquering Clouds and any other guilds a warning. And now? Yishio wouldn't directly join Conquering Cloud, right? Lulan/ was somewhat fidgety. He forgot about the notification he got, those who left the guild wouldn't be able to join another guild for 5 days. When Heavenly Justice arrived, Yishio and Conquering Cloud's guild leader had already finished their discussion. With their alliance in place, the bit of enmity between them went away. The two were happily chatting together. Quite a few Conquering Cloud players had come over too. Who was this? God Yishio. To be able to meet him in-game was definitely something to be excited about. When Lulan/ came over and saw Conquering Cloud's guild leader chatting away with Yishio, he felt sad and depressed. It's all my own fault. Why did I have to say all that when I didn't even understand the situation? God, Lulan/ went over and gave an awkward greeting. You're here? Let's start then. We'll split the rewards evenly 3 ways. Will that be an issue? Yishio said. It seems like Yishio would be considering himself as an equal entity, but his abilities didn't need to be discussed. How could Heavenly Justice or Conquering Clouds not know of his capabilities in leading a group? So even though the other side had fewer people, none of them objected to him taking an equal share. Even though he had fewer people, all of them were experts. You guys have probably never fought against this boss before, right? Yishio asked the 2 guild leaders. Yeah. Conquering Clouds guild leader and Lulan/ confirmed it. Then I'll be responsible for leading this operation. Yishio said. Neither of them objected, but Lulan/ also knew that Yishio had never fought against this boss before either, but starting something new was never easy. The 2 guilds working together would have around 400 to 500 players in this small area. It was unusually noisy. The 2 sides had fought against each other just a short while ago at Darkness Palace. All of a sudden, they would now be cooperating with each other? This sudden change in relationship was a familiar one for the big club guilds, but for these guild players, who rarely competed, it took some time for them to get used to. Furthermore, this was for a wild boss. For full groups weren't necessary. They might accidentally injure one another too, which would prove to be troublesome. As a result, the two guilds chose their strongest members and had them form a group. Everyone else dispersed and were in charge of being on the lookout. Without any other guilds around, didn't that mean they would be doing nothing? Then shall we start? Yishio looked around. Lulan / and Conquering Cloud's guild leader would obviously be a part of the main group. Let's start. Team 1. Team 2. Yishio started giving instructions. Sometimes, he would speak. Other times, he would type. In any case, the group chat would be very clean during these times, so typing out the instructions wouldn't be difficult to see. The front lines would consist of Yishio's Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Lulan / team. Their skill level surpassed top normal players. As for the other members of the group, they would be dealing damage whenever they were given the opportunity to do so. From time to time, they would need to make adjustments according to the instructions given. Chengguo's Chasing Haze was amongst these players. When she looked around left and right, there were numerous Heavenly Justice and Conquering Cloud players surrounding her. The only happy player was herself. How lonely. Chengguo was depressed. They needed to hurry and establish their guild. They should at least have some number between 10 and 20 people here. With Yishio leading and several experts helping, Forest Guardian Vich wasn't an easy task, but it still went smoothly. From an overall perspective, even though they weren't a big club guild, they didn't lack elite teams. Along with a godlike Yishio, the elite teams from the guilds were more than enough. The wild boss was steadily eaten up. Yishio's precise decision-making helped a lot. Lulan / and the others let out a sigh of relief. With his leading, it really had been quite easy to beat this wild boss. As long as no outsider messed things up, the boss wouldn't give them any trouble. But their fear came. Conquering Cloud's guild leader received a message that Guild Radiant was coming. Guild Radiant belonged to Club Radiant. Team Radiant placed 17th in the regular season. They were clearly a bottom-tier team, but they wanted to take advantage of this situation to snag a few wild bosses as well. Are they close? Yishio asked when he saw the message from Conquering Cloud's guild leader. They should arrive before we finish killing the boss. Conquering Cloud's guild leader said. Then we should let them come. With our current situation, it'll be quite convenient to talk about things once they arrive. Yishio said. Chapter 674. This situation isn't right. Radiant wasn't actually certain that a boss had spawned. They simply had a similar line of thinking and stationed their players all throughout the world to be on the lookout. In the end, players from Radiant discovered unusual movements from Conquering Clouds at the World Tree and immediately reported back. When Radiant heard the news, they were quite excited. If the other side had already grouped up, it meant they were about to start attacking the boss. If they hurried over and snuck up on them, maybe they would be able to steal the boss. Radiant formed two groups of players and rushed towards the World Tree. The Radiant players, who had discovered the unusual movements, saw Conquering Cloud shoo them away, confirming their suspicions a wild boss had definitely spawned here. Force your way past them. Hearing that their players were being cleared from the field, Radiant's guild leader ordered the two groups of players under him to prepare to sweep Conquering Cloud in one go. But when they arrived at the location, they weren't met with any resistance. Conquering Cloud seemed to be intentionally avoiding them, allowing Radiant to reach the boss's location without any pressure. What's going on? Radiant's guild leader was puzzled. The opposing side wasn't stopping him from reaching the boss. Were they still fighting for the boss? This didn't make any sense. Wait. Radiant's guild leader felt like there must have been a trap set somewhere. He felt a bit afraid to continue venturing deeper and hastily called his troops to halt. Everyone, wait here for now. I'll go take a look ahead with a few others. Radiant's guild leader positioned himself as a scout and picked out a few players to go with him. They formed a small team and ventured deeper to investigate. Not long afterwards, they quickly saw a huge commotion up ahead. A whole bunch of players seemed to be scattered around, but they were actually organized, aiming for the same target as if they were fighting the boss. Why was it as if? Because Radiant Scouts saw that some of these players had Conquering Cloud Guild tags, while others had Heavenly Justice Guild tags. What sort of situation is this? Radiant Scouts were puzzled. In an ideal world, two guilds would be fighting together alongside one another. However, something like that had never happened before. Wild bosses were such valuable resources. It was difficult for guilds like them to even have an opportunity to kill one, yet they were actually cooperating with one another and giving half of their troops to the other side? How could things be so perfect? It's a trap. There was definitely a trap hidden somewhere. Radiant's guild leader thought, but he didn't know if this trap was for Radiant, or if those two guilds were plotting something against each other. If it was the latter, then it would be easy pickings for Radiant. On the other hand, if it was a trap for Radiant, what was the trap? Have them believe it would be easy pickings? Radiant's guild leader was completely dumbfounded. There were no hints of them setting up any sort of net. Guild leader, what do we do? Someone next to him asked. Something feels fishy. Radiant's guild leader hesitated. He looked around left and right, but no one seemed to notice them. Since there were only a few of them, by sticking close together, they easily avoided the sight of any nearby players. Can you see the boss? Radiant's guild leader stuck out his head, hoping to see something abnormal amongst the crowd of players. They should be attacking the boss, right? Why else would they be causing such a commotion? One person said. But it's too peaceful. That's not logical at all. Radiant's guild leader didn't understand at all. No matter how much he couldn't understand, they still had a goal in mind. The boss's health wasn't going to wait for them. They also didn't know when this crowd of players started attacking the boss. What if the boss was killed by the time they got there? Radiant's guild leader sent a message back, telling everyone to hurry over while they continued to observe the two guilds. After receiving the message, Radiant's players immediately set out. The two guilds obviously noticed the movements of such a large group of players. Conquering Cloud's guild leader and Luland / continuously received updates. It was very obvious what the other side wanted. Perhaps it would be best to defend against them, so the two guilds organized their leftover troops to gather together. When Radiant arrived, the players from the two guilds that had been spread out earlier converged. Radiant's guild leader saw this scene. Holy *T, they have so many people. It seemed like these two guilds really were partners. Why were they so against Radiant? Were these two guilds getting married? The two sides faced each other, but because their guild leaders hadn't given them any orders, neither side moved. They were all elite teams and were well disciplined. If their guild leader didn't tell them to do anything, they wouldn't provoke the other side, so the situation a stalemate. Ahem. Radiant's guild leader felt like he should say something. He went to the front of his troops. What are you guys doing? We're killing the boss. What else would we be doing? Someone answered back as if it were obvious. Radiant's guild leader had a title next to his name, indicating that he was the guild leader. The other side wasn't a part of Radiant though, so they didn't care. Killing the boss, Radiant's guild leader really wanted to know why they weren't fighting each other, but how could he ask that? In the end, he said, "Really? How's it going?" "We're almost done." The other side replied. "What are you trying to do? Do you plan on stopping us?" Conquering Cloud's players shouted. Radiant's guild leader looked at them with disdain. In his heart, he was thinking about how stupid these people were. If we're not here to stop you, do you think we're here to watch? These people must have never killed a wild boss before. Radiant's guild leader thought because their guild had gotten a few wild bosses before. Even though they were powerless against the large guilds, Radiant had never given up on pursuing wild bosses. The heavenly domain was so vast. Even if the big guilds spread their net wide, there would always be a few fish that slipped through. Radiant relied on this method to snatch a few wild bosses. However, because of their goal, the number of times that they had been wiped by the big guilds was more than the number of wild boss kills they had managed to secure under their belts. Sometimes, they would arrive first and start attacking the boss, but the big guilds ended up catching them and wiped them out along with the boss. Even so, Radiant's guild leader felt like they were still on the competitive side. They were one grade higher than those guilds who didn't even dare to compete for wild bosses. In his eyes, conquering clouds was naturally a lower grade than them. As for heavenly justice, they didn't have anything besides money. Although he believed that Radiant had more experience than those two guilds, seeing how those two guilds were allied with each other, Radiant's guild leader didn't dare to fight them 1 versus 2. He blamed the unclear reports from the players that had informed him. If he knew there were 2 guilds, he would have brought more people. Radiant's guild leader was wondering what he should do right now. Suddenly, he heard cheers of celebration and he knew that it wasn't good. Sure enough, the wild boss had been killed and the 2 guilds were cheering as a result. F***CK. These 2 guilds actually committed adultery? Radiant's guild leader saw that the boss had fallen, yet the 2 other guilds never attacked each other once. In the end, they even cheered together. It really made him speechless. These people were truly amateurs. Instead of fighting over the wild boss, they actually allied together. Radiant's guild leader thought resentfully. He was already planning on leaving when he saw the players from the 2 guilds disperse. Conquering Cloud's guild leader Yuzichin and Heavenly Justice's guild leader Lulan/ were walking over. Between these 2 was a weird-looking top-heavy guy who instantly made Radiant's guild leader. No, the entire guild of Radiant pay attention. When this guy got closer and they could finally see his ID, Radiant's guild leader felt his head go dizzy. F***CK, isn't he that guy? Radiant's guild leader stood dumbly there, forgetting to tell his guild to leave. These 3 walked up to him. Conquering Cloud's guild leader, Yuzichin, was familiar with him, so he introduced him to the other 2. This is Radiant's guild leader Whitestream. I don't know if you 2 know of him. It's an honor to meet you. Lulan/ said. This wasn't him being polite. Even though Radiant was a bottom-tier team in the Alliance, a pro team was still a pro team. Their guild was still quite powerful. Lulan/ had conjured a storm and his popularity appeared to be soaring. However, his foundation still couldn't compare to these club guilds. They had real and loyal fans. Their team was doing so poorly, yet they still didn't leave their team. If they weren't loyal fans, what were they? Yishio nodded twice. He was being sincere. Saying it was an honor to meet him would be a lie. Even though Radiant's guild leader could be considered a top figure in the game, his status wouldn't even reach Yishio's ears. Yishio was currently wondering who was in Team Radiant. Was there anyone noteworthy? This is Heavenly Justice's guild leader Lulan/. This is, I don't need to introduce him, do I? Yuzichin introduced them to Whitestream. That's right. Whitestream didn't know what to say. He was staring at Lord Grim. He wasn't prepared at all to meet this god. His brain was currently short-circuiting. Right, what? What do you want to say? Yuzichin said. His relationship with Whitestream wasn't bad. Of course, his personal relationship wouldn't get in the way of guild matters like competing for bosses. It's like this. Yishio said, you saw us killing the boss together, right? Yeah. Whitestream said. It went smoothly, no. Yishio said. Whitestream thought, it went smoothly because I hesitated too much. Had I acted, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We're cooperating together to kill bosses. How about it? Would you like to join us? If you do, once this period is over, we might not necessarily lose out to Tyranny, Tiny Herb, or Blue Rain. Yishio said. How aggressive. Whitestream thought. God Yishio had directly called out Tyranny, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain. These were team names. If it were me, I'd be saying Tyrannical Ambition, Herb Garden, and Blue Brook Guild. TSK, there's such a huge difference between us. Whitestream's mind wasn't there. His focus was all over the place. Chapter 675. Let's cooperate. Speaking of which, Yishio was more used to calling these guilds by their team's name. For White Stream to notice such details, he could be considered quite meticulous. However, he was noticing things he shouldn't be noticing, and noticing things he shouldn't be noticing. It was only after he thought about these things for a while did he suddenly realize the other side's intentions. Cooperate. White Stream quickly calculated. He knew that this method would work against the big guilds, but there was one issue. Would such an alliance be stable enough for something as important as a wild boss? This was the equipment and the materials that dropped from the boss just now. If you joined us, we'll distribute these evenly between the four of us, instead of 3. Lulan said, while writing out a list of items and sent it to the other party. The list sent to him was naturally the rewards dropped by the wild boss. Right when the list was sent to him, Lulan dumped out all of the drops onto the floor. D*MN. White Stream had the urge to rush forward at this moment. Why did everyone want wild bosses? Because of its drops. Now someone just threw them onto the ground. He really wanted to come forward and take them, but he wasn't brazen enough to do so. These items were dropped by the player, not the boss, so the system wouldn't protect them. In the end, he didn't take any action and could only swallow down his saliva. If they dared to throw these items at his feet, it meant that they felt safe to do so. Let alone Gojichio standing there. In that instant, White Stream felt countless cold gazes shoot towards him. Of course, this was only figurative because he himself was outside of the game. However, this feeling told him, don't make any rash movements, we're prepared. Afterwards, White Stream saw those 3 characters crouch around the pile of items, which even the powerful guilds would envy, and start distributing the items among themselves. The 3 chatted with each other with smiles and took the items they needed. Yes, White Stream wasn't seeing things. They were distributing the items among themselves. Wild bosses were so rare and difficult to kill. How could there be just a few items? Forest Guardian Vich had dropped a total of 19 items, 2 of which were orange equipment and the rest materials. In the eyes of the players, orange equipment dropped from a wild boss was considered the best equipment that they could obtain. In Glory, only silver equipment created by pro teams could surpass orange equipment. However, not even pros necessarily had all silver equipment. Those who didn't have silver equipment would have to rely on orange equipment dropped by wild bosses. There were no purple equipment in the pro scene. In the pro scene, purple equipment was poor enough to make players angry, even if the majority of players in the game didn't even have purple equipment. Even though orange equipment was widely used in the pro scene, silver equipment were still better. Orange equipment was simply temporary placeholders. The pro scene had only recently started developing. After another 8 of 10 years, there might not be any orange equipment at all. All that being said, the value of an orange equipment dropped from a wild boss wasn't any lower than a wild boss material because orange equipment could be used as research materials for equipment development. With the equipment editor, they could figure out how this equipment had those stats. After obtaining this information, was it possible to elevate the stats to another stage? If the stats of this level of orange equipment were to be upgraded, wouldn't a silver equipment be born? Even though this sort of silver equipment couldn't be compared to a custom-made silver equipment, for clubs without a lot of resources, this was a common method used to improve their strength. This kind of research wasn't easy as there were times when the equipment couldn't be restored during the research. Due to this, there was a need to have multiple of the same equipment to compensate for these mistakes. Of the 2 pieces of equipment that had dropped just now, Yuzuchin took one of them away, probably for research. Yishio took the other, after seeing that Lulan wasn't interested in it. For Yishio and his team, this piece of equipment could help them improve their strength. Next, the materials were distributed after a brief discussion. White Stream watched them from the sidelines. He felt that none of them had lost out. 19 items. Even after being distributed amongst 3 people, each would still receive quite a number of items. White Stream agreed with the way they distributed the drops. Afterwards, the 3 characters stood up again and gazed at him. White Stream knew the three of them intentionally distributed the items in front of him, showing him that they would distribute the items fair and square. If we divide these items between 4. Yishio spoke, marking the start of a new conversation. If we divide them by 4, the items would be easier to distribute. Yuzichin said. I agree. How about you take out that violet fragment and oak vine, God Yichio takes out the world tree fragment, and I take out a red berry and a sober stone. These 5 should be enough for White Stream. Lulan Slash suggested. Wait a minute, why should I give away a violet fragment? I can also give a sober stone. Yuzichin said. What? Are you saying that your red berry is the same value as my oak vine? Lulan Slash asked. Does it matter whether the item given is of same value or not? It's fine, as long all 4 of us get similar values. Yuzichin replied. The items you're giving up aren't fair. Also, your remaining items on your side are worth more than what we have. Lulan Slash said. Now we're dividing by 4, so a bit of a difference is fine. Giving your violet fragment and oak vine to White Stream is the correct way. Lulan Slash said. If I'm giving a violet fragment to White Stream, then you have to give a water fire crystal. Yuzichin said. Water fire crystal? You B***starred, are you doing this on purpose? Do you think I don't know the value of water fire crystal? Lulan Slash angrily refuted back. All right. Both of you, stop arguing. You guys already arguing like this for such a small matter. Why don't you guys argue again after the next boss? Yishio finally stepped in to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, White Stream almost drooled out from listening at them. This guy was shouting to give him this while the other was demanding to give him that. It caused him to almost take it as real. He even almost went to trade with them. Violet fragment, oak vine, world tree fragment, red berry, and water fire crystal. White Stream craved for all of them. He strongly wished that these guys would give all of it to him. But then, when Yishio stepped in, he realized that it was only a conjecture and not for real. D***MN, they weren't actually giving all of those to him. He almost tricked himself. Thinking about it again, it felt like they purposely fighting in front of him. It was the same as when they were laying out all of the items on the ground. Were they trying to entice him to join them? Even though he knew what they were trying to do, he was really looking forward to it. How about he try following these guys? White Stream still wasn't confident. Would these people distribute the dropped items fair and square and not manipulate them to their own advantage? If these people teamed up with each other, then his guild would easily kicked aside by them anytime. Just as White Stream was still hesitating about it, Yuzichin suddenly received a message, oh. Another boss spawned. Really? Where? Our side still hasn't received any news. Lulan Slash shouted out. Yuzichin didn't immediately reply, instead he asked White Stream, do you want to come with us? Another wild boss? White Stream's side also hadn't received any news. The heavenly domain was too large and wild bosses randomly spawned. If it was just their guild, it wouldn't be strange to miss a boss. Even with all the guilds working together, bosses sometimes wouldn't be discovered by any of them. If they didn't have any information on a boss, it was possible that they wouldn't know if there was a wild boss fight even happening. Rather than a non-existent chance, why not try working with them? He could also observe their attitudes towards him too. Okay. I'll go too. After thinking about it for a while, White Stream agreed to follow them. Yuzichin announced that the newly spawned boss was the swordsman Protector Kaio of Sighing Ravine. Another level 70 boss. Lulan Slash was excited. Today, they had killed 3 level 70 wild bosses. Even though the number of items distributed reduced each time, it was still better compared to before, where they couldn't even find one. Is there a need to be surprised about this? White Stream looked down on them when he saw that other guild leader was so excited just from hearing the name of the wild boss. He was showing off his superiority to the other guilds for having killed a wild boss before. Though he acted this way, he was actually quite excited too. "Shall we go?" Lulan didn't refute back. Speaking of which, he immediately felt embarrassed after that. The other guild leaders didn't act like him when they heard the name of the wild boss, and yet he acts like such a peasant. How unsightly. He was going to enter the league as a pro player next season, yet he was still acting like this. So embarrassing. He should learn more from Goji Chio's calm demeanor. "Let's go." They called out to their troops and set out. 3 guild leaders each leading 2 groups of players. It was very noisy. On the other hand, Yishio's team was more solemn. With only 4 people in their team, they wouldn't even be able to be spotted if they were thrown in amongst the crowd of players. In addition, their equipment might be remarkable in normal teams, but compared to these elite groups, theirs was too mundane. Let alone orange equipment, they didn't even have any equipment from 100-player raid dungeons. How could they compare with the elites of these club guilds? Conquering Clouds and Radiant didn't do well in the competition for wild bosses, but that was because they were up against strong opponents. However, for 100-player raid dungeons, their teams could still challenge those. Chapter 676. Dagger Team. Yishio's group, as well as the players from the 3 allied guilds, returned to the nearest city and teleported as near as they could to the Sighing Ravine. They were fairly spread out as they moved. After all, the situation still wasn't very stable. If their movements caught the attention of the club guilds, they might get dragged into the war, so the 3 guilds tacitly kept a low profile while traveling. Conquering Clouds wasn't the only guild to notice Sword Master Caillou. Compared to Yishio and the others, who had to travel through several locations to reach the boss, this guild grouped together quickly. After clearing the surrounding area, they prepared to move the boss away. Yuzuchin immediately received reports that his players were being shooed away. This other guild was Parade. Team Parade had placed 16th this regular season. Along with Team Radiant and Team Conquering Clouds, who placed 15th and 17th in the regular season, these 3 teams were just as bad as each other. With similar placings, they were in a similar situation in the game. Usually, Parade lived the life of poaching a few wild bosses. Seeing how the big guilds were all fighting one another, why wouldn't they take advantage of this opportunity and reap some rewards? They were also busy wandering around the world, looking for bosses. No one knew exactly when this Sword Master Caillou had spawned. In any case, Parade had been the first to arrive. Sighing Ravine had complicated terrain, making it easy to hide a boss. After clearing away any surrounding players, Parade began moving the boss away to somewhere without any enemy eyes. This kind of remote leveling area hadn't become a battlefield for the ongoing World War. For this sort of chaotic killing without any real purpose, the fires of war would spread and then shrink because, when a player died, that player would have to revive elsewhere, so the battles would slowly concentrate near the cities and then towards the revival points. Sighing Ravine was already a remote area away from the populated places. This area wasn't crowded, but it wasn't completely empty either, although it was more on the unfrequented side. Even more so at the time of night like now. Parade pulled the boss along and soon found a suitable location. Afterwards, they had a few scouts spread out and pay attention to any suspicious players nearing their location. Truthfully, there was no such thing as an unsuspicious player. In this type of situation, if you were a player in the general vicinity, you were considered suspicious. It didn't matter if you were in a guild or not. You would be closely watched by Parade. However, since they weren't clearing the area, Parade would only pay attention to them. They wouldn't take the initiative to give them a warning. If they did that, wouldn't that be the same as saying 300 silver tails were hidden here? That would just be telling the world that they were killing a wild boss at this location. The scouts who spread around the map wouldn't have Parade's guild tag displayed next to their names. Yishio and the others were still quite far and their intel was poor. After Conquering Clouds players were cleared out of the area, they couldn't stay there and give any updates. When the main troops arrived, they could only vaguely which direction Parade took off. "We have to hurry." Yishio looked at the time. He was worried that by the time they found the boss would already be dead. "Spread out to save some time." The 3 guild leaders didn't hesitate. They led their teams towards the general direction. Whenever a split road appeared, they would immediately split their troops. The 3 guilds had 6 groups for a total of 60 teams or 600 players, which spread out and searched the area. Their initial direction was accurate, so with this many players searching, along with some experienced judgment, a team from Heavenly Justice discovered a few of Parade's movements. When Heavenly Justice made their discovery, Parade noticed them too. It didn't matter if this team didn't have a guild tag. If you're a player, you're suspicious. Seeing that this team was getting closer to the boss, Parade sent some people to stop them. Heavenly Justice's team was killed, but although they didn't see the boss himself, being attacked was also an indicator. The team reported back and the 3 guilds all headed towards this location. After Parade wiped out this team, they didn't immediately pull the boss elsewhere. After all, this team was simply killed because they were suspicious. They didn't actually know that this team was searching for the boss. Killing people for no reason wasn't good, especially for a club guild. As a result, the players sent to wipe out these suspicious players wouldn't be someone well known in Parade or have a guild tag on their name. When was it a good time to use open accounts? Now, of course. If these suspicious players were from a guild, then both sides were well aware of the reason. If these suspicious players were normal players, Parade couldn't let these players speak badly about them. Parade continued to fight the boss, while paying close attention to whether there would be any after effects from killing this team. Sure enough, many more players were starting towards their location. Parade immediately knew that they hadn't killed random passers-by, but players actively searching for the boss. Then should they continue fighting or should they hide? Parade's guild leader was called Martial Awareness. After thinking about it, he decided to stay and fight. They could use the terrain to their advantage and form a defensive formation around the location. As long as they could stall for long enough, they would have enough time to kill the boss. Martial Awareness quickly gave the order. He immediately commanded the sub-guild leader to lead a portion of their troops to set up a defensive wall, while he led the team in killing the boss. They weren't very familiar with killing this wild boss, but players from club guilds still had good equipment and skills. From an overall perspective, they were still strong, unlike Heavenly Justice whose only top experts were Luland/' team, while everyone else was just average. Facing a wild boss, which required many players to defeat, Heavenly Justice couldn't compare to any of the club guilds in this sense. Martial Awareness's assistant led a group of players and started making arrangements. Their scouts had returned for more support. Not long afterwards, the sounds of jumbled footsteps gradually echoed throughout Sighing Ravine. They started getting closer and closer. When this Parade sub-guild leader heard the sound getting louder and louder, his expression started to change. It seemed like there were a lot of people coming. Of course, there were a lot. The 3 allied guilds had a total of 600 players. They outnumbered Parade by nearly 3 to 1, and the group led by Parade sub-guild leader by 6 to 1. But more important was the person leading this huge 600-player army. Ishio. Known as the Glory Encyclopedia and a god, how could he not be well versed in tactics? As their troops advanced, the ravine was still as quiet as ever. Even the allied guild leaders knew something was going on. How could Ishio not realize that there must be some sort of trap in that entrance up ahead? But who cares if there was an ambush? Ishio's Lord Grim turned back and looked behind him. The players from the 3 allied guilds had nearly all gathered together. For the ravine to be so peaceful, Parade must be the only guild there. With such an overwhelming numbers advantage, any sort of ambush was worthless. Charge! Ishio didn't even try and arrange any formations. He just said one word. If they only relied on their sea of people to charge through, they would certainly be slowed by the terrain. But the ones leading the charge were daggers that would pierce through the enemy defense. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion. Luland/ 5-player team. Yuzuchin and White Stream couldn't be considered as weak either. They were experts, who were responsible for leading their entire guild. A total of 18 players led the charge and made the first turn around the corner. Attack! Parade sub-guild leader wasn't polite and gave the order as soon as he saw them. The prepared attacks flew out, but the opposing seemed to be closing in on them faster than their skills could be released. In the blink of an eye, all sorts of skills fell, not just from Parade, but also from the allied sides. The dagger pierced into the heart and continued through it. 18 elites. The 10 from Conquering Clouds and Radiant were somewhat weaker, but Yishio, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Lulan/Slash's team far surpassed the skill of a normal player. In an instant, they trampled through the enemy ranks. Parade sub-guild leader could tell that the other side had a lot of people and was already uneasy, but how could he have known that they would immediately get rushed through in one go? He even went up himself to defend, but a brick landed on him, a spear launched him into the air, along with a bunch of other skills. F***CK. How did he turn into a ghost? He could only blame his sub-guild leader tag being so eye-catching. It was always best to kill the leader first if there was an opportunity to. It was like this in war, on the streets, and in the game. The leader was killed not long after the battle began. It didn't need to be said that Parade's defense fell into shambles. They couldn't even defend against these 18 elites when the rest of the troops arrived. That sea of people completely devoured them. F***CK. Martial Awareness received his sub-guild leader's message. He was still busy killing the boss. He just looked at it, but didn't have time to reply. When suddenly, the players next to him clearly made a mistake. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Focus! Where are you looking? Guild leader? Look behind us," someone beside him stuttered. Martial Awareness turned around to look. F***CK. What the hell was this? Where'd everyone go? Why are there so many people? Who are these guys? Bringing so many people for a boss, have some integrity. The sea of people had arrived in front of Martial Awareness's group. Trying to bring the boss away now was impossible. They lost focus out of terror and Sword Master Caillou killed 4 of them in one slash. At this point, the guild tags on the players bared their fangs. Martial Awareness immediately realized that it wasn't just one guild, but 3 guilds. What's going on? Were they allying together to swallow them up? At this moment, a top-heavy weird-looking guy stood out in front of everyone. Martial Awareness glanced at him and was furious. F***CK, what's this? You're sending this guy out to make fun of me? But soon afterwards, he saw the ID on this weird guy's head, Lord Grim. Martial Awareness's heart fell to his feet. He knew very well who this person was. At this moment, Lord Grim calmly spoke, "Guild leader, let's put the boss aside and have a chat." Chapter 677. Just kill more. Let's put the boss aside. Even if Parade wanted to stop, the boss had to agree too. Bosses couldn't speak or communicate though. Under the hungry gazes of the 3 allied guilds, Parade continued to defend against the boss as their sweat drenched their backs. Martial Awareness knew that they wouldn't be able to win this time. Their group had the terrain advantage, yet they were still instantly crushed by their opponents. Such a powerful force wasn't something that Martial Awareness could contend against, especially when a god was the one leading the enemy's forces. What exactly was going on? What do you want? Martial Awareness spoke hoarsely. In this type of situation, he already had intentions of shrinking back, but as a guild leader, his pride couldn't bear it. The other side was too cruel and direct, not leaving him any room to move. After crushing my forces, he wants me to sit down and chat? What the F***CK is there to talk about? We'll have to listen to anything you say anyway. Let's be allies. We'll split the boss drops equally. Yishio said. Martial Awareness felt like he had heard incorrectly. What type of situation was this? They could simply step over Parade's corpse and take the boss. Why was he talking about being allies and splitting the boss? Martial Awareness wondered. Is this some sort of trick? But did the other side even need to play any tricks in a situation like this? Clearly not. What's more, the 3 guilds standing next to each other were already a bit weird. Along with a godlike Ichio leading them, martial awareness suddenly realized that it might not actually be a joke. Not just now, but later. We'll kill them together and split the loot. Ichio followed with the main point. Oh. Martial awareness understood that this was the key point. Was this going to be a long-term alliance? That doesn't sound too bad. Hurry up and decide. The boss is about to die. If you don't agree, we'll have to steal it. Ichio said. So direct and domineering. Ichio displayed such an attitude after displaying their overwhelming strength. Did martial awareness have any choice? None. Even if he wasn't certain, he should still agree for now and see what the other side would do first. Okay, I agree. Martial awareness quickly replied. Then, this boss will be split between us 5. Ichio said. 5. Martial awareness repeated this number and realized that Ichio counted as his own separate entity. Yes. Do you need help killing this boss? Ichio asked. No need. More people will only make it messier. Martial awareness said. Even though the sudden attack had previously killed several of their members, they quickly regained their foothold. Relying on their current troops, killing Sword Master Kaiu wouldn't be too difficult. However, if more groups joined, they would need to worry about not accidentally injuring one another. More than one group fighting only worked when they were all from a single guild with good tacit coordination. A bunch of guilds swarming around would make things much more difficult. Okay, then we'll watch. Ichio said. Sure enough, the 3 guilds didn't go up and help. They didn't surround them and stop them from escaping either. They really did just stand there, quietly watching from the sidelines. They're really confident. Martial awareness thought. They were letting him kill the boss. When the boss was killed, he could quickly pick up all the loot. Even if he died, how many would drop? He wouldn't lose out either way. This reasoning is very simple, but the other side was still allowing it to happen. What are they relying on? Martial awareness felt somewhat uneasy. With the boss almost dead, he didn't need to lead his guild anymore. They could do it on their own. After martial awareness pondered for a bit, he immediately understood. The other side was waiting for him to express his sincerity. Allying together to kill a boss wasn't a trap. It really was what he's planning. After killing the boss, I need to share the loot with everyone for the alliance to be formed. If I try and take advantage in front of their eyes, I would still profit, but I would lose out on being a part of that beautiful scene. Yes, a beautiful scene. For guilds allied together led by God Ichio. If they joined the wild boss competition, what would that scene be like? Martial awareness was already looking forward to it. Everyone needed wild bosses, but their small guilds had another name for killing wild bosses: poaching. Not competing or fighting for one, but poaching. Utterly despicable stealing. But what could they do? They wanted to compete with the big guilds, but the big guilds would simply crush them. They couldn't call that situation competing, but gifting them free equipment. The small guilds could only avoid competing against the big guilds. Picking out the ones that no one noticed and stealthily killing them, wasn't that what poaching was? But with an alliance, therefore guilds could compete with everyone else. It wasn't like the small guilds had never thought of it before, but with the struggle between the guilds, establishing an alliance wasn't easy. They would always scheme against one another, unable to cooperate. Like that, they couldn't compete against large club guilds. It wasn't like there hadn't been any precedent. But it was different this time. Martial awareness turned around and glanced at that top-heavy guy. The difference was that this time, they had a god. God Ichio's status was too overbearing. They did not like it, but they couldn't deny that his skill far surpassed their own. Only words that came out of someone like him would be able to persuade anyone. Only someone like him could be trusted. Of course, more importantly, the wild bosses were practically being monopolized. The small guilds kept throwing medicine at a dead horse trying to break this monopoly. To make this happen, as long as the method sounded plausible, they would be willing to try it. After martial awareness thought about it for a bit, he decided that he wouldn't be someone who lacked foresight. He would have Parade join the alliance and split the wild boss's rewards among everyone. The boss fight was nearing the end. When Swordmaster Caillou dropped to 10% of his total health, the situation became a bit messy because of his enrage, but martial awareness led his group and held on. Despite the casualties, they let the others know that they weren't so bad as to be unable to take down a wild boss by themselves. Finally, Swordmaster Caillou fell. Parade didn't express any joy though. There were 600 players watching them. How could they be excited? The boss died, but they could still die at any moment. Okay, the items are here. Martial awareness didn't immediately pick up the items and instead called out to the 3 other guild leaders and Yi Xiao. He was being thorough with his actions. If he immediately picked up the items, only he would know what items dropped. If that happened, martial awareness could say what had dropped and hide items that he didn't want to give away. The drops from wild bosses weren't fixed. With good luck, there would be more drops. With bad luck, there would be fewer drops. There could be a difference of 10 between the best and worst luck. Martial awareness stayed far away and didn't pick up any of the items. Instead, he called for them to come over. The others couldn't pick any of them up, but they could still look at them and see how many there were and what had dropped. Martial awareness was very careful in his actions. Okay. The others replied and came over to look. The 3 guild leaders and Lord Grim went up to Swordmaster Caillou's corpse and checked the drops. A total of 21 items. Martial awareness said, "Our luck's pretty good. The last one we killed only dropped 19. Yi Xiao said, "Forest Guardian Vich." Martial awareness knew which boss they were talking about. When a wild boss was killed, the system would announce it. Thinking of how the big guilds were busying peeking and unable to do anything else, he saw, as one of the small guilds, that the big guilds looked down on them and took these bosses one after the other. It made martial awareness feel overjoyed. He checked the global chat again and again, enjoying the announcement saying the guild Parade has killed Swordmaster Caillou. 21 drops split between 5 guilds. Parade can take the extra one. After all, they were the ones to kill it. White Stream said. He hadn't gotten anything from Forest Guardian Vich. Seeing the drops displayed in front of him, he was starting to feel impatient. An extra one? How shameful. They did all the work. We didn't do anything at all and we're just going to give them one extra? That's no good. Conquering Clouds Yuzuchin wasn't greedy and spoke fairly. Martial awareness heard them speak and he thought of the future. He laughed. It must have been tiring coming all this way from so far. No worries. We'll split it that way. What are your thoughts? Lulan Slash was still annoyed at his overthinking from before. Now, he wanted to hear from Yi Xiao. So what if he acted like a B*TCH or a little kid? I say there's no need to be so picky. There are plenty of bosses. We can just kill more. Yi Xiao said. How domineering. The 4 guild leaders quietly thought. Snatching wild bosses was an extremely difficult task in Glory and he just casually said just kill more. It was as if they were eating together and someone said just eat more. Such a casual and nonchalant reply really made the 4 guild leaders respect him. That was air of a god. Okay. We'll split it between everyone and Parade will take the extra. Lulan Slash said. The other 2 didn't say anything. Martial awareness heard God's words and picked an item. The others took turns taking an item. They didn't bicker over the details. Why? Because Yi Xiao's words had knocked them off balance. After killing a boss, there was no need to bicker over who should get more or less. Just kill more. The more they killed, the more total drops there'll be. Every small difference in drops would average out in the end and become negligible. Chapter 678. Crimson Scene. For guilds. Although one of Parade's groups had been wiped out, they had been rather heroic, fighting the boss. Compared to the other 3 guilds, they had fewer players remaining, but with a promising future, Parade's performance didn't lose out to the other three. Besides, they still had many more people than Yishio's group. There were only 4 people on Yishio's side. Chenghua felt the need to hurry and establish their guild, after seeing the elated and overjoyed looks of the players from the other guilds. She started to count with her fingers to see if she could think of 20 players to create a guild together. With Chenghua's experience with the game, this was doable. But after scrolling through her friends list, it didn't matter whether they were in excellent dynasty or not. All of them were in a guild already. This was because no one wanted to miss out on the stat points rewarded by the guild's guardian. Even players who were determined not to join any guilds didn't like missing those stat points. They often complained to the game company why they needed to join a guild in order to receive those stat points. However, switching guilds wasn't a difficult task. Chenghua didn't try to persuade her friends one by one. She just sent it out in the notification group, asking if any of her friends were willing to come and give her a hand. Chenghua had good relationships with people. Apart from a few, who were really attached to their guilds and expressed their apologies, many of them were just there for the free stat points. They weren't very loyal to their guilds and said, if you're planning on establishing a guild, then of course I'll help you out. Chenghua received these kinds of replies and easily gathered 20 people. However, she was clear that these friends were only joining to meet the required numbers, so they wouldn't be very loyal to the guild. This meant that they wouldn't be interested in any guild activities. They were the types of people who would play with their close friends. To them, guilds were only a source of skill points. So even though Chenghua had received help from these friends, she still needed to hurry and take down the guild guardian. But to obtain a guardian, one needed the appropriate guild level, which was something that needed to be leveled by the guild players. Those guys were there to take what was readily available, so they couldn't be counted on. As for people like Yishio, Tang Ru, and Steen Bun, it would be a waste to have them spend time completing guild quests. Would Chenghua have to do everything by herself in the end? Chenghua began to sweat just at the thought of it. This wasn't something that could be achieved by a single person. It seemed that Chenghua would need to recruit people from the outside. When Chenghua was thinking about this matter, Yishio was having a discussion with the guild leaders of the 4 guilds about their following grand plan. They felt that they already had enough members in the alliance and that there was no need for any more members. After all, there would only be around 20 items dropped from a wild boss. If there really was an alliance between all 20 club guilds, then would that mean every guild would only receive 1 material after killing the wild boss? It felt pretty tight. Furthermore, there were times where there were fewer than 20 items. In that case, it would be awkward if there weren't enough to divide between everyone. They would experiment with 4 guilds first and recruit more allies if it didn't work. After all, this wouldn't be difficult to do because there were only a few major guilds who had the capability to win over the wild boss. There were still queue of guilds who couldn't get anything. The few were chatting while waiting on any news about wild bosses. But after chatting to a point where they were searching for things to talk about, they felt that something wasn't right. This was not how they should hunt for a boss. Who would just hang in the game waiting for news? They should still use this time to do whatever they needed to do. Everyone should only come together immediately after receiving any news on the boss. When they thought of this, everyone prepared to leave and do whatever they needed to do. Now that Yishio had gained 3 guilds as his allies, he promptly requested the 3 guilds to be on the lookout for deception. God, are you really going to keep killing him? Aren't you taking this too far? Lulan joked. He was someone who had interacted Yishio for a long time. He wouldn't think that Yishio was someone who hated someone so deeply just after one incident and kill that person endlessly. I think his skills are pretty good. I plan on recruiting him into my team. Yishio said. Who? Lulan was also thinking about doing that. But what does killing him continuously have to do with recruiting them into the team? If you want to recruit someone, shouldn't you treat them nicer? Although that was what Lulan thought, he couldn't really hold any opinions against God's method of doing things. Since God already had intentions of roping in deception, he decided to give up on deception. His heavenly swords was getting ready for the alliance and he had done all sorts of preparations already. Even though Lulan didn't have many players like Deception, he didn't have so few that he desperately needed more, so he wouldn't have any sentiments if Deception were taken away. After each guild had left, the team did whatever they had to do. Yishio led Tang Ru and Steamed Bun to scrap pick again. Chenghua told Yishio about the guild's situation. Yishio didn't have any opinions towards it. Chenghua immediately gathered her group of friends together. Those people had a guild, so they naturally had to leave it. They would only be able to accept her guild invite after 5 days. Yishio's group of 3 scrap-picked for a while without seeing any news about any wild bosses spawning. Their work and rest routines recently were quite good. They had stayed up pretty late tonight, so Yishio notified the allied guilds that they were going to log off. Of course, the guild leaders felt regretful. They wanted God to be a robot that stayed online for 24 hours, but they knew that this was impossible. In any case, their current alliance was harmonious and unified. The big guilds wouldn't meddle with them for now. The 4 of them combined would most definitely be a strong power. Yishio's absence wouldn't hinder them from killing the boss if it appeared at night. And if Yishio didn't join in, he wouldn't be able to receive any of the materials that dropped, so there weren't any objections to this matter. This was one of the reasons why Chenghua wanted to hurry and create a guild quickly. If they relied on Yishio for everything, they would miss out on many opportunities because he couldn't stay online for the entire day. As for Wei Chen, the world war was still as intense as ever. Wei Chen didn't even lift his head when the people told him to go rest. He gave 2 messy hums. No one was able to tell whether he would sleep or not. In any case, the few just left first. After returning to the practice room on the morning of the second day, Wei Chen's posture didn't seem to have any differences compared to last night. TSK. Despite being so old, your ability to stay up all night hasn't seemed to decrease from all these years. Yishio said. F*ck off. Wei Chen stretched as if he weren't in the middle of an intense battle. How are the battles going? Yishio held a cigarette in his mouth and watched Wei Chen from behind. Wei Chen also lit one and forced a bitter laugh. How else could it be? It's a pure waste of time. You seem pretty into it. Yishio said. It's not bad to be feeling hot-blooded again. Wei Chen said. What about the wild bosses from last night? Yishio asked. 3 announcements. Wei Chen said. Oh? Which 3 guilds were they taken down by? Yishio asked. Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, and Radiant. Wei Chen remembered all. They were all from the Alliance. Yishio immediately knew that their alliance was working very well. Just as expected, the moment he logged online, the 4 guild leaders of the 4 guilds came over enthusiastically to report their success. The number of wild bosses that they had killed last night weren't 3, but 4. Wei Chen was engaged in an intense fight, so he had missed one of the announcements. Not bad at all. Yishio said. Ha, this is the loot from yesterday. Have a look, is there anything you need? Lulan sent over a dense list of items. Although it was normal to not receive anything since he hadn't been there, God's position was different. The allied guilds let him have some special privileges. It was evident that Lulan's list of items was the complete list. It wasn't just the ones he had received. He couldn't have come to this decision for the other 3 guilds on his own, so this must have been the result after a discussion between the 4 guilds. Ha, there's no need. I didn't even participate. How can I take any? Yishio refused. He didn't want to be given special treatment because of his status. He couldn't just focus on what was happening in-game. Once the guild in Chenggua's hands developed, they might have to get someone else to take over these responsibilities in the future. It would be good if he started off being equal with everyone. Did anyone see Deception last night? Yishio asked them. No, the few guilds all replied. Yishio knew where Deception had logged off, so he naturally told them about the location. At that time, they expressed confidently with a pat to their chest, saying that there's no problem because they would join up and organize someone to take turns watching over the place. You guys aren't going to take a break? Yishio asked the 4 soon afterwards. Not tired yet. The 4 gave the same answer. They were too excited. They had never killed wild bosses before with this much delight. Even though the 4 allied guilds only received a quarter of the reward each, it was very satisfying to see their own guilds appear on TV again and again. At this moment, the materialistic profits weren't as important. After Wei Chen finished smoking, he finally got up to have a rest. He wasn't made of iron. Despite gaming with so much enthusiasm last night, his energy had come to an end and his face was filled with fatigue. There were people like Wei Chen, who gamed the whole night and went to rest, but there were also people who had slept for the night and had gotten up to dive into the battle again. Only compared to last night, most of the players' hot-blooded enthusiasm had finally been extinguished. Once they were calm enough to see their stats in red and their empty equipment section, the players wouldn't understand why they had been so excited last night for. After such an intense battle, the absolute majority of the players were unable to make up for the losses they had suffered yesterday. In the morning, the world war in the game had loosened up much more. Many people swayed around with incomplete equipment sets as if they didn't know what they should do. At this time, the pressure had on the players that belonged to the big guilds decreased greatly. Their battles were unified and with discipline. Although there were losses in the fight, at the same time, they also plundered equipment from the opponents that they had killed. Afterwards, the guild allocated these stolen equipment to everyone, so they were just trading equipment in a sense. However, no one could skirt around the penalty that one would lose experience for dying. At this moment in the heavenly domain, the stats of the majority of the players were red as if they were coated in blood. Chapter 679. It's just a level 60 wild boss. How could these injured players still have the passion to continue fighting? The vast majority of them were starting to feel annoyed at their previous hot-bloodedness. There was always silence after noise. This time's world war had erupted quickly. The first signs of its development started at the beginning of the playoffs. By the time the first round of the finals finished, the war had reached its peak. That night, very few of the still fighting players left the battlefield in good condition, especially the individuals who fought alone. They were practically running around naked when the sun rose. If they were able to actually win some honor, the war could be considered meaningful. The loyal fans definitely wouldn't feel any remorse. The problem was that no guild had suffered any significant losses. Which guilds had been slaughtered until they were left running away, crying for their parents? None. The small advantages gained in any of the battlefields didn't affect the overall situation. The big club guilds involved in the world war wouldn't be shaken in just a single night. This war was purely a show of intent. Apart from venting their emotions, it was completely meaningless. After a burst of passion, emptiness would naturally follow. Their hearts would be empty as well as their inventory. Many of the players wanted to cry. Of course, there were no lack of players who found the experience thrilling. They skipped delightedly without any clothing over to others and bragged about how they sliced off the head of an arrogant enemy last night. These people clearly pursued happiness. Ishio had Lord Grimm to walk around casually. Most of what he saw were players standing around at a loss for what to do. The big club guilds wouldn't be so idle though. They bragged on the global chat about how brave or fierce their players had been in the World War and how their team's fans didn't lose to anyone. From the announcements given by the club guilds in the global chat, it seemed as if everyone had won in this war. But from the appearances of the players all over the streets, it seemed as if everyone had lost this war. Ishio wasn't too surprised by this scene. A war based purely from passion would end with this result. It was just a game though. If no one had any passion and everything had to be done based on what benefits or profit one could gain, the game wouldn't be fun. The various club guilds praised their players for being mighty, while consoling them for their losses. The guilds all had some kind of equipment compensation event. It wasn't too important if someone wanted to take advantage of it. They distributed their equipment to everyone. It was more important to provide care for their fans and let everyone know that they were one group. For the club guilds, their attitude towards their supporters was important. How could these club guilds not be skilled with these strategies? Their players fought until they were covered in red and then they had to pay for their losses. It sounded painful, but this was the passion of their players. In truth, the club guilds like this sort of passion. If everyone was cold and rational, a lot of work would be difficult to do. To think this war would end so quickly. The 4 allied guild leaders sighed. They hoped that these big club guilds would never stop fighting. But it looked like that this period had come to an end. Many players couldn't continue on with their injuries, so the war slowly died down. No problem. There's still the second round of the finals. The guys, who were taking advantage of this situation, obviously hoped that the second round of the finals would cause another war to erupt. How many wild bosses are left this week? Yishio asked Luland Slash. Luland Slash had a detailed count. 36, he replied. After the guild war ended, while they comforted their fans, they also began competing for wild bosses again. There are still 36 wild bosses remaining this week. Among these, there are 9 level 71s. Last night, when everyone was still busy, a total of 7 wild bosses spawned. Among them, 4 were level 70. They were Darkness Palace's Night Streak, World Tree's Guardian Vich, Sighing Ravine's Sword Master Caillou, and Setting Sun Waterfall's Hidden Warrior Alien. Don't look at how the big club guilds were busy peaking. They didn't stop paying attention to wild bosses, especially the important level 71s, which were given more details. It seems like a few guilds took advantage of the situation. The various big guilds thought. It didn't matter who killed them. If they set out, those guilds had no chance anyways. While we have nothing to do, have everyone be on the lookout for bosses. The various big guilds all gave similar orders to their subordinates. The finals wasn't over. They didn't know whether the fires of war would erupt again. In any case, as guilds who could control themselves, they definitely wouldn't take the initiative to provoke a war. The big club guilds let these 7 wild bosses go and participated in this unfavorable world war to side with their fans' passion and resolve. Now that things were looking calm, they wanted to take a break. Of course, this break didn't mean vacation. Wild bosses still needed to be won. Understood. The players gave a resounding affirmation to their respective guilds' orders. Time slowly passed. There weren't too many players in the early morning. Everyone had sorted out their emotions and made up for their equipment. As for the club players, they adjusted quickly, especially the elite teams. After this huge war, the guild spent great efforts to regroup everyone back together. Everyone's equipment was compensated and they worked hard to regain their lost experience. In such a chaotic war, everyone had died at least once, unless you never fought on the front lines. Everyone was done methodically up until the various big guilds suddenly received a message. Rising Sky Strait, level 60 boss, Ocean Returner Ganlia. It's just a level 60 wild boss. The core members of the big guild said. Level 60 wild bosses weren't something they coveted. Let alone the elite teams, they didn't need a fixed group to send over. Just send whoever was nearby. It's just a level 60 wild boss. What the big guilds didn't know was that several smaller club guilds had the same attitude as them. They would certainly raise their eyebrows if they knew about this. When did these guilds ever express such indifference towards wild bosses? Even if it was a level 61. Rising Sky Strait. The various guilds, who received reports of the boss, quickly dispatched players to hurry over. On Blue Brook Guild side, Blue River was controlling his main Heavenly Domain account, Blue Bridge Spring Snow. He was leading his hastily put-together group to Rising Sky Strait. After experiencing a world war, the guild players were exhausted. How could Blue River not feel bad standing out to share some of the burden? As a result, the position of leading a group to snatch a wild boss, which he didn't like to do, landed on him. If we get there fast, it'd be great if we could kill the boss before anyone arrived. Blue River thought rather extravagantly. Clearly, Blue Brook Guild wasn't the quickest to arrive. Midway, they received a message from up ahead. A guild had already gathered there and was starting to clear the field. Which guild? So fast? Blue River asked. Parade. The other side responded. Parade, hell. So they want to poach. Blue River thought to himself. He had knowledge of the strength of various powers. He was very clear about the strength of these smaller club guilds. Hurry! Blue River shouted to his group. Even though it was just Parade, the boss was only level 60. Killing it wouldn't be difficult for them. If they arrived too late, the boss might already be dead. Be careful and watch it carefully. Blue River contacted the scouts up ahead. Another guild has arrived. The other side replied. Oh, which guild? Blue River hastily asked. Heavenly Justice. The other side reported. Oh, that's perfect. Let them fight it out. When we arrive, there'll be easy pickings. Blue River was delighted. Another guild has come. The scouts continued to message, Radiant. Oh. Conquering Cloud has also come. Another message came. What's going on? How could these guilds be faster than us? Blue River was a bit depressed. Wild bosses depended on manpower. The more players a guild had, the larger their intelligence network would be. As a result, the top club guilds with their huge fanbase had a huge advantage over these smaller club guilds. Yet these smaller club guilds had arrived first, while their Blue Brook guild was still only halfway there, which meant these guilds' intelligence network was much faster than theirs. But it didn't matter who got there first. The boss still had to be fought over. If they couldn't move the boss away, then it was actually better to arrive late. Blue River thought. He messaged the scouts up ahead, give me reports about the situation whenever you can. Herb Garden has come. The scouts replied. How lively. Blue River mumbled. Waves slammed fiercely into the stone shores of Rising Sky Strait. A huge battle had already begun on shore. The first to arrive was Parade. They weren't polite and started fighting the wild boss Ocean Returner Ganlia already. A group from Herb Garden had arrived. This group consisted of nearby players as well. The player leading the group was called Amaranth, an absolute core member of Herb Garden. A core member like this was definitely trustworthy. Letting him pick up the items wasn't an issue. When Amaranth led his group over, he suddenly felt confused. Parade was attacking the boss and around them were 3 guilds just standing there, watching. He could understand if these spectators wanted to wait and attack Parade later, but why was Parade doing nothing? Parade could clearly see the Oriole standing behind them, yet they're just continuing to slash around as the mantis. What were they thinking? Amaranth was puzzled, so he didn't move either. Who didn't want to wait and kill them later for easy pickings? It simplified matters. Unlike this, guild after guild arrived. Tyrannical Ambition, Blue Brook Guild, Samsara, Misty Rain, even Excellent Dynasty. Even though they had been relegated, they still had aspirations. The guilds had all arrived. They were all confused as they watched in wonder. The Parade players killing the boss were a bit nervous. F*CK, why are there so many people? Are you all here to watch us perform or something? Chapter 680. Actual Helpers. Blue Brook Guild wasn't early at all. By the time they arrived, old rivals like Herb Garden, Tyrannical Ambition, and Excellent Dynasty were already there. Blue River looked around. He hardly knew anyone among the normal players, but it was hard not to recognize the people leading because they were old and core members of their respective guilds. Although they were opponents who constantly fought each other, the people managing the guilds also had professional attitudes like the pro players, enemies in the match but friends outside of it. No one was lenient when snatching the boss, but since they hadn't started yet, it wasn't strange to gather together and chat. Blue River saw the group leaders of the guilds huddled up and muttering, so he came up to greet them. Oh, it's Blue Bridge. Long time no see. The people huddled together greeted back. Blue River hadn't been leading groups to fight bosses recently, so there were less interactions between him and the other guilds. This made the long time no see natural. Blue River answered. He didn't have to explain and went straight into the conversation. What's going on here? Parade attacked the moment they arrived and are now trapped. It seems that they're now in an awkward position. They can't walk out of it and they would be killed by the boss if they don't fight back. TSK, what a tragedy. They came up with such a conclusion after observing. Oh. Blue River replied, but he felt something wasn't right, and it was soon brought up by Herb Garden's Amaranth. There's quite a lot of guilds today. It seems like this will require quite some effort. Yes, there were a lot of guilds. It was rare to see guilds like Parade, Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Heavenly Justice in battles for wild bosses. Although they didn't see them as threats, it was annoying to have for additional guilds, when they already had numerous other big guilds because everyone only fought for themselves. It was hard to find a time to dive and cut into the fight. Everyone hoped to gain the advantage of attacking later, but the boss's health didn't wait for players. Who would lose their patience and interfere first? They wouldn't discuss about this matter. These were methods that the big guilds would use in the following competition. Who would discuss about how they would fight? Parade was fighting in a huge group. The boss's figure wasn't prominent. However, Ocean Returner Gallia was still pretty noticeable, so Blue River was able to find the target with ease. When he checked the boss's HP, it had decreased quite a lot. After looking around, every guild was prepared to act at any moment. After Blue River joined the group for a short chat, all of the group leaders scattered and returned to their players. The guild started to be aware of one another's actions, while planning how to make their move. At the same time, Blue River started to receive messages coming from the core members of other guilds. Tyrannical Ambition suggested an alliance to get rid of Herb Garden, while Herb Garden said Excellent Dynasty had offered to work together to get a Blue Brook Guild, and Herb Garden didn't approve to use those methods and suggested for an alliance to get rid of Excellent Dynasty instead. After that, Excellent Dynasty messaged about working together to get rid of Tyrannical Ambition. Here it comes again. Blue River looked at all of the messages, the draining feeling on his mind returned. He didn't wish to take part in these courteous, but insincere and deceiving tussles. But these things were unavoidable if one were to lead a group to snatch a wild boss. Especially if it's in these kind of situations, where it seemed peaceful, but the fight had yet to start. It would have been less troublesome if they just started fighting in the beginning. Sure. Blue River was really tired of these things and didn't bother to analyze the given information to find any opportunities. He just accepted them all without responsibility. Finally, the boss's HP had dropped to a quarter of its original health. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have started to make a move at this time. However, the big guilds were able to keep their cool. They wanted to leave this opportunity to Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Heavenly Justice and have them make their move first. No one would have thought that the smaller club guilds were able to hold their cool even more so than the big guilds. Despite the drastic drop of the boss's health, they were still able to hold their cool and not make a move. F***CK? Small guilds are just small guilds. Have they ever snatched a wild boss before? Do they have any common knowledge? Someone complained from the big guilds. In reality, Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Heavenly Justice weren't small in the eyes of normal players at all. However, they were still small in their eyes. As for the guilds built by normal players with a few hundred people, D*MN, do those even count as guilds? The small guilds' calm movements placed the big guilds in an awkward position. They couldn't just make their move and let the small guilds gain the initiative and strike their backs, no? No, that would be embarrassing, so they continued to wait. The big guilds remained inactive and continued to watch the boss's health decrease. When the small guild still made no move, many wanted to rush over and remind them, hey, if you don't attack, then no one's going to get that boss. The boss's health went from 1/4, 1/5 and then to 1/6. Motionless, and still motionless. The small guilds were motionless like a mountain while the big guilds were sitting on pins and needles. At last, someone came to a realization, if we're here, they wouldn't be dare to move. Yes, they must be intimidated because we're all here. When someone thought of this, the three small guilds finally made their move. F***CK. People who thought so felt as if they had been proven wrong, so they felt embarrassed. The three guilds hadn't been moving, but once they did, they moved in such a thunderous way. Each player bared their fangs and claws as they leapt towards Parade. Yeah. That's more like it. Fight, kill. Make it fierce, so we can clear you guys up later. The big guilds were satisfied. They started to secretly distribute players, preparing to start at any time. Take over the boss, to attack other guilds that planned on taking over the boss too, avoiding other guilds messing them up. They have much to do. How could they not assign each of them tasks? At this moment, everyone noticed that something was wrong. Yes, wrong. It was very wrong. When the three guilds leapt ahead, why did the health of Ocean Returner Gallia decrease even faster? 1/7, 1/8, 1/9. Enraged. F***CK, you guys should get rid of players of Parade before taking over the boss. Who would snatch it so impatiently like you guys? Would you even be able to take the aggro at this point? If you fight like this, the boss will fall before the players of Parade. They would have taken up majority of the damage output, so this boss would definitely go to them. Bunch of idiots, pigs, do you know how to snatch a boss? The big guilds fumed. They hadn't thought that these guys from the small guilds would be so incapable and end up ruining everything instead. They hastily prepared to make their move, preparing to give a lesson to these small guilds who didn't know how to snatch a boss properly. But they were too late. Before they could rush to the front, the system came out with the announcement, Guild Parade has killed Ocean Returner Gallia. F***CK, these idiots. The big guilds would never think they would end up with this situation. Everyone nearly died of rage. But luckily, this was only a level 60 wild boss, so everyone's sentiments were easy to digest. At this time, the big guilds really wished to see the expressions of those three idiotic guilds. Are you snatching the boss? You were merely supporting Parade's attacks. You stupid birds, now you know? Are you stupefied? Players of the big guilds didn't plan to let out their sentiments through physical force. They believed that the three small guilds must be mourning with tearless grief at the moment. They must be having mixed feelings of remorse and shame and having unresistible emotions to run into the wall. However, who would have thought that when the boss fell and the announcement came out, the players on that side stopped immediately. The three guilds withdrew their players as if nothing happened. Then there was Parade, who finished clearing the battlefield with cheerful laughter and just walked across in front of the big guilds. What's going on? Everyone from the big guilds noticed that something wasn't right. The leading core members gathered again for a small meeting. As they gazed at the silhouettes of the four guilds that had left. These four. Why did they seem as if they were one guild when walking together? It seems as if not many people from Parade died. Someone mentioned. What's with this? Those three guilds? They didn't attack the players of Parade at all. Don't tell me that they concentrated on the boss the moment they made their move and planned to snatch the boss this way. Do they have any common sense? Blue River didn't express his thoughts. He was still staring at the people walking farther and farther away. He immediately saw that among the characters was a silhouette. His appearance was unbalanced, the proportion of the head equipment was clearly unequal to the legs. He walked among the group with many people clustered around him. Blue River couldn't read the person's ID clearly, but he already had some sort of hunch. He promptly let his Blue Bridge Spring Snow rush out and quickly closed up the distance. When he saw the person's ID, it perfectly matched his dreaded hunch. Lord Grim. Blue Bridge, a few from the big guilds watched strangely as Blue Bridge Spring Snow sprinted ahead for a section before halting suddenly and walking back slowly. Those guys? They're supporting the attack, Blue River said. What? They're working together. Do you understand? The four of them are one. Parade deals with the boss. The other three made their moves to help defeat the boss quicker, not to snatch it. We've been fooled. Blue River said. Everyone was speechless, but they had to admit that what Blue River said was highly probable. Otherwise, it was against common knowledge to just fight the boss without clearing other players. Even though they often called those guilds small guilds, were they really small guilds? Of course not. They were guilds working under professional teams and had the same aim and working direction as them. How could they not have common sense? Why would they commit these kind of mistakes? The fault was with the big guilds. They underestimated their opponents. They had never even viewed the opponents as equal. Instead, they were planning on how to deal with the guilds beside them. As a result, all their plannings were for naught. The small guilds had gotten rid of the boss magnificently under everyone's gaze and left with a low profile. Chapter 681. A Day of Harvest. How did these guilds suddenly become allies? The core leaders began discussing this question. Blue River didn't participate. He told them farewell and left. Why were they suddenly allies? Even though Blue River didn't have proof, he was certain that it was related to that guy. If he was the one who facilitated the creation of the alliance, with his status in glory, it really would be possible for him to keep everyone under control. If everyone could be kept under control. Blue River thought of how the three guilds rushed forward to help Parade quickly kill the boss without any hesitation or scheming and then left together as one group. This sort of peaceful alliance without any infighting made him quite jealous. Yichio must be one of the main reasons for their alliance. Blue River had no evidence, but he was already certain. He may have realized it, but the other core leaders hadn't. Blue River obviously wouldn't share his knowledge of it with the others. After leaving the area with his group, he immediately reported it to Blue Brook Guild's leader, Changing Spring. F***CK. Changing Spring couldn't help but curse when he heard the news. As soon as he saw the name Yichio or Lord Grimm, his mood would always turn sour, no matter how good of a mood he had been in. This person never seemed to bring good news. Changing Spring recalled. He had done some good things, but he had done more harm than good. Anything good he did was easily erased by his bad deeds. This time, he once again brought trouble. For small guilds formed an alliance? What a problem! Changing Spring immediately wanted his spies to confirm this situation. Unfortunately, these small guilds usually weren't their competitors, so even though he had a few spies in their guilds, no one kept too close of attention to them. Now, he suddenly needed these spies, but he couldn't remember who these spies were. It made Changing Spring very frustrated. The other guilds also heard their core leaders' reports, saying that the four small guilds had formed an alliance to kill wild bosses. The big guilds wouldn't ignore this kind of information and looked for their spies to confirm it. Soon, spies from several guilds reported back. This sort of alliance wasn't a secret. After fighting for wild bosses a few times, everyone would know anyways, so the guilds didn't keep it a secret. Moreover, God Yichio was participating. That wasn't a secret either. As a result, everyone was certain about the reason for this alliance. This news was like a strike of thunder to the big guilds. What's going on? It was going so well. Why did this guy come out from his nest again? This time, his actions were on a large scale. He directly brought along four guilds. Was he about to lead a peasant revolt? The big guilds were uneasy. In the beginning, they didn't think much of the four guilds allying together. For this kind of competition, there would only be their own interests. How could there be lasting friendship? But once they heard that God Yichio was leading the alliance, they could no longer stay calm anymore. As soon as we stop paying attention to him, he stirs up trouble. The big guilds all cried. But the system wouldn't care about their feelings. Wild bosses would still spawn. Not long after Ocean Return Ganlia died, another boss spawned. Except this time, it was a level 55-1, Gale Gobi's Buddhist Chunmo. Level 55 bosses were naturally less difficult and Buddhist Chunmo was a pure battle mage. He wasn't like other bosses, who could use skills from several classes. These types of NPCs were much easier to deal with. The guilds, which received information of the boss, dispatched their troops. But after knowing about the four-guild alliance with Yichio interfering, they paid a great amount of attention to the situation. But sending their elite groups over for a level 55 wild boss felt a bit disgraceful. Let's wait and see. The big guild leaders thought similar things. This level 55 boss was treated as a testing stone to observe things. This time, they didn't see the 4 guilds appear nor Lord Grim. As for Yishio and the others, they only found about the boss after its death was announced. None of the 4 guilds had encountered the boss. It wasn't too unexpected. Level 55 maps were low-leveled. Not many players would be there. Even for players sent to look out for wild bosses, they couldn't scout out every corner of every map. Finding wild bosses depended on luck. More players simply lowered the influence of luck, but no guilds could reach every corner of the heavenly domain. When a boss spawned and when a boss was found all required time. This time, Buddhist Shenmue spawned near a city, so it didn't take long to gather everyone to attack it. Level 55 bosses were usually attacked as soon as one arrived. They wouldn't wait. As a result, Herb Garden was the first to arrive and killed it quickly. The other big guilds had gotten into conflicts. But after the boss was killed, everyone quickly left. The alliance that deeply worried the guild leaders didn't appear. This boss went by just like this, but they couldn't be calm yet. Everyone knew that the battle was just beginning. The morning passed. No boss spawned, so no one knew what their future battles would be like. At this moment, the World War erupted again. The cause was once again because of the teams. However, the timing was different. Last time, the war began after the match and that batch of players started fighting. This time, it began in the morning. When the players logged on one after the other, they began discussing the match yesterday.asa result, they started arguing and fighting. More and more players participated, so a few players from last night and the players this morning from the big guilds once again started a war in order to show their support for their team. The wars of fire this time wouldn't stop so easily. Players increased as the day went on. As more and more players logged on, more and more would enter the war. Many players from last night, who had been stripped naked of their equipment, had their spirits reignited when they entered this kind of environment again. Wei Chen came to the practice room in the afternoon. After receiving the news, he cursed out loud and began fighting. The alliance took advantage of the bosses again. And no club guild didn't know of their alliance at this point. During their boss fights, they encountered several other small guilds, but Yishio didn't add them into the alliance this time. For guilds was enough. More guilds meant less materials for each of them and it would be sort of pointless. Killing the wild boss was just the method to getting the materials. If they split all of the items among every guild, no one would be able to grow. Right now, the loot was being split between 5 parties. Each party received 3 to 5 materials from a boss. It was low enough already. Any less materials and no one would be happy. That night, when Yishio logged off, they had killed 7 bosses, 3 level 70, 2 level 65, 1 level 60, and 1 level 55. All of them landed into their alliance's pockets. In this process, the other small guilds clearly couldn't compare. They weren't any threat at all. The 4 allied guild leaders were overjoyed and excited. They were excited because they had gained so much these 2 days and overjoyed because they had been able to join this alliance, especially for Radiant and Parade, who had hesitated initially. Now, they were thanking the gods for making the right choice. Seeing how pitiful the other small guilds were, was it because they were weak? No. Their strength wouldn't lose to any of the 4 guilds, but the difference was that they weren't in an alliance. Seeing how these small guilds were still struggling like before, the 4 allied guild leaders felt deeply moved. When they competed for the wild bosses against the big guilds in the past, they had been pitiful too. Even so, they weren't going to welcome anyone into the alliance just because they felt sympathy for them. Plainly speaking, their alliance was purely for their mutual interests. There wasn't any kindness or hatred when fighting for wild bosses. It was purely a competition. Even though there were different methods for doing so, the competition was fair. Some guilds were stronger than others, but if you were strong, you were strong. The big guilds were bigger because of the many years of accumulation. They had spent great efforts and seized many opportunities to get to where they were today. Their monopoly over the wild bosses was painful for the smaller guilds, but it didn't have anything to do with right or wrong. If the small guilds had the ability, they could also conduct a monopoly. This was the cruel nature of competition. Apart from killing wild bosses, Yishio also had Tang Ru and Steamed Bun go scrap picking again. There were accidents, of course. In this kind of intense war, Tang Ru's soft mist had died once. Steamed Bun had died 3 times. Yishio hadn't died, but he didn't dare to bring his myriad manifestations umbrella with him. They lost some, but they gained much more. They only aimed for the elites and picked up countless equipment from them until their inventories were full. These pieces of equipment were put into Happy's guild storage. Chengguo went over to admire all of it and knew that their guild starting point was very, very high. The elites from the big guilds. Their equipment was much more difficult to get than common equipment. These were all items that the big guilds especially prepared to win popularity. And these now belong to Happy. Scrap picking. Maybe it really is a fast way to get rich. Chengguo thought to herself. Chapter 682. Dispatching troops. They were only able to get so many drops from scrap picking because of this particular occasion and their superior skill. In these intense battles between elite groups, every player was expert player. If a normal player tried to scrap pick, the player would simply end up as a cannon fodder. It had been a fruitful day. Of course, it could have gone better. Deception never logged on. The night passed. The next day, while the big guilds were still busy killing each other, they continued to scrap pick and sweep through any remaining wild bosses that week. When night came, the game gradually calmed down. The second round of Glory Season 8 Championship Finals would take place tonight. This match would also be the final match of the entire season and the season's conclusion. This season's champion would also be decided by the end of today. As for the individuals excited about killing wild bosses, whether to continue paying attention to any wild bosses or watch the final match of the year was a difficult choice. In the end, Yishio displayed the air of a god and simply said, "Let's watch the match. There will be bosses in the future." Ahem. Lulan coughed. For the previous round, if he recalled correctly, God Yishio told him to take this chance and grab a few more bosses. How come he changed his mind this time? It seemed like he didn't feel too confident of their future with just the 2 of them cooperating. Now that 5 parties had allied together, he was very confident of their future. Everyone wanted to watch the finals very much. When they heard God Yishio give his opinion, they tossed the game to the side and began waiting for the finals to begin. For the final match, the broadcast arranged about an hour of time to show some highlights and give some introduction. Such as the first round's highlights, their viewpoints on the current circumstances of each team, what the 2 teams had prepared during these 2 days of rest, and even the war going on in the game. Overall, they did everything they could to hype up this match and gave their thoughts on what might occur. After the first round of the finals, Team Samsara led Team Blue Rain with 7.5 points to 2. In the 2 rounds of the finals, a total of 19 points could be won. As long as one side was able to win 10 points, that side would be the victor. As a result, in the second round, as long as Team Samsara won the group arena or team competition, they would win. The individual competition didn't matter too much for Team Samsara. Of course, if Team Samsara won all 3 rounds in the individual competition, they could also win. Otherwise, they would only win 1 or 2 points, which was completely pointless because they would still need to win either the group arena or team competition. As a result, it was quite obvious how Team Samsara would approach this final match. As for Team Blue Rain, if they wanted to win, they had to ensure that they didn't lose every match in the individual competition. They also needed to sweep through the group arena and team competition. Their situation was rather grim. How Team Blue Rain's players handled the immense pressure would be very important. Glory's competitive format using points was very fitting in the regular season. Because the winner would be decided on the total number of points obtained, each team would try their best to win every point in every match, so every match could be enjoyed. However, in the playoffs, where every match would be spectacular, the elimination formation made people worry not just about who won or lost. For example, in the finals, Samsara had a huge lead. If Team Samsara actually swept through the individual competition and beat Team Blue Rain 3-0, the winner would already be decided. The following group arena and team competition didn't need to be played. Thus, there would instantly be 2 fewer confrontations. How could the Alliance bear that? When the competitive scene was still beginning, no one cared too much about this issue. But now, every single confrontation was worth a lot of money. For a high-level match like the finals, 2 fewer matches was a significant loss, so the Alliance was thinking of changing the tournament format to keep the suspense going all the way through. However, they clearly hadn't been able to come up with a satisfying answer this season, so the finals continued to use the old format. The streaming platform and the advertising companies had already specially asked for a condition: if the winner was decided in the individual competition or the group arena, the price that they paid would be drastically reduced. If the team competition needed to be played out to decide the winner, then they would pay the full price. The Alliance couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't their first time encountering this awkward situation. Since it had happened before, how could the advertising companies and stream platforms ignore this? As a result, the 2 sides had put in clauses in their contracts specifically to counter these issues. And because of this reason, the Alliance finally decided that they needed to change the format. It affected their revenue. They said this, but the competition still needed to be played, so everyone was worried. The streaming platform and advertising platforms may have come up with specific clauses to deal with this issue. They'd rather not have to save that chunk of money. Otherwise, why would they even bother spending money in the first place? Amidst all of the clamor, the second round of the finals grew nearer and nearer. The stream had already switched to a view of the stadium. The individual competition would begin in 10 minutes. The 2 sides had publicly announced their list of players before the match started. Right now, the commentator and guest were analyzing their possible arrangements. As soon as Team Samsara lost a round in the individual competition, the other 2 rounds could be considered as a waste of energy. If Team Samsara emphasized the individual competition and stacked their players there, if they couldn't sweep through it, it would affect the group arena because players couldn't play in both the individual and group arena competitions. So I think Samsara will emphasize the group arena more. That is where the match will be decided. The guest confidently stated. Your analysis is spot on. Then what do you think Team Blue Rain will do? The commentator asked. Team Blue Rain is in a more difficult situation. They need to correctly guess Team Samsara's possible arrangements. However, my guess on what Team Samsara would do is quite likely, so Team Blue Rain probably won't invest too much into the individual competition either. They will also emphasize the group arena. However, they might still need to place 1 strong player into the individual competition for safe measure. The guest speaker continued to analyze. Do you think this strong player will be Yu Feng? The commentator asked. Possibly. The guest smiled, but his confident look said, yes, exactly. In this tournament format, even though it was possible for a match to be decided early on, nothing was absolute. The strategic arrangement of which players to send out was something that was very important. An arrangement that countered the other side's arrangement could be the deciding factor in a match. 10 minutes of their chattering soon passed. The players sent out from the 2 teams came out and the individual competition started. The players were announced. For the away team, the first player to come out from Team Samsara was like a slap to the honored guest's face. Emphasize the group arena instead of trying to sweep through the individual competition? He was wrong. Samsara wanted to directly crush Blue Rain in the individual competition. Their ace player Juzukai being announced for the individual competition was proof. A team's ace player would usually be the anchor in the group arena. The ace player could win a large advantage in the group arena, but in the individual competition, the ace player would only be able to win 1 round at best. Unexpectedly, Juzukai was the first to come out in the individual competition. Samsara's confidence and spirit could be seen from their arrangement. The second player in the individual competition would be Lu Buiyuan and his grappler Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. The third player was Vice-Captain Jiang Buotao and his Spellblade Empty Waves. Outsiders couldn't be certain, but Team Samsara knew very well that these three characters were the three characters with maxed skill points. Cloud Pisser and Empty Waves were all-star level characters. Their equipment was mighty as well. As for Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, because of his skill points, his strength had improved a lot. Even though his equipment wasn't outstanding in the competitive scene, the player Lu Buiyuan was in his peak condition. The character wasn't everything. The player controlling the character was more important. A player's outstanding performance could make up for a character's lacking stats. Lu Buiyuan was currently in his best condition, so Samsara naturally gave him the responsibility of winning. When Samsara's lineup came out, the commentator said a long go. Who knew what that meant? The guest's expression paled. His analysis being off by a bit wasn't anything. More importantly, he had been too confident. He wanted to go back in time. His requirements weren't large, he just wanted to go back 10 minutes. After being slapped in the face, the guest wasn't able to say anything for a moment. Afterwards, Team Blue Rain's lineup gave the honored guest light up a bit because Team Blue Rain had done what he analyzed. Team Blue Rain didn't dare invest too heavily into any one competition. They valued stability. They invested one strong character in the individual competition, which was Yu Feng. They obviously hoped he would be able to take 1 point, so they wouldn't just lose before the group arena even started. Now that the lineups of the two teams had come out, everyone fell silent. Team Samsara's intentions were clear. Team Blue Rain's lineup was at gunpoint. Correct, gunpoint. Glory's Great Gunner, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Yu Feng, who Team Blue Rain needed to win a point, was up against Team Samsara's ace player, Juzukai. Chapter 683. Crushed. Usually, in the Glory competitive scene, before the tournament ended, no one dared to speculate who would win. However, all of this changed when Juzukai appeared during the playoffs. He left a deep impression that he was unbeatable. Everything stemmed from his incredible performance in his matches. Juzukai didn't speak much out of stage, but he was someone who could speak with his actions. Team Blue Rain's original plan was to be on the defensive by sending out Yu Feng, but didn't expect Yu Feng to be matched up with such a strong opponent. Although Yu Feng was an all-star level player, no one favored him at the moment. Silence fell upon the stadium. The fans, who were cheering hard for their home team, suddenly stopped after seeing the matchups between the two teams. It was as if the whole place had become a funeral service. Coach Lee? Coach Lee? The commentator called out continuously to his partner Liibor, but he couldn't get any response out from him. Liibor seemed to have lost his soul when he saw the team line up. To resume the pause in their commentating, the commentator called the absent-minded Liibor back to the conversation. Ah? Oh. Liibor finally snapped out of his daze and hastily responded. This team line-up, how interesting, Liibor continued. With the battle commencing soon, Liibor immediately began to analyze it. Team Samsara has surprisingly come out with an extremely formidable arrangement. Juzukai and Jing Buotao are the two best players in Team Samsara without a doubt. Following behind them is Lu Buiyuan. He can't be considered as someone on their level, but his performance in the first round of the finals was very outstanding. So naturally he would be the third player to come out in this competition. Does this mean that Team Samsara is determined to finish off Team Blue Rain in this individual competition? The commentator asked. Liibor laughed and displayed his usual confidence. Ha ha. I have to admit that I ignored a huge advantage in this sort of arrangement. Oh. This arrangement, aside from attacking, can also be used for defending. With this arrangement, it is very likely that Team Samsara will win at least 2 rounds in this individual competition. With their current points, if Team Samsara can obtain the points for the following 2 battles, they would be in a situation where they cannot lose. Even if Team Blue Rain managed to win the remaining competitions, their points would be tied 9.5 to 9.5 and there would be a need to fight another round to decide the winner. If we look at things from this perspective, their decision to go all out in this individual competition is an extremely strategic move. Willpower explained. Your analysis is truly insightful. The commentator praised. In the meantime, the first. Juzakai vs. Yufeng. Cloudpisser vs. Brilliant Edge. Anxiety seeped into everyone's hearts. Team Blue Rain's safeguard had been thwarted by Team Samsara's powerful lineup. Was this really a coincidence? Taking advantage of the fact that both sides had yet to fight, Willpower quickly squeezed in a few more comments. By placing Yufeng in the first battle, Team Blue Rain was probably thinking of reducing the pressure on him. If he were placed in the third round and Team Blue Rain lost the first two battles, the pressure would be very great because his round would be the deciding round. As such, putting him in the first or second round is a fairly good choice. However, I think that this has exposed an important piece of information. What is it? The commentator asked. Team Blue Rain is putting hopes on Yufeng to win the first battle. If he wins, he would have completed his mission and the following two contestants can relax. If that happens, they might even have a better chance at winning the match, provided that one of their other player wins their round, to avoid the possibility of a tie. So in my eyes, putting Yufeng first is Team Blue Rain wanting to win 2 rounds of the individual competition. They don't want to decide the win through a tiebreaker. Willpower said. I see, the commentator replied. In any case, they've hit a brick wall. Now then, everyone. Let's focus on the match. Brilliant Edge is now closing in on Cloudpisser and is within Cloudpisser's attack range. Will Juzakai start attacking? Oh, he didn't. Both sides are still approaching each other as if they were both melee classes. Of course, Brilliant Edge is a berserker, so close combat would be his main form of attacking, but Cloudpisser isn't. He could have started attacking when he was 10 units away, but instead he's closing in on his target. Ah, the attacks have started! Fellow friends, now marks the start of the second match of the Season 8 Glory Pro Alliance Finals. The first round of the individual competition is between Juzakai of Team Samsara vs. Yufeng of Team Blue Rain. The characters on the battlefield are Cloudpisser and Brilliant Edge. Someone has finally made their first attack, but the attack wasn't made by Cloudpisser, who has the long-range advantage, but Brilliant Edge. Even though berserkers mainly use close-ranged attacks, those who are familiar with this class would know that they have several mid-range skills too. That's right, Sword Draw, it's a shared skill before the level 20 swordsman job advancement. Juzakai didn't retreat. Instead, he used a slide kick. Cloudpisser slid underneath Brilliant Edge and immediately counterattacked. Head-on attack. To think Cloudpisser would fight a berserker in close combat. Punisher, evaded, whirl kick, knee attack, hit. Wow, beautiful. Cloudpisser's sequence of attacks was so quick. Yufeng reacted fast, but in the end, he wasn't able to dodge the chain of attacks. Gatling gun. Wow, everyone look! Juzakai is using knee attack and Gatling gun to produce his own version of barbecue. Ha ha, the shared skill barbecue has a chance at being a grab and deals moderate damage too, so it's a must-have skill for all gunners. Many players might even skill it up to a high level. However, those who are familiar with Cloudpisser knows that he has only put in 1 point into the skill because Juzakai only desires the grab chance. As for the damage or other effects, he can use Gatling gun to produce the same effect. Grenade. Oh, Mechanical Seeker was also thrown out. All of them are low-leveled skills. Low-leveled shared skill have short cooldowns, so they are very important for continuing combos. Wow, random firing. Brilliant Edge in midair is being attacked by Cloudpisser's random firing. He can't land because of his incredible execution of delivery gun, all of his attacks hit. Thunder Snipe. Headshot. Double damage. While Brilliant Edge was tumbling in the air due to random firing, he managed to hit a headshot, dealing double damage. Juzakai. This is Juzakai and the great gunner, Cloudpisser. The commentator chattered excitedly as the battle continued. On the other hand, Willpower was depressed. At first, He had been preparing to explain the reason and purpose for why Juzukai didn't start the battle from a long range, but the battle moved too fast for him to make a comment. Even so, the commentator was able to follow along smoothly as if he were reading a textbook. In terms of speaking speed, the commentator was definitely faster than him. The purpose of the guest was to use his professional insight and analytical skill to analyze the actions of the players, helping the audience understand the meaning behind their actions. Unfortunately, this time, the battle moved too fast and the commentator's rapid talking didn't give him any time to make a comment. When the attack on Yu Feng's brilliant edge finished, he was still waiting to talk about the initial exchange. Good, he got the chance to speak out now. But would there be any meaning in explaining the previous attack now? How many people would still remember that? Fine. None of that mattered now. He needed to show that he existed though. As soon as the commentator stopped to take a brief respite, he immediately followed up with his analysis. Under normal circumstances, gunners will try to keep their distance and kite the enemy until they found a chance to follow up with some burst damage, but Juzukai did the opposite. He started the fight by closing in on his opponent. Everyone saw what happened afterwards. He started a burst of attacks. A sharpshooter winning in this sort of situation will certainly affect Yu Feng's mentality. Sharpshooters have long-ranged attacks. Once Yu Feng's berserker was closed in on and lost the exchange, in order to escape, he would need to run very far. Everyone, look at how Yu Feng's berserker has pulled quite some distance away from Cloud Pisser, yet Cloud Pisser can still deal damage to him. There's nothing he can do. That's how far a sharpshooter can shoot. For Juzukai to play like this, is he that confident in his ability to win? Even though sharpshooters have close combat skills, they still can't compare to an actual melee class, right? The commentator voiced out his doubt. Of course. Li Yibor nodded his head, feeling accomplished for having able to finish his explanation. All right. After both sides exchanged attacks, Yu Feng's brilliant edge attempted to approach Cloud Pisser again, but this time, Juzukai changed his mind. Instead of fighting with Yu Feng's brilliant edge in close combat, he starts to use his range advantage to attack brilliant edge. Yu Feng might be in trouble this time, Coach Li sighed. He finally guessed correctly this time. In the first round of the individual competition, Yu Feng was completely crushed by Juzukai. Chapter 684. Champions. Brilliant edge fell. In front of Juzukai, even an all-star player and character was thoroughly defeated. Yu Feng hadn't made any obvious mistakes. It was simply because Juzukai was better. Such a brilliant performance was enough to move anyone. Usually, even if this was Team Samsara's away game, even if Team Blue Rain's fans made up the majority of the audience, such a splendid display would still win an explosive applause. However, the entire stadium was silent. Those who weren't fans of Team Blue Rain held back their polite applause because this fight was too crucial. Team Blue Rain's strategic arrangement was very obvious. Yu Feng had been sent out specifically to win them at least one round of the individual competition. With Yu Feng defeated handily, how would Team Blue Rain fare against Team Samsara's remaining lineup? Under this situation, how could any of Team Blue Rain's fans cheer for their opponent's beautiful performance? The fans of Team Blue Rain looked at their two remaining players on the screen and their hearts fell. These two players couldn't even be considered as part of Team Blue Rain's main force. Team Blue Rain's captain, Yu Wenju, rarely appeared in the individual competition. Xu Jingxi's character was a paladin. Even though paladins excelled at defense, their offense was weak. Healers like paladins rarely appeared in the individual competition or the group arena. Thus, of the 6 main Team Blue Rain players used in the team competition, only 4 remained. Yu Feng had been put in the individual competition as insurance. The remaining 3 would naturally be participating in the group arena. As for the individual competition, the other 2 players could only be considered as second-string substitute players. And these 2 substitute players would be facing Samsara's Lu Buiyuan, who was at his peak condition, and Samsara's vice-captain and all-star, Jiang Buotao. When the second round of the individual competition began, the fans were even somewhat distracted. The commentator and guest had talked for a while, before the audience refocused. They just remembered that this was when their team needed the most encouragement. Everyone began cheering. Glory! This single word popped up on the big screen and the stadium once again fell into silence. Lu Buiyuan's grappler Chaotic Cloudy Mountain finished his opponent with a throw into the air. When his opponent crashed into the ground, his opponent was killed. Team Samsara now lead 2-0. The third round of the individual competition suddenly became match point. If Team Samsara won, they would directly be named the Season 8 champions. If Team Blue Rain won, they still had the possibility of winning. If they won both the upcoming group arena and team competition, they would catch up to Team Samsara. In the first match of the finals, Team Samsara had beaten Team Blue Rain in this third round. Originally, people thought that Team Blue Rain had the ability to fight tooth and tooth with Team Samsara, but now that the competition had reached this step, very few people favored Team Blue Rain. Team Samsara's following player was their vice-captain and all-star, Jiang Buotao. As for Team Blue Rain, the player's name was Lin Feng, a thief. It said that top teams have no weak players, so even a second-string player like Lin Feng couldn't be considered bad, but against a formidable adversary like Jiang Buotao and his spellblade, Empty Waves, it truly was difficult to compare the two. Lin Feng! You can do it! This time, the fans of Team Blue Rain didn't hesitate. It was their final chance. Thinking too much would be meaningless. Would Lin Feng become Team Blue Rain's saving grace? The commentator and guest began a lengthy discussion. What pressure? What critical moment? The audience was starting to get angry hearing them speak. They knew that these two were speaking the truth, but their words only made them aggravated. The audience was cheering harder and harder. The commentator and guest were speaking into a mic, but their words were drowned out. Fortunately, the round soon began. The noise gradually lessened. Many of the nervous fans forgot to cheer. Even the audience was feeling nervous from the pressure. What were the players feeling? Lin Feng was a second-string player on Team Blue Rain. He probably never thought he would one day be the focal point in the finals. Victory seemed to be entirely in his hands. His opponent, Jiang Buotao, didn't receive as much attention. Most people clearly hoped the competition would continue and Team Samsara wouldn't just win at this point. Pressure. As the focal point of this round, the commentator and guest analyzed how this pressure might affect each player. As for Lin Feng, he didn't tremble because of the pressure, but he was still affected by the pressure. He played extremely carefully. He knew his loss would end their chance at becoming champions this season, so he always wanted to be in a strong position. Defense first and always pay attention to his retreat path. Was that the correct choice? No one could say. Winners were praised and the losers were vilified. If he won, people would say he was being calm and collected. If he lost, he would be criticized for being too conservative. The guest Liebor was an experienced old fox. In the beginning, when he talked about Lin Feng's play style, he just casually said a few surface words like an advisor who said nothing of importance. As the battle continued and he saw Jiang Buotao seize the upper hand, Liebor began taking the side of whoever was winning and bravely spoke, "TSK, Lin Feng is being too conservative. But I can understand where he's coming from. He has too much of a burden on him. A second-string player like him rarely has to handle such pressure." Team Blue Rain originally tried to relieve this kind of pressure, so they sent Yu Feng out first. However, the heavy burden is now on Lin Feng's shoulders. Liebor was originally a pro player and was now a famous commentator. Even though he would occasionally mutter something incomprehensible, not look at things thoroughly enough, say incorrect things, for Liebor to be sitting there right now, he had the matching ability. He could see that Lin Feng's situation was not looking good. Everyone's hearts thumped loudly and wouldn't relax. This fight couldn't be considered as great. There weren't any flashy or intense moments. The audience as well as the commentator and guest were mainly focused on Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng's opponent Jiang Buotao was also playing this fight carefully. As long as he didn't lose, they would be the champions. He was also under a lot of pressure. There was a famous saying amongst the players called the nameless round in the finals. Because in these crucial and decisive fights, most people would be very careful. They didn't want to make any mistakes. Completely ignoring everything and playing with vigor required bravery and courage. This third round of the individual competition definitely wouldn't be a famous one. Both players were playing very carefully, but Jiang Buotao still had the advantage. The pressure on him was less. His skill level and his character were higher than Lin Feng's in the first place. If Lin Feng wanted to win, he needed to play explosively and surpass himself. If he continued to carefully play without any sudden surprises or tricks, victory would go to whoever would win on paper. In the end, Lin Feng's thief couldn't hold on. When he was down to the last few hit points, Jiang Buotao's empty waves bravely attacked. Perhaps it was because the two had been fighting each other cautiously the entire time. Lin Feng had gotten used to this careful rhythm, so Jiang Buotao's courageous attack caused Lin Feng to stumble. He originally wasn't as good and now, he was panicked. Jiang Buotao quickly took advantage. His magic formations covered the field and the magic undulations from his attacks finally ended Lin Feng's thief. Lin Feng wasn't able to create a miracle. The word glory appeared on screen and Liebo sighed, he was playing too passively. How insightful, the commentator said. The match ended. In the individual competition, Team Samsara beat Team Blue Rain 3-0, with a total point tally of 10.5 to 2.5, the champion had been decided. An early end to the finals had actually happened. The majority of the stadium was silent. There were a few cheers and applause too though. Team Blue Rain's home stadium wasn't entirely made up of Team Blue Rain's fans. Many of them were neutral and some were Team Samsara's fans. The people, who were happily cheering, were Team Samsara's fans. Only they wouldn't mind an early end to the finals. Because this meant that Team Samsara was that much more superior. If I'm remembering correctly, this is the first time in Glory history that a finals has ended early. The commentator said. He had obviously prepared this beforehand. With this being a possibility, he must have made preparations to say, when this possibility occurred. Yes, you're right. Liebo nodded his head, this is the first time. Let's give our congratulations to Team Samsara for Glory Season 8 champions. This is also the 5th team in the alliance to win a championship. There were previously 4 teams, which had won the championships before. One of them is Team Excellent Era, which won the first 3 championships in a row. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them next season. Team Tyranny broke Team Excellent Era's streak and became the season for champions. Those who are familiar with Team Tyranny back then would know that the person sitting next to me, Liebo, was one of Team Tyranny's former members. He retired the summer after Team Tyranny won the championships. Ha ha. Liebo laughed in modesty. Team Tiny Herb made it into the finals 3 years in a row. They once had the opportunity to establish their own era. Unfortunately, they were usurped in Season 6 by Team Blue Rain, who stopped them from becoming the champions 3 years in a row. Now, let's congratulate our Season 8 champions, Team Samsara. Chapter 685. Commemoration. After the commentator introduced the champions of each season, he pushed this season's champions, Team Samsara, into the spotlight. The players on Team Samsara were already celebrating amongst themselves as they walked onto the stage. The award ceremony began directly after the match ended. For Samsara, the only flaw in this near-perfect scene was that this wasn't their home stadium, so the applause and cheers weren't as loud. Team Blue Rain's fans still gave a polite applause, but they couldn't empathize with Team Samsara's joy nor did they want to. As a result, the congratulations for Team Samsara seemed subdued. This was also a form of respect towards the home stadium audience. Every time the champion was named in their away stadium, it would always be done in this way. The true celebration ceremony would take place when they returned to their home city. But no matter the situation, the award ceremony still needed to take place. At this moment in time, the stage didn't belong to Team Blue Rain, but rather the entire alliance. Team Samsara was the main character and the atmosphere on stage belonged to Team Samsara as well. No one would talk too much about Team Blue Rain's loss. As for Team Blue Rain, they stood quietly off stage. They could choose to leave and rest, but all of Team Blue Rain stood neatly in order off the stage. TSK. Ishio felt very moved by this scene. It's a good thing Yu Wenju replaced you as the team captain. Team Blue Rain's changed so much. If you had been the one leading the team, 80% of the team would probably be standing together off stage, pointing their middle fingers at Team Samsara. No. Ishio said to Wei Chen. TCH. Wei Chen replied weakly. Ishio glanced at him and noticed that while Wei Chen's expression appeared calm, he could tell that he wasn't very happy. Wei Chen had come from Team Blue Rain, so he still favored one team in this confrontation. He obviously wouldn't favor Team Samsara, even though they had spent 20 million RMB for his guide. He used to be Team Blue Rain's former team captain. He used to be someone who cherished Team Blue Rain more than anyone else. Even if he wouldn't admit it with his own mouth. Even if he said his reason for playing in Blue Brook Guild after retiring was just for the stat points. Even if he once lost to Yu Wenju and retired because of it. Ishio didn't say anything more. On stream, the Professional Alliance's chairman Feng Xianjun marched vigorously on stage. He took the microphone and officially announced Team Samsara as the Season 8 Champions of Glory to all of the audience as well as the stream. Afterwards, every player in Team Samsara received specific rewards, a champion mouse and a champion keyboard. These were specially made with large gold letterings with the word Season 8 Champions. Because of the special meaning attached to these items, most wouldn't sell these for money. Every Team Samsara player received one with excited expressions on their faces. Afterwards, the championship cup was awarded to Team Samsara. Feng Xianjun personally handed it to Team Samsara's Juzakai. This was an away game. Juzakai was also a quiet person. The Team Blue Rain fans laughed a little when they watched him hold up the championship cup into the air. Feng Xianjun appeared to be very kind and gentle. He seemed to be saying something to Juzakai. These whispers wouldn't be picked up by the stream. They only saw that Juzakai was still nervously smiling, even when he was conferred the award by the chairman. He only said a few words as usual. Or perhaps he knew that the audience wasn't very interested in this scene, so he wanted to hurry past this step and save time. The commentator and guest were in front of everyone though. They obviously didn't need to share the same feelings as the home stadium. They laughed loudly and chatted happily. Seeing that the award ceremony was about to be over, Li Yibor humorously expressed, perhaps it was because the majority of people in the home stadium wanted the home team to be the champions, or perhaps it was because Juzakai liked to win in away games so that there wouldn't be too many moments where he needed to speak. Ha ha, you're right. If this was at their home stadium, I don't think he'd be able to go off stage so easily. Who knows how many people would have forced him to say something. Even though the second round of the finals was short, it ended in a thorough manner. The streaming platforms and advertising companies might feel a bit dissatisfied, but there was no need to let the fans and audience know of that. The audience members, who bought tickets to watch this match, would also receive an appropriate compensation, but none of this was important. The stream had already begun showing Team Samsara's path to becoming champion, starting from the regular season to the playoffs to the finals. A beautiful highlight montage was displayed. This had been prepared beforehand for both Team Samsara and Team Blue Rain. However, since Team Samsara had become champions, the only highlight montage shown would be Team Samsara's. To think Team Samsara actually swept Team Blue Rain 3-0 in the individual competition. I don't think many people could have predicted that would happen. The commentators' and honored guests' work wasn't over yet. The finals may have ended at the individual competition, but their scheduled time slot still had a lot of time remaining. The commentator and guest could only find stuff to say until it was over. This wasn't anything new to them, except this time, they needed to do so for a long period of time. Yes, Team Samsara was able to win because their players performed outstandingly, but don't ignore the fact that the deciding factor for Team Samsara winning the individual competition was their strategic player arrangement. Willpower had wanted to say this right after the finals ended, but at that time, there wasn't any room for any analysis. Willpower waited for a long time and now he finally had the chance to reveal his insight. You're right. I don't think Team Blue Rain thought Team Samsara would be so bold and place so much importance on the individual competition. The commentator said, the weakness that Team Blue Rain has in their potential lineups for the individual competition and group arena must have affected Team Samsara's decisiveness. Willpower said, oh. The commentator was a bit puzzled, but he quickly understood and followed up, you're saying that Team Blue Rain's captain, all-star, and master tactician, Yu Wenju, often don't participate in the individual competition or the group arena. And we also know that their first-string players, who participate in these competitions, are often the ones that make up the 6-player team in the team competition. The healer classes often don't appear in the other events. This means that in Team Blue Rain, 2 of their 6 first-string players won't appear in the individual competition or the group arena. Thus, it is truly difficult for Team Blue Rain. They don't have another strong player to participate in those 2 events. I don't think any good player in the alliance would want to only appear in the individual competition. Willpower said, yes. And no matter how good a player is, it isn't possible for them to replace Yu Wenju or a healer like Xu Jingxi. In the end, Team Blue Rain suffered because of the competitive format. Willpower said, it seems like Team Blue Rain needs to find some way to deal with this problem. The commentator said, do they need to though? Willpower smiled. They don't. The commentator was puzzled. Isn't that what you were saying? Is that not what you mean? However, seeing Willpower's smile, he suddenly realized, oh, I heard that next season, the playoffs format will be changing. Yes, even though we don't know what it is exactly yet, but they've been working on it for a year now. I think that's enough time for the Alliance to think up a good format that will keep the playoffs competitive and suspenseful. Willpower said. But the competitive format in the regular season won't change, right? The commentator said. Ha ha, this isn't a problem for Team Blue Rain in the regular season. Their standings in the regular season is more than enough to prove it. Willpower said. That's true. Team Blue Rain led the regular season the entire time. They came into the playoffs as number 1 in the regular season. Ha ha, this time's finals might have been short, but I feel like it's enough to call it a match that will be remembered. Willpower said. Yes. After all, it's the first time a finals has finished early. The commentator said, and with the change in format next year, it'll be the last time as well. And this time, it showed the importance of strategy in arranging which players to send out for which competition. Team Samsara relied on their bravery and drive to beat Team Blue Rain. I think this is a perfect commemoration for the last time this competitive format will be used. Willpower said. You're all too right. It has to be said that Willpower was truly experienced in this line of work now. A finals, which had ended early, lost a lot of potential revenue, and disappointed countless people, was described as a finals to be remembered. His analysis and reasoning for it was completely sound too. I believe that this year's finals will remain as a match to be remembered for years to come, especially for those out there who have been watching the Alliance since the beginning. It will certainly be a lasting memory. The commentator gave a brief summary. And at this moment, the break given to the 2 teams was over and the press conference began. The stream switched over to the press conference. Even though Team Samsara had displayed a dominating victory, off-stage, Juzukai was as taciturn as ever. It was too hard to hate him though. Team Blue Rain didn't forget themselves either. As the losers, Yu Wenju had to give his apologies. He never covered up his weaknesses and blamed his own weakness for giving trouble to the team. Willpower's analysis was reasonable. Yu Wenju talked about this issue a lot. Team Blue Rain's ace player, Huang Xiaoqian, didn't have an opportunity to appear on stage today. His gloominess could clearly be seen on him. When the reporters asked if he wanted to say something, he rolled his eyes and gave a response that others found hard to believe that it came from his mouth. I don't want to say anything, Huang Xiaoqian said. Chapter 686. Happy while suffering. Huang Xiaoqian said he doesn't want to say anything. The reporters were immediately excited. What a powerful way to express his emotions! If it had been someone else, he or she would have to use an immeasurable amount of words, expression, and even tears to express how sad and disappointed they were at the result. Huang Xiaoqian just needed one sentence, I don't want to say anything. This was a true instance of silence spoke for itself. Many reporters had already decided that tomorrow's reports were going to be mostly revolving around this sentence of Huang Xiaoqian. Indeed, when even Huang Xiaoqian had no words to say towards this defeat, was there a need to describe how angry and disappointed Team Blue Rain felt towards this match? On the other hand, the intensity of Team Blue Rain's emotions only illustrated the brilliance of Team Samsara's victory. This was the first final match in 8 seasons to end early. Yes, this result may disappoint many, but to the reporters who were writing the reports afterward, this made a very good topic. Although the topic was good, because the match ended early, there wasn't much material for the reporters to work with. Therefore, they had to dig deeper into the inner emotional world of the players. No matter what, the focus would still be on the final champions, Team Samsara. In that moment, any reaction from Team Blue Rain would only be used to emphasize the strength of Team Samsara. Of course, some Team Blue Rain fans among the reporters might draft up reports that favored Team Blue Rain and pointed out their merit. Even if these kind of drafts were accepted, they would only appear in some unnoticeable corner. This was how the competitive scene worked. The halos of glory would only be bestowed upon the victor. Second place? Silver medal? They sounded like good results, and they did acknowledge these teams' strength. However, they would never be seen as a glory. In fact, because of the glory showered upon the victors, the mark of the losers only seemed more noticeable on these teams. Team 100 Blossom is a good example of this. They had lost 3 finals. Did anyone mention that Team 100 Blossom was the second best team that beat many of the top teams? No. Their 3 second place were often mentioned as a joke. They were the pitiful sacrifices to the glory of the victors. They looked even worse than the no-good teams that became cheerleaders after finishing the regular season without getting relegated or getting into playoffs. The competitive scene was cruel in this way. No wonder the media was so easily swayed. No wonder that they approached Team Blue Rain with wicked intentions during the press conference. Nonetheless, Yu Wenju took over all the responsibilities. After Huang Xiaoqian's I don't want to say anything, the reporters threw out more questions. Facing the media's attempts to dig deeper, Yu Wenju smiled, even Xiaoqian doesn't want to say anything, what is there for us to say? This? While the reporters were still spacing out, the Team Blue Rain team members had gotten up and quietly left under the lead of their team captain. After their thoughts ran off wildly in every directions, the reporters quickly pulled their thoughts back and surged forward with their equipments like cheetahs towards the main characters of today, the champions, Team Samsara. The final was an away match for Team Samsara. After they attended all of the necessary events, Team Samsara only celebrated a little bit. The next day, when they returned to City S, their home base, their club already had a huge celebration in place. Thousands of fans crowded the club stadium to welcome their hero's return. Champagne, flowers. To Team Samsara and its fans, this day was indeed a very happy day. Their team captain and ace player, Ju Zakai, finally welcomed his personal final coronation after winning the championship. All throughout the regular season, playoffs, even the finals, his performance was unquestionably worth of all the glory he received. In the eyes of the fans, he could do everything besides heal. In the eyes of his teammates, he was undoubtedly reliable and victorious. In the eyes of the league and sponsors, he was the grandest source of money. He had unmatched popularity and handsome looks. The only problem he had was his shy personality and the fact that he didn't speak much. However, that was no big matter. Even if he didn't say much, there were more than enough ways to package a star. With his looks, it was easy enough to make the fangirls scream at posters for a while. His value as a player and in the advertising field had both reached a peak. This was an achievement that no one had done before. Yichio's competitive success was still an unreachable summit, but his commercial value had always been non-existent. Although the other god-level players did not reject commercial activities as much as Yichio did, none of them had reached a height like Juzukai had. The title of number 1 in the alliance became his from this day on. During the entire summer, Team Samsara and Juzukai would be sought after by many. On the night when the champions were decided, war erupted out in the game. At least this time it was no longer a world war. It was just between Blue Brook Guild and Samsara. The fans and guilds of the other teams took to the sidelines the moment that the war started. Although there were a few fans that ended up on one side or the other, the guilds would never let themselves be involved in such meaningless fights. After the champions were announced, no one bothered to argue over the events that took place during the knockout stage before the playoff. All the fights and arguments were coming from the two teams that made it to the finals. Therefore, the other clubs enjoyed the show quite happily. As for the start of this war, the reason behind it was no longer findable. No one knew if it was the continuation of the previous wars or if there had been something new. But everyone knew that it had to do with Team Samsara's strong performance and the fact that they beat Team Blue Rain during the individual match. On the battlefield, Team Samsara was indeed very strong. However, Team Samsara's style was just like their ace Juzukai. Although they were rather forceful on stage, but down in front of the press, they still used words like the opponents performed well. We were just better, just like most professional teams would do. As the old saying goes, no arrogance in victory, no despair in defeat. As for Team Blue Rain, no matter what Team Samsara's reaction was about the victory, they would still respond respectfully and not belittle Team Samsara in the slightest. This was also Team Blue Rain's manner. Unfortunately, teams were teams, fans were fans. A team would act as a whole. The members would help each other out, move together, and take the same stance. The fans wouldn't. Their numbers were too big. Despite being bonded together by their shared love for the same team, to say that they would all coexist peacefully was still ridiculous. Therefore, after the results were released, many people jumped out. On Team Samsara's side, most of those troublemakers surfaced to show off. On Team Blue Rain's side, there were quite a number of people who shouted out for no reason. It was simply because they could not stand the crushing defeat. The finals had ended, but the battles in the game were just beginning. With the help of certain individuals, the flames of war easily ravaged across the whole server. Although there were many logical people like the team members among the fans, but who would listen to reason amidst such chaotic times? On top of that, facing those who had trashed Team Blue Rain to the ground and praised Team Samsara into the sky just because the match ended early, even the logical people would feel the rage roaring within. Despite the efforts of the two club guilds, the fans of those two teams still waged a war of their own. After all, fans are fans. The words of the guilds, teams, and even players only hold so much weight. There was no way for the fans to carry out the will of the club perfectly. All that the clubs could do was suggest, advise, and hope. If others won't listen, what could you possibly do? Hurry up and grab as much toilet paper as you can hold to wipe the asses of your own fans. When the war erupted, the two guilds of the two clubs got involved forcibly. If they just let their fans do whatever they liked and ended up causing their fans to blame themselves, that would truly be a headache to deal with. There was no time for the two clubs to take a breather. As loving as they were for their fans, they kept on emphasizing that they needed to stay logical, they needed to face the results maturely, and that was just how competitions were like. However, all their efforts were ignored. Even the clubs could not trash talk themselves while praising others. There was simply no way for Team Samsara to say, "Exactly. Team Blue Rain is garbage. We should not be wasting our time on such trash." Following the same logic, Team Blue Rain could not possibly say that, "Screw it. Team Samsara is just a group of bastards who stole our victory. However, as civilized people, we should not be arguing with those bastards." As a result, both ended up saying that there is always a victor and a loser in any match and we should respect our opponents. Unfortunately, such words were uttered by every team after every match. Everyone got tired of them a long time ago. Such pleading had no effect to speak of. Even those really moving speeches might stop some players, but it would not stop all. The flames of conflict would not be put out so easily. These kinds of wars were waged after every finals. This year's was just more intense because Team Samsara ended the match early. The excitement was expectedly high for this first-time championship victory. On top of it, Team Samsara won by a landslide. No matter who it was, the fans all wanted to show off somewhat. Overall, it was still because Glory was different than any other sports. Because it was based in a game, it gave its fans the room to vent. If it had been any other sports, after the results are out, all the fans could do was just have some verbal arguments. Even if actual conflicts were to take place, it would still be relatively of small, since even if they wanted to make things bigger, they would have to organize everything. In addition, there was public security to prevent such occurrences. Glory was another thing altogether. The heavenly domain gathered all the fans in the same place and let them carry out their conflicts the most direct way. Without any rules to abide by, the battle escalated without limits. Even if you lost all your equipment, you can't take revenge by calling the police. This kind of war obviously harmed the guilds. Samsara was slightly better since their team won the finals. They saw the losses as sacrifices for the championship victory. In a way, they were happy while suffering. Blue Brook Guild had gotten themselves into a total tragedy. They didn't win the finals and still had to pay for the satisfactions of their own fans. As of now, tears were streaming down the cheeks of Blue Brook Guild's Guild Master Changing Spring. Who did I offend? Chapter 687. Scrap Pick Transporter. Samsara celebrated without restraint. In the early days of Glory, champions like Team Samsara could log into the game and interact personally with their fans. However, in these recent years, the competition had become fiercer, and this type of activity had already died away. The game was equal to everyone. If pro characters like Cloud Pisser or Empty Waves appeared, would they be able to parade on the streets? The fans of the other teams would help them celebrate by gifting them with their flashy attacks. There was only killing in the game. Even celebrating looked the same. It was currently the weekends, right now, so there were more players online than in the weekdays. Even though only 2 guilds were fighting, it seemed even more intense than in the past. The fans might be fighting fiercely, but the guilds exercised restraint. They knew that this time, the other guilds would definitely be watching the battle from the sidelines. They had to preserve as much of their strength as they could because this battle could only result in losses. There was no winner or loser in this battle. Blue Brook Guild was stronger than Samsara, but it wasn't by so much that Blue Brook Guild would be able to wipe Samsara out. In particular, for club guilds, the word wipe couldn't really be used. As long as the team still existed in the pro scene, the guild would survive. If the team left the pro scene, you wouldn't need to actively try and wipe out that guild, it would quickly fade away on its own. These kinds of occurrences had happened before in the past. The 2 guilds carefully moved about. They had a tacit agreement not to let their elite forces collide. Thus, the war this time appeared less real. Yishio's group was originally going to run around scrap picking, but when Yishio heard Wei Chen describe the situation, he immediately lost interest. If the elite forces would avoid direct conflicts with each other, wouldn't they just be going around bullying normal players and showing off their might? Both guilds were very well aware that they needed to participate in this war. The 2 guilds wouldn't be provoked by their surroundings. The core of the guilds were professionals. They would calmly survey the situation to see how they could win just like the pro players. Of course, this was only limited to the core circle. Whether it was the main guild or the branch guilds, the vast majority of players were purely fans, who could be rational or impulsive. Some would listen to the guild's advice, while some thought right now was the time to stand out. The guild couldn't care about everyone. In any case, the elite members strictly followed orders. In addition, they tried to avoid putting in as much resources as possible. As a result, they did a good job preserving their strength. In reality, even the non-elite players still had fairly good equipment. After all, they were all members of club guilds. Even if they weren't able to buy or obtain the items that they wanted from dungeons or marketplaces, they could still obtain them by contributing to the guild and trading contribution points for items in the guild storage. Club guilds were able to keep so many players together, relying on this method. However, Yishio's group was only focused on picking up items dropped by the elite teams. The equipment dropped from these elite members were all top equipment in the game. Picking up second-rate or third-rate equipment felt meaningless to them now. But then again, wasn't getting equipment this way faster than running dungeons? Wasn't the equipment for the guild storage? In the end, Yishio's group still went scrap picking. It wasn't like they had anything else to do. Normal players would try and get their equipment properly through dungeons, but like Wei Chen said, think of your status. You're going to stoop to their level and do the same? Why not just buy or steal? In the past, running dungeons could be considered as practice for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun to get used to controlling their characters. However, half a year had passed. The two of them had grasped the basics a long time ago. Running dungeons wasn't very meaningful to them anymore. Even though they could still do some training through the dungeons, these past few years, the pro scene had already developed more efficient and specialized training methods. They had their own programs that allowed them to create all sorts of simulations. The technology department of the various clubs weren't just for creating equipment. They were involved in a lot of projects. Many of these training methods were secrets of the clubs. Those that could be downloaded publicly certainly wouldn't be these. Even though Yishio was very familiar with the training methods that Team Excellent Era had, the problem was getting or creating the programs used for these training methods. How could he know about any of that? Team Excellent Era wasn't going to provide those programs for him, so he didn't have any. Team Happy didn't only lack talented players. Compared to the clubs, they were still at a very crude level. If all the team needed was a practice room, it would be the same as 8 years ago, when a few players could just register and join the pro scene. If even the club guilds needed to be personally managed by the pro players, how could the Glory Alliance have grown this big? Any established team nowadays had strong funding backing them. How could they resort to scrap picking for equipment? Just look at Lulan did things. He just needed to throw his money and sweep the market. Thinking about this made Chen Guo feel a little sad. Did Yishio like to go scrap picking? No, of course not. He just didn't have any other choice. Chen Guo didn't like this method, but it's not like she had a ton of money either. If she didn't let him go scrap picking, how would they get a huge amount of equipment? How would they establish their guild storage? Sayings like there's always another way or as long you try hard were all nonsense. Chen Guo wasn't a little kid. She wasn't so innocent. There are many things in this world that can't be accomplished through hard work alone. There were 20 teams in the alliance. Which team wasn't trying hard? There was only one champion every season though. Chen Guo had enough money to buy some equipment and the money Wei Chen earned from the skill points guide could be used to develop the team too. Their current capital would have been considered exceptional 8 years ago, but this wasn't 8 years ago. The scene had developed rapidly during these 8 years. Their capital wasn't considered much in the Pro Alliance nowadays. They were still at the level where they needed to split a bill in half before using it. As a result, even if she looked down on scrap picking, she didn't raise any objections. She even went along with them to pick up scraps. If a god like Yishio was going to stoop so low, she didn't have any excuses. However, Yishio refused because her skill level was too low. Are you planning on picking up their equipment or having them pick up your equipment? His honesty made her furious. Without any other choice, Chen Guo could only be a transporter. Yishio's group was too efficient. The war this time was even more intense. There was equipment everywhere. The three went back and forth. Their storehouses were about to be full. Chen Guo immediately grabbed their alternate accounts and used those as storages. After thinking things from a long-term perspective, she ordered another set of heavenly domain accounts. She listened to Yishio's advice and got one of each class. Today, their work didn't seem like scrap pickers, but transporters. They had to save some energy to defend themselves when scrap picking in the elite battles. But now that they were scrap-picking with normal players, they didn't need to use as much effort. They went about round and round. Even Lulan/'s eyes were red when he heard of it. But no matter how red his eyes were, he wouldn't go and scrap-pick. Around 3 months later, he would be standing on the pro stage. Lulan/' was looking forward to this very much. He clearly looked down on taking advantage of this situation to scrap-pick. But seeing how God Yichio was scrap-picking so calmly, Lulan/' could only feel inferior. A god really is a god. He's so high profile in anything he does. This scrap-picking. F***ck, he's going back to the city. Is his inventory full already? Because it was the weekend, the wild bosses this week had all spawned. The 4 guilds in the alliance had benefited greatly. As a whole, it was the biggest harvest in history. The big guilds usually competed for these wild bosses, exchanging wins. No single guild had ever monopolized so many bosses in a single week. After killing all of these wild bosses this week, each party in the alliance looked at their accounts. They discovered that even though they split each boss 5 ways every time, because they killed so many bosses, their profits surpassed the amount a big guild usually got. This alliance is too amazing. Each party in the alliance praised. Although the big guilds hadn't participated in the competition for most of the wild bosses this week, their future looked sound. Even if their harvest decreased in the future, they definitely hadn't lost out this week. Just think, if they didn't have such an alliance and they took advantage while the big guilds were fighting to get a few wild bosses, it would just be the small club guilds competing with each other instead of the big guilds. No one had a monopoly. In the end, the drops would have been split between numerous guilds. Their harvest then certainly wouldn't be as good as their current harvest. This satisfying result made these guilds hopeful for the future. They wanted Monday to hurry up and come, so they could begin killing next week's wild bosses. They understood the importance of God Yichio in this alliance and placed great importance on what God Yichio asked for them to do. Lulan/ was currently watching the 2 big guilds fight it out. He noticed Lord Grimm's group nimbly entering the battle, run around, and run out slowly. The weight in their inventory must definitely be slowing down their feet. Soon afterwards, he received a message from his guild: deception has been seen. Yes. This was what Lulan/ and the others were helping God Yichio do. When Lulan/ received this news, the other 3 guild leaders, Yuzuchin, White Stream, and Martial Awareness also received this message. Just like Lulan/, they cared very much about this task. As a result, Yichio quickly received the news from the 4 guild leaders: deception is on. Ah. Yichio hastily called out to Chen Guai, hurry up and take this load off me. Take this load off me. Was he really regarding scrap-picking as transporting? Chen Guai silently cursed as her character went over. She also asked, is there something that came up? That's guys on again. Yichio said. Chapter 688. Coming and going. Chen Guai knew who they were talking about. She had interacted with and learnt from deception, so she knew he was very skilled. Of course, Chen Guai welcomed skilled players, so when she heard that he was online, she quickly logged onto her account to take the load off Yichio. Where are you all? Chen Guai asked as she hastily turned on 2 more computers. She was planning to log on and unload the goods of the 3 characters at once. She knew that the movement speed was crucial when dealing with deception. Every time these 3 went out for scrap picking, their movement speed would always be hugely affected by their heavy inventories, which wouldn't be enough to deal with deception. Unload mine first, then unload those 2. Opening 3 computers at once. It's not like you can use Shadow Dance. Yichio said. Chen Guai ignored him as she quickly logged on to Chasing Haze and rushed to Lord Grimm's position and traded away everything on Lord Grimm. All right, I'll leave first, Yichio said before running off. Lord Grimm's features were no longer unbalanced. After these past several days of fruitful labor, he naturally had high-end equipment he could use instead, even if Yichio didn't change his principle of prioritizing the equipment stats over the physical appearance. However, his random matching of clothing was more civilized this time and it didn't look as absurd and ridiculous as before. After asking Lulan about Deception's current whereabouts, Yishio was a little gloomy. Judging from the information he received from the allied guilds, the direction Deception was sprinting towards might be the teleport formation. Once he teleported, who would know which city he would head towards? Furthermore, there was still a distance between Lord Grimm's current position and the teleport formation. It would be impossible to rush there and kill Deception before he teleported, no matter what method he used. Can you send someone to stall him? Yishio asked the 4 guild leaders. About this, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. The 4 guild leaders had also determined Deception's direction judging from the reports they were given. They wouldn't be able to arrange enough people to stop him before he reached the portal. Yishio felt regretful. Just when an opportunity came, that guy still managed to escape. Yishio only focused on the places good for scrap picking and neglected the matter that Deception might try and teleport the moment he logged on. I won't make it in time, too, sigh. Don't worry, God. Once my message is out, no matter where the guy teleports to, as long as he's seen by our people, we'll know at once. All 4 guild leaders replied. That would be great. Yishio was relieved. There was strength in having a number of people. As he was thinking, Yishio had Lord Grimm run towards the teleportation portal. He prepared to immediately pursue Deception the next time Deception was discovered. At least this guy was online. Based on the foundation of the 4 guilds players, it might be possible to run into him. Lord Grimm only traveled for a short distance before all information on Deception was lost. Deception's movement speed was too quick. Normal players weren't able to keep track of him for a long time. While he was still on his way, he soon received another message. It came from Yuzichin of Conquering Clouds. Someone in their guild had noticed Deception. Where? Yishio hastily asked. Oak City. Yuzichin replied. Oak City. Yishio was startled. What a coincidence. Oak City was currently the closest city to Lord Grimm. In this way, he didn't even have to go to the teleport formation. Why did Deception coincidentally choose to go there out of all places? After a brief moment of thinking, Yishio immediately understood. Deception targeted here because this place was the main battlefield of Blue Brook Guild's 1st and 2nd elite groups. It didn't matter whether you were in a group. It was hard to be in their league. Even fans of Blue Brook Guild would consciously avoid going here. After all, the maximum limit of a group was 100 players. Players that went over the limit wouldn't receive damage exemption. Fans of Blue Brook Guild were worried that they would be killed under the valiant bombarding of their own guild's elite group, instead of their opponent's attacks. Such a place was undoubtedly an excellent place for scrap picking. Yishio's group came here to scrap pick, so it was natural that a scrap picking veteran like Deception would also make such a judgment. However, the way Deception rushed there the moment he logged on made Yishio remember Deception's situation during his first encounter with him. Yishio was now even more certain that this guy had alternate accounts. Even though Deception wasn't on these past few days, that didn't mean his alternate accounts were idle. However, Deception finally appeared again, so it was a given to keep an eye on him and give him a lesson. After knowing where Deception was headed, Yishio immediately made a rough prediction of his route. Yuzichin also continued to update Yishio with more information. Yishio saw the direction Deception was advancing towards and confirmed his prediction. Deception was definitely headed his way. He saved us a lot of trouble. Yishio was excited. Lord Grimm ran back and waited. Why would he be in a hurry to run into him? It'd be better to give Tangru and Steamed Bun a chance to unpack and guard the revival point. Because Lord Grimm had entered his inventory, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't keep up with his pace. They were currently struggling to transport their items. Chengwe had just switched accounts to trade with the two, but before she could meet with them, Deception actually arrived first. Deception's movement speed was too quick. The players of Conquering Cloud soon lost track of him. However, Yishio was confident. He was certain Deception would pass by here. I need to find a place to hide. Yishio checked his surroundings. He wasn't planning to mount a sneak attack. He was just afraid that deception might see him from the distance and take another path. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he had to pursue him all over again? After looking around, Yishio had Lord Grim hide behind a tree. He would reveal his head to peek out from time to time. Oh, Lulan, you're also here. Yishio didn't see deception, but he caught a glimpse of Lulan/. Ah. Yeah, Lulan/ originally came here to watch the scrap picking. After the three finished scrap picking and ran off, he also left. Then, he received the new information partway through, so he wanted to follow Yishio's Lord Grim to watch the fun. In the end, he just saw Lord Grim hiding on the side of the road, preparing to mount a sneak attack. If it were someone else, a sneak attack would be normal. However, Yishio was a god. Lulan couldn't bear the fact that even he needed to ambush a player. He sympathized with deception. He wouldn't think that he would have been caught by God. Oh, I was just passing by. Lulan/ said. Oh? Are you here to scrap pick as well? Yishio asked. Ah. No, I'm just walking around, Lulan/ said. He wouldn't stoop so low as to scrap pick, but since God was scrap picking, he obviously couldn't reveal his disdain toward scrap picking, so he explained his actions in this way. Oh, if you have nothing to do, then why don't you help us? Steamed Bun and Soft Mist are in the back. They're really slow because of their heavy inventories. Since we have business to do, why don't you help us carry these items back? Help share some of the burden. Yishio said. This was an effortless favor. How could Lulan/ say no? But the problem was, he was a great guild leader. He would soon be the captain of a pro team and the team's boss. Now he had to do this? What was this? This was lower than scrap picking. He needed to help a scrap picker transport goods. Lulan/ felt that he should have said he was scrap picking and was going back from a successful run. Even though Lulan/ thought of this in his mind, he still did the favor. He just felt regretful because he wouldn't be able to witness the scene of a god ambushing someone. Even though Deception's movement speed was quick, he was quite far away, so Tang-Ru and Steamed Bun arrived first. Hey, boss! Steamed Bun greeted warmly. HM? Lulan/ helped you transport the goods, right? Yishio asked. Yeah. That guy could carry a lot. Steamed Bun sighed. Of course, he's a berserker, so his strength growth is very high. His equipment also has a lot of strength increases too. Yishio said. I don't think my strength is inferior to anyone's. Steamed Bun spoke. I was referring to the strength stat in the game, Yishio said. What a pity. If I had strength that high, I could move a lot of things. Steamed Bun said. When our equipment improves in the future, you'll have lots of it. Yishio said. Even though brawlers mainly dealt physical damage, very few emphasized strength. Brawler skills had a lot of additional effects. In order to strengthen these effects, spirit was essential. As for the specifics, that depended on the person. It was like how a battle mage chose between strength and intelligence. Most players emphasized strength and put spirit as their secondary stat. However, high-end players usually found their own specific stat allocations to match their styles. As for Steamed Bun, for such a crazy guy like him, could he care about these details? Soft Mist and Steamed Bun invasion didn't go anywhere after that. Deception dashed this way the moment he logged on and didn't switch accounts either. After reviving, he would return to the main city. It was too far to have the two go and guard the revival part. Besides, Yishio reckoned that Deception was smart. He would probably log off as soon as he died and wouldn't revive again. The three hid and waited. Soon, Deception could be seen. He was moving very fast towards them. Let me jump out and scare him. Steamed Bun was eager to give it a try. Don't kill him too fast, I need to ask him some questions. Yishio said. Oh, Tang-Ru answered. The three waited. They originally thought that Deception would appear now. All three were straining their ears to hear his footsteps, but none of them could hear anything. Yishio felt that this wasn't normal. He poked his head out to look, but Deception had disappeared. "Who? Where'd he go?" Yishio said. "Did he see your head sticking out?" Chengguo was very concerned about this matter. Impossible. Yishio overruled the idea firmly. He knew how the game worked very well. Judging from the distance between them, it was impossible for Deception to see half of his head from behind the tree. Yishio turned around to look at Steamed Bun Invasion and wondered if Steamed Bun had left any traces behind. But when he turned around to have a look, Steamed Bun was well behaved as he hid there. That's strange. I'll go out and have a look. Yishio had no other choices. Had Deception logged off again? Chapter 689. Here to ambush. The three came out from their hiding place. They looked around, but didn't see any signs of Deception. Let's go over and take a look, Yishio said. Lord Grim walked forward. Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion followed, covering his left and right. Maybe he went to use the restroom, Steamed Bun guessed. Even though it would be another escape, it really was a possibility. In any case, he logged off here, no? Should we stay here and camp this place then? Tang Ru asked. Steamed Bun had experience in other games. Tang Ru couldn't really be considered a noob anymore. She began playing Glory in December of last year. It was now June, so half a year had passed. Games were usually pretty easy to get into, but difficult to master. Glory was the same. Otherwise, there would be no difference in skill levels between pro players and normal players. Tang Ru had played for 6 months already. She spent most of her time in the game too. If she were still a noob after all that time, she'd be laughed at to death. It just took a long time to level up in Glory. In half a year, most players wouldn't be able to enter the Heavenly Domain. From this perspective, the Heavenly Domain players might think people who had only played for a half a year were still beginners, but Tang Ru clearly didn't belong in this category. Her skill level had already been enough to crush most normal players before she had even started playing the game. It was mainly her lack of knowledge and game sense that made her a noob. Now that half a year had passed, how could she not have more knowledge and game sense compared to before? Waiting won't do, Yishio said. They were just 3 people. If they were going to wait, they couldn't be the ones doing it. Should he allow the big guilds to continue helping him? Just when Yishio was thinking about this, he saw something flash. He immediately turned his camera and saw Deception jump out from who knows where. Deception quickly formed a seal, which Yishio recognized as Shadow Dance, but he was a bit at a loss. Why did this guy suddenly take the initiative to attack them? Was his brain broken? Around 10 shadow clones pounced towards them. Yishio could tell that this was an attack. What trump card had Deception grasped? He clearly saw all 3 of them, yet he actually dared to attack? Yishio didn't understand, but Deception had already arrived. How could he be polite? He swiped his mouse and his cursor hovered accurately on a shadow clone. With a beautiful swing, Lord Grim switched his myriad manifestations umbrella into its spear form, which pierced through a clone. Then, he switched forms again, changing it into its gun form. He leapt backwards, while firing. The same time that the shadow clone was hit, Lord Grim quickly aerial fired backwards and escaped from the encirclement of shadow clones. Retreat first, Yishio said to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. Deception's unusual boldness puzzled Yishio. Unable to predict what strange method Deception had in store, it was best to be on the cautious side. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun wanted to retreat, but they weren't able to do so as easily as Yishio could. Yishio just looked like he had killed the nearest shadow clones and then leapt back with an aerial fire. But in reality, he had looked around to clearly see where every shadow clone was arranged to see the focal point of Deception's attack and to figure out the most optimal direction to break out of the encirclement. Most normal players wouldn't have the awareness to do all of that. When Tang Ru and Steamed Bun tried to retreat, they did it in a more forceful manner. They weren't being completely brainless though. They each took off in opposite directions. This way, unless Deception could push both of them back to their original spots, if the two rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to deal with both sides. Shadow Dance had a limited range. When Ishio looked at the situation, he knew that if Deception wanted to have both of them stay within Shadow Dance's range, it wasn't going to be a possibility. Tangru was so fierce. Her spear danced about with light, dark, fire, ice, and neutral chasers circling behind her. Deception threw all of his shadow clones at her to keep her, but this only gave her more opportunities to create chasers. Chasers were a huge feature of battle mags. Even though they mainly dealt magic damage, because of the buffs given by the chasers, even a strength-oriented battle mage like Tangru couldn't ignore their importance. Tangru had played Glory for so long already. She was extremely familiar with chasers at this point. Right now, she was using all sorts of methods to create chasers in order to break out of this encirclement. Every time she hit a target, a chaser would also hit the target. At the same time, another chaser would be created. This loop continued. For battle mags, this was called chaser flow. There were players who specifically geared their skill levels towards this play style. They would give up on using a spear and battle staff. Instead, they chose to use magic wands. Magic wands had high attack speed, high magic damage, and gave intelligence bonuses. Battle mags, who specialized in chaser flow, stacked intelligence to increase the damage of their chasers. This sort of extremely specific playstyle didn't exist in the pro scene because there were quite a lot of restrictions to chasers. For one, chasers could only be produced by hitting the target with a certain skill. The chaser also had to hit the target. The amount of damage that a chaser could do, even when stacking intelligence, couldn't compare to a powerful high-level skill, so the burst it did wasn't enough. As a result, in the pro scene, chaser flow was just a technique. It was rarely used as a main play style. Ishio had obviously told Tangru about this before. However, using chaser flow to break out of the Shadow Dance encirclement was a very good choice. Chasers continuously flew out. The colors of the 5 different types of chasers were all different. Their explosions made a colorful mess out of Deception's shadow clones. The most terrifying part was that chaser damage was added in the combo count. And combos activated the Battle Mage Awakening skill, Battle Spirit. A faint golden glow soon emerged around Soft Mist. As her combo count increased, the golden color grew more and more prominent. The shadow clones from Shadow Dance actually became helpers for Soft Mist to accumulate combos. What is he doing? Ishio was puzzled. He was waiting for Deception to come out with some sort of big move, but all he did was use Shadow Dance, giving Soft Mist the opportunity to build up Battle Spirit. If this continued, how was he going to run? His Shadow Dance was being ripped apart by Tangru. No. Ripped apart was being too polite. He was practically assisting Soft Mist. Tangru clearly understood this point. She felt like there was no need to run from this Shadow Dance. In the end, she was just pretending to break out of the encirclement. She stood there, killing the shadow clones coming at her. Finally, the shadow clones all disappeared. They hadn't been killed, nor had the skill duration passed. Deception cancelled the skill himself. He was clearly aware that his Shadow Dance was a mistake. How did things turn out like this? Ishio really wanted to interview that guy. When Steamed Bun saw the annoying clones disappear, he was even more brave than Tangru and threw a brick at him. How could Deception be hit by such a simple and crude move? He stepped to the side and used a shadow clone technique. His character instantly moved a distance away. It seemed like he wanted to run now. What was this guy doing? Ishio chased after him with Lord Grim, while wondering. Steamed Bun chased after him enthusiastically, while shouting, "Punk, don't run! To think you'd actually hide and ambush us!" Hide and ambush us? Ishio suddenly came to a realization after hearing Steamed Bun shout. Lord Grim chased after him. Tangru and Steamed Bun also followed along. Their equipment had gone up a tier again. Deception's movement speed was no longer anything amazing to them. Lord Grim kept on pestering him with long-ranged attacks. Steam Bun Invasion threw a brick at him from time to time too. Deception was greatly impacted by their combined efforts. He couldn't run straight and had to zigzag around. In the end, the three caught up. Lord Grim stabbed forth with a circle swing, when his myriad manifestations umbrella didn't even hit yet and Deception was launched into the air. Soft Mist had used a circle swing first. No need to fight over him, Ishio urged. He didn't want to kill Deception. He was afraid Tangru would instantly kill him again. Circle swing was completed and Deception crashed into the ground. Soft Mist's spear pulled away. Deception immediately tried to get up, when Steam Bun Invasion grabbed a brick and slammed it into his character's head. "To think you'd be so fierce and actually attack us," Ishio said, and had Lord Grim shoot at Deception twice. Ishio had figured out Deception's intentions. That guy had actually tried to ambush them. These past few days, Deception hadn't been online, but how could a scrap picker like him not be busy during this opportune period of time? He clearly had more than one account. He had used those alternate accounts to scrap pick. They were all scrap picking experts and picked areas good for scrap picking. Today, Deception had seen Ishio and the others in this Blue Brook Guild battlefield on his alternate account. Every time the three of them scrap picked, they would come out with their inventories full. With such heavy weight, their characters' movement speed, attack speed, and jump stat would be heavily impacted. Deception was aware of this point, so he switched accounts to try and ambush them. He had run over, not to scrap pick. He had the same idea as Ishio. He wanted to ambush them. Hadn't he been hiding there, waiting for Ishio's group to come, so he could attack? It was just that after a while, Deception quickly realized that something wasn't right. How could these guys be so nimble, if they had such full inventories? When Deception realized his mistake, how could he not try and run? Ishio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been planning on letting that guy know their might. Who would have thought that he would be so brave? As soon as he saw that there was an opportunity, he ran over alone to mount a sneak attack. Unfortunately, if he wasn't alone and had friends that could give him updates, he might have known that Ishio's group had quickly unloaded their inventories shortly after he had logged on. Chapter 690. Do you have any willpower? How bold! Ishio praised. The three arranged themselves into a triangular formation with Deception in the center. Yeah, extremely daring. Steam Bun Invasion threw a handful of sand at him. Confident too. Did you actually think that you could beat all three of us, even if we were weighed down by all the stuff in our inventories? Ishio said. You made a mistake. A very big mistake. Steam Bun remarked. That's why I say that playing an MMO on your own is very difficult. Ishio said. That's common sense. Don't you even know that? Steam Bun said. The two chattered and chattered, but Deception wasn't listening. He turned his viewpoint slightly, examining their positions. With the two talking so much, it felt like there was an opportunity that he would be able to exploit. It was hard to avoid losing focus when talking. Charge! Deception formed the hand seals for the underground tunneling technique to hide underground. However, Lord Grim and Soft Mist reacted quickly using their spears. Practically the moment he dug into the ground, their spears stabbed him, fishing Deception out and throwing him back above ground. You still dare to run? Steam Bun was furious as he threw a brick at him, while Deception was in a dizzy state. Have you been busy scrap-picking recently? Ishio asked. Deception didn't say anything. How was your harvest? Ishio asked. Still no answer. Last time, I wasn't able to finish talking by the time you died. Have you given any thought to what I said over the past few days? What do you think about joining our team? Ishio asked. Deception still didn't reply. He's asking you a question. Steam Bun Invasion's brick was off cooldown, so he threw another one. Is he even there anymore? Ishio mumbled. Lord Grim smacked him with his umbrella. Deception fell to the ground. Sigh. Yishio sighed. He's not a coward. Why does he have so little willpower though? He gives up so easily. Lord Grimm began attacking Deception. Deception simply didn't make any movement. He hadn't actually left his computer this time. He really felt quite depressed at Yishio's comment. He had no way of beating them. What was he supposed to do? To say he had no willpower? He frequently had to lay low in hiding places, waiting until an opportunity presented itself, restraining himself from making any impulsive moves. How could that be called having no willpower? Deception, who had given up resisting, was quickly killed. From start to finish, he hadn't said a single word. After reviving, he decided to log off and switch accounts. He took up his cover and began to scrap picking again, but that disappointment in his heart. He thought he would have been able to take revenge with that ambush. Instead, he was surrounded and killed. Apart from disappointment, what else did he be feeling? This guy, Yishio, was a bit helpless. It was hard to communicate with Deception. Talk nicely. Every time you see him, you kill him. Chengwa said. I don't even know if he's still logged in or not. If he logged off, if I don't kill him, he'll disappear after a while. If he realized that had happened, wouldn't he laugh at us and call us idiots? I can't allow him to be so happy. Yishio said. Then how are we going to do this? Chengwa asked. We'll just have to slowly wear him out. Yishio said. He was clearly prepared for a long drawn-out battle. Deception was too different from normal players. He wasn't interested at all in the professional scene. He wasn't different in a simple sense like Steen Bun was either. Pulling him into the team was very difficult. Why else had so many guilds given up? Deception was an incredibly skilled player. He wasn't like little cold hands who needed someone like Yishio to dig out his hidden potential. A talent like Deception was someone the big guilds certainly wanted to recruit. He wasn't just someone useful to the guild, but a potential recruit for a pro team. Even so, he still wandered around alone. It could be seen that whatever recruiting methods the guilds attempted towards him didn't work. Deception was truly a difficult person to deal with. The three players continued their scrap picking. With Blue Brook Guild's elite group sweeping the field, the equipment piled up like a mountain. More and more scrap pickers gathered. Beggars can't be choosers, but Yishio's group was more picky. They wouldn't even look at normal equipment and only picked up the best equipment they could find. After scrap picking for a while, Lord Grimm suddenly stopped. Yishio adjusted his viewpoint and looked ahead. Amidst the fierce battlefield, a lone assassin was nimbly moving about, dodging all sorts of attacks, while choosing which equipment to pick up. Yes, choosing. This person was actually the same as Yishio's group. He only picked the most outstanding equipment. Common equipment wouldn't enter his eyes. And the way he picked up equipment was very bold. In a fierce battlefield, very few players dared to charge through the field. There was a limit to not being afraid of death. Rushing into the battlefield like that was practically the same as rushing to your death. That assassin ran around and quickly traveled through the field. From the number of times he crouched down to pick up an item, it seemed like his harvest was quite good. Is it that guy? Yishio thought to himself. Deception's alternate account must be scrap picking in this area. If not, he wouldn't have known their whereabouts. Bumping into him here was a possibility. And his scrap picking skills were very outstanding. Even if this person wasn't Deception, he was still quite an expert. Yishio thought about it and had Lord Grimm head over. After that assassin ran out of the battlefield, he suddenly saw Lord Grimm running towards him. His footsteps suddenly halted. This small detail didn't escape Yishio's eyes. He was now certain that this person was Deception's alternate. After failing his ambush, he decided to switch to his alternate account and keep scrap picking. Steen Bun, Little Tang! Yishio shouted as Lord Grimm began sprinting. Those two were having a very fun time, picking up items, when they heard Yishio call out to them. They turned to look and saw Lord Grim rushing towards an assassin called Not White. Tang Ru immediately understood the situation. It was hard to know if Steamed Bun did or not. In any case, he followed Soft Mist and ran over. Chasing after someone in a chaotic battle was much harder. Yishio didn't hurry and act. He just made sure to keep the assassin within his field of view. Deception's assassin had much worse equipment compared to his ninja. His movement speed wasn't as fast. He was only able to not get caught by relying on his surroundings. Deception clearly understood this, so he didn't run outside of the battlefield and stayed inside. Yishio said he had no willpower. Now this guy seemed to be refuting, saying that he would persevere. It would be hard to shrug his pursuers off by running around like this, so it would be a test to see who would lose their patience first. Let's see who can persevere longer. Deception thought, when a sword light suddenly flashed towards him. A random attack coming at him wasn't anything strange amidst this type of battlefield. Deception played his assassin quite well and immediately jumped up. He jumped again in mid-air, using an assassin's unique air jump to dodge the sword light. Scrap pickers like him had no relation with the battle. Even though they were annoying, the battle was so fierce that no one paid attention to them. Usually, if someone noticed a scrap picker, he would attack, but if he didn't hit the scrap picker, then he wouldn't bother trying again. Very few people would continue chasing after one. As a result, Deception didn't pay too much attention to this attack. After dodging it, he continued to run. Who would have thought that as soon as he landed, another sword light would fly towards him? The other side actually attacked him after missing the first time. Usually, Deception wouldn't be afraid, but there were 3 scary people chasing after him from behind. A second of hesitation could carve his death in stone. Thus, Deception didn't dodge it. He took the attack and attacked to try force the opponent backwards in an attempt to create a gap for himself to escape. Who would have thought that the opponent would have the same thoughts as him? The opponent didn't block his double stab and ate the attack. This guy was planning on sticking to him, whether he died or not. Deception panicked. He didn't have the time to fight with this guy. This opponent was quite skilled too. His opponent wasn't someone who could be shrugged off that easily, especially since he was being so shameless and running at him without regard for his life. This brief delay was enough for Lord Grim to catch up. Deception still hadn't been able to escape from his current entanglement yet. Thanks. Go on with your work. Yishio thanked the Blade Master for helping him as he closed in on Deception's assassin. What did this guy do to offend you? Blue River asked. Ha ha, he caught my attention. Yishio laughed, as he entangled Deception. Yishio's Lord Grim had the equipment advantage over Deception's assassin. How could he not win this fight? Without Tang Ru and Steamed Bun needing to help, Deception was beaten up. By the time the two arrived, the fight was already about to end. This was under the situation, where attacks would occasionally fly towards them too. Did you think that switching to an alternate account would make a difference? Yishio grinned. He was certain that his person was Deception. Why else would he run? Even if they were foes as people of the same trade, scrap pickers wouldn't go so far as to run as soon as they saw each other. Don't scrap pick. Come with me and play in the professional alliance. Yishio smiled. Shut up. Deception didn't log off this time. He clenched his teeth and struggled. He even activated life-risking strike. But the attack didn't hit. The fight ended without any suspense. Lord Grim easily killed him. With a crash, a bunch of items dropped as if a boss had died. You got quite a lot of stuff. Yishio was moved. It was as if he had killed a boss as he picked up all the equipment on the ground. The equipment on Deception himself wasn't anything noteworthy. He had come to scrap pick, so he had a lot of stuff in his inventory. This time, he dropped a lot of equipment. They were all high-quality equipment that Deception had specifically chosen. Now, Yishio took it all. Amidst the fierce battlefield, Blue River wasn't able to clearly hear what the two were talking about. All he saw was Lord Grim kill him off and pick up all of the equipment that dropped. F***CK? He's stealing from people of the same trade? The scrap-picking business is really cruel. Chapter 691. That's not how you scrap-pick. Blue River's Blue Bridge Spring Snow was one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. Him being a part of Blue Brook Guild's elite group wasn't anything unusual. Even though he hated how the guilds were always trying to deceive one another, Blue River was still a loyal Team Blue Rain fan. This was something that had never changed. Team Blue Rain had been crushed by Team Samsara in the finals. Blue River also needed some way to vent his emotions. PK war? In the minds of guild leaders like Changing Spring, this was something that would only result in injury. It was best to avoid it if possible. However, in Blue River's heart, he wanted to participate in this unnecessary war. There were no schemes or planning required. All he had to do was curse at Samsara and start hacking away. As a result, Blue River was very eager to fight. His original reason for taking up heavy responsibilities in the guild was to support Team Blue Rain, but he had since become tired of such work. Fighting mindlessly was an activity that he happily welcomed. He didn't need to consider things from a long-term perspective. He didn't need to consider the guild's interests when he fought like this. He didn't need to think about whether this was good or bad for the team. By releasing his pent-up emotions, he could show his passionate support for the team. However, he still had to go along with the elite group, so he hadn't encountered any troubles during the fighting. Their group swept away everyone in their path. And from their group chat, he knew that Samsara's elite group was doing the same on the other side of the battlefield. Blue River impatiently wanted to fight them, but in his heart, he knew that the guild wouldn't allow for such a confrontation to happen. The much more dedicated Changing Spring kept his rationale. He set an example as the leader of the guild, while avoiding real confrontations to preserve the guild's strength. Samsara clearly had the same thoughts. Blue River didn't know whether Changing Spring had kept in contact with Samsara's 3 realms' 6 paths. In any case, the elite groups of the 2 guilds seemed to not know that the other existed and focused on exerting all their strength to bully the normal members of the opposing guild. How boring. Blue River thought to himself. Once one became a core elite member of the guild, could that still be considered as playing the game anymore? Truthfully, Blue River felt like he had been bound because of his support for the team. If he didn't do these tasks, it felt like he wasn't doing enough to support his team. Blue River's support for the team had never changed, but he really didn't like that feeling. I'm not suitable for playing in a guild. Blue River was killing Samsara fans to vent his anger, while sighing to himself in sorrow. At this moment, he saw Lord Grimm's group chasing someone. Their target just happened to pass him. Blue River saw that he wasn't from Blue Brook Guild, so he attacked him. Lord Grimm soon caught up, ended that person's life, and picked up all the equipment that dropped. This scene made Blue River speechless. Not white. Remember this name. Yishio said to Tangru and Steamed Bun. Blue River's Blue Bridge Spring Snow hadn't even left yet. He shuddered when he heard these words. How did this guy manage to offend God Yishio? Because he was scrap-picking? What a deep grudge. They were going to imprint his name into their minds just because of that? Yishio also messaged the 4 allied guild leaders to help him take note of this character. When he turned around, he saw that Blue Bridge Spring Snow was still standing there. Blue Bridge Spring Snow was currently located in the midst of the Blue Brook Guild elite groups. Quite a few Blue Brook Guild players noticed Lord Grimm, including their guild leader, Changing Spring. What's he doing here? Changing Spring began to feel fearful. For Changing Spring, nothing ever good happened whenever Lord Grimm appeared. Seeing Blue Bridge Spring Snow talking with that guy, Changing Spring didn't hesitate to ask Blue River. He's just here to scrap pick. Blue River replied to his guild leader. Scrap pick. Quite a few people were waiting for an answer, most of which were experts like Ice of Dawn and Chilling Nightfall. They were like their guild leader. Whenever they saw Lord Grimm's name, the first thought that came to mind was, not good. As for what was not good, wasn't that being asked right now? But this answer made them think deeply. How would scrap picking affect their guild? Blue Brook Guild clearly had a bad impression of Yishio. In any case, whenever they saw him, they were certain that he was up to no good. As for how exactly this was bad for them, they needed to go find out. Scrap pick. At this moment, a witness, who saw that scene, began speaking. How is that scrap picking? Isn't he just stealing? This witness quickly described the scene that he had just seen. F***CK. All of the experts were alarmed. He wasn't picking up scraps, but directly stealing instead? The old experts with top-quality equipment immediately became uneasy. How could they be opponents for God Yi Chio? Who could actually stop him? It's just 3 people. They can't be looking to attack us, can they? Someone said. We can't be careless. Changing Spring said in a solemn voice. There were 200 elite players, who could be considered peak experts of the heavenly domain, facing Yishio's group of 3, yet they were the ones who were actually worried. They felt that their worries were completely deserved too. They weren't ashamed at all. Blue Brook Guild had been completely eaten up by the shadow in their hearts. But after Yishio spoke to Blue River for a bit, the 3 characters left. Everyone in Blue Brook Guild heaved sighs of relief, but they soon discovered that he hadn't gone far. Of course Yishio's group wouldn't go far. They were here to pick up scraps. Blue Brook Guild's elite group swept away everything in their path, killing people and littering the floor with equipment. Of course, scrap pickers would hang around nearby. However, most scrap pickers picked up equipment when the other side wasn't paying attention. They would rush over to pick up the equipment, run, and perhaps die. No one was as arrogant as Yishio's group. They just calmly followed the elite group from a short distance away. They didn't think that their movements would put Blue Brook Guild under a huge amount of pressure. He still hasn't left. He still hasn't left. Why isn't he leaving? Blue Brook Guild would fight for a bit and then turn around to check. All they saw was Lord Grimm's group following them closely, which added to their fluster. Everyone was worried that the other side had targeted them. The other side was probably waiting for them to get low before attacking, right? As a result, the healers were very busy. Everyone was shouting heal heal heal. But when the healers went to heal, what was there to heal? Their had only health dropped 5% and they were crying for their life. What was wrong with them? What's going on? Why has Blue Brook Guild suddenly slowed down? Yishio had no idea what was happening, so he criticized them for being so slow. Little did he know that it was because of him. It's over. They've definitely locked onto us. Look! They're even following us wherever we go. Blue Brook Guild's elite group kept on killing, but those 3 kept following them like ghosts. This was similar to the saying, death is nothing to be afraid of. Waiting for death to arrive was what was scary. Right now, Blue Brook Guild's elite group felt like they were waiting for death to arrive. Why are they bullying us? Changing Spring couldn't bear it. He had to endure a lot over these past 2 days. He was Blue Brook Guild's leader and a huge fan of Team Blue Rain. How could he be happy seeing Team Blue Rain lose so tragically? He wanted to let out his emotions too, but he had to control himself. He had to consider things from a management perspective and couldn't give in to his heart's desires. After all, he wasn't purely a fan anymore. Changing Spring couldn't bear having Lord Grimm's group of 3 following them around like ghosts. Isn't he just a god? What's there to be afraid of? It's just 3 people. We have 200. Why should we be afraid of you? Everyone, up! Changing Spring grinded his teeth and gave the order. Many of the people in the guild were still afraid, but with the order given, they had to follow the order as the elite group, even if they were afraid. As a result, Blue Brook Guild's players turned around and charged at Yishio's group. Who? What's this? Yishio stared blankly. Why was Blue Brook Guild suddenly charging at them? What were they trying to do? Careful! Yishio had his suspicions about the other side's intentions, but he couldn't understand why. Yishio thought the process was a bit wrong. He thought that he was scrap-picking like everyone else, but who scrap-picked with such high profile? This type of scrap-picking put Blue Brook Guild under a lot of pressure. Bang! When Blue Brook Guild's first attack came out, their intentions were completely exposed. What? Tang Ru was puzzled, but she was excited, hearing this. This girl didn't like to scrap-pick, but a fight was good. Blue Brook Guild's players, equipment, and skill were all at the top of the game. They could be considered as powerful opponents. Tang Ru really wanted to fight them to see how much she had progressed. Hurry up and run. But instead, she heard Yishio order for a retreat. Tang Ru didn't have the experience to examine the other side's strength, but Yishio did though. 3 people against 200 elites was impossible. Breaking through an encirclement or accomplishing some other purpose was still possible, but a fight to the death wasn't. Let's just fight for a bit. Tang Ru didn't want to leave. Yishio thought about it again. Right. Fighting shouldn't be a problem. At worst, they would die and lose some of the equipment they had picked up and some experience. Their opponents were all experts in the game. They would be good practice targets. After thinking about it, Yishio replied, then you guys go and fight. I'll transport your equipment. Hurry up and trade with me. Blue Brook Guild was closing in. Yishio's group ran, while completing the trade. The two gave the equipment on themselves and the ones in their inventory to Lord Grimm. Okay, go ahead. Good luck. Yishio encouraged them. He felt a bit distracted too. This sort of feeling was like sending his team members off onto the stage. Senior, you go ahead first. We'll protect you. Steen Bun shouted heroically. As expected, he had the completely wrong idea. Yishio didn't try to explain to him. His Lord Grimm continued to run away, while Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion turned around after completing the trades and charged resolutely towards Blue Brook Guild's 200 players. Chapter 692. Did I scare you guys? Lord Grimm's group looked as if they were planning to run, which allowed Blue Brook Guild feel more at ease. Blue Brook Guild wasn't dead set on killing them, so forcing them to run away was good enough. Who would have thought that their moment of ease wouldn't even last 5 seconds? After running for a bit, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly turned around and charged at them. As for Lord Grimm, he simply glanced at them for a brief second. Then, he turned tail and ran, appearing cold and indifferent towards the situation. Are we screwed? Blue Brook Guild began to panic again. In the end, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion died. 2 players beating 200 wasn't even a remote possibility. Especially since one of the 2 came looking for a fight, while the other was there to protect Senior. They charged forward in a very direct manner without any sort of tactics. In the end, the 2 were swallowed up by the sea of Blue Brook Guild players. When Blue Brook Guild saw the 2 corpses, they were shocked. They looked all around them and even checked the sky too. That's it? There were no reinforcements. No ambushes? No follow-up? No trouble was brought to them? They just got killed like that? While Blue Brook Guild was at a loss, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion revived at the city, waiting to meet up with Lord Grimm. Both of them had lost experience as well as a piece of equipment. These were all trivial matters though. When the 3 convened, Yishio laughed out loud and asked, "How was that?" "Senior, as long as you're fine, it's okay." Steamed Bun still thought it had all been to protect Yishio. There were a bit too many opponents. Tang Ru had to admit it. Against so many opponents, no matter how skilled you were, it wouldn't be possible. When she charged over, her chasers flew around everywhere, showing their might. She was in such a frenzy that Blue Brook Guild seemed like they didn't dare to get close to her. Her battle spirit quickly reached the 7th stage. But following afterwards, they just kept their distance. Blue Brook Guild had long-ranged classes. All of them open-fired and Tang Ru's Soft Mist couldn't even get close to them before she died. Steamed Bun Invasion was pretty much the same. He charged forward and then died soon afterwards. In the end, the 2 weren't even able to kill a single Blue Brook Guild player. Trying to fight against so many people in a head-on collision obviously isn't possible. In that sort of situation, you have to use everything you have, utilizing guerrilla warfare, and finding opportunities to kill them off one by one. Yishio said. Tangru nodded her head. After trying it once, she now knew that it definitely wasn't possible to beat them in a head-on fight. She didn't plan on trying again either. She didn't like losing, but that didn't mean she was stupid. Tangru could clearly distinguish between what was possible and what wasn't. There's a prerequisite for using this method to deal with 200 players though. They have to be willing to play with you. Yishio said, originally, they were very willing to do so, but now, it seems like they don't plan on concerning themselves with us anymore. Their sudden attack today was quite unexpected. Yishio was aware of the change in attitudes from the guilds. When he had first entered the heavenly domain, they pursued him without any hesitation, but after a few tries, the thunder and rain lessened until it became peaceful. Yishio knew that the guilds hadn't done any negotiations or anything. Their attitudes just eventually shifted to their current one. Yishio had friended Blue Rain's character just moments ago. He sent a message over to ask, "What's going on with you guys? You guys kept following us. It put us under a lot of pressure." Blue River replied. "Nonsense. We were just there to scrap pick. If we don't follow you, who do we follow?" Yishio replied. "Is shooing away scrap pickers anything weird?" Blue River felt a bit speechless. When had scrap picking ever been something righteous? Did he not know that scrap pickers were even more annoying than flies? Why is he accusing us as if we're in the wrong? "You'll regret it," Yishio said. "Is that a threat?" Blue River asked. "No. I'm just giving you a heads up. Just wait for it," Yishio said. Blue River suddenly became a bit nervous. It wasn't a secret that God Yichio had created a for-guild alliance. Right now, Samsara and Blue Brook Guild were fighting because of the finals. The other guilds and fans weren't participating. Hearing these words from him, was he planning on bringing the for-guilds into the fight to wipe them out? Was he actually planning on stealing from us? F***CK. Is another calamity going to befall us? If he had known earlier, Blue River was certain the guild would let the 3 scrap pickers follow them and endure the pressure. Their elite group didn't want to suffer too many losses, now they had offended someone who was about to forcefully rob from them. Blue River didn't dare delay. He immediately notified Changing Spring. When Changing Spring heard his words, he also started to panic. Their elite group only had 200 players. If the 4-guild alliance gathered all of their troops, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Even more so with someone like God Yichio leading the enemy troops. "Hurry up and call for help," Changing Spring ordered. Big guilds had a huge numbers of players. Changing Spring hastily called for reinforcements. Originally, there were only 2 elite groups fighting. Now, there was a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. All the way until there were 10 groups. Changing Spring still felt uneasy. Who knew how many troops the 4 guilds could muster? Samsara suddenly received information about Blue Brook Guild gathering a huge number of troops. They suddenly felt uneasy too. Both sides had been avoiding each other, but that was just a tacit agreement. They hadn't made any concrete agreement. Was Blue Brook Guild suddenly amassing troops to fight us? Samsara obviously felt worry. They were Blue Brook Guild's only enemy right now. We can't be careless right now. Call for reinforcements. Samsara's guild leader 3 Realms 6 Parts hastily gave the order. Samsara started to gather troops too. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way until 10 groups were called. Something big's about to happen. Wei Yichen's expression turned serious. "What's wrong?" Yishio asked. "We've suddenly started gathering our troops together. It seems like we're planning on fighting a huge battle with Blue Brook Guild." Wei Yichen may have held the title of the 2nd elite group's leader, his rise had been abrupt. It was because of his talent that he was able to rise to the step so quickly. Samsara still didn't place too much trust in him. As a result, even though he led an elite group, Wei Chen wasn't a core member of the guild yet. Every day, he received messages telling him what to do. As for what the purpose was, he had no idea. Is that so? How amazing. Where are you planning on fighting? We should get ready, Yishio said. The guild elites had been avoiding each other, leading to worse profits compared to the last few days. Now that a huge battle was about to erupt, Yishio wanted to seize this opportunity. I don't know yet. I'm still waiting for orders, Wei Chen said. Really? Then should I ask Blue Brook Guild? Yishio said. Who? You can do that? Then go ask. Wei Chen was surprised. He thought that Yishio was a devil in the guild's eyes. It was quite unexpected that he could get his hand on such important information from the higher-ups of the guild. As he said this, he went over to look at who Yishio was messaging. What's going on? You're about to start a huge battle with Samsara. Yishio asked Blue River's Blue Bridge Spring Snow. What? Blue River was puzzled. What? You don't know? Samsara started gathering their troops, Yishio said. What? Blue River jumped up in fright. He immediately informed Changing Spring. Changing Spring already knew. Yes, I already got the news. Samsara's gathered around 10 groups together. They seem to be making a move. What are they trying to do? Blue Brook Guild was fervently discussing with one another. Samsara was fervently discussing this question too. This situation made Blue River feel like something wasn't right. Even though he detested this sort of fight, the fight had once again come to him. After thinking about it for a bit, he suddenly thought of something. Could this be some sort of scheme that Ichio came up with? F***CK. When this came out, many people suddenly became frightened. Not only is this guy gathering troops from the 4 guilds, but he's also pulling Samsara into this? No wonder Samsara suddenly became so confident and actually started to gather troops to fight us. Blue Brook Guild's core members were discussing with each other. This is going to be difficult to deal with. Sh**T. That B***starred. He wants to loot a burning house. Changing Spring cursed. The onlookers weren't sure if he was cursing at Ichio or Samsara. Then again, both of them should be cursed. Both of them were B***stards. This deduction had come from Blue River's guess, but Blue River felt that something still wasn't right. If this was Ichio's doing, then his message was a bit strange. It didn't seem to make any sense. Right when he was thinking, Lord Grimm messaged, "Are you guys going to make a move?" Make what move? Blue River asked back. Aren't you going to make a move against Samsara? What are you talking about? Blue River was becoming more and more confused. It seems like Samsara took the initiative. Yishio felt like he had grasped the situation as he told Wei Chen. The 2 big guilds have around the same level of strength. Blue Brook Guild should still be a little bit stronger though. For Samsara to take the initiative, it definitely can't be that simple. Maybe they're hiding some helpers? Wei Chen started thinking. For a huge confrontation of this scale, if any other guild was going to come and help, they would have needed to make preparations beforehand. It isn't possible for neither of them to have noticed such a gathering of troops. Yishio said. Maybe it's just us who hasn't discovered it? It's not like we have a huge information network. Wei Chen said. Who says we don't? Bro, we're in a 4-guild alliance. Don't underestimate them. Yishio said. He messaged the 4 guild leaders to ask them to take note of any movements from the other guilds. At this moment, Blue River organized all the information he had with him, especially the records of his conversations with Lord Grimm. Finally, he still felt something wasn't right and asked, could it be that you're not scheming anything? What scheme? Yishio was puzzled by Blue River's sudden question. You said you'd make us regret it. Blue River said. Oh, that was just something I said randomly. What? Did I scare you guys? Ishio asked. Chapter 693. Award Ceremony. Blue River wanted to die. How could he have known that someone with the status of God would bluff like a third-rate player? Blue Brook Guild had panicked at the slightest threat and made a big fuss out of nothing. Since God didn't have any intention to make good on his threat, the Four Guild Alliance and Samsara weren't anything to worry about. Why did Samsara make a move? Blue River was an experienced player. After thinking about it for a bit, he guessed. This made him feel even more ashamed. There originally hadn't been any issues. He had regarded God Ichio's words as truth and nervously notified his guild leader. How could he have known that this would create such a huge misunderstanding? How was he supposed to explain this to Changing Spring? In any case, he had to say what he had to say. Blue River could only muster up the courage and explain to Changing Spring. Changing Spring felt depressed at the explanation too, but he didn't blame Blue River. After thinking about it for a bit, if he had been in Blue River's position and God Ichio said something like that, he would have also been nervous like Blue River. Now that they discovered that it was all a misunderstanding. From this point of view, it was Samsara who had reacted to their movements. Blue Brook Guild should hurry and disperse their teams to prevent Samsara from taking the initiative and attacking them. After winning the championships, Samsara must certainly be very excited. Who knew what they might do? When Changing Spring thought about how he had to order everyone to disperse, he felt a headache coming. He had roared at everyone to hurry up and gather together. Without doing anything, everyone suddenly needed to disperse. Was this a joke or something? Changing Spring couldn't think of any excuse to make. In the end, he could only say it was a misunderstanding and had everyone scatter. Samsara had already fallen for the misunderstanding. Changing Spring was afraid that having everyone scatter wouldn't be enough of an explanation to the other side, so he gave Samsara's guild leader 3 Realms 6 Paths a message: it's a misunderstanding. Don't make this a big deal. 3 Realms 6 Paths was just about to give a speech to everyone when he suddenly received the message from Changing Spring. He suddenly froze. Changing Spring was so annoying. His messages were always so short, making it difficult to make things clear. 3 Realms 6 Paths didn't ask him for further details and instead asked Blue Brook Guild's flying brushstroke. He was a core member of Blue Brook Guild and one of the 5 great experts. 3 Realms 6 Path reckoned that if Changing Spring knew about it, the other core members would know too. Flying brushstroke obviously knew about it, but it was so embarrassing. They had panicked at some casual words from God Ichio. How could that be anything glorious? Of course, it wasn't. As a result, Flying Brushstroke didn't want to say the truth. He just said they had a misunderstanding with someone, not towards Samsara. If Samsara had gathered their troops to defend against them, they didn't need to. He didn't want to talk about the details. 3 Realms 6 Paths obviously didn't want a huge battle with Blue Brook Guild. Their guild strength was weaker than Blue Brook Guild by a bit. However, Blue Brook Guild wasn't explaining things clearly, which made it difficult for him to relax. Thus, he didn't mobilize the troops, but he had everyone stay, just in case. However, since Samsara didn't disperse, Blue Brook Guild became nervous. Their players had all left. If Samsara didn't, were they planning on attacking them? As a result, Blue Brook Guild continued to ask Samsara. The 2 guilds went back and forth all because of a few words that Ishio casually said. He had no idea though. He was just waiting for the elites to start fighting, so he could pick up equipment. Seeing that there weren't any movements, he lost his patience and pestered Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Are you fighting or not? Are you fighting or not? Blue River wasn't in the mood to answer him anymore. He just pretended like he was dead. While the 2 guilds were talking, the elites were just standing there. They weren't even bullying normal players, right now. Then again, Samsara had gathered 1,000 players together. Normal players weren't so stupid as to provoke such a huge army. A perfectly good opportunity to scrap pick had become something the scrap pickers could only sit and wait for. F***CK. What's going on? Wei Chen was completely puzzled. He was a group leader, but he had no idea what the higher-ups wanted. It made feel very awkward. Yishio was helpless. He handed over a cigarette to Wei Chen and glanced at his screen. He saw a figure flash by his warlock. "Hey, hey, hey! Turn to the left!" Yishio hastily cried out. "What?" Wei Chen was currently lighting his cigarette. Hearing Yishio's cry, he put the cigarette in his mouth and swiped his mouse to the left. Yishio looked at Wei Chen's screen and immediately discovered something. "That punk! Keep an eye on him for me." Yishio pointed. Assassin, not white. Deception knew that Yishio was scrap-picking at Blue Brook Guild's side, so he didn't dare go over there again. There were 2 hold lands for scrap-picking at the moment, one at Blue Brook Guild's side and one at Samsara's side. Since he couldn't go to the Blue Brook Guild one, Deception ran over to Samsara. But because of this incident, there wasn't anything to scrap-pick for now. Deception patiently waited for an opportunity. When he saw so many Samsara players gather, he knew that something big was about to happen. The bigger the battle, the better the scrap-picking. How could Deception bear to leave? After wandering around the nearby area, Yishio happened to notice him on Wei Chen's screen. "Who's this?" Wei Chen asked. "That's Deception's alternate account," Yishio said. Deception was a talent that Yishio wanted to recruit, so Yishio had introduced him to Wei Chen before. Oh, that guy. Perfect. I'll go see how good he is," Wei Chen said. A few minutes later, Wei Chen let out a sigh. F***ck, he really does have some skill. He almost escaped. Yishio looked at Not White's corpse as well as Samsara's elite players moving about on Wei Chen's screen. He couldn't help but sigh. You really are a brute. Was there really a need to call for so many people? I'm a group leader. I have a group around me, why wouldn't I use them? You want me to run over and duel him? That doesn't follow the game's rules. Wei Chen said righteously. He said he wanted to see how good Deception was for himself. Instead of having his warlock face him head-on, he called his entire second elite group to take on the task. It was 100 players versus 1, but this time, it was different from Tang Ru's and Steamed Bun invasion situation. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun charged forward to fight them, but Deception wanted to run. However, Wei Chen was still able to lead his team and kill him off without much suspense. He could still tell that Deception wasn't simple though. This guy's worthy of being recruited. Keep whittling him down. I'll help you keep a lookout for him, Wei Chen said. Yishio had talked to him about Deception's circumstances. Recruiting someone who wasn't interested in the pro scene was a difficult task. It was as if football club went to an NBA player and said, "Hey, why don't you come with us and win the UEFA Champions League?" The NBA player would think the club was insane, no? In addition, Deception didn't have a good understanding of the pro scene either. He didn't want to talk either. Their only choice was to whittle him down until he did by killing him over and over again. He might have other alternate accounts. Take note, Yishio said. For a player like him, hiding his alternate accounts is difficult. Wei Chen nodded his head. As a result, Yishio brought Tang Ru and Steamed Bun over to Blue Brook Guild's side. Wei Chen continued to sit at Samsara's side. If Deception wanted to continue scrap-picking, he would have to give up on these 2 locations. We're here to scrap-pick again. Don't make this a big deal. Yishio led Tang Ru and Steamed Bun over to an area near Blue Brook Guild's elite group. But this time, he gave Blue River a heads-up. Changing Spring felt his hands shake at the information. Scrap-pickers didn't have a good name. Usually, they wouldn't bother with them and kill them if it was in the passing. To think a scrap-picker would actually give them a heads-up. Endure. Changing Spring endured it. Even though the previous incident had been a misunderstanding, he was aware of this god's abilities. However, letting him scrap-pick without any worries was too shameful. Changing Spring gave the order to pay attention and pick up any dropped items. He didn't want Yishio to have it so easy. The day passed by like this. In the end, Samsara and Blue Brook Guild didn't fight. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. As long as no one took advantage of it, it was easy to resolve. Blue Brook Guild didn't gather everyone or make any ambushes. Samsara also dispersed their army and continued to display their might by bullying normal players. Yishio's group scrap-picked for the entire day. Blue Brook Guild saw it clearly, but pretended to not notice. But they still listened to their guild leader's orders. They picked up equipment like crazy, especially when they saw those three come over. They immediately stopped what they were doing and pick up anything around them. Oftentimes, those three had to leave with nothing to show for it, making Blue Brook Guild's players very happy. After this day passed, the week officially ended. As the curtains fell, Season 8 of the Glory Pro Alliance was also put to rest. Team Samsara was this season's champions. Their team captain and ace player, Juzakai, was proclaimed the MVP of the regular season and the MVP of the finals. At the same time, he also won the Team DPS Star and Most Reliable Player in the group arena. All of these came from the statistics gathered in the regular season. There were other awards as well. King of Duels, which was based on the number of wins in the individual competition, was awarded to Team Tiny Herb's Liu Xiaobie and his Blade Master Flying Sword. One Hit One Kill, which was based on the finishing blows in the team competition, was awarded to Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian and his Blade Master Troubling Rain. Best Sixth Player, which was based on the achievements of the sixth player in the team competition, was awarded to Team Misty Rain's Lu Yizhu and his Sharpshooter Worse Cover-Up. Team Void's Li Xian and Wu Yus won Best Pair for their Ghost Blade duo. Team 100 Blossoms Tang Hao won Rising Star. There was also the Best Rookie Award. This award was given based on evaluations of the matches throughout the year. Season 8 wasn't as spectacular as Sun Slong's rookie year last season. Sun Slong had played a leading role in his team and was a fierce opponent. Team Thunderclap's Dai Yinchi, Team Wind Howl's Zhao Yuzha, Team Royal's He Wei Tang were often mentioned. In the end, Team Wind Howl's Zhao Yuzha won Best Rookie. Team Wind Howl ended in 9th this season and failed to make it to the playoffs. Their team captain and ace player Lin Jingyan's condition was declining due to age. After the duel between him and Tang Hao at the All-Star competition, which he lost, the title of #1 brawler was no longer his. Their team's other All-Star, Fang Rui, had a strong start, but a weak finish this season. The All-Star competition was the start of his decline. On the other hand, Zhao Yuzha's performance was steady all throughout the year, so he won the Best Rookie Award. After the Season 8 awards were given, the two relegated teams had to be mentioned. Team Excellent Era and Team Mysterious Fantasy. Because these teams placed second to last and last in the regular season, they were relegated. Chapter 694. First Summer Transfer. Although these results were officially announced after the finals, the outcome had already been decided and known weeks ago. Everyone had already been discussing it for a while now, especially with one of the relegated teams being a former powerhouse. Relegated teams rarely attracted this much attention. Only the fans of that team would be grieved. After everything had been decided, Excellent Era gave a public statement. While the eyes of everyone were focused on the champions, Excellent Era wanted to give their fans a little bit of hope. Club Excellent Era's boss, Dao Xian, personally accepted an interview. In the interview, he said that, although Team Excellent Era had been relegated, it was far from being over, especially after seeing this year's finals. From Samsara, he ascertained that his choices for the players in the team were correct. This was an era which required stars, and that his team had a star as brilliant as Juzakai. Are you talking about Sun Slong? The interview could easily guess who Dao Xian was talking about. Sun Slong was a god-level player and his appearance was quite good too. He had everything Juzakai possessed and he also wasn't as quiet as Juzakai. If he continued to grow, he would be worth even more than Juzakai. From Dao Xian's words, it seemed like he was very confident of this. With a popular player like Su Muqing on the team, Excellent Era wasn't any stranger to promoting a player's business value. It could be seen from Dao Xian's attitude that although Su Muqing was outstanding, she still couldn't compare to Juzakai. No one would argue about such a notion. In a competitive environment, victory was still the main factor. Beauty was beauty, but the audience wasn't watching the competitive scene to look at pretty girls. Juzukai's stunning performance pumped up the players. Appearance was just a little flower to top things off. Tsumuching wasn't a bad player. If her skill was garbage, no matter how beautiful she was, it wouldn't have been possible for her to be so popular. The pro scene wasn't such a place where one could eat just based on their looks. Even if one were promoted as someone who was skilled, one's performance on stage would reveal everything anyways. Since one's performance on stage was the main factor, the content of the match mattered too. It's like in football, how the forward always brought more attention than the rear guard. The performance in a match, the play style, and the importance of the match all decided a player's popularity. From this point of view, Juzukai stood out the most. In Daoxian's eyes, Tsumuching wasn't someone who could reach that level. Her performance on stage wasn't outstanding enough. Her popularity would at best stay the same. It would be good if it didn't decline. As for Sun Slong, he was someone who could stand next to Juzukai. He was young. He had drive. He had good looks. His potential was limitless. Juzukai's success was a living example, which seemed to be a stimulant for Daoxian, who dared to announce it to the media. His praise for Samsara's success didn't indicate his love for the team. It was simply because they were proof that his way of thinking about the team was correct. Praising Samsara only allowed the fans to know, even though we were eliminated this season, by following the correct path, we'll rapidly grow. Look at this season's champion Samsara. That will be us in the future. They have Juzukai. We have Sun Slong. However, from how this season went, it doesn't seem like Sun Slong and Team Excellent Era are fitting together too well. The interview obviously wouldn't blindly flatter Daoxian. He still had to be incisive when he needed to be. However, Daoxian remained calm when faced with such an embarrassing question. He admitted that there had been problems between Sun Slong and Team Excellent Era, otherwise, they wouldn't have been relegated, but he once again emphasized that Team Excellent Era had great aspirations and that things needed to be looked at from the perspective of the future. Their previous glory was now part of the past. The team needed to turn a new leaf. As for how they were going to deal with the issues between Sun Slong and Team Excellent Era, Daoxian delightedly threw out a huge bomb. Team Thunderclap's captain, All-Star, and Master Tactician Xiao Shiqin would be transferring to Team Excellent Era next season. I don't think I need to explain Xiao Shiqin's achievements, do I? I believe that he'll be able to beautifully incorporate every one of Team Excellent Era's members into his tactics. Daoxian confidently expressed. This was definitely a huge bomb dropped. Xiao Shiqin had already announced his departure from Team Thunderclap in the playoffs. Many people guessed that he would be transferring to Team Excellent Era. It was very reasonable. However, this had just been a guess. Team Excellent Era was simply one of many possibilities. Although it was logical, Team Excellent Era had been relegated, which was a very vulnerable weakness. Would an all-star like Xiao Shiqin still want to join a team that needed to go through the Challenger League next year? Team Excellent Era had now confirmed it. The Glory Pro Alliance's summer transfer window started from July 1st to August 31st. It was still June right now, but the season was already over. Xiao Shiqin had stated his intentions earlier and Daoxian had released the news. Although it didn't conform to the rules exactly, no one really minded. Daoxian was also anxious. Their team would not be participating in the regular season next year. They would certainly lose a lot of popularity. He had to do everything he could so that the fans wouldn't give up on them. Announcing Xiao Shiqin's transfer early was a good move. Because everyone knew Xiao Shiqin wasn't transferring to Team Excellent Era to play in the Challenger League, but was instead thinking about the future. He would sacrifice a season, return to the Pro Alliance with a stronger Team Excellent Era, and win the championships. If even an all-star like Xiao Shiqin thought highly of Team Excellent Era's future, wouldn't others also be patient? Daoxian's message was mainly used for this effect. The first transfer for the summer had already been announced. This sort of news was certainly delightful news for the fans during the break. After the finals ended, the official break period for the teams began. This was only a break for some people. For the owners, managers, logistics, team captain, etc., it wasn't a vacation. In order to prepare for the upcoming season, every team would still be operating. Whether it was player transfers, character transfers, or equipment upgrades, all of these were the main tasks during the summer. The diligent players would even return to practicing after a short rest. There might not be any matches to play, but they would still play in the game, assisting their clubs in killing wild bosses. Ishio obviously knew about this situation. This was all voluntary for the players though. The clubs wouldn't require it. Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Parade didn't make it into the playoffs, so their break had started earlier. However, none of their pro players were willing to use this break to contribute to the team, which made Ishio quite sad. Helping out in the game during their break was more of an old player habit. In the early days of the Alliance, pro players weren't solely responsible for the matches that they played in. In-game activities such as killing bosses for materials and other forms of competitio were tasks that pro players frequently participated in. As for the later generation players, they only needed to focus on practicing and preparing for their matches. The in-game tasks were given to a separate specialized game department in the club. As a result, the number of pro players who helped out in-game during the break became fewer and fewer. Those three teams had already been on a 1-month break, yet none of their players had the conscience to help out their guilds in-game. Ishio felt like there wasn't any hope. After a fierce showing between Blue Brook Guild and Samsara, the fans gradually calmed down and the game became peaceful again. Snatching bosses was something that always needed to be done, but this time, everyone knew a new opponent had come, Goji Chio and his For Guild Alliance. Last week, everyone was busy fighting with each other, so they never actually faced them, but now, everyone would be facing this new challenge. The guild core members were all somewhat uneasy. Their opponent was no small fry. Early Monday morning, 3 wild bosses spawned across the heavenly domain. The For Guild Alliance made an impressive showing, but weren't able to take any of these 3 bosses in the end. However, this was because Goji Chio wasn't there. The 4 guilds were relying on their own abilities to fight. It was a big difference without Goji Chio's leadership and support. Later in the morning, Ishio's group logged on. Lulan/ and the other guild leaders were eagerly awaiting for him to come online. Even though different players could cycle through the guild characters, in their group, Ishio himself was important, not his character. When Ishio wasn't online, they could only pray that no bosses spawned. Last night, 3 had spawned. The 4 Guild Alliance had attempted to contest them, but they failed. The top guilds were on their utmost guard against them. All of the top guilds seemed to be together too in this, as if the 4 Guild Alliance was their number one enemy. It had to be said that this was because of Ishio's terror. After knowing that Ishio was behind this, the top guilds couldn't help but gather together in fear. It wasn't like before, where they would discuss with each other for a long time before coming to a conclusion. Now, 2 words came out in their discussion group: "He's here." The enemy Ishio had arrived. Another 2 words: "Be careful." And with this, an alliance was formed. The 4 guilds' attack didn't go well for them, so the 4 guild leaders revised their sleep schedule to match Ishio's. In the morning, they sighed. Sure enough, Goji Chio is very important. Without him, our 4 guilds are nothing. Because of Goji Chio's addition, they became the target of everyone, so the difficulty in snatching bosses changed. This was something that they had failed to realize. Chapter 695. For Person Representative Group. Lulan/ and the other 3 guild leaders gathered together, but Lord Grimm was still missing from their friends list. Ever since they became allies, they promised to meet up at a certain time every day. However, when the 4 met up at the designated time, God had yet to log on. They suddenly became very anxious. Why hasn't God arrived yet? The 4 were worried. After hearing about the reports for the 3 battles last night, they all knew that God's existence was indispensable. They wouldn't be able to do anything without him. At this moment, all 4 guild leaders received a friend request at the same time. The friend requests were all from a player called Enlightened Lord. They also saw the reason for the request, Lord Grimm. The four were puzzled, but they still accepted the friend request. "It's me," the enlightened Lord Guy messaged as soon as he was added. "God." The four expressed their uncertainty all at once. "Yeah. Why did you change accounts?" The four couldn't understand. "It doesn't matter." Yishio replied unhurriedly. Of course, there was a reason for using an alternate account. Yishio reckoned that if they fought for bosses, the moment Lord Grimm came out to the front, all of the big guilds would go over and eliminate him at all costs. This was very disruptive towards the balance. Everyone was there to snatch bosses. It wouldn't be convenient to provoke everyone to kill him first. As a result, Yishio decided to use an alternate account if he really needed to. They had quite a lot of alternate accounts. Wei Chen and Chenghua bought them with Wei Chen's earnings. In the end, Chenghua gloomily discovered, why did she ask others to help build a guild? Couldn't she just make up for their lack of numbers with all of these alternate accounts? Thus, Guild Happy was established once they gathered all these side accounts together. However, it was quite lonely because apart from Chenghua's chasing haze and the battle mage who left excellent era with her forest landscape, there weren't any other live players in the guild. Everyone else was just alternate accounts. The account cards were lying neatly in the drawer, without any trace of life or use. It still hadn't been 5 days since Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun invasion left Heavenly Justice. The friends that Chenghua urged to join weren't enough as well. Today was good though. A third live name had finally been added to the guild, Enlightened Lord, a cleric among the bundle of accounts they bought. The original equipment on him was pretty bad. The three had gained quite a lot from their diligent scrap picking during these past few days. However, Yishio was too lazy to pick equipment from their harvest, so he asked Chenghua for some gold so he could directly buy his equipment from the market. Just like this, he gathered together some mediocre equipment. After that, he sent friend requests to the 4 guild leaders. After the request was accepted and everyone was now in touch again, they were ready to kill any bosses that appeared. After Samsara and Blue Brook Guild calmed down, everyone finally stopped fighting. Even though there were still a few clashes from time to time, the scale of the conflict between them wasn't big enough for a scrap-picking ground. Yishio's group of 3 had free time since there was nothing to do. Yishio was casually walking around with his Enlightened Lord, while Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were practicing. Yes, practice. Those two were no longer casually mucking around like normal players in the game. Yishio was researching and organizing a set of specialized training programs. Pro teens had their own training programs, but practice naturally relied on a variety of programs through the computer. Yishio didn't have any of the programs on hand, but he understood the reasoning behind the practice drills. As a result, he adopted a primitive method by using Glory's in-game environment to design different kinds of drills. Although they weren't as targeted or effective as those specialized programs, he didn't have a better way. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun needed these kinds of repetitive systematic training methods in order to strengthen and consolidate their skills. It also helped to raise their awareness in the game. These drills weren't effective if they were only practiced for a day or 2. Like exercising the body, they required repetition. These repetitive practices were relatively dull after they passed their phases of newness. However, hard work was necessary if one wanted to become a true professional player. If one only played for fun, they could only become a skilled online player at best. Professional player. The word before player was professional. If one wanted to become a pro player, he or she must have a professional attitude. These kinds of repetitive drills would build up one of the required attitudes for a professional players. These drills would accompany the player throughout their whole career. The players relied on these training methods to improve and strengthen their skills, while older players needed them to adjust and maintain them. It seemed as if Yishio never specifically trained for these. This was because with his skill level, he was able to apply the theory into practice. As long as he was aware, he was able to complete these practices daily, through killing mobs, PK, and even when he was hurrying along his way. He didn't need to use things like computer software. For him, Training opportunities were everywhere. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were still new to the training, so they were enthusiastic. However, the two didn't practice for long today before Martial Awareness, Parade's guild leader, sent everyone some news. A boss had spawned. Level 70 Wild Boss, Dolaki Stadium, Gladiator Vita Livis. This boss was geared towards the assassin from the Night Walker class. However, it possessed a shield like a knight. It was a boss speciality to be able to have a mixture of classes. The players had gotten used to it, so they didn't have too many sentiments. Like facing every other wild boss, the boss itself was never the hard part. The hard part was snatching the boss from all of the other guilds. Let's hurry. They had already lost 3 bosses last night due to God's absence. Now that he along with the other 4 guilds were here, they could finally strike with their full power. In addition, this was after their period of convenient pickings. They could finally formally compete with the big guilds for the boss. Level 70 Wild Bosses. It went without saying that the big guilds would go at full power. Their success or failure this time would truly determine whether their alliance was worth it. Let's set off. Yishio called for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun and advanced with his cleric, Enlightened Lord. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun also switched to their alternate accounts. Even though Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion drew less enmity than Lord Grim, the big guilds would definitely know that these two were sworn followers of God Yishio. They wouldn't be any better when they were on the battlefield. Yishio felt that it was better to stay low-key. After the 3 had switched to their side accounts, did they have to hide their title as part of Guild Happy? Although it was just recently established in the Heavenly Domain, the news must have spread out from the 10th server. The big guilds most probably knew whose guild this belonged to. This time, there were no longer only 3 people who represented Guild Happy. There was a 4th person. Little Cold Hands. He already left Tyrannical Ambition and was considered to have transferred to Happy officially. However, his character was similar to Lord Grim. It still hadn't been 5 days since he left, so he couldn't join the guild yet. He was already a member of the team, so Yishio didn't hide the current situation of the guild. The wild boss was also something they had to compete for in the game. After hearing that Guild Happy was about to fight, Little Cold Hands hurried over, despite not being part of the guild yet. Dolaki Stadium was near Maluo City and the teleportation portal there was destination that had to be passed, so the 2 sides agreed to meet up here. By the time Little Cold Hands rushed over, he saw many players with the title of the big guilds. Players with exceptional equipment were constantly teleporting here and rushing towards the same direction. Little Cold Hands saw these players and knew this was going to be a big event. Then, he spun around, searching for the person who called him to come here and soon heard a voice, "Little Hands, this way." Little Cold Hands spun around once again. He could hear the voice, but he couldn't find the person. However, he soon received an invitation to join in their group. The inviter was Enlightened Lord. HM. Little Cold Hands spun around again and finally 3 characters at the foot of the wall beside the portal. Enlightened Lord was a cleric among the 3, alongside a battle mage and brawler. The 3 players together seemed unalarming yet scary. If someone told him in the past that these 3 were prepared to snatch a wild boss with these equipment, he would definitely die of laughter. After accepting the invite, Little Cold Hands saw a message in the group chat that put away his doubt. "It's us." Little Cold Hands walked over to meet with the 3. Yishio took the initiative to explain, "Our main accounts are too obvious. We need to stay low-key." "Alright, let's set off," Yishio said. "Just the 4 of us?" Little Cold Hands asked. "The Allied forces will arrive soon," Yishio said. "It's just the 4 of us." Little Cold Hands obviously didn't treat the Allied forces as his own people. "Do you have any problems with that?" Yishio asked. "No. Aren't our numbers a bit too few?" Little Cold Hands sweat. "A bit too few?" It was way too few. All of the leveling areas near Maluo City were level 70. The wild boss would definitely be level 70 as well. Even though Little Cold Hands had never joined such a high-level battle, but coming out of a big guild, even if he had never eaten a pig, he had still seen one before. The guilds would definitely send out the strongest elite groups to face the level 70 wild boss, and they were planning to compete with just 4 of them. It's quite a lot. There were only 3 of us before you joined, Yishio said. Little Cold Hands didn't know what to say. Could this be the temperament of a professional team? As they traveled, Yishio got in touch with the 4 guild leaders. After asking everyone for their location, they chose a place and soon met up. Lulan Slash, Yuzichin, White Stream, and Martial Awareness were only leaders of a medium guild in the eyes of top guilds such as Blue Brook Guild, Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition. On the other hand, in the eyes of normal players, they were worthy of being looked up to. The 4 guild leaders brought their troops with them. They all valued this boss, so they brought their strongest elites. This could be seen just from their equipment. In comparison, Guild Happy only had 4 people and their equipment only got worse after one another. This was called a 5-guild alliance? Little Cold Hands was in a trance. Of course, he knew very well that they weren't a part of the alliance because of the guild's strength, but rather because of God Ichio God. Even so, now that everyone had gathered together, just from the sheer number of players that had gathered, their own side seemed much weaker. As for the other 3 on his side, they didn't seem to feel any discomfort towards this matter at all. Yes. They even had more people this time. Up until now, they only ever had 3 people. Chapter 696. Guild Feature. What's the situation like over there? Yishio's enlightened lord didn't stop moving after meeting up with the 4 players. He continued to head towards the stadium, while asking them. Lulan Slash and the other 3 respected figures in the game purposefully stood to the left and right of Enlightened Lord, placing him in the center. Afterwards, Parade's guild leader, Martial Awareness, who had first discovered the boss, explained the situation. The situation is looking grim. 3 guilds located the boss before us. From our observations of the teleport formation, 3 other guilds are en route. Martial Awareness introduced. 6 guilds? That's okay. That's not too many, Yishio said. For wild bosses, there will usually be around 10 or so club guilds with the strength to compete. Only 6 guilds participating could be considered a small number. 6 guilds is just for now, Martial Awareness expressed. Yeah, I know. Stay on the lookout. Have the 3 guilds ahead made any movements yet? Yishio said. They haven't for now. They haven't finished gathering their troops together, Martial Awareness said. Which 3 guilds arrived first? Yishio asked. Tyrannical Ambition, Misty Castle, and Howling Heights, Martial Awareness said. How strong are these 3 guilds exactly? Yishio asked. He didn't have a deep understanding of the game. He knew that Blue Brook Guild, Herb Garden, and Tyrannical Ambition were the strongest guilds and had been christened the 3 Great Guilds. He only knew about these sorts of common knowledge. As for how each guild stacked against each other, Yishio believed that no one knew better than the guilds competing against them. As expected, Martial Awareness replied clearly, Tyrannical Ambition is a bit stronger than the others. In a large-scale PK battle, Tyrannical Ambition stands out. If you compare Misty Castle to Howling Heights is slightly stronger. What are the class compositions of each of the 3 guilds' elite teams? Yishio asked. That Martial Awareness wasn't sure. Yuzichin and White Stream were also stunned. It wasn't difficult to find out the class composition of the 3 elite groups, but it was just that their smaller guilds rarely competed against the top guilds. Their wild boss hunts were considered poaching. Directly competing was called snatching. They could get information on these guild elite groups, but they just never placed much importance on it. None of the 3 guild leaders could answer. However, Lulan Slash stood out. His team's original intention had been to become champions. He had arrogantly considered these big guilds as their pretend rivals and had thoroughly prepared to fight against them. God, I'll send over the information to you, Lulan said as he forwarded the document to Yishio on QQ. Yishio took a look. It was information on the elite groups of every club guild. Not just the class competition, but even the names of the characters. That should be around what they have. Lulan said. He wasn't completely certain. Group sometimes changed players. Let me see. Yishio continued to rush forward with Enlightened Lord while skimming through Lulan's document. Lulan had done quite a diligent job with this document. He even had information on what equipment many of the group members wore. These details were a bit excessive. Finding the composition of the group was enough. Who will be the first one to finish gathering all of their members together? Yishio asked. Tyrannical Ambition. Martial Awareness said. Tyrannical Ambition will probably try to kill it fast as possible. Let's hurry. Yishio guessed. No one questioned him. The 4 guild leaders began to urge everyone to speed up. Sprinting used up stamina. No one could keep sprinting for a long period of time. Speeding up required switching between sprinting and recovering at appropriate intervals as well as utilizing stamina potions. As a result, there were differences between different characters. Yishio and the other guild leaders ran at the front. When Yishio turned around to look, he discovered that Little Cold Hands was actually able to keep up. Not bad. Yishio praised. You talked about this in the materials you gave me. I thought that it would be useful, so I've been practicing. Little Cold Hand said. Little Cold Hand's strong points were his ability to judge the situation and his surroundings. His mechanics weren't anything special. It was only because he had played the game for longer that he was better than someone new like Concealed Light. As a result, he had also given Little Cold Hands a training plan to follow like he had with Concealed Light. These two had poor mechanics. They were far from being at Tangru's or Steamed Bun's level. Their starting points were different. The training plan that Yishio had given Little Cold Hands was more fundamental, but also more all-around. For example, something like utilizing stamina optimally was naturally very basic. It was one of the items talked about in the training packet. Yishio never told Little Cold Hands which of these things he should prioritize. Little Cold Hands learning how to utilize stamina without being told to do so showed his attentiveness and insight. He had clearly thought of how he would only be able to keep up with everyone else if he could maintain his movement speed. If he couldn't keep up, then there was no point talking about any sort of coordinating. He was a cleric. If he wasn't with the team, he was useless. Yishio didn't know he had done this kind of practice before. He didn't know how long it took him to be able to reach a level where he could completely keep up with Yishio and the others. Not bad, not bad. As a cleric, flexibility is important. Only by being flexible can you cover a wider range. If the cleric is flexible, the team can also be flexible. A good cleric doesn't require his team members to deliberately look for his position. A good cleric will always appear where he should appear. Yishio gave a lecture. Tyrannical Ambition has started attacking the boss. Martial Awareness said. Martial Awareness also kept up with them. After all, he was a guild leader and utilizing stamina was a part of the basics. In reality, players in the heavenly domain paid attention to their usage. It just depended on their level of skill. As expected. Yishio wasn't surprised. What are the other 2 guilds doing? They've started fighting. Martial Awareness said. The 3 guilds are fighting. Yishio asked. It seems like it. Martial Awareness wasn't at the scene. He was just receiving reports. Hurry. Yishio didn't say anything else. They weren't there yet. Saying anything was pointless. As Gladiator Vita attacked the surrounding players, the 3 guilds began fighting with each other too. The first to move was Tyrannical Ambition. Their players were the first to arrive, so they had more players. In addition, they were slightly stronger than the other guilds, so they didn't care too much about Misty Castle or Howling Heights. Jiangyu gave the order, and the elite group began attacking the boss. Even if the other 2 guilds didn't attack, Tyrannical Ambition wasn't going to ignore them. As soon as Tyrannical Ambition attacked, they also attacked the other two guilds. Tyrannical Ambition seemed to be quite confident in beating the boss and the other two guilds. Tyrannical Ambition had the qualifications to be confident. The three great guilds weren't called that for no reason. Whether it was the number of players, guild storage, uncommon materials, or their elite group strength, they undoubtedly stood at the top. Especially because these things all complemented one another. If their elite groups weren't strong, how could they get any materials? Without a huge number of players as their foundation, how could they build up their guild storage? After Jiangyu gave the order, his elementalist, Wandering Shockwave, also entered the fray. He personally acted, building up morale. His magic exploded, specifically aimed towards Misty Castle's elementalists. Team Misty Rain's ace character was an elementalist. Influenced by this, the guild had more elementalists. In their elite group, elementalists were their main source of damage. Glass cannon classes like elementalists had explosive firepower. Jiangyu himself was an elementalist, so he was well aware of it. But he didn't cower. He personally led his long-range attackers to fire at the Misty Castle elementalists. The elementalists of Misty Castle were outstanding and the clerics of Tyrannical Ambition were exceptional. The stars of the teams influenced which classes gathered in the respective guild. It had already become a feature of the big guilds. Their elite groups displayed this feature. With the support from skilled clerics, Jiangyu didn't fear the attacks from Misty Castle's elementalists. His decision was clearly correct. After the two sides fought, Misty Castle couldn't hang on. Tyrannical Ambition also had skilled strikers just like Han Wenqing, who they admired. They imagined themselves as the king of fighting and quickly tore through Misty Rain's formation. Once they got close, Misty Castle's elementalists were practically trampled to death. Misty Castle wasn't able to win. Their leader quickly ordered everyone retreat. Misty Castle's guild leader, Misty Lock, wasn't even there yet. After quickly defeating Misty Castle, Jiangyu felt very good. He turned around, was about to give Howling Heights a good lesson. But when he looked, he saw an elementalist standing high on one of the stone pillars in the stadium. He was dressed in a blue-green robe. Jiangyu recognized it as the level 70 orange equipment, clear sky magic robes. To be able to wear a full set of orange equipment, this person wasn't an ordinary person. But this person. Guild Howling Heights. His name, Hazy Scene. Even though Howling Heights wasn't considered one of the three great guilds, they were at least a guild that could often compete with them. Jiangyu recognized their experts, but he didn't recognize this name. But seeing his arrogant appearance, Jiangyu felt an indescribable anger. As Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader, Jiangyu was someone who stood at the top of the game. Just by wearing a full set of level 70 orange equipment and standing at a high point, did he think he could scare him? No, definitely not. Jiangyu was just about to order his troops to kill this arrogant guy when that elementalist made his move first. He lifted his hands, pointed his staff towards Jiangyu's wandering peak, and fired a fireball. Chapter 697. Best Rookie. Fireball. It was a low-leveled elementalist skill. Jiangyu didn't put it into his eyes. He simply stepped to the side and dodged it while counter-attacking. Then, he saw that Hazy Scene had leapt down from the stone pillar. "I'll still fight you even if you've jumped down." Jiangyu didn't hesitate. He finished casting a spell and aimed at Hazy Scene. Suddenly, he heard a boom. A pillar of fire erupted into the sky. Elementalist skill, Raging Flames. The spell didn't hit Jiangyu's wandering peak, so he didn't need to dodge it. However, this Raging Flames caused him to lose sight of his target. When the pillar of fire erupted, Hazy Scene was enveloped in it. Not even a shred of his equipment could be seen. Jiangyu was originally about to click on his target, but he suddenly didn't know where to click. Hazy Scene couldn't have just disappeared though. Jiangyu relied on his experience to guess his general location and cast his spell. Elementalist skill, Piercing Lightning. A flash of lightning shot out from the tip of Wandering Peak's staff. The lightning crackled as it moved in a straight line, piercing through the pillar of fire and hitting the stone pillar on the other side of it. It didn't hit. Jiang Yu thought to himself. He suddenly felt like something strange was going on around him. The air surrounding Wandering Peak seemed to be emitting tiny sparks as if lightning had passed through. The ground below him was becoming darker and darker. His view was becoming hazier too, as if he were in a steam cooker. F***CK. How could the experienced Jiang Yu not know what was going on? He immediately tried to cast teleport, but it didn't work. All of Wandering Peak's skill icons turned completely grey. Below his character's health and mana bar, a debuff symbol appeared. Elementalist Darkness Skill E Magic Prison. No spells could be cast within the range of the prison. The prisoner wouldn't be able to use any spells for 4 seconds. For seconds sounded short, but Jiang Yu knew that, let alone for seconds, 1 second was more than enough. Lightning and fire instantly enveloped Wandering Peak. Elementalist skill, Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire. Jiang Yu could see the signs of this spell being cast, but he wasn't able to dodge it because the other side had countermeasures set up to stop him. Magic Prison completely silenced his spells. Using his 2 legs to run out of Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire's range was impossible. Under the barrage of lightning and fire, Jiang Yu could see the fire pillar from the raging flames begin to disappear. Hazy Scene stood on the ground with his staff pointed towards him. An expert! An incredible expert! Jiang Yu had the eyes to see that, even more so for someone with the same class as him. His opponent had been able to complete 2 spells during the short animation time that it taken to jump down from the pillar. Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire, Magic Prison. No, 3 spells. There was Raging Flames too. Casting while in the air wasn't anything new. As long as one had mobile cast activated, any spell could be cast while moving. The problem was that it only took the blink of an eye to jump down from that height. Let alone being able to cast 3 spells, Jiang Yu was certain that he wouldn't have even been able to cast 2 before landing. For someone to be able to do something far surpassing his abilities, what type of expert was this? Jiang Yu only had one answer, a pro player. As a club guild leader, he obviously knew that during the competitive scene's summer break, pro players would sometimes hop into the game, perhaps to help the guild or perhaps to pass the time. If a pro player came out, how could he not participate in something as important as snatching wild bosses? A pro player from Team Wind Howl? Which pro player in Team Wind Howl used an elementalist? In the blink of an eye, he recalled a name, Zhao Yuzha. This very Season 8's best rookie, Team Wind Howl's Zhao Yuzha. His character was called Beautiful Light. Wasn't that also an elementalist? Jiang Yu himself was an elementalist, so he paid more attention to pro players of the same class, even if they weren't from Team Tyranny. As a result, he was instantly able to guess his opponent's identity. Jiang Yu's heart fell. He hadn't expected Howling Heights to have a pro player participate. If a pro player came, the guild would obviously provide an account for him to use. The character would be wearing a complete set of orange equipment too. Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire was something Jiang Yu couldn't dodge. His opponent didn't show any mercy and cast several spells consecutively. By the time Heavenly Lightning dissipated, Jiang Yu was basically dead. Jiang Yu had previously attacked Misty Castle from the front lines, so the other side knew his identity and would obviously place great importance on him. Wandering Peak hadn't been at full health at the start of the fight either. Now a pro player was specially taking care of him. Run! The instant Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire dissipated, Jiang Yu was about to escape by using teleport to hide among his people. Before he could even cast his spell, his character could only complete a turn when lightning struck Wandering Peak from behind, piercing through his chest. F***CK? Jiang Yu cursed. Wandering Peak's health fell to 0. He died from his opponent's piercing lightning, the very same skill that Jiang Yu had initially used to counterattack. HMPH. When Wandering Peak fell, Hazy Scene didn't even glance at him as he coldly humphed and headed towards a different location. Jiang Yu didn't guess wrong. The player controlling Hazy Scene was from Team Windhowl and Season 8's best rookie, Zhou Yuzhe. The selection for Season 8's best rookie wasn't as easy as Season 7. In Season 7, the best rookie was given to Sun Slong, who also became a god that season. Every other rookie that year knelt before him. Sun Slong had even been a candidate for that year's MVP. However, the MVP award wasn't given just based on his own record, but the team's performance as well. Sun Slong had been on Team Conquering Clouds, a relatively weak team. They didn't even make it to the playoffs. How could he be qualified to be that season's MVP? However, for the Best Rookie award, even a blind person would have given it to Sun Slong. But for Season 8, Zhou Yuzhe had to win it over two other candidates. It wasn't by a large margin either. Zhou Yuzhe didn't think about that though. To be able to win the award was enough to prove that he was an outstanding player for his first year in the competitive scene. Zhou Yuzhe was very excited to be able to win this award because it gave him a lot of confidence. He felt like his position on the team would certainly improve. Team Windhowl's current situation also gave him a lot of confidence for his future. Team Windhowl's original ace player and captain, Lin Jingyan's ability was declining due to age. In the All-Star weekend, he was defeated by Tang Hao and his popularity fell by quite a lot. Even his own team's respect towards him worsened. Zhou Yuzhe only gave his captain respect on the surface, but in his heart, he never accepted it. As for the other All-Star on his team, Fang Rui, his skill level wasn't low. His character Doubtful Demon was praised as the #1 thief in all of Glory. However, the problem was that Fang Rui was the representative for all those who played dirty. Besides playing dirty, he knew of no other way to play. Support for playing dirty was very one-sided. There were a lot of supporters, but there were even more haters too. Putting this kind of player as an ace player meant that the team would gain, but also lose a significant number of fans. Winning fans in this way wasn't bad for new teams, but Team Windhowl was a fairly strong and popular team, so dancing on the edge of a knife like that was too risky. As a result, Fang Rui's playstyle prevented him from becoming an ace player. Then who would be given the title of ace player in Team Windhowl? Selecting the best rookie was one option. After being chosen as best rookie, Zhou Yuzhe imagined all sorts of things. He even dreamed that his team would buy him the #1 elementalist character, Windy Rain. He even thought that it was very likely. It was already widely known that Team 100 Blossoms had purchased the #1 brawler 3 hits for Tang Hao. Why wouldn't his team spend the money to buy him Windy Rain? Zhou Yuzhe was excited from his own imaginations. He thought of his future as limitless. He gave up his vacation and ran over to the game to help his team improve. He already thought of himself as the team's ace player. When there weren't any matches, he should run to the game and contribute. While the team buying Windy Rain for him was a bit excessive, Zhou Yuzhe wasn't overstepping his bounds. Lin Jingyan was old. Fang Rui wasn't suitable to become their ace player and pillar. Teams with someone who won Best Rookie would raise the best rookie to become their ace players. This line of thinking was completely reasonable. Zhou Yuzhe wasn't the only person thinking about it. Others agreed too. Such as the guild leader West Riding Wind. When Zhou Yuzhe ran over to the game to help him, he regarded him as the future ace player of Team Windhowl. This made Zhou Yuzhe extremely comfortable. He took the character and equipment provided by West Riding Wind and helped the team snatch a boss. As a result, he met Tyrannical Ambition in his first battle. Zhou Yuzhe treated West Riding Wind's introduction of Tyrannical Ambition's strength with disdain. So what? Tyrannical Ambition's elite group were just experts at a game level. Even if they were elites, how good could they be? To catch a band of thieves, first catch the leader. After killing off the other side's leader, what were they going to do afterwards? Thus, Zhou Yuzhe's Hazy Scene stood up high. He was provoking the other side, so he could kill off their leader in one go and lower the other side's morale. He clearly succeeded. As soon as Jiangyu and him faced off, Jiangyu was killed. Zhou Yuzhe became even more delighted at his achievements. How could anything in the game be difficult for the best rookie and the future ace player of Team Wind Howl? Chapter 698. Arrival. After Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader fell, the troops fell into disorder. It wasn't like no one could take over and lead the troops. However, their morale had taken a heavy hit. The other side simply lifted his hands and their guild leader disappeared. What type of expert was this? With Zhao Yuzhe leading the way, Howling Heights was actually able to suppress Tyrannical Ambition. Misty Castle saw that the situation had changed and immediately went over to help Howling Heights. They would first take revenge on Tyrannical Ambition and then see what to do from there. At this moment, Howling Heights guild leader, West Riding Wind, ran over to Zhao Yuzhe's side. We've discovered people from the 4 guilds. The 4 guilds? Zhao Yuzhe asked. The 4 guilds that the guild leader mentioned referred to the alliance formed by Yi Xiao. Zhao Yuzhe had obviously never of it before. Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant. West Riding Wind explained. What's so special about them? Zhao Yuzhe didn't understand. A guild's strength was about the same as that respective team's strength. Of those 4 guilds, Heavenly Justice was a newcomer that would be joining next season, while the other 3 guilds were weaker teams. Why was he making such a big fuss over them? They've allied together. West Riding Wind said. So what if they've allied together? Zhao Yuzhe really looked down at the person in front of him, who represented Team Windhowl in the game. He saw him occasionally in the club, but he had never interacted with him before. Why was this guy so lacking? The alliance itself isn't too scary. The leader of the alliance is the truly scary one. West Riding Wind said. Who? Yi Xiao. West Riding Wind said in a low voice. Yi Xiao? Zhao Yuzhe stared blankly. One Autumn Leaf's Yi Xiao. That's the one. He started over with a new account called Lord Grim. Lord Grim is classless, an unspecialized character. West Riding Wind introduced Yi Xiao's situation in the game, but he was certain that Zhao Yuzhe also knew about it. It had been a very hot topic this year. The best rookie of the season in front of him didn't seem like someone who stayed inside all day, never looking outside his window. Ha ha. Zhao Yuzhe laughed. You're still scared of him with me here. Ah? West Riding Wind didn't know what to say for a moment. He had experienced Zhao Yuzhe's arrogance before. Zhao Yuzhe didn't care at all about a top force in the game like Tyrannical Ambition. He had the qualifications to do so, of course. A pro players might far surpass a normal player, but this was Yi Xiao. Known as the Encyclopedia of Glory, with 3 championship wins under his belt, and countless other titles awarded to him. Any of these was enough to decimate a Best Rookie. What was Best Rookie? That was an award given to the best rookie of that season. Not every best rookie was like Sun Song, who could immediately contend for the MVP title. A Best Rookie award was certainly something to be proud of, but Zhao Yuzhe shouldn't be that confident. Where's Yi Xiao? It's a rare opportunity to be able to receive a lesson from a senior in the game. I just don't know what his level is at after having retired for half a year. Zhao Yuzhe was eager to fight him. He couldn't help but think of Tang Hao's junior succeeds the senior. What an incredible moment that was. Even though the loser of the match had been his team's captain, Zhao Yuzhe only had feelings of admiration and envy for Tang Hao. He also hoped that he could one day replicate such a beautiful scene. He had already tried looking for this type of opportunity in his matches. Now, he had found one in the game. As soon as heard that he could contend with a god, Zhao Yuzhe immediately got fired up. West Riding Wind was speechless at this kid's arrogance. He had been managing Howling Heights for several years. He could be considered Zhao Yuzhe's senior, but the problem was that even though pro players didn't have any official authority over others in the club, everyone treated them like superiors. While West Riding Wind didn't like Zhao Yuzhe's satisfied look, it wasn't like he could order him around either. In the end, West Riding Wind felt like he shouldn't invite humiliation onto himself. He heard that Zhao Yuzhe didn't even listen to his team captain Lin Jingyan's words. Their people are coming closer, but we haven't seen any sight of Yi Qiu. West Riding Wind reported obediently. His character's called Lord Grim? Okay. I'll wait for him here. Zhao Yuzha proudly stated. You're waiting for him? Does he even F*King know who you are? West Riding Wind ridiculed him in his head. His mouth, on the other hand, moved in a different manner. Thank you for your hard work. And then he went over to lead his troops. There were still parts of Zhao Yuzha which he appreciated. For example, Zhao Yuzha didn't require him to give up any of his authority as a leader. He simply took an account and rushed to aid their troops. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that he might just be thinking of showing off his skills in front of everyone. Yi Qiu and the others finally arrived at Dolaki Stadium. Because they had rushed over at full speed and everyone had different skill levels, the troops weren't very organized upon arrival. The difference wasn't too big though. Even for the small club guilds, their elites weren't bad. In addition, Yi Qiu was using a temporary account with make-do equipment, so he wasn't too far ahead of everyone else either. Dolaki Stadium wasn't a small place. It had a diameter of 40 coordinate points or 400 units. It had multiple levels too. It wasn't like modern-day stadiums with just one large open field, but rather many smaller sites separate from one another. It looked like there were streets and alleys. The monsters here were the ghosts of the ancient warriors who died in the stadium. The wild boss gladiator Vitalivis was the strongest among them. To put it plainly, this was a gathering place of undead monsters. The glory world wasn't limited to history. There were magicians, swordsmen, and even people with guns. Some cities looked like ancient cities from the past, while others looked like steel forests of the modern-day era. It was rumored that, in the next expansion, apart from levels, equipment, skills, and other necessary updates, there would also be mounts. The glory world was so vast, yet there wasn't a way to quickly move around. It was something the players often complained about. Glory would soon have such a method of transportation. Mounts were what players liked to call such transportation tools. The official name didn't use the word mounts, but simply transportation tools. According to the leaks, the transportation tools in Glory wouldn't just be limited to things that could be mounted such as cars. Once Yi Qiu and the others arrived at Dolaki Stadium, they weren't yet at their final destination. They still needed to locate the boss. They soon found the battlefield. During this time, quite a few reinforcements from Misty Castle and Howling Heights had arrived. Tyrannical Ambition had paid a huge price to deal with these two guilds. Tyrannical Ambition was currently in a very disadvantageous position. The gladiator Vitalivis had already fallen into Howling Heights' grasp. West Riding Wind might not like Zhao Yuzha, but he had to admit that this best rookie title wasn't just for show. Zhao Yuzha didn't lead any teams. He only contributed with his individual strength, yet he was still able to win a lead for Howling Heights. His attacks were difficult for the opponents to deal with, allowing their own side to smoothly realize their goals. His eyes were precise and his decisions were accurate. Even though he was up against elite players, they weren't able to defend against his attacks. Misty Castle even began helping Howling Heights deal with Tyrannical Ambition, but after Howling Heights firmly took control of the boss, Misty Castle suddenly realized that they were on the wrong side. Howling Heights had seized a huge lead for themselves, yet Misty Castle was still fighting Tyrannical Ambition. It was as if they were doing free labor for Howling Heights. Misty Castle immediately switched sides. They had initially been beaten up by Tyrannical Ambition. Then, they were unclear about the situation. And now they were fighting against Howling Heights. All the guilds were here to snatch the boss, but Misty Castle's showing so far made them seem like stirring shit sticks. Misty Castle appeared to have no interest in the boss, instead they only seemed to want to add fuel to the fire. What are they doing? When Yi Qiu and the others arrived, Yi Qiu surveyed the situation and gave Misty Castle an evaluation. Howling Heights has control over the boss. The four guilds leaders were mainly concerned about the boss. They were quite surprised that the boss wasn't in Tyrannical Ambition's hands. Apart from their four guilds, 3 other guilds had also arrived, but they were fewer in number. Even though they were elites from the big guilds, when they saw the troops of the other guilds, they didn't dare to make any rash movements. They were all hiding in different places, where others wouldn't notice, and waiting for more troops to gather. Those 3 guilds were in an intense battle. Yishio and the 4 guild troops were fairly close to the battle, but no one had time to pay attention to them. Yishio was still observing the situation, but the other 4 guilds were in a hurry to act. They were afraid that, if they waited any longer, the boss would be killed. Okay. Let's make arrangements. Yishio watched for a bit, before finally saying something. The 4 guild leaders immediately listened attentively. The 4 guild leaders heard the arrangements. Yuzuchin, White Stream, and Martial Awareness lead their guild's troops and separated. Yishio's group joined up with Lulan/. They would be the main attackers in this battle. Charge! Yishio didn't have too many words to his troops. They would first join the battle, before doing anything else. Charge! Lulan/ shouted and took the lead. Homeward bound, ocean ahead, night tide, and 1,000 falling leaves followed behind him. They were in a team together. Any fight together was an opportunity for them to practice their coordination with each other. How could no one respond to their arrival? Howling Heights currently held the advantage. They were naturally afraid that Cheng Yaojin would suddenly come out, while they were attacking the boss. The scouts dispatched by West Riding Wind obviously noticed the incoming attackers. Now that the 4 guilds had finally arrived, West Riding Wind and Zhao Yuzha began paying more attention to this side. Lord Grim. It seems like he didn't come. West Riding Wind carefully observed the incoming attackers. He didn't see anyone with that name though. He didn't come. Zhao Yuzha was disappointed. Over there. Heavenly Justices, Lulan/. He'll be joining the Pro Alliance next season. West Riding Wind pointed out Lulan/. Really? Then I'll go over and teach them a lesson. Zhao Yuzha spoke as his hazy scene casually walked over. Chapter 699. Revive him in a bit. Zhao Yuzha always sounded like he was invincible, but how could West Riding Wind let him go in alone against so many people? He hastily dispatched troops to assist him. Zhao Yuzha didn't say anything, but he clearly knew that this was common sense. He didn't stop West Riding Wind from providing helpers. If he actually thought he could stop them single-handedly, his arrogance would have truly reached the heavens. The 2 sides clashed. Without exchanging any sort of pleasantries, Lulan/ jumped up and initiated with an earth-shattering slash. In front of normal players, Lulan/ still felt a sense of superiority. He knew his skill level was far better than those so-called elite experts, but this time, he had miscalculated. He didn't think he would be facing the Season 8 best rookie. Boom! A pillar of fire shot up into the air. Zhao Yuzha's hazy scene flicked his sleeves and cast a raging flames. This time, the spell's purpose wasn't to conceal himself, but rather to arrogantly show Lulan/ his might. The pillar of fire enveloped Lulan/, but according to skill priority, raging flames lost to earth-shattering slash. Lulan/ staggered momentarily after being hit by the pillar of fire and lost a bit of health, but he was already falling. F***CK. Lulan/ cursed. His stunning blade was unexpectedly stopped by someone's raging flames. It made him feel like he had been disgraced. He turned his character around. As he slashed downwards with his earth-shattering slash, he thought of looking for that elementalist, who shot him out of the sky. The tip of his blade crashed to the ground. Cracks in the earth appeared, where the tip of the blade struck. At the same time, Lulan/ found the elementalist he was looking for, because the elementalist had taken the initiative to run towards him. The elementalist's jump avoided the shock wave produced by his earth-shattering slash. Lulan/ was still in the middle of his skill's animation lag. Hazy Scene landed next to him along with an electric ring, shocking Lulan/. Once Lightning Ring hit, Lulan/ was launched into the sky. Of all the knock-up skills, Elemental Power took the longest to execute. However, Lulan/ actually failed to notice it. Unable to control his body, Lulan's slash was thrown into the air. Boom! Light flooded Lulan's slash screen. Hazy Scene had tossed out a flame explosion at him. Not waiting for him to fall, Hazy Scene flicked his hand and a shadow flew out. This was an elementalist darkness skill, the Dark Missile. When the shadow touched Lulan's slash, it seemed to grab at him, pulling Lulan's slash back up into the air. Once Lulan's slash started to fall towards the ground again, he heard sounds of crackling. A frost ball flew over where Lulan's slash landed. In an instant, frost iced over his screen. Electric ring, elemental power, fireball, dark missile, frost ball. In just that short amount of time, Lulan's slash had been bombarded by a chain of spells. Lulan's slash no longer regarded this person as just another elite player. He already knew that he had encountered an expert. Hazy Scene? Lulan's slash had played the game for a long time now. He recognized the top experts from the various guilds, but had never heard this name before. His character was about to hit the ground. Lulan's slash refocused and immediately used a quick recover. Surrounding him was the pitter-patter of ice and snow. Hazy Scene had already cast Blizzard to surround and isolate him. Lulan's slash didn't panic. He crouched down and made a move. In order to break out of this situation, one usually had to use quick moves with short cooldowns. Lulan's slash decided on Collapsing Mountain. He leapt out of Blizzard's range towards Hazy Scene. But when the tip of his sword struck, all he hit was an afterimage. Hazy Scene had instantly teleported backwards. Lulan's slash soon discovered that he was surrounded by enemies. Who knew how many skills were raining down on him at this moment? Lulan's slash seemed to hear a snicker from the other side as if mocking him since his move had been so obvious. Lulan's slash was furious. Falling into a trap was obviously bad, but he wasn't alone. Behind him was his team's cleric, 1,000 Falling Leaves. Gojiichio was also using a cleric account called Enlightened Lord today too. Even though Enlightened Lord had crappy equipment, Lulan's slash didn't doubt that his skill could make up for it. With Gojiichio backing him, how could he die? Lulan's slash didn't think that it was possible. He also laughed in ridicule. He grabbed his sword with both hands and spun around, using a whirlwind strike to fight with the enemies that had closed in on him. The greatsword slashed through the air, creating a whirlwind. Wielding his greatsword, Lulan's slash was actually able to send numerous enemies flying away. He also saw his health wavering back and forth. The clerics behind him were working hard to keep him at high health. Sure enough, he couldn't die. Lulan's slash was filled with confidence. After using Whirlwind Slash, he targeted that Hazy Scene and shot forward with a colliding stab. He was about to teach this guy a lesson. Slow down! 1,000 Falling Leaves hastily shouted, but it was too late. Lulan's slash tore his way through the enemy ranks. The Howling Height players cut off his retreat and swallowed him up. The light from 1,000 Falling Leaves' cross died down. Lulan's slash had broken out of her healing range. She looked at Gojiichio standing next to her and saw that he had also put his cross away. What do we do? 1,000 Falling Leaves asked him. Oh. Revive him in a bit. Yishio said. D*MN. 1,000 Falling Leaves sent out an emoji with sweat pouring down its face. She didn't think Lulan's slash would be discarded so easily. Her gaze stopped over where Lulan's slash was located. Gojiichio was already directing his troops to break through from a different side. Gladiator Vitalivis appeared before them. It had ash-colored skin with its hollow eyes staring at them. It held a dagger in its right hand and a bone shield in its left. The gladiator was currently locked in intense battle with Howling Heights players. The break through their defenses surprised Howling Heights. Their guild leader and Zhao Yuzha had personally went over to block them. How were their defenses broken through so easily? That night. Attack! As soon as Yishio's voice fell, a white flame ignited around the knights facing Gladiator Vitalivis. Cleric skill, Sacred Fire. The annoying part about Sacred Fire wasn't the damage that it dealt, but the 3-second silence. Yishio's sacred fire had been cast at the perfect moment too. That knight was just about to get an opportunity to use Maelstrom counterattack to return damage to Gladiator Vitalivis. All of a sudden, his shields burned and a white fire instantly covered his body. He had already finished the actions needed for Maelstrom counterattack. His shield had been ready too, when he discovered F***CK. The skill didn't activate. My skills are all grayed out. Silenced. Silence was a CC effect which stopped a character from activating skills. If a player was put into this condition, players usually said they were silenced. The knight couldn't use any of his skills. The Gladiator Vitalivis's dagger still slashed at him. Caught off guard, that knight was sent flying away. Not only did Yishio's sacred fire stop him from using his skills, but it also put a marker on him. Heavenly Justice's players heard Yishio's orders and immediately bombarded that knight with their attacks. Even though the main tank was the main healing target, the healers weren't prepared for this type of sudden attack. Numerous players were focusing their attacks on the main tank. The boss didn't stop attacking either. The tank was still silenced. How could their heals be enough to keep him alive? In an instant, the knight was killed. Off tank. Howling Heights players anxiously roared. Everyone knew what happened when the main tank died. If the off-tank didn't hurry up and pick up the aggro, it would be disastrous. But where was the off-tank? Their off-tank had died too. Who knew when, but a brawler and a battle mage without any guild tags were currently beating up their off-tank. Anyone who could be a tank had strong endurance, but the problem wasn't whether the off-tank would die or not. Howling Heights needed someone to hurry up and quickly control the aggro, but their off-tank was being pummeled into the ground. Everyone knew, not good. Third tank. The leader shouted, but the third tank wasn't ready. He was like everyone else and hadn't noticed that the off-tank was out of commission. He wanted to hurry and cast a provoke, but he was too late. After Gladiator Vitalivis killed off the tank, it spun around with a shining cut. This low-leveled skill was extremely powerful when used by the boss. The shining cut looked as if it could slice apart the skies. Quick and fierce. No one was prepared. The shining cut passed and instantly removed 3 characters from the fight. 3 other characters had dropped to critical health and immediately ran away. Level 70 wild bosses were the most powerful monsters in Glory. Instantly killing a player wasn't anything special. The third tank's provoke was finally used, but he had taunted too many attacks. Apart from Gladiator Vitalivis's attack, Heavenly Justice had focused their attacks on him. The instant that the third tank died, he was at a loss. Did I make a mistake? I used a single target provoke and not an AoE roar. Why did all of those Heavenly Justice players attack me? Fourth tank. 2 voices shouted at the same time. F***CK. The person leading Howling Heights' attack against the boss hastily called the fourth tank over, but their enemies called it out at the exact same time and slaughtered their fourth tank. Stop them! Stop them! The leader quickly reacted. With Heavenly Justice making a mess, they had no way of retaining control of the boss. They had to kill them off first. Chapter 700. Concentrate. Howling Heights' fourth tank was panicking when he heard both shouts calling him out. The tank, off-tank, and third tank leaving the stage let him know that standing out like an iron wall was definitely not a good option, so when he heard both sides yell out fourth tank, he decisively withdrew. His actions didn't incite any criticism from his guild because their leader immediately switched plans. Peace must be maintained at home before foreign aggression could be resisted. The internal conflict between players hadn't been resolved yet. How could they worry about the boss? The leader ordered the Howling Height players to block Heavenly Justice. At the same time, he urgently notified their guild leader, West Riding Wind, about their circumstances. West Riding Wind side had slain Luland Slash a while ago. Luland Slash had been completely confident that he would be safe, so he had decided to charge into the enemy ranks with a colliding stab, but his health bar never increased. He wanted to show off his might and take revenge on Hazy Scene, when he quickly realized that something wasn't right. He soon figured out the issue. It was because he had rushed in too quickly. Lulan immediately tried to retreat, but it was already too late. How could Howling Heights let him go just like that? The guild leader tag floated above his head. Howling Heights would do everything they could to kill him. Howling Heights originally thought that the other side would try and rescue him, but the other side unexpectedly ignored him and threw their guild leader aside. West Riding Wind wasn't just here for fun like Zhao Yuzha was. He was very startled by this unusual move. Could he have been bait? West Riding Wind couldn't help but think. After killing Lulan, West Riding Wind received a message saying that there was an emergency going on at the boss end. F***CK. West Riding Wind was gloomy. Directly using a guild leader as bait to lure their attention was too crazy. But how much time could Lulan stall for? In just that short amount of time, the other side was able to make a complete mess out of the boss side. These enemies were very difficult to deal with. Even though Lord Grimm still hadn't been spotted, there was always a shadow in West Riding Wind's heart. Their big guilds had been tussled around by Lord Grimm from the start of the 10th server, all the way to the Heavenly Domain. West Riding Wind knew that the alliance had been created by Lord Grimm and was worried that this alliance would be stronger than the three great guilds. How could the three great guilds compare to God Yi Chio? Quickly! West Riding Wind hastily rushed back to save the situation. He also looked for Zhao Yuzha's hazy scene, maybe Yi Chio is among them. Fortunately, he had a pro player helping him out, which put West Riding Wind at ease. Oh? Really? Zhao Yuzha initially heard that Yi Chio wasn't there, so he had been disappointed. Now that he heard that Yi Chio might be there, he immediately became spirited again. This guy was clearly someone who liked to pursue big-name targets such as Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader and Heavenly Justice's guild leader. However, none of those could compare to Yi Chio. Where? Zhao Yuzha impatiently asked. We still haven't seen Lord Grimm, but he might be using an alternate account. West Riding Wind didn't have proof, but he had a feeling that the other side's offense was too abnormal. Yi Chio leading them would be the only explanation. Okay. Let me pick him out. Zhao Yuzha said haughtily. This time, West Riding Wind didn't feel too disgusted. He was actually feeling quite gratified. He really needed someone like this best rookie by his side right now. West Riding Wind quickly led his troops back to the boss location. They had been close by the entire time. But by the time he arrived, the situation with the boss had already changed. The gladiator Vitalivis was no longer in the grasp of Howling Heights. Heavenly Justice was now leading the boss around by its nose. How did this happen? West Riding Wind was shocked. It had been a while since they snatched the boss away from Tyrannical Ambition. Pulling back the boss's aggro so quickly shouldn't be possible. Yet how did Heavenly Justice do it? West Riding Wind looked more carefully. He discovered that Heavenly Justice hadn't taken the boss just yet. They were relying on skills like Provoke and Roar to forcefully taunt the Gladiator Vitalivis into attack them. The tank responsible for the boss was following Gladiator Vitalivis along the entire time, attacking it non-stop. West Riding Wind knew that this tank was establishing aggro. Once the boss turned towards this knight, Heavenly Justice would have full control over the boss. West Riding Wind saw through the situation in a single moment. He didn't think that the person in charge of this side, nor any of the elite players, wouldn't be able to see through it. When he looked more closely, he saw that the players from Howling Heights recognized the issue and were trying to snatch it back, but there didn't seem to be any effect. Charging at the enemies wasn't enough to defeat them, and when their knights used Provoke or Roar, it seemed to be completely useless, leaving the knights puzzled. It was their first time experiencing such a situation, which required such precision and timing. How could they know that Yi Chio was leading Heavenly Justice, paying attention to their usages of Provoke and Roar, and stopping the effects from working? West Riding Wind was worried. Zhao Yuzha didn't care about any of that though. He warped a few times and jumped onto another very high stone pillar. He shouted loudly, "Yi Chio! Come out and fight me!" He also typed it out in words too. Everyone on the scene saw it. West Riding Wind immediately searched Heavenly Justice's troops. He also wanted to know where Yichio was hiding. With a god like Yichio leading them, someone like Lulan Slash was worthless. West Riding Wind thought in this way. Yichio! Come out and fight me! Yichio! Come out and fight me! Zhao Yuzha shouted non-stop. The messages in chat kept on being spammed. Everyone saw it and some people wanted to go out to shut that guy up. Yichio kept on commanding the troops, while doing his job as a cleric. Next to him, Ocean Ahead was casting spells. Seeing that God Yichio was very busy, he couldn't help but remind him, someone is challenging you to a fight. Zhao Yuzha was too arrogant. Even West Riding Wind felt uncomfortable, let alone the enemies. Everyone wanted to see this guy fall. And this guy didn't seem to know what was good for him and kept challenging God Yichio to a fight. Ocean Ahead felt like this punk needed to hurry up and die. Yichio nodded. To the front. Berserkers, move to the vanguard. Paladins, pressure the rear. Knights, don't be negligent. Don't rely too much on the clerics. Thieves, keep placing traps on the ground along our retreat path. Mags, don't just think about dealing damage. Use more crowd control skills. Yichio gave a simple reply and then continued commanding the troops. At the same, Enlightened Lord's cross kept flashing, healing others. Someone's calling you out. On the other side, Thousand Falling Leaves also came over to remind him. We're here to kill a boss. Ignore that lunatic and concentrate. Yichio berated. When he said this, there just happened to not be any huge explosions from skills. Yichio didn't lower his voice either and shouted it out like an order. His voice seemed to echo throughout the entire battlefield. At the very least, many people heard it. The battle instantly turned stiff. Zhao Yuzha was standing so high up and spamming the chat too. Everyone knew who was shouting, so they knew who Yichio was calling a lunatic. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to look at Hazy Scene, who was still flooding the chat with the same message and shouting from up high. The battlefield suddenly seemed to become silent. There was a reason for this. The players from Howling Heights all knew that this person was this season's best rookie and their team's rising star, Zhao Yuzha, but now he had been called a lunatic. It was quite a harsh remark. Heavenly Justice obviously didn't know who this person was. They thought he was some idiot who didn't know his place. To think that he would actually challenge God Yichio. Look! Yichio doesn't give two farts about you. As for Zhao Yuzha? He heard these words loud and clear. He was furious. Pro players truly weren't ordinary. He was able to tell the direction in which the voice had come from. When he looked in that direction, he could see Yichio's Enlightened Lord standing out. Everyone had a guild tag, except for him. In a chaotic battle, no one would take notice, but Zhao Yuzha was specifically looking for anything abnormal, so he immediately noticed it. Zhao Yuzha found his target and made his move. Hazy Scene pointed his staff at him and cast a piercing lightning. This skill had a quick cast time and a fast missile speed. Very few normal players had the ability to dodge it. When the lightning shot out, Zhao Yuzha saw that Enlightened Lord didn't seem to move. He just seemed to stand there. He was happy that the attack would hit, but if it hit so easily, maybe this person really wasn't Yichio? Even if he had retired because of his age, he should still be more skilled than normal players. Zhao Yuzha was somewhat disappointed, but then Enlightened Lord suddenly turned his body. The cross in his hands flashed and a healing light showered toward somewhere else. At the same time, the lightning passed through him and hit the ground. No way? Zhao Yuzha thought it was a coincidence at first. Enlightened Lord had turned around and cast a spell on his target. Didn't seem like a dodging motion, but he did dodge it. If it wasn't a coincidence. Zhao Yuzha thought to himself. Hazy Scene activated Mobile Cast and leapt down from the stone pillar, similar to when he had fought against Jiang Yu's Wandering Peak.